WPGC HD3 Morningside.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot.
Whoa!
Scores at the buzzer.
Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan if you're listening in Richmond. You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Got a four-man junk show. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on the Instagram. Jason Bishop is here too.
What's up, boys?
Hello.
Good morning.
John Paul Flame is here.
What's up, Cakesy?
Hello to you. And Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
That is the Junks cast and crew that you've known
I had a little
for 30 years.
I had a little sleet on my car this morning.
A little bit, yeah.
I warmed it up, defrosted it for a good 15 minutes, all good.
Very good.
I think it's going to be, this will be one of the last cold days. We're going to
Let's hope that's the case.
We're going to get 70s. It's going to be 76 on Saturday.
Nice. Do you start your car remotely?
No, I don't have a remote.
I've forgotten how to start my car remotely. I can.
You should.
I mean, it can't
It's
be
some
that hard.
combination.
Don't you have a key fob? Like,
I have a key fob, but it's not just one button. It's like pressing two buttons at the same time, and I've forgotten which
have
two.
you ever heard of YouTube? YouTube you would learn it in about 5 seconds.
Clearly don't care enough.
I guess you don't.
So you don't warm up your car at all?
No.
Oh.
That's a big miss. Sometimes I sit in my car for 30 seconds and warm it up.
Nah, you got to warm it up for 10 minutes.
The BMW, and I'm sure it's not the only brand, I'm sure many do.
Many do.
Mine is Monday through Friday. It goes on at 5 o'clock.
Oh, you have it on alarm.
It just goes on for 15 minutes.
A few mornings ago, my windshield was completely frosted over, and instead of getting out and scraping it, I just turned the car on, had the whatever on full defrost on full blast.
Yeah.
And then I just sat there for about 3 minutes until there was enough of a hole that I could see through
of course.
to drive at least out of my neighborhood.
Do the minimum. Yeah, of course.
I did the absolute minimum.
Yeah, of course.
And it worked.
Welcome to my life.
And then 3 minutes later, my entire windshield was clear.
Yeah.
I just think it's crazy that you have snow on a Monday.
Yeah.
Now, granted, it wasn't a lot. I mean, an inch. And then 5 days later, it's going to be 75.
That's This is where we live. Mid-Atlantic weather.
It's crazy,
This
man.
is how we roll.
But
Also how we roll. People, even in the wake of a road rage incident that made, I think, national headlines, certainly local headlines.
big time.
I had somebody road raging at me 35 minutes ago on the way to work.
Really?
Nice.
I mean,
Give me the scenario.
I'm driving on the B-Dub Parkway, just an awful road,
Yeah.
and where it splits. And
Does the BW Parkway still have a ton of potholes? It was always,
it's not too bad. It's
but it's not a well-kept road.
It's not great.
It's not a well-kept road.
But to me, it's better than the G-Dub Parkway because there's so much construction. There's no good way to get here. Getting here from where I live is
it's
just
a chore. It's a chore.
perilous, and it's just a nightmare. So this is the least of the bad routes that I could take.
Yeah.
So I get to the split, and I always forget: is it 395? Is it 695? I don't know.
Whatever it
I don't
is.
know what road I'm traveling
I think
on.
you get on 395.
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
It's a 3-lane little dumpy highway that brings you to over here near Navy Yard and Nat Stadium. I'm on it for 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I look out in front of me. There's a million brake lights because it's freezing rain out. It's adverse weather conditions.
People are being a little careful.
So everybody is slowing down. I'm in the middle of 3 lanes. I hear a guy to my left honking at the guy to my left. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Then he switches lanes and gets directly behind me and starts laying on the horn, honking at me. And I'm like, dude, we're slowing down to 5 or 10 miles per hour. Why are you blowing your horn at me? Then he gets in the right lane and he zooms past me in the little tiny spot that he has, and he's leaning out the window screaming at me.
Why?
Because I was slowing down along with the rest of traffic.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So
what
I
did he
didn't
do? Was he
collide
able-
with somebody in
Was he
front of me.
able to get ahead?
He was able to get ahead a bit.
By a couple cars?
And then he slowed down with everybody else in line.
Yeah, he's just.
He
Like,
wasn't
what are you
aware.
doing?
He wasn't aware of the slowdown in front of you. You don't think?
I think he was aware. He was just mad at everybody for slowing down.
Yeah, he's just a Miz person.
And I caught the brunt of it, which is fine.
Yeah.
Hasn't had his morning coffee yet. Just a bitter person.
Well, I hadn't either.
just bitter.
But
I understand that.
I wasn't an
you handled
a-hole
it
to
better.
everybody.
You're a nice guy.
I'm a good guy. It's hard being a good guy sometimes. It's hard being a rational human being on this planet sometimes.
People are just reckless driving. It's wild. There was a guy, we were coming back from the airport 2 nights ago, and there was a guy going, I don't know, close to 100 on the exit for 495 to Connecticut Avenue. And I'm going, I've never seen a person drive that fast.
Really?
And that's
I've never
insane.
seen a person drive
Now,
that fast.
I do want people to speed up in the merge lane and get into traffic. Now, not 100 miles per hour, because the people that really tilt me driving are the ones that get into the merge lane where you're just supposed to speed up to get into traffic, and they'll just sit there. They'll sit there and they'll wait for a gap and then dart out into the gap.
Right.
That tilts me. Not to the point I'm going to scream at them.
Those people
and cause a road rage.
Those
incident.
people to do that. I mean, God bless them. They're trying to be safe, but they're just weak-minded people. They're just they don't understand driving.
Well, a lot of times they're old too.
They just don't get it.
older drivers. They're just
clueless,
scared to drive.
Yeah.
They just don't get it.
Probably shouldn't be
I
driving
know.
at
I
that point.
was in Ashburn last week, and I was just driving down this road to my house.
Yeah.
And a guy in front of me just crossed over into the oncoming traffic. Mm-hmm. There was an accident right there.
Right.
Just pulled out right in front of somebody.
Right. Well, I told you, a kid
I'm
did
thinking,
that.
what the F are you doing?
A kid did that a couple weeks ago. Killed him and almost killed his passenger. Mm-hmm. Just turned left right in front of traffic. Didn't make it.
Yeah.
Cheery start to a Tuesday morning.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But be careful. I don't think the roads are that bad.
The roads are fine.
No,
They
the roads are
seem
fine.
Like, for me, it was my car had a little bit of ice
The
on
lightest ice.
it. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine.
You-
And it's
if
going to
you-
get warmer today. It's going to be rainy, but it's going to get warmer, so it'll be all rain later today. But there were some delays.
There were some delays.
Did Montgomery County get 2-hour delay?
Not sure.
that I'm aware of.
My wife had the
did.
okie doke pulled on her. Like last night, like 6:15 or 6:30, she said, "I have a 2-hour delay." I was like, okay, you get to sleep in a couple hours. That's great. And then, like an hour later,
They pulled it
PG
back?
County gave the Dikembe. They said, "No, opening on time."
Wow, I've never seen them reverse course
I
like
can't
that.
remember having seen that either.
Usually,
It's
once
quite a thing.
they make the call, that's it.
Usually, they stick with it,
Yeah.
Or it gets even
or it gets
better.
canceled.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it goes from 2 hours to a cancel.
Right.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Oh, that sucks. You think you
it
get to
did
sleep
suck.
in.
I know you're thinking about. Oh, I get to wake up at like 8 instead of 6. So
Talk about a rug pull.
7 instead of 5. Yeah,
Right.
it's brutal.
Right.
Wow. But yeah, cheery start to the show.
Yeah, pretty fun.
But
Well, just be
it's
careful.
not a cheery day, so
Well, it's never
gotta-
cheery when it's like
30,
this.
34
when it's
degrees
gross.
and-
What's
yeah.
the high going to be today?
Like in
the
the
40s probably.
Yeah.
But then it's going to get up to 60s, I think, tomorrow.
But you should be cheery because Trey Young's going to make his debut
Yeah.
on
That's right.
Thursday.
I'm
Now, he
right.
was ejected last night.
Yeah, I
was.
saw that.
Dressed in street clothes.
Way
He
to
got
make an
bitter.
impact, Trey Young. Love
He
it.
got bitter at a little fight, little skirmish on the court, and the referee wasn't having his contribution
Yeah.
from the sideline and ejected him. But he's actually going to play on Thursday.
Right. With how many games left? I need him to play like every game. Is it like 22 games?
22
21?
games left.
Yeah. He can't miss a game. He has to
Well,
play
there's a
every
game
for me.
tonight. He's not playing in tonight's game, but
Yeah,
he'll
yeah.
be there
He'll be
Thursday.
He's
down
not
to
going
like
to play in
21.
Orlando,
Right.
but he's playing against the Jazz on Thursday.
Oh, that's
at home.
I should bet
That's
against
a double
them tonight.
tank game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, back-to-back games after getting smoked by KD and the Rockets, and then they hop on a plane to go down to Orlando. They're definitely losing that
Yeah.
game tonight.
There are so many.
That's 100%.
I hit my bet against tanking teams 3-team parlay last night.
Nice.
Tonight there's a bunch of games.
I mean, aren't the odds awful for that?
yeah, I mean, I think I put 50 to win $27.
Right.
That's
I mean,
the way
I'm just
that's the way
not
he
gonna.
does it.
I'm just not gonna lay all the points
Yeah.
because
Free money.
If I would have laid the points last night, I would have lost because Denver didn't cover.
Right.
But win outright, I hit.
Yeah.
But tonight there's a bunch of. I mean, Dallas is playing at Charlotte. Wiz are playing at Orlando. The Nets are playing at Miami. Okay. The Grizz are playing at the T-Wolves. And the Suns are playing at Sacramento. I could do a 5-team anti-tank parlay tonight.
Roll it out there.
And they're all playing against teams that want to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the best scenario.
I gave all the matchups. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Julian Reese. He got a bucket for the
Look at
Wizards.
that.
Nice. Saw that.
Hey, he started.
Saw that he had signed his two-way, I guess, with the Wiz. Good for him.
Nice job.
Very cool. But pretty cool to be sort of on the fringe, borderline, trying to get into the league, and then you get to like basically one of the league's best locker rooms. Have your locker all set up. I'm sure you guys saw the video. We went in there and he hugged Bub Carrington, I guess his high school teammate from St. Francis.
Both Baltimore guys.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Yep.
How good was that high school team?
Yeah. Six squad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is Sarr going to be back anytime soon?
Let's hope not.
Yeah. They haven't announced that.
Hope he stays sideline and gets
wonder
that
if he-
hamstring
They'll
correct.
manage
I
it.
wonder if he'll be back for the Jazz game on Thursday with Trey.
They'll
They
manage
said it was like a 2-week-ish injury before the All-Star break, so they're not going to rush him back.
Yeah.
It's kind of the way I would approach it.
Yeah,
I didn't think they were going to play Trey this soon.
Right.
Trey's going to play 17 to 20
And they
minutes.
are.
That's, I
Yep.
guess, the idea. He's definitely be on a minutes restriction.
Yeah, you gave me your $5 for the 20-game bet. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think he's going to play every game the
He's not
rest of
going
the
to play every
way.
game. I'm going to lose it, but yeah. I think in the spirit, I think I'm going to win it because I think they genuinely want to see if this can work, and he's not just acquired to be some sort of piece to get rid of. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Okay.
I'm excited. He tweeted about the ejection. He's always going to stand up for his guys. I didn't understand the little skirmish. It was kind of silly. I saw them pushing each other. I don't even know half these guys are. I don't even know who Eason is, to be honest.
Hey,
with you.
you're not supposed to. They're doing that. Just know they're doing their job. Yeah. They're fulfilling their prophecy of losing a lot of games for the Wizards and hopefully securing a top 3 or 4 pick.
I did see the KD was giving Keyshawn tips afterwards. You see
very
that?
nice.
There was a viral clip of him kind of coaching him up after the game.
I saw the viral clip of KD in Miami. Did you happen to see that one?
Yes, with Tyler Hero.
No. He was going out with 12 Instagram influencers,
Hey.
hotties.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely horny.
He's living the life.
He's a very horny. He's kind of legendary for flying in hotties.
Brett would have liked the group. It looked like 12 blondes
Bob Boncelli.
and Kevin Durant.
It's Brett Oliverio approved.
Yeah,
well
yeah.
done, KD. All right, coming up later on the show, we're going to be joined by comedian Des Bishop. He's doing a midweek show at the DC Improv.
My cousin.
He's got 2 shows at the DC Improv tomorrow. He's going to join the show coming up at 8:40. We'll do the Junk Sports page when we come back here on The Fan.
1067 The Fan.
basketball fans, it's almost time for the Super Trey Day sweepstakes. FanDuel is all about those three-pointer moments. And on March 3rd, that's 3-3, you'll have your own shot at a big win from downtown. Place a 3-point wager, and you'll be entered to win a share of over $3.3 million in bonus bets. Just download the Sportsbook app by going to FanDuel.com/local now to claim your profit boost to enter. Place a 3-point wager, and you'll be entered to win a share of over $3.3 million in bonus bets. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today. Enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Get premium protein options at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew with Prime through March 3rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Monday night's pro basketball schedule is set to bring the heat as the postseason nears. First, a marquee showdown takes center stage as Cleveland hosts Philly and are eager to climb the standings. And out west, Denver heads into Oklahoma and Salt Lake City will take on Golden State as they look to upset one of the league's most experienced teams.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Snowing, temperature in the low 30s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason.
From free agency to the NFL draft.
The Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news.
Expert analysis
and debate.
Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about
it. We are football. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for?
As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Friendly reminder to the listeners, you can join us Tuesday, March 10th. That's a week from today at Par City in Arlington. You can hang out with the Junks from 4 until 6 p.m., compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf simulators. Here's the address, 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. We expect to see you there next week, a week from today. Should be a fun time.
Speaking of golf, I very rarely remember my dreams, and I don't think I dream of golf very often, but it must be that we have the appearance coming up. And I had a Jason-like dream with a random celebrity in it. And I really only remember
a golfer.
I remember 2 seconds about it.
Okay,
A golfer?
Right. Yeah.
No,
it wasn't a golfer.
Okay, so
but it was a guy playing golf.
So it's a guy.
Yes.
Okay. Is it an NBAer that you're in love with, like Luka?
No.
No.
It's people will. I don't even. I'd have to think of what his real
It's
name.
not Wemby. You weren't playing Wemby.
I know his goofy character name from the TV show. Okay, now I know his real name.
All right.
And he's been referenced in EB's Hollywood Underground before.
It sounds like a B to C list ish celebrity.
Urkel.
You're playing golf with Jaleel White.
You must have seen a show or saw him on TV somehow.
Something.
There's no way you just
something triggered
it just
that
popped
in your
mind.
That is weird.
And Urkel said something like what George Bush says, where he's like, "Watch this drive," and then it was like a pop up and hit a tree.
Urkel didn't deliver his signature line. Did I do that? He didn't do that bit.
I didn't even know that was his line. I don't think I ever watched Family Matters.
I didn't either for the most part, but I know that's Urkel's
Give
famous.
it to me again.
Did I do that?
Okay, a little aware of it. Yeah. So he pulled up his belt up high.
Of course, he had the hiked up jeans, suspenders, the whole line.
I wouldn't have known the line. I know the look.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known the line.
What did they call the Friday night block? Wasn't there? Didn't they call it something?
I have no idea. How would I know this?
I mean, you're harkening back 30 years ago. Yeah,
I mean,
no
you
idea.
expect me to know what
Didn't they have a name for like Thursday nights? Like Thursday night was a big night.
TV, wasn't that?
Maybe.
Possibly.
I don't know.
I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It's funny. Urkel.
Your brain. You got a weird brain.
Jason usually has the celebrity dreams. You haven't had it in a while?
Can't remember.
Usually sexual.
I think that unless the dream is overtly sexual, my brain, I think, flatlines when I'm asleep.
You just don't
I don't
remember
think
it.
there's any sort of activity going on whatsoever.
Right.
It's just checked out.
Well, hopefully, if you're getting good sleep, like you claim you are, you're probably dreaming quite a bit. You just don't remember. Because I don't think it's possible to sleep and get deep sleep and not dream. Yeah. So you're probably getting good
I know what
sleep.
I'm not using when I sleep. I do use my sleep mask. I can't believe I paid however much I paid for this. The dumb
the mouthpiece
bite guard. Yeah,
You're not using that.
I've had it for years. It's never been used. It's still in its container.
Right.
Yeah.
It's never been popped out, not even once.
Should have known. The Friday Night Block was called TGIF.
That makes sense.
There you go.
That makes a lot of
By
sense.
the way, Jason, I
wish it was Friday.
I don't see it on the outline. I'm sure you don't have this on your sports page, but it's interesting. I stumbled across this just on Twitter yesterday, and according to Bet Online, okay, which is not a site that I use. Of course, I'm a FanDuel guy. Do you know who the most likely team to land Max Crosby is? The Washington Commanders, plus 300.
I did
How
see
is
that yesterday.
Possible? I mean, I don't see here any buzz. Now, I would love it. It would thrill me to no end because I think he's a top 3 game wrecker on the defensive side. I think it would just be amazing. Now, it'd cost a lot, and I just don't see it happening.
Right.
I guess they're just basing it on
Need.
On need and cap space?
Yeah, probably.
Is that all it is?
It's not like Bet Online knows anything. It's not Adam Peters isn't calling Bet Online.
No one's buzzing about it.
No.
Literally no one.
No,
Zero buzz.
But online, when we've seen stories or kind of predictions of like the top 5 teams that would land Max Crosby, you usually see Washington in there.
They're in the mix.
But only because of need.
I saw
a list of 7 somewhere else, and they were not in the mix.
Oh, you didn't see it?
I saw Raheem Mostert on the Colin Cowherd show yesterday. Raheem Mostert's really good. Like, he can go into broadcasting. He'd be excellent. He's been on 6 NFL teams. People remember him mostly probably for the Dolphins and the 49ers. But he was most recently with the Raiders, and he was asked, of all the players you've played, and you've played with great players, you can go through the Niners, played Tyreek Hill in Miami. Cowherd said, who athletically was just different, the most freakish? He said Max Crosby.
I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah.
And plus his motor. His motor is insane.
Would you be willing to part with number 7 overall and another high pick for Max Crosby? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
I would hope that we could get him for less than that.
Like, if I'm Adam Peters, I'd be like, I'd love to get Max Crosby, but I'm not parting with the number 7 pick. How can we move on from here?
I don't think I would do it for the 7th pick, but I will say, I'm telling you, total game changer.
What about?
And I think he could play
this.
for 3-4 years at a very, very high level.
I wouldn't want to kick the can down the road and be like, 2027 first round.
Yeah, I was going to say, how about next year's first round?
I might be willing to do that.
Because we would hope that that's a lower first round pick.
Hope that's like 15 to 20. Maybe
I'm not sure the Raiders would do that.
They probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
unless they want a disgruntled Max Crosby on their hands for however long.
I don't know how accurate these things are when they put these kind of odds out there, but the fact that they're the most likely team. Does that just mean that some guy put a bunch of money on the Commanders and that tilted the odds?
I'm not sure how
I'm not sure how they came up with it.
Yeah.
What's the next team?
The Titans, Patriots, 49ers, Cowboys, Rams. I'll just go to the top 6. But the Commanders are number 1 according to Bet Online, most likely to land Max Crosby. I will say this. If they did it, I would trust them and I would be pumped.
Sure.
I would be pumped.
You'd be excited about it.
Yeah.
Kind of like you were excited about Marshawn Lattimore.
Oh, my God.
That has not worked out.
I mean,
quite so
Lattimore
well.
on paper sounded good, and it was like, okay, all right, I could get behind this.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out.
Right.
No, it didn't.
I think this one will work out.
It worked
and
out
whoever lands Max Crosby is going to be happy.
It worked out partially for some games, but not for the
on the
tenure that he was
whole,
here.
it was kind of a disaster.
Yeah,
they gave up like 3rd, 4th,
I would
5th,
agree.
and a bunch of picks.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt, but I mean, he played better to start the year this year than a lot of people expect.
You talk about a big splash or two in free agency, that's the biggest. If they land Max Crosby, that's the biggest. That would trump any receiver.
Massive move.
It would trump any tight end they sign. He is the edge. He would be the guy.
Right, because if he's healthy, he should give you 12 to 15 sacks, which is something this team doesn't. They don't have that guy on the roster unless you count Dorrance Armstrong coming off of an injury, who was kind of on that pace before he got injured.
Yeah, and I know they love Armstrong.
They do like him a lot. Yeah.
Did we ever do a poll question of would you give up the 7th pick for Crosby? Maybe we should do that.
How about
today.
a future? How about?
I think a lot of people would give up the
next
future.
Year's, how about next year's number 1?
They don't want to give. I don't.
If you said number 7, and no one's going to say yes.
I was going to say majority of people would say no.
How about say a future number 1?
All right, so whatever poll JP's about to put up, it's sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com to get your deals.
All right, I didn't want to usurp your sports page, but I just saw that yesterday, and it got me excited.
Sports page brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company. Spirits locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Indy Bourbon. Now available at ABC stores in Nova. So we kind of talked about it. Trey Young last night here against Houston was ejected. Was that like maybe late third quarter? I didn't see it, but I know there was a one of the Rockets pushed. Who did he push for the Wizards? What player was that he pushed down?
I couldn't tell who that was.
It was Watkins. Okay, it was Watkins. And then, of course, Trey Young. The entire bench was very pissed at the ref because they didn't call that foul.
They didn't call the foul. Nobody's playing defense. It's the wildest clip you've seen. It's just like, it's crazy. It looks like you're at a rec center somewhere. Fight breaking out.
But Trey Young was ejected late third quarter.
Yeah. He had a little passion.
Yeah, good.
You know?
Sticking up for his teammates. Like to see that.
But the bigger story is Trey Young is going to make his debut for the Wiz Thursday night here against Utah.
That's great news. For all the people that were waiting to see Trey Young's debut, thinking it might come with 5 or 10 games left, it comes with many more games than that left on the docket.
Do you think it's a situation where Trey's just like telling him, like, look, guys, come on. I want to play.
I'm sure he's pushing.
I want to play. I want to play. I want to play. Let me play. Let me play. Let me play. And they're finally like, okay, we'll let you play. We'll let you play like 15, 20 minutes, and we'll see how it goes. But yes, as they pointed out, he's only played 10 games this year, so expect some rust.
So right now they've got 16 wins. The Nets and Pacers have 15. In the Eastern Conference and Western Conference, Sacramento still has 14. Utah has 18. Apparently, Coach Brian Keefe, said that Trey will play 17 to 20 minutes in the first game.
Right. See a little taste.
A little tasty taste.
That's
right?
encouraging.
He'll score. He'll get some assists.
Finally get to unwrap the new toy that's been sitting on the sidelines for, it seems like months at this point.
He hasn't played a second yet for the Wiz, and I do feel like he's kind of embraced the city.
Oh, absolutely.
Going to the Caps games. Getting ejected.
Right.
I don't know. I'm all in.
Mm-hmm. But last night the Rockets did win by 5. They were heavy favorites. The Rockets were double-digit favorites to beat the Wiz. Win by 5.
By the way, also a fan hit a half-court shot and put $10K in their pocket.
Saw that, yeah.
At Capital One yesterday.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Pretty
He
damn
looked very
good.
composed and made it look butt easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some kid made the half-court shot on College Game Day on Saturday, too, at the University of Florida.
Okay. What did he win?
I'm not sure what he won, but he hit a half-court shot. Big, heavy-set kid.
Nice.
Freshman fatty.
Hey, good.
Meanwhile, our buddy Larry hit one over at the Maryland women's game. I think he got like a Starbucks gift card or something.
I saw that.
I don't know what he got.
Hey,
but
you know what he got? ADs.
He got ADs.
He got attention dollars.
Yeah. He'd rather get $100K.
Well, who wouldn't?
Houston, by the way, the 3 seed in the Western Conference. I know you guys aren't into the NBA like I am. The Western Conference is going to be very intriguing. Oklahoma City, defending champs, Shea's come back. They're the favorite, but San Antonio's knocking on the door.
Yeah, 3 games
Houston's the 3 seed, and you can basically toss Houston, Denver, Minnesota, and maybe the Lakers in a blender. They're all competitive, but it should be really, really competitive in the Western Conference in particular.
Yeah, last night the tanking teams went 0-3. Wiz lose, the Jazz lose, and the Bucks lose. Now the Bucks aren't really tanking, but they're not as good as the Celtics. The Celtics,
they just got Giannis back.
They just got Giannis back, yeah. But I hit that 3-game parlay tonight. I went through it. There's a bunch of teams playing that you might
So
want.
you're going to do a 5-game parlay with them?
I mean,
why don't you just do 4?
A 5-gamer is probably going to be very difficult to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. But the Mavs are playing at Charlotte. Charlotte's a 12.5-point favorite. Okay. The Wiz are playing at Orlando, back-to-backer. The Magic are 15.5-point favorites.
Oh, big ones.
The Nets are playing in Miami. The Miami Heat are 14-point favorites. The
Adam Silver hates this segment.
The Thunder are playing in Chicago, Chicago, I'd have to look at the standings to see where Chicago is. They're not very good. They just lost
25 and 36.
Didn't they lose 10 in a row not too long ago?
I believe 11 in a row.
Then they snapped it.
They're in a one-game heater.
But the Thunder, number one in the West, trying to hold off the Spurs, are 10.5-point favorites. The Grizz are in Minnesota. Minnesota is a 13.5-point favorite. And then the Suns are playing in Sacramento, laying 10.5. I don't like laying points or betting on teams on the road, but I think I have to take the Suns. So I'm not sure which teams I'm going to play, Bickle. I'm not going to play them all. I might leave that Suns play out of it and do the rest, do 4. College hoops last night. Duke beats NC State. Duke is just on a freaking roll, man.
Great, good for them. I'm glad they're finally having some success.
They are pounding teams.
That's great.
Literally pounding teams in the conference. They go to NC State last night, and NC State is not bad. I mean, they're going to win 20-plus games. They beat them by almost 30. Duke just beat Virginia this past weekend at Cameron.
Crushed them.
Killed them. Duke also beat Notre Dame last week by 40. They beat Michigan here on a neutral floor. They beat Syracuse by 35.
Who are their 2 losses to?
Right before that. Well, they lost to Carolina down in Chapel Hill, and who did they lose to?
Did they lose to Michigan State?
No, they lost to Texas Tech, I think.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah, Texas
Tech.
Yeah, in New York. That was right before Christmas.
Yes, but they're just on a roll. They got one more game left in the regular season.
Is that against Carolina?
It's Carolina at Cameron this weekend. So
Sup dogs will be popping.
So Boozer at 28-9. They just destroyed NC State. Arizona beat Iowa State by 16. Locally, Howard, our boys over there about 2 miles away, beat Coppin. So they got their 20th win. They're 10-3 in the MEAC. They've got one more game left in the regular season. They play Norfolk. They always play Norfolk at Norfolk to close the regular season out. If they win that game, I believe they win the regular season MEAC title. And then the conference tournament will start next week. But props to Howard to win 20 games, 10-3 in the conference. And conference tournaments have started. Last night they started. Tonight,
I didn't get my entry into you, Jason.
Well, you're not that into it. Technically, you weren't supposed to get it in by yesterday because it was just a play-in game in the Horizon League, which no one's going to take those teams.
Do you have a brand new notebook for this?
It's not brand new, but it's right here.
Okay, good.
It's pretty thick, right? But conference tournaments kind of get started tonight, the Patriot League and the Sun Belt. Caps play tonight.
Need those 2 points.
They play the Woolly.
Yeah, the Mammoth in town.
It's kind of interesting. The Wiz and Caps are both playing Utah teams this week.
Wow, look at that.
So they've won 2 out of the last 3 since the Olympic break.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a biggie, too, because it's here, right?
It's here, and other teams around them just keep winning. So they need to keep pace because they've played more games than anybody else. It's kind of a problem.
How are the Mammoth? What's their deal?
They're kind of similar to the Caps record.
They're not bad. I looked at the record. They're not bad.
They're not a pushover.
Mm-hmm.
So, big game for the Caps tonight. NFL trade yesterday. The Houston Texans traded for David Montgomery, RB for the Lions.
Surprised at the compensation they gave up, too.
Did they get a 4th and a 7th or something like that?
And a player.
Yeah.
Drew Scruggs in the 4th and a 7th.
For a 28-year-old running back who's had a lot of carries.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it comes down to the fact that Joe Mixon banged up his foot, missed the entire season. I think his career is in jeopardy at this point. So they needed a more reliable, every down back. And I guess they felt like David Montgomery fit that bill.
There you go. So you got David Montgomery will be RB1 in Houston, we would assume.
The problem is they're stuck with C.J. Stroud.
What else it tells you is that Jahmyr Gibbs straight to the moon with no David Montgomery in the backfield.
True.
Taking a bunch of goal line
Montgomery
carries.
taking fewer and fewer carries as the season progressed?
He's been phased out more this year, but now with him gone, unless they pick another running back relatively high, that's going to be all Gibbs just going to eat. He's going to eat next year.
That could be us if we draft Jeremiah Love.
Could be.
It could be.
Definitely could be
Bill
the case.
could be on the outside looking in.
Yep.
God, who are they going to take?
Yep.
What do you think they could get? What if they acquired Love, and then Love just has a great season, and then they want to move Bill Could they get anything for Bill, their seventh rounder?
I don't know why why would you want to move Bill?
I don't know.
Don't you want some depth in your backfield?
Yeah, you really do. I
think you need a capable backup, but I don't think you're going to get much. Maybe you get a 6th or 5th rounder, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's plus 2 rounds for where you drafted Bill.
Exactly.
You picked him in the 7th.
No, that'd be a great combo, Love and Bill.
Yep.
I think it's a fantasy. I don't think they're going to do it.
Probably not.
But it would be fun.
Would be fun to have an explosive running back in the backfield along with Jaden Daniels.
What if they trade a future first rounder for Max Crosby and then they draft Love? Are you kidding? What an offseason.
It's gonna be erotic. What that's going to be if that happens. All right, don't forget, coming up later in the show, Des Bishop. He's in town at the DC Improv. 2 shows tomorrow. He's going to join us coming up at 8:40 here on The Fan.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
B-Mitch here. Just like on the ice, you got to protect yourself out there. And that's why I ride with Law Tigers in my corner. They've been fighting for injured riders for over 20 years, and knowing they've got my back makes every ride even better. Now, here's a power play that you don't want to miss. Law Tigers teamed up with Harley-Davidson of DC to give away a custom Washington Capitals Harley. This one's a beauty. Trust me. Go to capsfansbike.com to enter today. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Caffers and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner.
Tired of digging your car out of the snow? Donate it to Cars for Kids before the next storm hits. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.org to donate.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With the center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
He got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you guys following this story about the ex-Louisiana mayor
It's so wild.
who banged a 16-year-old at, I guess, like at a pool party a couple of years ago?
Yeah, she was like parading around in her bikini. I think her daughter and her son kind of witnessed it.
Really?
I think she had like a 16-year-old son maybe and a daughter maybe of a similar age, and somehow they caught a glimpse somehow like in the doorway or something of mom banging the son's
16-year-old.
friend.
I mean,
How old is the mayor?
She's like 43.
40, yeah.
So a 16-year-old knocked out a 43-year-old mayor.
Like his buddy's mom.
I know that's a crime. I completely understand.
Yeah.
And the kid was victimized.
What are you going to say? It's kind of hot?
I mean, he's going to go down as a hero. He's a hero in the high school hallways, right? I mean,
I guess.
I'm sure he's traumatized.
Yeah,
he is a minor. So maybe this is not the correct tact for me to take.
Yeah.
Right.
But, sorry, when we were back in high school, if one of us were 16 and we banged a 43-year-old semi-hot mayor, we're freaking
What town
legends.
is she the mayor of?
I mean, it's a backwater town I've never heard of in Louisiana. DeRidder. Have you ever heard of DeRidder, Louisiana?
No.
Probably a population of 50. Like, how hard is it to become mayor? You probably just go to the local general store and they're like, "You want to be the mayor?" She's like, "Okay, sure."
Now,
she's the mayor.
Was she like I think I read, was she like a divorcee or separated from her husband?
I don't know much about her background.
Yeah, I think. And she basically copped to it, right? Eventually she admitted to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She became so emotional, she threatened to harm herself at one point over the news.
Well, she's effed up in the head.
Were there any stories?
Any woman who's going to bang a 16-year-old, you're effed up completely, 100%.
Well, at a party full of teenagers.
I know, you're an idiot.
I mean, it'd be one thing if you had this, you made a terrible decision and you did it in the backseat of a car somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But she did it at a party full of teenagers that she was hosting.
Yeah.
Were there any stories at your school of guys hollering at teachers?
I mean, it's a math is an all-guys school, so you always have these horrible sort of stories of
the cafeteria lady,
the one or two like female teachers,
right?
But that never happened. I mean, maybe
not that I'm aware of. There was always a rumor,
legend.
Yeah.
There was like a legend, but I can't think of one person.
Right.
Trying to think at our high school, I don't really know of any stories like that.
Yeah, I can't remember any either. Of like 16 or 17-year-olds hooking up with like 40-year-old.
There's only one
teachers
teacher that I had that just had tig-oles. That was,
dude. We had
any teachers we wanted to bang in high school.
I don't know that I wanted to bang her. She wasn't necessarily the most attractive, but she.
Here's the thing: attractiveness doesn't matter. when you're 16 years old.
Yeah, I did write a love letter to my second grade teacher.
You're just so horny that you see like a 35 or 40-year-old woman. The attractiveness, it means nothing.
I don't have any recollection of what that second grade teacher looked like. I don't think I had her when you had her.
I was
the one that Cakes was.
I was smitten by her.
Cakes was horny in second grade.
I just don't remember what she looked like.
What kid?
If we found an old yearbook
teacher at some point.
If we found an old yearbook, and we looked at that teacher, would we think she was attractive right now?
I don't know.
I remember the teacher, and I think I had her, and I remember thinking that she was a younger, attractive-ish teacher. Sure, it wasn't
blondish.
I think so. Yeah.
Kind of remember that.
I think I had at least one middle school teacher I got a little bit sized for. I can't remember her name, but she was kind of.
You were hot for teacher.
Did you go to Poland?
Poland, yeah.
So is it the math?
You've already
teacher?
forgotten that he went to school with you?
I can't remember what subject she taught.
Yeah.
But I just remember getting some tinglies. Some tinglies in the pants.
My only recollection, I've told this story before, of middle school is I had a teacher he has to be dead 50 years ago. His name was Mr. Hill. He was my social studies teacher.
Okay.
And he was about 6'4", and he would he was at the urinal, and he stood about 4 feet from it. Okay. He would just show everyone his silly. And
really?
And he would just shoot.
That's
he would just go, and he would just shoot this rainbow into the
he was like
urinal.
Kobe.
Yeah. He would just.
Yeah, this is a crazy story though, especially since the daughter walked in on him.
Right.
I mean,
can you imagine how it traumatizes the kids?
The daughter. Oh.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable.
She's gonna end up
the
like her.
The closest I ever got to being with a woman older, like that much older than me. That this is when I was of age. This is not when I was underage, but I was probably working as either like a cook or a waiter, whatever, when I was 20 or 21 years old. And I went to a house party on Kent Island, okay, across the bridge.
How'd you end up there?
Well, he was working at that place on 50, so it wasn't that far away.
I was working at Texas Steaks and Barbecue is what it was known at that point.
Yeah.
Then it became Red Hot and Blue, and now I'm sure it's
nothing
shuttered and or under a different management.
Did it have a windmill outside
Definitely
of it?
Had a windmill. Of course, it had a windmill, JP.
Had a windmill.
So we wind up at
That's what I remember about that dump.
We wind up at a house party. This is in Kent Island,
Right.
okay, right near Red Eye's Dock Bar and the
Right.
Jetty, I'm sure. And there's a divorcee who works. She's a bartender, and I'm like, I'm gonna close the deal with this divorcee.
How did you think that?
I'm just gonna grouse.
You just had confidence?
He probably his move was probably, do you need a cigarette?
No, my
something
move,
like that.
Here was my patented move: drink as much as humanly possible, still stay awake and somewhat coherent, and just grasp.
So hold on, was this based on any interaction, or you just looked at her and you said
we knew each other? But
you had known her from a previous
restaurant. She worked at the same restaurant.
Okay,
and she was in the
so
sphere,
you guys are
in the social circle.
So she worked at the Red Hot and Blue or whatever.
Yeah.
And so then you went to this other spot at Kent Island, and you're just hollering at her at the bar.
It was a house party.
Just somebody's
a house party. Oh,
just
okay.
hanging out.
Oh,
like some redneck has a house near the
water. What are you
water.
thinking, Jason?
I got blow my nose.
So drink a million drinks, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get in here. I'm gonna make this happen. That was my thought.
So hold on, had you been fantasizing about this while you'd been working with her in previous weeks?
I don't know about fantasizing,
but you were like,
it was a seed in the back of my primordial brain.
Maybe somewhere this could happen.
My caveman brain was like, I'm gonna make this happen.
And you're how old?
Probably 20 or 21.
She's how old?
She's probably 40.
40, but you were
late 30s, early 40s.
Right.
Reasonably
What did she look
attractive.
like? 1 to 10? 7?
6.5, 7, but at that point I wasn't that choosy.
I know, I could tell.
Okay,
right.
So I probably drink 20 beers, whatever.
I'm sure you were semi-coherent.
And then I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna wake up with this chick in bed, and I'll close the deal.
Right.
Instead,
you passed out.
No, not only did I wake up,
you threw up.
No, not only did I wake up not with her, I woke up in the back seat of my car. Outside of the house party, no woman to be seen in the backseat with me. Me by myself, sun just beaming down into the car, just cooking me like rotisserie chicken. And I'm like, how did I get here? I think her name was I don't know what it is. Just call her Brenda. I was like, where's Brenda? I was like, she's got to be in the house. Because I'm just in the backseat of this car, sweating my balls off.
You felt like butt.
Oh, I felt so bad.
Yeah, you felt so bad.
So hungover, cotton mouth.
And knowing Cakes, did she hook up with somebody else that night?
Probably. Most likely. I don't even know. I just know that I struck out, and somehow I wound up outside of the party. I wound up in the backseat of my own car.
Probably got thrown out.
At least he didn't drive home.
I don't think I got thrown out. I mean, how do you get thrown out of a house party? It wasn't at a bar with a bouncer.
It's probably just 8 donks.
No, I probably just, you know what I probably did? I probably went outside, smoked Death Stick, and then in my drunken haze, instead of going back inside, I just went in
to take a nap. You went in
and took a nap.
Yeah.
I fell asleep for like 10 hours.
That's a typical case.
And I almost burned
He passed out.
Yeah.
In Ocean City, there was one girl that he was sized for during beach week. And he got so hammered that when we showed up at the house party, he immediately vomited outside.
Right on the sidewalk. I didn't make it in.
Dude, you were a mess.
Then we put him back on the bus.
They said, you're not ruining our evening. Get back on the OC bus. Here's $2. Take this drunkard back to wherever we were staying.
Does that bus still exist?
I think
that
so.
Ocean City,
the drunk bus. I think it still exists.
It still exists.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Gets the drunkards wherever they need to go.
Right.
Comes in handy.
What a disaster being that bus driver. Can you imagine?
Oh, you see so many drunkards.
All the drunk
That's
teenagers.
That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was $1 to ride that.
I think
It's so cheap.
75 cents.
I'm sure it's a lot different now. But
I knew the night was not going to end well because I had a 32-ounce Big Gulp that I poured about a half bottle of Southern Comfort into and mixed it up with just a little smattering of orange juice.
Yeah.
Didn't end well.
Yeah.
Wasn't a great night.
Not a great recipe.
Somehow that's the way things turn out when you're 20 or 21 years old. Or even younger, perhaps. All right, coming up later on the show, Des Bishop, comedian who's in town at the Improv. He's doing 2 shows tomorrow at the DC Improv. He will join us coming up at 8:40 right here on the Junks.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In a major defensive shakeup, the Washington Commanders have informed 4-time Pro Bowl corner Marshawn Lattimore he will be released. The move, coming just 16 months after Washington traded 3 draft picks to acquire him, clears $18.5 million in cap space. Lattimore, who's 30 in May, currently rehabbing a torn ACL. Now will test the open market. I'm Drake Toll.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Capital One Arena on March 7th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis.
106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. In a major defensive shakeup, the Washington Commanders have informed 4-time Pro Bowl corner Marshawn Lattimore he will be released. The move, coming just 16 months after Washington traded 3 draft picks to acquire him, clears $18.5 million in cap space. Lattimore, who's 30 in May, currently rehabbing a torn ACL. Now will test the open market. I'm Drake Toll.
Liberty
Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
With NFL free agency about to begin next week, the Commanders were busy on Monday making a couple of moves. No surprise, they are releasing veteran defensive back Marshawn Lattimore. The trade a couple of years ago just never worked out. It'll free up $18.5 million in salary cap space. Washington also re-signed guard center Nick Allegretti to a 2-year deal, which keeps him here through 2027. NBA KD was back in town last night, had 30 to pace the Rockets by the Wizards, 123-118. Also found out Trey Young's going to make his Wizards debut Thursday against the Utah Jazz. Crunch time for the Capitals. The playoff push continues home tonight against the Utah Mammoth. Caps hockey tonight, 7 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. College hoops, Georgetown at number 18, St. John's tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Later on, 9 p.m., Virginia Tech, Boston College. That's on 1580 a.m. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Join us in celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004 by my radio math. That's 22 years. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
1 week from today, we're going to have our World Tour stop hit Arlington, Virginia, Par City.
That's right.
Should be a good time. Join us for a Junkies Happy Hour, 4 to 6 at Par City in Arlington.
I honestly can't remember the last time we've been out for like a happy hour.
It's been a while.
I honestly can't remember.
It's been probably many, many years.
Has it been that long?
I mean,
crazy.
I can't recall the last one.
The station doesn't have a promotions department anymore. I know that they can put together promotions, but there used to be a separate department.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it.
Yeah. That'll be fun. Excited.
So
I'm actually going to go out and tour the spot
City
today.
in Arlington next Tuesday, 4 until 6 p.m. We're going to have prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf simulators. The address is 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. So jot it down on your calendar, put a note in your phone, do whatever you have to do.
Mark it down.
And if you're driving by, look for the little green building.
And according to Mike Marr, it's around the corner from Pupatella.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
So you can hit a Pupatella on the way home.
Okay, so perfect.
Grab their meatballs.
Excellent. Sounds like a great plan. All right, so we wanted to bring up the story about Magic City Night that is happening for the Orlando Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks. They're going to pay tribute
Who are the Orlando Hawks?
The Hawks call Magic City, which is a famed strip club in Atlanta, a, quote, cultural institution, and they're going to have a themed night on March 16th. T.I. is going to perform. They're going to serve the world-famous lemon pepper wings in the arena.
Yeah, we talked to comedian Ari Spears about it. What did he call it? He said ghetto with class?
I believe that's correct, yes.
That's what he called
Magic City.
Yeah.
Magic City.
It's a very famous strip club. I said on the air, I think it's kind of trifling. Imagine going to a Hawks game with your kid.
Mm-hmm.
Kid's 8 years old, 9 years old, and they're paying tribute to a strip club. And you got to explain, well, it's a famous place where girls get naked.
Understand. Are they doing it after the game?
No, throughout the day. It's
throughout
like
the day.
You know, like when you go to some games, there's a theme night.
Yeah.
And it might be, Pride Day. It might be whatever. They're doing Magic City Night.
So they've obviously paid for the promotion. The strip club is paid. They're not just doing it out of the kindness of their hearts.
I mean, the
to
Hawks,
promote the strip club.
The Hawks are a middling team.
They're just trying to
maybe
put butts
they're
in the
getting
seats.
some money.
Huh?
They're trying to put butts in the seats. They're doing whatever they can to
It's
drum
just
up
like the
interest.
Wizards will have hip hop night, and then after the game, there'll be
like 2 Chainz perform.
Right.
Or,
some performance.
Yeah, but usually it's the paid. This is not paid?
I don't know. I don't know if it's paid or not. I kind of agree with Luke Cornett. So Luke Cornett is an NBA center. Last year he was with the Celtics. Who's he on now?
With the
Spurs.
Yeah.
He's
I barely know who
he's
he
a big white guy.
He came out with a statement. He said, quote, the NBA should desire to protect and esteem women, many of whom work diligently every day to make this the best basketball league in the world. We should promote an atmosphere that is protective and respectful of the daughters, wives, sisters, mothers, and partners that we know and love. End quote.
I kind of agree with him. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, should the Hawks cancel this night? Or do you think it's okay to go with the promotion?
Now, on the other side, this is the quote from Hawks principal owner, and we know this person, Jamie Gertz. She's an actress. It's been in Hollywood for a long time. Been in a bunch of movies. She's in Twister, Lost Boys, bunch of movies.
Did she marry like a super rich
She
guy?
married one of the owners of the team. Now she's one of the principal owners.
Okay.
Her quote is, "This collaboration and theme night is very meaningful to me after all the work that we did to put together," that seems a little self-serving, "to put together Magic City and American Fantasy," said Hawks principal owner, filmmaker, and actor Jamie Gertz in a press release. "The iconic Atlanta institution has made such an incredible impact on our city and its unique culture." And that's coming from a woman.
Yeah.
That's coming from a woman owner of the Atlanta Hawks. So
I personally think it's trifling. I think they should cancel it. But maybe I'm uptight.
Cancel it, but if you don't support it, don't go. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, you don't have to go that night. And look, they're marketing towards what they feel is their base there in Atlanta. They feel like this is going to get a full crowd at their arena, and that it's going to create buzz in social media and go viral. And
it's definitely gone viral.
I'm telling you, I know I'm on the outlier. Valdez vehemently disagrees, it appears. I gotta imagine that they're involved. This is a paid promotion.
That I don't know.
They're an advertiser.
Yes.
It sounds like, though, that they've done a document, like Gertz and whoever the filmmakers are have done a documentary. So maybe it's just like she said, it's a collaboration.
They're trying to promote her documentary?
Yeah, it's like goes hand in hand type of deal. I don't know.
Look, it's very famous. I mean, last week when we were talking about it, Lou Williams, the NBA player, has talked about it a bunch. All these, it's a spot where the NBA players, like if you follow NBA, apparently they all hit it.
The thing, sure, but it's an adult.
Yes,
it's an adult spot.
Yes,
obviously.
It's a next level strip club.
How
many kids are going to be
supposed to be family friendly?
Right. How many kids are going to be in the crowd asking Dad, "What's Magic City, Dad?"
Not right.
There'll be some.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, if you're an effective
it's
parent,
just a
you just
restaurant.
explain it away, and it's not that big of a deal.
Is part of the deal that they're going to serve food from?
Yeah, they're serving lemon pepper wings, which the club
kitchen is known for.
Right. So it's a whole thing. T.I. is going to perform, and look, it's actually causing a bump in ticket prices. I guess TickPick, I don't know what that is, reported a get-in price initially $10 for that game. It's now gone up to $94 for tickets.
They're not going to cancel it.
So it's they're
not going to cancel.
I don't think they're going to cancel it just because Luke Cornett is
Listen, I'm sure there are other like-minded people that think, hey, this is kind of inappropriate for kids. So I would say, yeah, you're right. You probably shouldn't take your kid to that game.
And
if you have season tickets,
you shouldn't.
If you have season tickets, you feel like you're screwed.
Yeah, you got the short end of that.
Who are they playing for that game?
Don't know. Don't know the opponent.
Magic's against the Orlando Magic.
I was going to say, it's not the Lakers.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the Magic.
Because they don't need to add a promotion for that.
It's not the Knicks.
Yeah.
And look, Magic City is not a house of prostitution. It's a legitimate Atlanta business.
Right.
Now, do some people find that business unsavory? Yes. But I guess a lot of the people that are attending this Hawks game, they're fine with it.
I guess it's just one of those deals. If you're a season ticket holder, you can still go to the game. Just don't bring your kid. Right? Yeah. If you're there's no 16-year-old or 15-year-old or 13-year-old kids that actually own season tickets. It's the parents.
Right.
So it's up to the parents. If you're against it, I totally understand being against it. Just don't bring your kids to that game.
I'm with Cornette. I think they're celebrating something that probably shouldn't be celebrated. And look, I've been to strip clubs. We've all been to strip clubs.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, you've taken money.
Part of the solution.
You've taken money from strip clubs.
That's true too.
Guilty is charged.
All right, let's go to Gary in Upper Marlboro. Gary.
Hello, Gary.
Good morning, Junks. Who would have thought we'd been talking about strip clubs? But,
yeah, why not?
Listen, I have 7-year-olds. I have twins. Okay, and I get what the sort of the shocking nature of this, but let's not be hypocrites. Okay, if that was an actress, okay, who came out and was waving to the fans, and she had a reputation and doing R-rated movies with her sex scenes and all that other stuff, we acknowledge this and we embrace this in every facet of our lives. Okay, we do. Sex sells. Okay, and the fact that the NBA is, honoring this so-called institution, I've never been there, but I can't tell you if I was younger and not married, I wouldn't have gone. Okay, Magic City, yes, it is a way of taking advantage of women, and I get that. Okay, and now that I'm older, I understand that a little bit more. But those women are not being forced to do this. Okay, and we go to Vegas. You guys go to Vegas. Stuff is legal there in Vegas, but no one is saying, I'm not going there because I don't want to support that. You're not partaking in it, but the reason why Vegas has all those shiny things is gambling and prostitution, okay? So I think, it's fine to say I don't support it, but don't act like this is something that's totally off the wall and something that in other...
No, it's just bringing in an adult content kind of thing to a family atmosphere. That's it.
Well, I mean,
right?
They got cheerleaders out there. Look at the cheerleaders.
Yeah,
okay.
I think they're pretty benign. I think the cheerleaders are pretty benign.
Hey, you're right. Sex sells. Why do you think we've lasted 30 years?
Because we're so sexy. Right. All right. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
You guys got a little bit more talent than that.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Look, I don't feel strongly about it either way, but I would definitely suggest you don't bring your kids to that game.
Yeah,
or you know what?
Or just
it's part of the world.
Right,
just say this is it. It exists.
Right.
Yeah, you could if you want to have a conversation.
Or the 7-year-old might not even notice it.
Right.
You won't even have to talk about it.
You know what?
No, 15-year-old, 16-year-old.
You can just lie to your kid.
Yeah.
You can lie to your kid. Say, "What's Magic City?
It's a
Dad?"
restaurant.
It's It's
a theme park.
It's an amusement park. Don't worry about it.
They're not doing like the halftime show, are they?
I want to go to Magic City.
But they're not having girls out there with the tiggles.
I mean, I'm guessing T.I. might have some stripper poles and some girls. I don't know.
They're not going to have the strippers performing at the arena.
What if they did with like their bikinis, like they do in Atlantic City?
Well,
T.I. might.
I don't think they're
have some hot dancers.
Hey, honestly, if you were promoting your strip club,
and some poles,
you probably would have T.I. out there, and you have some hot chicks on
maybe.
poles. It could possibly happen.
I don't think it's going to get that far, but who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows where this promotion's going to go?
I guess it just depends on if you want to discuss it with your kid or not.
Yeah. Just describe it to your kids that it's an adult amusement park. It's not for kids. You just leave it at that.
Adult
It's an adult amusement park. Kids not allowed.
What's an adult amusement park, Dad?
No, you say you just have to be 18 to go.
Why do you have to be 18, Dad?
Because the adults are doing grown-up things.
Because they're taking their clothes off.
What's grown-up things
Because
mean,
they're
Dad?
taking their clothes off.
They're dangerous.
Why are they taking their clothes off, Dad?
Because
There's dangerous rides at this adult amusement park.
It's titillating. Yeah. He's not going to. 7-year-old's not going to understand that word.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Eventually, he or she will understand.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, at the end of the day,
True that.
That's not my thing. Strip club. I've never been comfortable in my entire life ever in a strip club.
I agree.
Ever. Every time I've been in there, been butt uncomfortable.
I've found the thought of going to the strip club has generally exceeded being at the strip club. So it's one of those things where you rally guys, go, hey, let's go strip, and then you get there, and it's like, all right.
Yeah. It's a horrible place. It's not a comfortable spot. Some people love it though. What was the spot in D? Do they still have they still have several spots in DC?
Sure,
What are the
Camelot.
famous ones? Camelot. What's another one that they have?
Oh, what was the one that was right down off of not Georgia Avenue, Florida Avenue, maybe the one that we did an appearance there once.
Nexus Gold Club. That's years
remember
ago.
it was the Final Four.
Final Four.
Yeah, we're watching the Final
Strip
Four.
club appearance.
I think that was at the Nexus.
Is that still around?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
But
It's down around here.
is it
Like,
one of
used
those
to be
spots
around here?
which I don't go to? Was it one of those spots kind of known for like their prime rib or something? Like wouldn't guys?
Oh, Crystal City Restaurant. I think what you're talking about.
That's the one. Yes.
I don't know if that's
is that one still around?
I'm not sure. Caldese is nodding his head that yes, it is.
Is it?
I'll check it.
Do they get butt naked there at the Crystal City joint?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I think they used to be kind of known for like
I
guys
don't know
literally would go there for their food. Their food.
I don't know the laws in Virginia.
Yeah.
Crystal
I used to
City
hear the
Restaurant,
commercials.
Gentleman's Club opens at noon.
It opens at noon.
High noon.
Hit their menu.
Okay, I'll go to the website first. Let's see.
In other words, Hooters, which is benign, but is known for their wings.
All right. You want the full menu? You want the daily menu specials,
What's Crystal City Restaurant known for?
Oh, they got $5.99 daily lunch specials. They've got prime rib.
See, prime
Queen
rib.
cut $25, king cut $30.
I'm telling you, I think they're known for their prime rib.
I've
Hey,
heard
they
that
also have an
before.
open-faced roast beef platter, $8.99. Valdez. I think you'd be ordering that.
Just what you want at a strip club is a roast beef platter.
There's plenty of that going to go around there, Valdez.
Yeah, that's always on the menu.
Plenty of that to go around.
It's never taken off the menu.
Cakes is bringing his wife there this weekend. nice dinner.
That's where we're going to have the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
Can you imagine? If I told everybody, hey, show up at the Crystal City Restaurant, and leave out the Gentleman's Club part.
Right.
Horrifying.
Well, they do have a sports pub and the restaurant. You could get confused. And
So hold on, they have like a regular section, and then they have
no,
an
no,
adult
no,
section?
like down the street, it's Crystal City Sports Pub, and then you can like
and
watch
that's just
games.
a regular spot.
Yeah, that's like a regular spot with good food
Right.
and drinks and everything.
And then what's the one where the tickles?
Crystal City
yeah.
Restaurant.
Restaurant.
Yeah,
It's tabbed as Crystal City Restaurant Gentleman's Club.
It's confusing like video movie liquidators. You never knew what was behind the double doors.
No, there's nothing confusing about video movie liquidators.
So in
okay?
theory-
it was a porno paradise. nothing confusing about it
What do you mean?
whatsoever.
The regular movies up front.
Right, I'm sure. People are going to go rent Raiders of the Lost Ark.
That's
so
when
sure.
people were just outing themselves. Just outing themselves. Just going, you go swing behind the. I'll never forget going to a couple of those places, and there'd be literally nobody renting 48 Hours or Beverly Hills Cop. Of
course not.
But you go behind the
There for
swinging
one
outdoors,
reason.
and it'd be a whole city of people. There'd be like 50 people.
You just prayed you didn't know somebody.
Yes.
Keep your head
The good
down.
old days.
No eye contact.
Dude, that Crystal City restaurant, they must be killing it.
They're still around. They've been around for a long time.
I feel like they've been around for 30 years.
So who's pro Magic City Night? I'm against it.
I'm not either.
I'm not really
I'm
pro, but,
agnostic. I don't care.
Like, I don't think they should have to cancel it just because a few people are uptight about it.
I'm with Luke Cornett.
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
It bothers you?
I mean, not like I'm in
It's in
protest across the country. What do you want me to do?
Right.
I mean, just saying I have an opinion. I agree with
Cornett.
Cornett.
Itself. If they think they can draw a crowd and raise ticket prices, good on them.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't bring my kid to it.
I don't know why.
Well, no one would. Yeah.
Yeah.
People would be upset about Junkies Night at Nats Park. Show has some crude content sometimes.
Sure.
Do people get upset when they do that?
I don't know, but you could. Yeah. I'm just saying you could claim the same thing.
Sure, and that's fine. You shouldn't go.
Right. If you're upset by the content, stay at home.
It's not really Junkies Night. It's 106.7 The Fan Night, right?
We've had Junkies Nights before, though.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We're gonna have one next Tuesday. Par City Golf.
Yep.
Arlington, join us.
Love to see you out
Green
there.
Building.
Strippers are coming.
No strippers.
They're invited.
They're invited.
Everybody's invited.
Yeah, for your appearance, they're invited.
Everybody's invited. All right, don't forget in about an hour and 20 minutes, Des Bishop, who's in town at the DC Improv tomorrow. Go to dcimprov.com for tickets. The comedian joins us coming up at 8:40 here on The Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
What if my child gets sick while I'm at work?
What if I have to stay late?
What if I'm not feeling well?
Don't let the what-ifs run you in circles. If you carpool, vanpool, or use transit, Commuter Connections will give you 6 free rides home in case of illness, emergencies, or unscheduled overtime, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. Register or renew free for Guaranteed Ride Home at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Some restrictions apply.
Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No surprise breakdowns, no stressful who do I call moments. Just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Our expert technicians handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. No DIY disasters. No taking your chances on some guy with a 2-star review. Just year-round peace of mind. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with Crop Metcalf memberships starting at just $15 a month.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
Be Mitch and Finley on another snowy day in the DMV. We're going to talk to David Cobb, CBS Sports at 11 a.m., trying to break down the brackets coming up at noon. The highly anticipated debut of the Be Mitch and Finley GOAT segment, Who's the Best Tight End Ever? Plus, Ben Standing will join the program.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I have a list of 30 of the most annoying driving habits. I'm going to see how many on this list of 30 you guys can.
All right, obviously, being on your phone. That's got to be the top 5. Being on your phone.
You mean the
driver? About
driver?
the driver being on the phone?
Yeah.
No, that's got to be. Well, maybe it's not in the top 30, but
That's
would
got to
be
be the top 30. Not in the top 5.
That would be annoying.
That doesn't qualify on the list?
Doesn't appear to be in the top 19.
It's a faulty list. That's got to be.
Give me the title of the list again.
All right. Here's the exact title of the article.
Top 30 most annoying passenger habits.
Study reveals
passenger habits.
Study reveals the most annoying driving habit, and it's not what you think.
Mm-hmm.
That's the headline.
But it's
I
the
have.
passenger habit.
Yes.
That's totally different.
So the passenger habit, which is annoying, is backseat driving, telling you what you should be doing.
That's clearly on the list. That's number 1 overall.
It's got to be number 1.
How can they have 30 annoying passenger habits?
Well, passengers, I mean, it could be something as
like somebody riding
innocuous
with you when you're driving.
Like maybe,
I know, but what,
maybe
I
you get annoyed
if things that would be annoying.
Well, maybe you get annoyed if somebody's
talking too much.
Whistling.
Whistling?
Not that kind of whistling, like legit whistling or like chomping their gum or something like that, like some sort of sound.
That's just normal.
Right, but you might be annoying to a driver.
Talking too loudly on the phone is number 10 on the list.
Really?
All right.
Yeah. So that does make the list.
Backseat driving.
So
is
they're on the
number
phone
1.
with somebody else.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of rude.
All right, backseat driving is 1.
Yep.
You say 10 is talking on the phone too loud.
What about sleeping? Like, it doesn't bother me, but if you had a passenger sleeping and snoring.
I don't think that's on the list.
Okay.
28.
Is it 28? Okay, falling asleep and snoring. 10%.
Yeah, not just falling asleep. It doesn't bother you, but if they're like making a noise.
There's a lot to track down here on this list.
My wife will, on longer trips, will block. She'll fall asleep and she'll have her feet up on the dashboard and she'll block my view of the side mirror.
I'm guilty of that.
Feet on the dashboard.
I get bitter.
Definitely, that's number 6. 30%
I get bitter.
It's dangerous too because if you do get into an accident, I mean you're in deep doo doo.
Yeah. Sure, it's not great.
You can really jack your legs up.
Yeah.
All right.
She would complain about me backseat driving though.
Well, of course
I do that.
But you don't even let her drive, do you? Like when was the last time?
Unless I'm drinking.
When was the last time that you were sober and she drove you somewhere?
Never. Well, no, that's not true.
Here's
for short trips, you'll
allow
hop in.
it.
Yeah.
Here's one
If
that
I just have to go to the Harris Teeter. Yeah, I'll just jump in.
I don't think this would ever come out of like anybody that that I would drive's mouth, but this would make me upset. Telling you, quote, you could have made that light.
Oh,
like
yeah.
if you slow down.
Well, that's backseat driving.
Yeah, it's just
it's in the umbrella.
It's hand in hand, but
right.
Like that would tilt me.
I'm just trying to think of all the things that I do that my wife hates. That's one thing with my feet up.
So she does nothing that you hate. You can't put yourself in the driver's seat.
No, she drives most of the time. She drives.
And think when she's a passenger, is there anything that annoys you? I can't really think of anything.
No, I think she gets annoyed when, like I say, we're driving up to New York. Say we're driving up to Cornell or something, and I'm in the passenger. And if I just sleep the whole time, that's annoying to her because she has to stay awake. She's tired too, and I'm just sleeping. That's annoying.
This doesn't annoy me. It's just become the dynamic having 8-year-old. I'm often like a chauffeur, and that I'm in the front seat, and my wife will sit in the back seat with Isabella. If it's just the three of us.
And so you have nobody in the passenger seat.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me.
Right.
It's just kind of become the dynamic.
Yeah.
When they're younger,
It's hard to flame people when somebody's behind you.
You got nobody to talk to. Maybe you're talking her ear off.
JP does like to talk and take his eyes off the road at the same time.
So does that mean you go like this? You turn your head
Probably.
backwards to talk to her?
I mean, I'm usually just listening to sports radio.
Is that fighting over the radio? Is that like a passenger demanding control of the radio or Spotify or whatever?
Yeah, that's definitely on here.
Yeah.
That's definitely annoying. The driver, our rule is the driver gets
number
the
7
but that can be annoying because JP's guilty of this. JP loves to change
channels
every 3 seconds.
Changing the music without asking 29%. Reported that as
that
annoying.
is the driver's domain.
Yes.
If you're driving,
Tend to agree.
You get the aux, you get everything, the radio, whatever.
The
your
top
world.
5 most annoying habits.
Oh, hold on, I want to still guess. I think.
Okay.
Well, there's too many. There's
so
many. of them.
many.
Just messiness.
Look at number 16.
I think messiness is huge.
No, how about this?
Like, I'll be honest. Right now, today's what, Tuesday?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll drive carpool, and 6 girls, they trade food. Like, that's the thing that they like to do. And I'll drop them all off, and at the end of the day, there's like wrappers
that's
and
2 of the
stuff
top 4.
all in the back
Just being
seat.
messy.
I need to clean up the car.
Number 2 is leaving trash behind. 41% reported that. And number 4 is eating messy or smelly food. 31%.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, I got another one.
Okay.
This is definitely annoying when you're the driver. Passenger has to go pee.
I believe that is on the list
Passenger
too.
has to go
Too
pee.
many stops.
Wanting to make unnecessary pit stops.
Yeah.
Number 20
I'm
on the
good.
list.
I don't need to stop, but you got to stop again? No.
Sorry, I can drive to Philadelphia or Atlantic City without a stop.
I can't believe
I can't.
some of these are on 9% sucking air through their teeth.
Like, what do you mean?
I mean, who does that?
I don't know.
That's this
I
is
might do
dumb.
that if you have food stuck in your teeth.
This is the dumbest list
Could
ever.
I drive to Philadelphia without stopping? Yes. Would I do it? No.
You
I mean, that's just psychological.
Don't you want to?
No, I want to stop at either like the Chesapeake House or the Maryland House or the Delaware. I'm
You're such
stopping.
a consumer.
I'm stopping at one of those, and
Because
I'm getting
you want to get something.
I'm getting a Coke Zero, and I'm getting either gummy bears or like bubble gum.
It's just part of his ride. That's more the psychology. It's like me having a
100%.
dessert after
And
having
Atlantic
dinner.
City.
To you, it's like
I'm
a treat.
definitely stopping.
To you, it's a treat.
Yes,
Stop.
it's something to break up the monotony of the drive.
No, I just want to get from point A to point B as fast as I
Oh,
can.
I'm fine. I'm fine to budget in some stop time.
We're driving to Philly Thursday night.
Yeah.
There's not going to be any stopping at the Chesapeake House. Like, I mean, it's just insanity.
What if it's during dinner time?
I'll probably address that. I mean, if I'm starving, then I will. Obviously, if I'm starving, I'll stop for food. But I'm not going to sit down like you and sit down
I
at a
get the
fast
food
food
to go.
joint.
But if there's
and
no
I pee.
rush, I don't mind stopping. Like
There's
I'll go to
always
visit
a
my
rush.
brother. There's not necessarily a rush. Like if I don't have to make it there by dinner. He lives in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And I could make it if there was no
There's
traffic
always
probably
a rush
in 4 hours.
because being in the car is miserable.
That's why
great.
taking a break in the middle and just chilling and eating.
No, or just get it over with.
It's fine.
No, I eat while I drive. I eat chicken while I drive.
Well, you're miserable.
He does.
Yeah, I eat greasy
He
chicken.
eats everything.
Everything. I could eat a kava bowl and drive.
Oh, gross.
What do you just drive with your
Knees.
knees?
I'm elite. I'm like a Daytona 500 guy with my knees.
But let's say
never get in his car.
Let's say for
never.
half an hour you
Never
just
drive
sat
me.
down there.
Yeah.
at the rest stop and
I would have a
ate,
stroke if I sat down at a restaurant.
You're just getting to your hotel a half hour later. What's the big deal?
It's more comfortable at the hotel than it is.
It's not more comfortable eating in a car than it is sitting down.
I'm pretty sure we will never, ever, I know I will never, ever get in a car with you three, any of you three, again, in the rest of my life.
True. A road trip.
When would I? Road trip.
If we ever do a road trip like to Vegas again.
A carpool?
No, but we've done trips before.
No, I'll take a cab or Uber.
Versus getting a car with me?
Yeah.
Why? That's rude.
He's a freelancer.
Unless I can drive.
You could drive. I don't love driving.
But that'll never happen again.
Weren't you in the car when
we're
Cakes,
not doing on a road trip
when
again.
Cakes mowed down all the pylons?
Yeah,
you had to have been in the car.
I was. That's why I'll never do it again.
They were flimsy. They did no damage
What was
to the
that,
car whatsoever.
20 years ago?
Nobody was in
that,
danger.
Was that spring training?
Cakes couldn't make a decision. He didn't know to go left or right, so he just went right in the middle.
Yeah. It wasn't my greatest moment.
He couldn't make a decision.
No, I am a silly driver. I just had a moment.
I'm never going to get in your car around here, ever.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't fit into his car.
Yeah, you couldn't. It'd be tough.
Right.
All right, hold on. Let's go
borderline
to
impossible.
Let's go to Andre in Manassas. Andre, what's up, man? You're on the Junks.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. 80% of the time I drive, and when I'm with my wife, but 20% of the time when she drives, I know her because she has this tradition. I mean, Kevin Hart did a skit. She gets in the car and she has to do like 15 things before she pulls out. And I always get annoyed, so I say something, and that in turn annoys her. So I can see perhaps when the passenger tells you, hurry up and pull out, let's just go, as opposed to, her just waiting and going through whatever ritual she does.
Right.
It just boils my blood when she does it. Hopefully she's not listening right now.
Give me a couple things that she does before she pulls
she put,
out.
Lipstick on,
what's
her deal?
Like even now, like the winter time, she has to get out. She takes the glove. She adjusts the mirror. She puts her stuff. She has to get cream to lotion her hands. All these things that she has to do before she pulls out. And then what really annoys me, particularly if we're in a parking lot, like a busy mall or something, and people are waiting, I'm like, just go so people can get the spot. But it's
No. You know what? Those vultures, I'm on your wife's side here. They can wait. They can either find a further spot or they can wait for me to put
but
on
if they see the lights, though, I think it's kind of rude that if they've started the car and they see the lights, it's kind of rude to then just stay in that spot.
I'm not going to stay there and linger longer than I have to, but if I need to put on some lip balm or put on my glasses or put stuff away in my car, like they can wait another 30 seconds.
I get it, but if you've already turned on the car, the perception is that person is about to back out of the space.
Okay.
So people will wait. If you then sit in that spot for 2 minutes playing with your lip balm and doing other stuff, I think that's a little bit rude.
I'm going to make sure my phone is connected. I'm going to make sure I got everything I need before I vacate my spot.
Right.
And if you have a problem with it, go find another spot. There's 100 other spots in the lot.
Let's go to Brian.
I will not be rushed out of my spot.
In La Plata. Brian, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
It drives me nuts every time I'm coming up to a red light and my wife acts like she's a passenger on the plane that Sully landed on the Hudson River. Like she thinks I'm going to just smash right into the car. She grabs.
You're a late breaker.
She air braking on
But you're a late breaker, aren't you?
I'm maybe a late breaker. I do go through brake pads probably a little quicker than others, but I've never in the 35 years of driving, I've never slammed to the back.
Hey man,
I
just
tell
slow
her that
down
every
a
time.
little
Are you a tailgater?
Probably a tailgater.
No, not a tailgater. Definitely not a tailgater. But sometimes I just brake a little late. I tell her,
You're a late breaker.
But you have a perfect record. She should zip it because of your record.
Yeah, but it's annoying.
But it is an annoying.
It's annoying
trait.
when people do
like
that.
People speeding up to slam on their brakes
Because
at a red light. What are you doing?
It's just their habit, though. They're just their habit is they're just late breakers.
Right, and you tense up. If in your passenger seat.
I've been in so many accidents.
I know you have.
I have.
Yeah.
That I will wake up and my wife is closing in on someone and I freak out. And I go, slow down. I say it all the time. Like, you're gonna hit, and she's never hit anybody from behind. I've had like 10 accidents.
She's not a good driver.
That's a lot of accidents.
I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating.
Even if she doesn't have a record,
5 to 10.
She's not a good driver.
My wife.
Yeah. She's not.
She's never gotten into...
Dina, you're not a good driver. I'm
she's
sorry.
Never gotten into like a car accident.
Yeah.
But she has hit 2 people on bikes.
Ooh.
Not a good driver.
Telling people that they're riding the brakes too hard, number 22 on the list. 14% reported it.
Well, it's... If you've been... you have PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have PTSD from the collisions. And so I'll be like kind of like my eyes closed, and I'll open my eyes, and she's closing in on something. My whole thing is, if the car in front of you, if you're gaining on the car, that's bad.
Yes, I agree.
If we're just driving and you're gaining on the car in front of you, and and you see the red lights, that's when I start to panic. Because they're slowing down and you're still accelerating. That's a problem.
I agree.
I have a problem with that.
I would have a problem.
When the car in front of you slows down, you should slow down.
Totally agree.
You shouldn't be gaining. You should never be in a situation where you're gaining on
unless
them.
They slam
unless
on their brakes.
Unless you're planning to pass them or something.
If they're slamming on their brakes and it's kind of unexpected,
takes a second.
That's a little different.
Fine. Right. But when they're slowing down and you're gaining on them, that's when I start to have anxiety.
So the top 5 of 30 most annoying passenger habits. At number 5, saying, watch out, even when nothing is wrong. 30.
By the way, about 20 of these,
about
about 20 of these would fall under the umbrella of backseat driving.
Right. I agree.
This is a terrible list. They just took 20 different backseat driving complaints.
Yes. Backseat driving.
Number 4 is eating messy or smelly food. We touched on that. 3, complaining about your driving. That's backseat driving.
Yeah.
2, leaving trash behind. 1, backseat driving.
My wife. How about do they have taking your shoes off?
Let's see.
By the way, I know that's Cakes' number 1 pet peeve. I took my shoes off on the flight back from wherever I was, Orlando.
Why?
That's not my number 1 pet peeve. Number 1 pet peeve on a flight is somebody
seat back
reclining their seat.
No, he's
into my
got me.
space.
Yeah, so you got me. I don't do that.
I do.
It's the 3 of us: my wife, my daughter, and me. I'm in the inside against the wall. I'm butt uncomfortable. My feet. I got the stupid bag under the seat in front of me. I got these freaking heavy ass sneakers. I took my shoes off. I just did.
Stinky.
I don't think they were stinky. I think they were money.
Did you take a shower before you got...
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what they didn't smell like? They didn't smell like Mike Barr when he came in here smelling like cologne this morning.
God, he bathed in cologne.
He had a lot on.
Why did he put cologne?
Is Tiger Woods about to self-sabotage his new relationship?
What?
We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The goal volley slam to in. And
DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Save on seasonal produce at Whole Foods Market. Get green and red seedless grapes for $2.49 per pound with Prime through March 3rd. Perfect to add to chicken salad or a charcuterie board. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC system went down last summer, I needed a team that could handle the cold. I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, that's my guy. This isn't some big corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company, and his crew really knows their stuff, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. These guys are pros. They did a great job at my house, and Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. When the cold comes at you like a breakaway, you want the right team in net. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Every day can be game day when you're a Washington Capitals season ticket member. With one membership, you get year-round perks, exclusive access, and unforgettable experiences on and off the ice. Don't just watch the action, be a part of it. Visit washcaps.com/season tickets and join Capitals Club Red 365 today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Who's that again? I don't know that number.
Please hold for a very important message.
And skip. You can skip robocalls, but don't skip your well visits and recommended vaccines. They help protect you. So ask your doctor or pharmacist about any recommended vaccines you may need. Really? Again? And skip.
A public service announcement from Vaccinate Your Family in collaboration with Merck.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Report from the Daily Mail that Tiger Woods' tumultuous relationship history may have come back to bite him as his girlfriend, Vanessa Trump, feels, quote, insecure about their romance, according to a bombshell new report.
Well, who's the source?
Well, who cares?
It says
that's what I'd say.
It's just a bombshell report.
Here's a source, EB.
Yeah.
A source told the National Enquirer that she's insecure when it comes to him and other women.
She should
Vanessa
be.
follows Tiger everywhere and checks up on him and what he's up to through mutual friends when they're not together.
Right.
Based on his history, that makes sense.
The source added, Tiger is feeling henpecked and stifled. He wants Vanessa to trust him and not judge him on prior behavior.
Right.
But the more serious they get, the more fearful she becomes that Tiger will slide into bad habits and self-sabotage.
I mean, probably when he gets tired of. I mean, Is
she around when he does the TGL? Does he do the TGL?
He is always there. Yeah. He's not playing yet.
I've seen
He's
more
always
commercials lately for TGL. I don't know if it's coming.
Was
to
the
a
TGL?
conclusion.
Was that on last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was he there? I didn't. I missed it.
2 nights ago, maybe.
Watching the
I
Duke
can't remember.
game.
I don't know. Did you see the
I
video?
mean, he's getting to the age where he just needs to settle down.
I think he's
chill.
He just needs to
He had
settle
a
down.
long-term relationship
And live
with that
the-
other chick.
Live the rest of your life with one woman.
He tends to be with for 3 or 4 years.
He does have a point. Wasn't he in sex addiction counseling many years ago?
Yeah.
These aren't unfounded fears by her.
Did he have to do that because the court ordered him, or was it like a preemptive strike for something to say, "Hey,
I can't remember."
In other words, does he acknowledge that he's a sex addict, or was that just something you had to do to comply with court?
I
don't know.
Don't remember.
I'm not the Tiger Wood expert here.
Yeah.
You and Valdez.
There are two or three other Tiger experts.
He dated Lindsey Vonn for a few years.
And then the Herman chick for a while.
The 6 from the restaurant.
EB, this part you'll like. The report of his latest flames insecurity comes after body language expert Judy James exclusively revealed to the Daily Mail that Woods and Trump's appearance at the Genesis Invitational appeared performative.
That's from the video. You guys saw the video where they were posing for pictures, right?
I did see. Sadly, I did see the video.
It's the girlfriend to the Trump Jr.'s ex-wife or whatever.
Yep.
I think that's who it is.
Yes, ex-wife.
She's just kind of taking pictures with him, and then she's cozying up to him. And he looked fine. He didn't look like he was thrilled, but he looked fine.
She described the moment as a, quote, awkward-looking body language display for the cameras, adding that Woods adopted a lightning smile that radiated no really authentic signals of happiness or delight. Tiger's fake smiling.
He looked like he was...
No one knows if he's fake smiling.
She's a body language expert, Jason.
It doesn't look like a fake smile.
I consider myself a body language expert, actually.
Well, I don't see your
looked
name
like
in
he
this,
was
in
just
this,
tolerating.
story.
You know how, like...
I mean, he's out in public. Everyone's looking at him.
looking at him. He looked like he was tolerating it. It's obviously not the number one thing he wanted to do.
No, he's not comfortable doing that.
But... people want their picture taken with Tiger, and his girlfriend at the time wants her picture, and so he did it with everybody staring at him.
He just needs to chill. Everything's fine. Live the rest of your life with, what's her name?
Vanessa.
Vanessa. If she's nice, if she's a good person, live the rest of your life with Vanessa.
But what do you care if he's with her or if he's with 50 chicks?
I'm just saying, as a 50-year-old, that's what he
was
needs to do.
playing better golf when he was with a ton of chicks.
Well, he was playing better golf before he had 25 surgeries.
Well, he was playing better golf when he was 30.
He was mowing through chicks.
Yeah, I mean,
a couple of guys thought he was like a borderline virgin.
Well, somewhere he went from the world's biggest nerd when he was like 16 to a sex addict.
Mm-hmm.
How'd that happen?
He was probably crushing it at Stanford.
Maybe. I'm talking about when he was 16 and playing in the LA Open or whatever. He seemed like he was a pretty innocent guy. Now, the word is that he learned it from his dad, whose dad had like the trailer at the golf course and was just tagging chicks in there all the time, cheating on his mom, and Tiger knew it. So Tiger learned his philandering ways from Earl, who apparently was a scoundrel.
What happened?
Makes sense.
Matilda?
Catilda, JB. Catilda.
She passed.
R.I.P.
Right? She passed like a couple years ago out of nowhere. She was at a TGL event, and next thing you know, she died.
Yep.
I don't even think we ever found out what happened. It was kind of like a sudden thing.
She doesn't even know what happened.
Right.
Just all of a sudden.
Is that Catilda from the messages from that whole incident?
What happened?
Yeah, from
one of the great sound clips
from the car crash, right?
It's a top tenor.
What happened?
Dude, do you have Tiger's message where he says, you got to erase, do me a favor?
I only have Catilda.
You don't have those anymore? Valdez, can you find it in 30 seconds? Where Tiger was begging, who was it? Drabby was just talking to the girl. Was one of the girls.
Oh, Rachel you could tell.
Rachel, you could tell her one of them.
Who's married to the guest that we had on like 2 weeks ago. The security expert. She's now married.
Oh, she was married to him. I thought she just represented that person.
Full on married. Either married or engaged. One of the two.
Right.
I think they might be married.
No, but
Dan Donovan?
Man,
his name?
Those are the glory days, man, when we were getting all those messages from Tiger and to the
that and Charlie Sheen's mental breakdown.
The Mel Gibson
Mel
clips.
rave outs. We need some good rave outs.
Yeah,
we had Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah,
that wasn't bad.
That pales
that's not on like a Mel or Charlie Sheen level.
I can see Valdez is on it. He's checking it for cursing, right? He's checking it for cursing.
It's Tiger. I need you to do me a huge favor. Can you please take your name off your phone? My wife went through my phone and maybe calling you.
What happened?
If you can, please take your name off that. And what do you call it? Just have it as a number on the voicemail. Just have it as your telephone number. That's it. Okay, you gotta do this for me. Huge, quickly. All right, bye.
What
Huge,
happened?
quickly.
In other words, he's basically saying, where you greet and you say, "Hey, you've reached Eric Bickle."
Yes.
And leave a message. Take that off.
Yes, take that off and have the generic number.
Right.
So when
like
my
you've
wife
reached
calls,
Right.
she doesn't hear it's some sultry woman's voice.
Right.
God, what year was that?
What a time to be alive. I was like 2005, 2006 in that range. No, later than that. 2008, 2009. In that range. I remember it all happened around Thanksgiving because I was in Jersey.
This is 16 years ago. This was
been a lot of Tiger content this week.
It's been a lot of Tiger content.
Maybe you were gone. Valdez was obsessing how he looked.
Well, he looks great.
In a picture.
Is that what you're saying?
No, he said he looked horrible. I think he looks great.
I think he looks great. He looks so
He
jacked.
did a picture with his son,
his son
like
and his
for a
ex.
ring ceremony.
I saw that with Elon.
Yeah, Valdez thought he looked horrible.
Oh, because of his suit.
He doesn't like his hair.
Yeah, okay.
I can see
dude,
that.
when he's wearing a Sunday red, he looks like $1 million.
he looks amazing in golf
If he's
gear.
got the hat on, he's got
By
to
the
have
way,
the
the
hat on.
Sunday red gear, which is overpriced, it's in that high-end, exclusive golf stuff that I don't recommend anybody buy. It's starting to look good. It's growing on me.
It's starting to come around on it.
It's growing on me. It is. That really, really high, super, super high-end stuff. I mean,
Yeah, but you need to see like the irregulars that show up like at Marshalls. You're not paying full freight.
yeah.
You're not paying like $90 for a T-shirt.
No, never. But the gear, I mocked it at first. It's nice. And by the way, Tommy Fleetwood, who lost his Nike deal, don't be shocked if he doesn't show up in some Sunday red gear. Valdez.
Trust me, I won't be shocked. I will be not moved if he shows up in Sunday red gear. It's fine.
You won't wear Sunday red next Tuesday at Par City Golf
I
in
think you should.
Arlington.
Tuesday red?
I would only wear it if someone gave it to me. If you give it to me, I would 100% wear
I mean,
it.
you can get a coastal stripe polo for just $120 on his website.
Yeah, I just can't do that.
Matt Myers, I just need to pick a couple winners for the API. You got any favorites you like?
Favorites?
Well, just you like any players? I need an American and an int.
I like Kitayama. I like Rory.
You like Russell Henley?
No. And Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Valdez, we got to get a DFS golf sweat. We used to do that back in the day.
Sure.
Need to make some side cash. Get the side hustle going.
All right, we're going to have Des Bishop on soon, right?
He's coming on at 8:40.
8:40, okay.
Yeah, so he'll be at the Improv tomorrow. But before we get to that, we're going to get into Trey Young. He's going to make his debut for the Wizards this week against the Utah Jazz. As a Wiz fan or just a casual basketball fan,
jazzed.
are you pumped for it? Are you pumped for the Trey Young debut?
Yes.
As a member of the Washington Wizards, 800-636-1067. We'll discuss that and take your calls on that next.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but the Houston Texans have traded for an old man running back. That's right. They grabbed David Montgomery from the Detroit Lions and now add him to the list of Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon, David Johnson, Mark Ingram. Remember, Rex Burkhead played in Houston for a little bit. They're just addicted to the old guy running back thing. I'm Drake Toll.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. Love FanDuel and Hoop fans. It's almost time for the Super Trey Day sweepstakes. FanDuel's all about those three-pointer moments, and on March 3rd, that's 3-3, you'll have your own shot at a big win from downtown. All you have to do, place a three-point wager, and you'll be entered to win a share of over $3.3 million in bonus bets. That's $3.3 million. All you have to do, download the Sportsbook app by going to FanDuel.com/EB to claim your profit boost to enter. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Make sure you use my promo code. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C., no purchase necessary, opt-in required, limit one entry, profit boost issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token, prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty.
There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
We'll tip it off with the NBA. Kevin Durant was back in town last night. KD had 30 to lead Houston by the Wizards, 123-118. Wiz have lost 5 in a row. We also found out that newly acquired star Trey Young is going to make his Washington debut Thursday night, home against the Utah Jazz. Wizards are right back on the floor on the road tonight in Orlando, 7 p.m. on Bloomberg 99.1. Hockey crunch time for the Caps, home tonight against Utah Mammoth as the playoff push continues. Caps hockey, 7 p.m. tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. College basketball, Georgetown, number 18 St. John's tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980. Then later on, 9 p.m. Virginia Tech, Boston College. That's on 1580 a.m. Busy Monday for the Commanders. They are releasing defensive back Marshawn Lattimore. Washington also re-signed offensive lineman Nick Allegretti to a 2-year contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Don't forget, a week from today, March 10th, is the date. You can join us at Par City in Arlington. You can hang out with us happy hour style from 4 until 6 p.m. Compete for prizes for both longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf sims. The address, 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. That is a week from today. We expect a great turnout. Do not disappoint us.
Sims are hot.
Make us look like jerks. So we'd love to see you at Par City in a week.
Sims
All right,
are
so
hot.
we wanted to get into Trey Young. The news broke yesterday that he will make his season debut for the Washington Wizards against the Utah Jazz in a huge tankathon, tankapalooza face-off between two bottom feeders in the NBA. But that's the secondary story. The headliner is that Trey Young, who was acquired in early January, is going to be making his debut for the Washington Wizards.
This is sooner than
How excited are you about him finally taking the court?
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I didn't think he would play this soon.
I'm a little surprised by how early it is, too.
Yeah.
Because I thought they would just get within the last,
5 to 7 games.
maybe 8 games. Say, okay,
lock in that top 4.
Have our spots secured. Now we'll get Trey into the mix. Maybe get some Anthony Davis as well.
Now, he's not going to play a ton of minutes.
Yeah, they're just going to limit him. That's what they'll do.
That's okay.
They'll probably limit him the whole time.
So if he plays 17 minutes, I don't know, he might get 6-8 points.
We've had Will Dawkins on many times, and he always stresses player safety and health.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think they're limiting the minutes because they don't want him to impact the game too much.
Well, also because he hasn't played in a couple months.
Yeah. Of course.
Taking care of whatever injury he has.
Don't want to impact the game too much.
But you don't just throw him out there for 35 minutes his first game back.
Of course not.
Got to make sure he's got his legs under.
But I would expect that the minutes restriction will be largely in place for most of this season.
Could be.
He'll probably not play any back-to-backs.
Yeah.
He'll probably play, if there are 22 games left, I'll put him at 15.
Here, ask me, am I excited? I'm excited.
I know you are.
I'm all in on Trey Young. I just think I like the way he's embraced the city. I like the way he's going out there supporting the Caps. I like the way he's out there on the bench fighting for the boys. I don't know. I'm impressed by the guy.
JP doesn't seem very particularly moved.
I don't think he's a winning player.
JP's a stick in the mud over there.
Well, look, I can have an opinion. I don't think he's a winning player.
Yeah.
I think the Hawks got rid of him for a reason. I think he will put up numbers. I would be more interested if Sarr was on the court and Anthony Davis was on the court with him, because I do think he will score points. When he's on the court, the guy can score and he can get assists. He's a defensive liability. Overall, I think there's a reason that the Atlanta Hawks moved on from him.
Well, I think they didn't want to be centered around him, but I still think he could be a productive piece for sure.
Offensively, he's definitely productive.
Yeah. And then they think they have...
Although his numbers have come down.
Yeah.
But he's getting older and had the injury, but defensively, he's a liability.
Hey,
but they think they can make up for that with their defensive guys.
I'm okay with the Wizards being like his rehab stop. Like, rehab his image, polish him up, and if he's not here long term, that's fine.
That's fine, but I don't think that's the goal. I don't think their goal is to rehab his image and move him for another piece. That's why I think they're talking about. I mean, the story overnight was they think they're going to come to a 3-year extension agreement with him.
I mean, if they think he's a cornerstone of the team going forward, that's something Will Dawkins is going to have to figure out.
If I was in charge, but look, I can be proven wrong. He might prove to be a winning player for this team and be a great asset.
Did you think he was a winning player when he took them to the finals? Whenever that was.
I mean, you got to look at the entire roster, but yes.
Yeah.
But he's not as good as he was. His shooting percentage has gone down.
Yeah, it has.
And maybe he's been exposed defensively where teams attack him.
I don't think there's any
so they've got the back-to-back
There was
tonight.
tepid interest around the league. The Hawks were trying to get rid of Trey Young for a while.
Yeah.
And there was very little interest. So it's not just JP saying it. It's most of the league saying it. Now, could Will Dawkins and the Wizards be right? Yes, of course they could be. But most of the league was out on Trey Young.
Well, I think as sort of the focal point of your offense, I think the league is maybe out on that. But
he's a guy who makes close to max player money.
Yeah, but they're saying this next deal will be in the 30 to 40 million range, which won't be anywhere close to the max.
That's still a lot of money.
It is, but it's NBA money.
They've got a salary cap floor they have to hit anyway. So if you're paying Trey Young $35 or $38 million, that's just the current price of doing business in the NBA. Is the way I look at it.
It'll be interesting to see what they do. So they got the back-to-back tonight at Orlando.
Yeah, he won't play the back-to-back.
No, they're not winning that game. But then they've got Utah, and then they've got 2 nights off, and then they've got New Orleans at New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. Ben, I see
those are winnable games. Utah and New Orleans, they don't want to win both those games.
No, of course not.
And then they've got Miami and Orlando, and then Boston on the road. They're going to lose those 3, but they kind of have to lose one of those games against the Tankers.
It's pretty incredible when you look at the standings, and they have the 4th worst record. The teams below them are all consistently losing, right? So Brooklyn has lost 8 in a row. The Pacers have lost 6 in a row. The Wizards have lost 5 in a row.
The Jazz.
Now, Sacramento actually snuck in a win, but they've lost 8 out of their last 10.
Jazz have lost 6 in a row.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ben, I want to hear your take on Trey, on how he fits in.
I'm excited for it, and honestly, if I had to guess, I think on Thursday they probably win by 30 at home. It just seems like one of those moments they'll use it as a statement game. It's the Jazz who are going to sit everybody. They'll do whatever it takes to lose that game. The Wizards understand that. You play them again in a couple weeks on the road, so maybe that's the one that you got to get the loss in if you're going to split with these guys. You're at home, Trey Young in the building. There's going to be a lively atmosphere.
So they're going to try to win.
They'll blow them out. They're going to blow them out.
What do you think? Do you agree with JP's assessment that Trey Young is not a winning player?
I think the narrative around Trey Young and that type of thing that surrounds him not being a winning player is primarily because of his defense. I think if you mask some of those deficiencies with what you have in the front court with Sarr and AD next year, Koulibaly, who's been the defensive stopper, Watkins, who they signed to a new contract, George getting better defensively, I think they can mask some of those deficiencies, and they need a true playmaker on this team. He brings that to the table.
Right. They can work their way around his defensive shortcomings. Like that's why you went out and got Anthony Davis to pair with Sarr in your front court. Like if somebody blows by Trey Young, which will happen, you have reinforcements closer to the rim.
I don't think he forgot how to shoot too. A lot of that is shot selection, and I'm guessing if it's important to him, he can improve that.
Mm-hmm. Look, I've been in the tank for Bub. He's not good enough. He's young, but they kind of decided that they want somebody better as their premier point guard.
Yeah.
And Bub is kind of
I think Bub is a trade piece. I think Bub, they play him all the time. I think they're trying to, I think eventually they're going to move on from Bub.
I mean, that could be the case, but again, he's not 20. A guy I'm going to punt on. He's 20 years old.
Yeah.
Like these guys are not fully formed products at this point.
Yeah, but Bub's not a star. We already know that. Bub's not going to be a star. Bub's going to be a role player throughout his career, I think.
Probably.
That would be my guess.
But Commanders fans should be excited for the Trey's finally.
You mean Wizards
I'm sorry,
fans?
Wizards fan. Commanders. Yeah. Wiz fans should be excited that Trey's finally going to be out there.
I'm super excited.
Even though it'll be 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I think he's shown a passion, and it's obvious he's embraced this opportunity.
Yeah.
See, my thoughts are,
I
want the Wizards to be
an extension.
I want the Wizards to be a championship team.
Yeah.
And everybody wants them to be a championship team. I think Trey Young and AD and what they're doing, it feels like they're going to get back to the Bradley Beal, John Wall range.
I don't think that's the goal.
That's definitely not the goal.
What can happen is with that pick, you can get somebody that can truly change. I don't think they've got that guy yet. I think these guys will put up numbers. Like when AD's on the court, AD's a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Young is a very good player, has been an all-star. They will put up numbers, and they will win more games, but I just don't think if you look especially at the Eastern Conference, they're not going to be a top 4 or 5 team. So you just don't think that
Keyshawn is an ascending potential star?
I don't know about potential star. I think he's a good player.
Think Will Riley might be a potential star.
Well, Riley's instant offense. I think they can be good.
And then who knows
players.
what the ceiling is on Trey? Trey Johnson.
I don't think they've got their anchor yet. It's just my opinion.
I think they Sarr might be that guy, but they want another guy to go with him. They're not done yet. They want another piece alongside Sarr.
Sarr, Trey, AD. Now this would be next year.
Mm-hmm.
Keyshawn.
Right.
Will Riley with another summer of getting better, getting stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Johnson. Dude, they have that. That's a nice core
and play.
But I don't even think they're as good. I don't even think
they draft.
I don't even think that team's as good as the 76ers, which right now are the 6th seed in the East.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the Sixers have an anchor. You got Tyrese Maxey, leading scorer. Joel Embiid, because of his injuries, they limit his minutes. Sometimes he doesn't play games, but he's still a stud.
We just don't know it.
Anthony Davis is up there.
Yeah.
The problem is he doesn't play that often.
he's
I
hurt.
doubt it's going to change.
We don't know.
Like, would you expect him to play 70 games next year?
No, but we just don't know.
Yeah. Well, of course you don't know anything.
We have no idea how Trey and AD are going to play together.
But you hope they gel. That they're a good combination.
If they're on the floor, they're going to be pretty good.
I'm moderately excited to go back to the question. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. I'd be more excited to see if he was playing with AD and Sarr.
Of course. But it's just, it's your first.
This is just the taste.
I don't even need to see it. I know what Trey Young is.
Yeah, but we want to see him with
these
these
guys.
guys.
You don't know what he is with this core around him.
Maybe he's going to.
What do you think? He's going to be a post-up player all of a sudden? He's going to be a guy that takes 3-point shots and gets some assists.
I hope the guy scores
he's going to dish it.
25 a night and dishes out 10 assists.
Yeah, but his mindset might be a little more team-oriented than it has been in the past. It's possible. More of a leader of these young guys.
Look, you can't deny did he not lead the league in assists last year or the year before?
Yes.
He had 11.6 in 24-25.
I actually think some of the rap on him is probably unfair. Because he clearly can pass.
And he can shoot, too. He didn't forget how to shoot. That's shot selection.
I don't know.
I just love the way he's embraced the opportunity here. From the outside looking
He's
in.
not
I had no
sulking
opinion.
about
I had no
getting
opinion on him
traded
before.
here.
Yeah, no. He's embraced
He's the complete opposite.
He's completely embraced
I'm just a skeptic.
He's fighting
And
for the
that's-
guys.
You can hate on me for being a skeptic. I think the league is skeptical on Trey Young.
You could be a doubting Thomas
Yeah,
when
yeah,
it
I
comes
don't
to
care.
Trey Young. That's fine.
I don't even care about that.
You know what it feels like to me to use it feels like when the Commanders /football team /Redskins brought in Carson Wentz. That you're bringing in a guy who the league's kind of decided not into.
No, I think he's beyond. I think Carson at that point was shot. I don't think Trey's shot.
What do you mean? You were the one who was saying, look at his numbers
No,
in
in
Indianapolis.
hindsight, I think he was shot.
Yeah.
I don't think Trey's shot.
No, he's not shot.
I mean, his numbers have taken a dip, but still was averaging 19 and basically 9 assists per game before he got traded.
You're averaging. That's based on 10 games. That's like
Right,
a nothing.
his
That
small
doesn't even-
sample size.
That shouldn't even count.
Yeah, he'll put
His
up
last full season, he was 24-11.
Right.
He'll put up numbers.
Yeah, but-
25 and 10.
But if you have these young guys you're trying to develop, you don't want him averaging 24.
That's fine. But average 11.
Want him,
Sure.
Yeah, averaging 10 and a half, 11
Average
assists.
18.
Yeah.
Average 18 and 11.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be huge.
Sure. I mean, if Davis is there, Davis is going to score.
It just
Davis will, if he's healthy, he's going to be 25 a game.
numbers don't necessarily lead to wins is the problem. Like, I just punch up one of the worst teams in the league. I just wanted to punch up a random team. Michael Porter Jr. averages 24.5 for the Brooklyn Nets. What does that give him? You know what I mean? Like, I just
Yeah, but
don't think he's a winning player in the league anymore.
personnel. I just think
They're a terrible team.
I think
like the
we have a
Wizards.
nice core. Maybe I think higher of the pieces they've
Yeah,
they've
and
got.
Dawkins
They're
and
young
Winger,
guys.
they feel like Davis and Young, as long as they're healthy, are going to help elevate and mentor this
To me, they're just-
young core of players.
They're proven veterans, and now you have these young guys that you think are actually going to be part of the next generation of very, very good players.
Or they're pieces to the future puzzle that they will move.
I don't think
Yes.
that's why they acquired him, though.
Yeah. I wish I knew.
I think they're trying to see if
I
this
wish
will
I
work.
knew it was
and
in
if it
Will's
doesn't,
head.
then they'll move them. I think this is their first crack at seeing, how does this mix? I'm going to put this recipe, I'm going to put this all together, these ingredients. Let's see how, and if it doesn't, then they'll move, of course.
You may be right. I would bet that neither of them will be on the team in 2028.
I don't even know if I'll be alive.
2028.
When is that?
Three
That's like
seasons?
2 seasons from now.
Barely in 2026.
Well, I believe
Well, the next season is 2026-27.
I understand.
Do you believe the story that's being floated out there that they're talking about a 3-year extension?
Sure.
Yeah. I think they want it to work.
But people get traded with 3-year extensions.
Of course. But I think the goal is not to just move him for a piece. The goal is, let's see, this is our first crack at seeing if this recipe works.
You may be right. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they win a championship as soon as possible.
I'm
It
not
would be
suggesting
awesome.
they're going to win a
One
championship.
of the best sports experiences I had was being in a game where they won their first round playoff match with John Wall and Bradley Beal advanced to the second round.
But one of those pieces, if they're going to win a championship, and it's a long shot, winning a championship ain't easy.
Yep.
Come on. But it's going to be who they draft this year.
Absolutely.
That's going to be one of their main pieces.
That's the bigger one.
If it's a high enough pick.
Well, let's hope it is.
All right, if you want to weigh in on Trey Young's debut that's coming later this week against the Utah Jazz, you're welcome to do that.
Where's your Bullets fever?
At 800-636.
I got a good case of it right now.
1067.
I got like a 102, 103 fever.
Oh, it's rising?
102? Yeah, I want to see Trey in a Wizards uniform.
Pretty high.
I feel like he's embraced the city. I'm embracing him back.
So let's see if the audience has any case of Bullets fever. If they want to call in, 800-636-1067 is the number. Don't forget Des Bishop, comedian who's performing at the DC Improv this week. He'll join us coming up at 8:40 here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk, 106.7 The Fan.
We've all seen it before. The underdog down at halftime, trailing, written off by the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback, if you will. Your finances can be the same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it all around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. That's TRAJANwealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling, and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Drive home with Grant and Danny
4 p.m. today, got your chance to win Harlem Globetrotter tickets. You must be listening to win. And now that we're a couple days removed from the NFL Combine, who did themselves favors and who hurt themselves? Who might be there if Washington moves around the draft board? And the Caps are back on the ice with a couple more points they got to have. Plus, we'll see a recently traded for star in D.C. on Thursday. Trey Young makes his debut. We'll discuss.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowes.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowes.com/same-day delivery.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Discussing Trey Young's upcoming debut with the Wizards as they host the Jazz later this week. I believe that game is Thursday.
What's your I have a 102. That's like a 101.9 fever to see Trey make his debut.
I'd say my Bullets
like a
fever.
101.9.
Yeah, mine's about 102.5.
You know, he'll panic.
He's been waiting since early January.
Yeah.
Since the trade happened. Now he's finally going to be out on the floor. I want to see the results.
I think I'm at 98.6.
Oh, you don't care at all.
I'll say I'm a 99.
Oh, that's enough.
I mean, that's not even.
So you won't even tune in.
That's not even worthy of taking.
No, you won't even tune in.
No, I'll watch.
Look, in 17 minutes, I'll probably give you 11 and 4.
Yeah, who cares? I'm not looking for any big number. I'm not looking for
production
one number.
right there. 17 minutes.
He produced, dude. You know who's been producing? I told you he was a microwave garbage. In 20 minutes of playing time, and it's a small sample size, 5 games, Jaden Hardy's averaging 14 points.
Well, I watched him. He is a microwave.
He's a garbage time king. That's what I heard about him before he was acquired, and he's living up to that status.
If he could do it in garbage time, he probably could do it.
No, he can score.
That's great. Yeah, he's super quick. He breaks down guys. I saw him break down like 4 guys. He gets to the basket, and I assume he could shoot too.
He's not the best of shooters, but
he's a mid-range guy, though, right? Not a long-distance guy.
I think he's kind of a chucker.
To me, he's just
But I know when he was at the Mavericks,
attacking the basket.
When he was at the Mavericks, when they made it to the NBA Finals, he was instant offense when he was on the court.
Right. I got so JP's at a 99, Jason's at a 98.6. That side of the room, nonplussed.
They're
they don't
fine.
care. Okay, I got a 101.9. Kate's got a 102.5.
We need like hazmat suits.
Yeah.
The fever spreading.
It's just.
I'm
not in love with this player, but James Harden was traded for Darius Garland, right? Like Darius Garland, I think would have been a better player for the Wizards than Trey Young. It just
he had a serious injury, though.
I'm telling you, it feels like a Carson Wentz move, like a guy who's been good.
I trust Will Dawkins' hoops acumen over JP Flames.
You think Will Dawkins is either A, lying, or B, is overvaluing what he is at this point? You think it's one of those two things?
No, I think Will is probably on the fence if Trey Young is going to be. It's kind of like, I think the Anthony Davis was definitely a nothing to lose move, and I think Trey Young was a little bit that way.
I mean, they gave up an expiring contract, and they gave up Corey Kispert.
Yeah. Right. And I said this too.
They didn't lose much.
Yeah.
It may have been from above.
I have to hope that that's not the case. Like Ted, I'm guessing, is tired of spinning his wheels and winning 36 or 38 games and grasping at the last playoff spot every year. Like that's the whole reason.
Yeah, but he's also tired of losing. He's also tired of all the losing.
I understand that too.
It has to end at some point.
That's the whole reason Dawkins and Winger were empowered to do what they're doing.
I know, but he might have given him a little nudge. Like they knew that they were going to have to do this. They completely tore down the house, and they're now they start foundation. These are the young players of foundation. At some point, they had to make a move. And the nudge might have been like, okay, now it's time. Let's go.
I'm just gonna.
And so they made a couple of moves.
Yeah.
And if they don't work out, it's not the end of the world. A lot of people, including myself, don't believe these are guys that are part of their long-term vision.
Look,
long-term, no. Guys like Anthony Davis aren't part of the long-term.
Ted's a great businessman, but he doesn't know a lot about hoops. You know who knows a lot about hoops? Will Dawkins and Michael Winger.
But Ted might
trust those guys.
Okay,
but Ted might have gone to them and said, all right, I need to put people in the
just
seats.
Because people know more than the owner. So Ernie Grunfeld knew more than the owner. Was he a good GM?
No. That's a different animal.
There are a lot of people that know a lot about the sport that they're in, that are GMs, that are team presidents, and they make mistakes.
They take shots.
I don't know if this is going to be a mistake. I said maybe it's going to work out. Maybe 3 years from now, they'll be in the NBA Finals and be like, look what Trey and Anthony Davis
By the way,
did.
I'm not predicting they're going to be in the finals in 3 years. I have no idea. And it might fail. But I do think they think it's a legitimate attempt at putting together a playoff competitive team.
Right.
I buy that they can be competitive with Anthony Davis and Trey Young.
And they're blending.
But it's supposed to be more than being competitive.
Because you can't keep trotting out a roster with 8 or 9 20 and 21-year-olds. Right. You need to blend in some veteran experience with them. This is what they're trying to do.
The roster will change.
They've had 8 straight losing seasons.
Trust me, I've been there for every one of them.
All right, but Will wasn't there for all 8.
Right, he's trying to clean up the sins of the past is what he's doing.
And I think he's doing a pretty good job so far.
I would agree.
Hey, I don't hate the swings. I'm just not convinced that it's going to be a home run.
Right.
Those guys over there, literally no fever.
No fever whatsoever.
Right. Well, I want to hear from people that have fever. Let's go to Jay.
It's 8:28 in the morning. I might have fever at 5 tonight or 6.
I'm gonna text me if you do. If you start to get a little
8:28 in the morning,
your cheeks start to get a little red.
I'm not feeling it yet.
Can you get a little flush at least?
Jay, what's your fever at right now to see Trey? First time in the Wizards uniform.
First time ever in a Wizards.
Oh man, I can't wait to see Trey. I'm glad, man. He's itching to play, I'm quite sure, man. This guy's been playing basketball since he's 8 or 9, and you just tell him to sit out. I mean, he's starting to buy in. He got thrown out of the game yesterday, which is a good thing. You know, I like this. This is great. This is a good move. I mean, some camaraderie with the guys. I mean, what are you telling your team when you won't put them out there? It's like, we know you guys stink, and we want you to keep stinking. Like, nah, man, these guys are competitive.
Well, that's not going to change the rest of the season.
No, they're still trying to
carried away.
Yeah. They're still trying to lose.
Remember the assignment, my friend. Okay.
And one other question: why are you guys so not sold on Bub? I mean, he's 20 years old. I mean, nowadays
I think he's
going
to be a 10 to 12 year player in this league. I just don't think he's a star.
But players. Okay, he might. We don't know yet. I mean, everybody plays 1 year in college now, and it takes guys 3-4 years to develop. I mean. We got to give him a chance, man. I mean, it's just not the same NBA that we're used to. We're used, I'm pretty much the same age as you guys. We're used to guys coming out NBA ready, coming out. You get drafted in the first round. You're a major contributor, if not a starter. It's just not the same NBA now. I mean, they draft guys on potential 3 and 4 years down the road.
Yeah, but they're playing him a lot. Yeah. He's playing like 28 minutes a game. He's giving them solid production. But he
has no veterans around him to, kind of slow the game up.
Why are you so invested in him?
Because he's from Baltimore. He's somewhat local guy, man. I don't know. I'm just pulling him.
That's fine. Right. You're all
That's
in.
Okay. Root for the local guy. That's cool.
He could be a piece. Their biggest
you guys
pieces.
See how cool the body's been playing lately?
I've been a couple good games.
Yeah, we'll see how long that
this
lasts.
guy's been averaging like 55% from the field for like the last 7-8 games.
No, but look, you're right that guys can develop, and because they're playing so little in college, you don't want to bail on a guy after 2 years. The reason why Trey Young was traded out of Atlanta, I mean, one of the reasons is because it's become Jalen Johnson's team.
Right.
Well, Jalen Johnson played a year at Duke, barely played at Duke. He's 24 years old right now. So this year, with the Atlanta Hawks, he's carrying him. He averages 23 points.
He's a star.
He averages 10.6 rebounds, 8 assists.
Yeah.
Okay, he's almost
But they're not winning.
He's almost a triple-double. But his first 2 years in the league, he averaged 2.4 points and 5.6 points. Then in his third year, he blossomed and moved it up to 16. Then it went up to 19, and this year it's right around 23.
Yeah.
So yes,
And
there are
don't they
guys
say
it
the
takes
game
time. So
slows
it's
down in the
unfair.
third year?
Right, it's unfair to bail on these guys, and generally speaking, they haven't. They haven't traded their young guys. It's not like they traded Bub, but maybe there's an impatience that they're like, hey, we want a starting point guard. They want a number one guy who can score. And I know Alex Sarr has improved, and maybe he can ultimately be that guy, and maybe Trey Johnson can be that guy, but they don't really have a 1A. Like, if these guys are all on the court, Anthony Davis and Trey Young are going to be their leading scorers.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't know.
And
I have
Sarr
faith.
will be right there.
Yes.
Should be the third leading scorer. Like
Right.
that's probably the pecking order. But
I think
that's okay.
I think George is good. Has potential.
I think the front office is okay with Young and Davis leading the scoring. They're the two most accomplished players on the roster.
Yeah, but I think I could see a scenario in 2 or 3 years where George and maybe Will Riley are up there too.
I need to see Sarr keep getting better, though.
Sure.
Number 2 pick. He needs to keep going up.
He's got to play.
Keep ascending.
That's true. Well, if these games meant something, he'd be playing.
I agree. And so would Anthony Davis.
Valdez, do you have Wizards fever? What's your temperature right now to see?
Raging case.
Do you? What, I just stuck the thermometer. I gave you the anal thermometer. What is your temperature?
Why do you have to take tip that way?
Yeah.
It's so easy.
That's
to
the
do
one
it
my
in
mother
mouth.
gave me.
Because
When
he
I was
knows
a child,
he
I
would
got
like
one.
it. He knows he would like
You
it.
don't have a new digital one?
Yeah. Is that what it's called? A digital
Can we measure it
thermometer?
on the forehead now?
Yeah.
Have we progressed?
Can you like put it in the ear and do it?
Yes.
Too?
So my mom gave me the one,
There's so
down
many
low.
less invasive ways
Yeah.
to have
Sounds
your
like your mom was.
taken.
Sounds like your mom was mayor of a Louisiana town.
Hey, that's how she gave us our temperature.
102.
You have a 102.
102.
You're just like me.
I'm very excited to see it. We've been crapping on this team for 8 years about how they can't win anything, and now they're finally trying to put together something. So I'm buying in.
Yeah, me too. Mike Moore?
Yeah, I'm sitting in hell over here. About 107.
Oh, you're raging.
You're dead.
Yeah, it's bad.
hot.
It's bad.
You need an ice bath. It's that bad.
The only thing that's hotter in the kitchen is me going belt to ass with JP in this chess game over here during break.
You want to find the two world's worst chess players. They're right here
Can
at
you guys
167
think, can
the
you
fan.
think more than like one move ahead?
No.
I did once in this game. Put him in a bind. I was either going to take his bishop or his rook, and he asked me which one's more valuable.
Can we find a chimp from the zoo to come in here and beat one of these guys in chess in like 10 moves?
He also tried to move a pawn backwards.
Oh, he did? That's funny.
So-
Hey, Ben, what is your temperature right now?
I'm putting the red in redhead.
Nice.
What
Good
is it?
one.
Give me a number. Give me a number.
105.
Wow.
Actually, no, 106.7.
Even though you know he's only going to
You're
play
dead.
15 minutes or so.
Yeah, behind the glass.
It's enough for you to be excited.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be
He's
a
predicting
show.
a blowout on Thursday.
Big time blowout.
Hey, Jason, they should
Really?
send Dustin Hoffman or Rene Russo
The way
in
they
there
play
from
defense,
Outbreak.
I don't know, man. They give up 125 a game.
Yeah.
So
I don't
you're
think they can blow
telling,
anybody
are you
out.
advising everyone to throw cash on the Wiz on Thursday?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, right.
But
Might
you're
be
gonna.
irresponsible.
No, I will not.
You can't do that because you cover them?
No, I can.
Oh, okay.
I just won't.
He's a pro.
Oh, okay.
All right, coming up next.
Someone else will.
Yes, you'll take care of that. Coming up next, we'll be joined by comedian Des Bishop. He's doing 2 shows at the DC Improv tomorrow. He's going to join us next on The Fan.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is...
Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. I was
We
wrong.
are football. Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment.
Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. B-Mitch here. Just like on the ice, you got to protect yourself out there. And that's why I ride with Law Tigers in my corner. They've been fighting for injured riders for over 20 years, and knowing they've got my back makes every ride even better. Now here's a power play that you don't want to miss. Law Tigers teamed up with Harley-Davidson of DC to give away a custom Washington Capitals Harley. This one's a beauty. Trust me. Go to capsfansbike.com to enter today. Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. Caffers and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy 1 diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't sleep on Junkies World Tour 2026. It touches down at Par City in Arlington a week from today. That's Tuesday, March 10th. You can hang out with us from 4 until 6 p.m. Compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with our indoor golf simulators. Here's the address, 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. We hope to see you there a week from today.
Yeah, you don't have to go there and hit balls if you don't want. Just go there and have a drink or a snack or whatever.
Yeah,
just hang out.
Just have a good time. Hang with the junks.
Yeah, that's all.
We're getting out and about. We're mingling.
Gonna hang.
Okay, that's what we're
Happy
doing.
hour. Just be happy.
Haven't been to a happy hour in a while.
We haven't done a happy hour appearance in like forever.
It's been a minute, as the kids at least used to say. I don't know if they say that anymore. It's
Yeah.
probably passé.
It seems like it's been years.
It's probably been years.
And I can't remember when or where it was.
But the
it's been
last,
years. The last
like
happy hour
appearance that we've done.
I mean, the last one I remember was doing it out in Jason's Hood at the Clydes, and I took
Oh,
an
that was-
awkward photo with my man Keyshawn, who's now a grown man.
That is a long
Mike
time
Shanahan
ago.
was the coach.
Shanny was the coach of the
That's how long ago it
Ben
was.
Redskins. Yes,
Was it 2010?
Been that long ago since we've done a
No,
happy
probably
hour
not. I'm
appearance?
sure we're-
I don't believe
no,
that.
it's been about
I'm sure
that.
we're forgetting one, but I think it was more recent than that.
Right. But anyway,
It's been a while.
the next one is a week from today, Par City, Arlington, 4 p.m. Would love to see you there.
How would you say DC's bullet fever? You were asking each of us. I said 99. He's at 98.6. Cakes was 102.5.
Did you put out Surfside Poll? Did you already do that?
I already did the one that you wanted
I know.
earlier, whatever that was about
By the
Max
way, we did-
Crosby.
All right, what was that? What are the results? Let's put another one. Let's do 2 Surfside polls.
2 polls?
Can we do 2 polls?
The
2 polls one day?
Yeah.
Poll was about Max Crosby. It was, would you give up a first-round pick to land Max Crosby?
I'm going to guess most people said no. You should have said a future first-round pick. Then they might have said yes.
32% said yes.
Future
Right.
first rounder is much more palatable than the one that's currently at 7.
You botched that. All right,
I
now,
just said a first-round pick. The truth is they probably have to give up 2 first-round picks.
I'll be shocked
I'd
if a team
negotiate
gives
that
up.
down.
I don't know if they'll have
I'll
to
be
give up
shocked
2.
if a team. will
I know
give
that's
up
what
2
the
for his
Raiders
age.
want, but I
Yeah.
don't know if
Whatever. I want a Ferrari.
I don't know if any team's going to
If
give
I were
2
Adam
first rounders.
Peters, I would negotiate for 2027 first-round pick and a 2028 second.
How do you want me to phrase this?
This one. What? Describe your Bullets fever for Trey Young on Thursday.
How high
night.
is your
Give me
Bullets fever?
options.
How high is your Bullets
How
fever?
high is your
Max
Bullets fever?
4
Give-
options.
Okay, 106.7 is your highest.
All right.
Okay.
Nice branding.
And then a 102, a 100, and then a 98.6.
Yeah, where Jace is at.
Yeah.
Jace is at 98.6. Doesn't even have a sniffle.
Well, because they're getting killed every night.
Yeah, but it's just to see him in the uniform.
He's only
It's
going to
just-
play 15 minutes.
Yeah, but it's the new toy you're unwrapping
I
on
know.
Christmas morning.
I'll
You
probably
finally get
have
to
a
play
higher
with it.
fever after I see him. So for his second
But you
game.
know what the toy is. It's a gift that you already know what it is.
No, I don't.
Yeah, but you
'cause
haven't
I've
seen
only
it mixed with your
I've only
guys.
seen it in Magic City. I haven't seen it
Yeah.
here
Now
for
look,
my
if
team.
Anthony Davis was playing tonight too, then I'm at a 104.
Okay, well, that's
see those two.
That's a scorching case.
But just to see him, it wouldn't even be a slightly elevated fever.
Okay, 98.8.
That doesn't even
We
count.
can't even get triple digits.
It's like a rounding error.
That's
That doesn't even
pathetic.
count. You got to at least be at 100 to say you have a fever.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I don't have the fever yet.
All right, did you do it? 106.7, 102, a Hunsky, and 98.6.
Did you guys
Okay, so it's okay to just write describe your Bullets fever with Trey Young.
Describe your Bullets fever to see Trey Young Thursday night. Not overall and how the tenure, how it's going to be. Just to see Trey Young for the first time in a Wizards uniform on Thursday
Did you
night.
guys ever fake a fever to avoid going to school? I tried it once and it just
Or
backfired.
like a hot water on the thermometer?
No, I think
type
I
thing?
put mine up to like a light bulb and tried to get it super hot, but it didn't work out. I think I had like a higher body temperature than would ever be registered by a normal human being.
No.
My parents are like, "This is fake."
No, but I did cook another flat iron steak last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, because my wife is out of town, so
Okay.
it's just I'm being Mr. Dad. I got to do everything.
So cast iron skillet, is that how you prepared it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Where is wifey?
She's work conference, and she's got me trying to
Your wife
use,
works? What's that all? What's
she's
that like?
trying to use the meat thermometer or whatever.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I never get an accurate temperature with it. I don't know.
Do you have a decent one, or you just have?
I mean, it's probably one you get, at the grocery store. I don't know. It's not some elite meat thermometer.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, well, we'll figure that out.
I don't know how to use it well.
All right, let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We're joined by Des Bishop, comedian that's in town performing 2 shows at the DC Improv tomorrow. You can go to dcimprov.com for all of your ticket information. Des, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate the time.
How you doing, man?
Oh, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. I'm guessing it's not your first time in DC, is it?
Well, actually, would you believe it's only my second?
Is that right?
And
wow.
The first time was like an ill-fated trip back in like 2018 where hardly anybody showed up. So this is very exciting for me.
Was it here to perform? Were you at the Improv then?
Yeah, no, I wasn't. No, I was in. I actually can't even remember the name of the place.
All right.
But
this is the big time. This is the big time now.
But of course, this time I sold out the one show that I put on sold out super fast. So they're like, "Oh, let's add another one," and we added one at 9:30, and all my fans are in their 50s, and they're like, "What?"
That's a good point, man.
I still have some Wednesday night 9:30 tickets.
All right.
That is a tough midweek sell, but I'm sure you're going to get to the sellout even for the late show. But I mean, we're all over 50. Like if you tell us something starts at 9:30, I know I'd be like, well,
midweek. That's pushing it. That's pushing it.
It's a little dicey.
How often are you now going back and forth?
I'm with you. This was just a kind of a we have no other option. Let's try it situation. But even I'm going to be like, what are you guys doing here? You could have all not bought tickets. We could have canceled this.
How often now are you going back and forth from Ireland to United States?
These days, hardly at all, because I married a Yank. I married an American. So I'm back in the States pretty much full time now. But you know I'm a New Yorker. I'm from Queens.
Well, we can
spent
tell.
most of my life in Ireland. And since the pandemic, since I met Hannah, I'm basically in the States full time.
Yeah, how does that... So you were born in London. At what age did you move to New York? Like right away?
The London... Ignore the London thing, because it's like...
That's just random?
First of all, I didn't want anybody to know that. Somebody put it on my Wikipedia.
Yep.
Which ruined my cred, because I don't want any English stuff.
Because the Ireland English rivalry that dates back, I don't know, centuries.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That was my joke. I did a show about my father years ago, and I said he was born of an Irish mother and an English father. He was born to hate himself. But anyway, my parents just happened to be living in London at the time, and they had me, and they left, like, immediately.
And then you moved to, I heard in your routine, you moved to the Bronx. Is that right?
Queens. Well, I go to Queens. My mother's from Queens.
Okay, gotcha.
Not even born in Ireland. My mother was raised in Queens. They met in New York. They got married, and then they went back. They lived in London for a while because my dad was a model and an actor. All right? So then I was born. I had a normal Queens childhood. Then I went to boarding school in Ireland when I was 14.
Oh, my God. That's traumatic.
It's a confusing identity.
Isn't that traumatic?
Confusing identity.
Like you start getting into chicks and everything. All of a sudden, you're into boarding school?
Well, the joke with a hint of truth is that I got kicked out of high school, St. Francis Prep, because I had a problem with alcohol. So my mother had this ingenious idea to send me to Ireland.
Ireland?
In itself, yeah, but it's partially true. Yes, I did have a problem with alcohol. Wasn't really the main reason I got kicked out of school, but whatever. Adolescence, and but the thing was that my family stayed in Queens, so I was in Ireland. But then I would be home for the holidays always.
How do you get how do you get hooked on booze at 14? That's still young for most people around here, I think.
Yeah, well, the other joke that they have at AA meetings is you don't have to be Irish to be an alcoholic, but it helps. And I don't have the science behind the genes, but I don't know how it happens that early. But I started drinking at 12 because it sounds more dramatic than it was, but I was just like the youngest guy in our like little neighborhood crew of like kids that used to play like wiffle ball together.
Right. Yeah. So what do? You just steal it from your parents?
No, they were older than me. So there was like 17 to it was like 16 to 12 was our like little gang. So when they started doing stuff at a normal age, I was a bit younger, but I was fitting in.
Yeah.
And
one thing led to another. Of course, none of them, by the way, all of them are able to still drink successfully. They're all still my friends to this day, but it wasn't to be for me or anyone in my family for that matter. So it is what it is.
Hey, I'm seeing here, Des, that you speak fluent Mandarin, and if that's true, this blows me away. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy on YouTube, but just a white American dude. And
Xiaoma NYC.
Yeah, and he goes into all these Chinese restaurants, and he starts speaking Mandarin, and he blows them away.
Yeah.
They can't freaking believe it.
That's a shtick?
You know who that guy is?
Who?
That guy's my nemesis, bro.
Oh, yeah. Well, have you ever done that?
that guy.
Have you ever done that?
First of all, yeah, I have actually, but I actually like that guy. I'm joking about him being my nemesis, but I only get annoyed that I didn't think of doing more videos like that myself. But again, I'm such a relic from another time. I didn't even think about doing YouTube videos until I was forced. You know, I was like, "What are you talking about? I'm going to have my own TV show."
Hey, Des, I did see your bit where you basically said if you go over to China and you just drop one or two words of Chinese to people living in China, they're like,
they get excited.
Yeah, they're blown away. They're excited by it. But like you, if some dude comes to Queens or New York and starts speaking broken English to you, you're just like,
you're hostile.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Just
Not
answer
impressed.
the question. I know it's the real white privilege. The white guy in China speaking Chinese. Well, you will be a celebrity overnight. I can tell you that. But here's the thing: I can do stand up in Mandarin because I actually made a TV show where I moved to China and lived with a Chinese family for a full year to immerse myself in Mandarin with the goal of doing stand up comedy in China in Chinese. And we made that was the hook, but we did make like a television series to kind of help people better understand Chinese people. It wasn't like a political thing. I'm not a big fan of the Chinese government, but the Chinese people I love, and it was really a show to understand just everyday life in China, and I think it's pretty entertaining. But those bits, like the bits that you're just talking about, I didn't expect them to resonate so much like with American audiences. Like those bits really became like hot bits for me when I do stand up in America. So actually, it was one of the ways it was easier for me to sort of settle back into the States career wise. Was I had these bits that the crowds just loved.
Yeah, how is comedy different? Like, do they have the similar stereotypes that you play off of in China?
It's like, God, I mean, we would need an hour. But first of all, stand-up, as we know it, is quite new in China. They have their traditional type stuff, more like Abbott and Costello type, vaudeville type stuff.
Right.
But the stuff as we know it is kind of a novelty in China. But the similarities that we would recognize would be like, of course, they like making fun of the different regions. Southern people are like this, northern people with their accents.
Right.
They make fun of the country bumpkins versus the cosmopolitans. Like some of the themes would be very recognizable. And then other stuff, honestly, Chinese people love wordplay because the language is tonal. So it really, it lends to funny wordplay jokes, misunderstandings. I even have one myself that I do in English about me mispronouncing my name. So there is probably in Chinese, I say, a lot more wordplay, and then by necessity, a lot less political stuff, and actually also like a lot less dirty stuff because society is not.
They're not open,
as they say.
Yeah,
not as open to that stuff. Public, like they would still be quite shocked by stuff that was, overtly dirty.
Right.
Des, we appreciate the time, man. There's still tickets available for the second show, the 9:30 show. You can go to dcimprov.com for tickets.
That's right. Sponsored by Red Bull.
There you go. There you have it. Thanks, Des. Appreciate the time, man.
Sponsored by Red Bull and aspirin.
Yep.
Because if you're going to drink the Red Bull, then you're going to need that blood.
Yeah, you need the blood so you don't stroke out.
Got to take care of it. Thanks,
All right,
Des.
thank you, buddy.
All right, buddy. That's Des Bishop. He's at the DC Improv tomorrow. 2 shows.
Dude, he might be a genius. He went to China to do a show and learned the language, just immersed himself in the culture and became fluent in 1 year.
Lived there for
It's
a year.
incredible.
How can you do that as an adult?
No, it's incredible, and it blows the Chinese away if you speak it.
Right.
You should see these videos of this guy on YouTube.
Right.
They
Just
can't believe it.
Right.
They fall down on the floor. They can't believe an American white guy speaks Mandarin.
Well, I'm guessing he's just started speaking is writing it.
Oh,
I could imagine.
Writing the language.
Hey, guy's found his niche.
It blows some people away when I speak Spanish to them. I got a free pretzel at Auntie Anne's. It was a huge accomplishment.
That's silly. Did you get the free cheese dipping sauce too?
They just hooked
What a
me.
win. What a life win. By the way, speaking of wins and life wins, when we come back, we're going to tell you what the St. Louis Cardinals are doing to try to put butts in the seats. Would the Nats consider doing the same thing here in D.C.? We'll tell you what it is next.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. A bizarre bit of NBA history last night in Washington, D.C. as the new Wizards star Trey Young was ejected against the Rockets. Only problem is Trey Young hasn't played a single game for the Wizards and is still hurt and was in street clothes. He just ran out onto the court during a third-quarter scuffle and got the boot. I'm Drake Toll.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Nats fans, add to your Nats player bobblehead collection all season long.
C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run.
Saturday, May 30th, grab a C.J. Abrams baseball card bobblehead.
Dalen Lyles smashes a line drive home run.
Snag Dalen Lyles' first Major League bobble on Saturday, June 13th.
James Wood does it!
And James Wood's Bobblehead Day, presented by Pedigree Foundation, is Saturday, August 29th. Get your tickets at nationals.com/promos.
Hey, it's your boy Bish here for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC system went down last summer, I needed a team that could handle the cold. I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, that's my guy. This isn't some big corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company, and his crew really knows their stuff, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. These guys are pros. They did a great job at my house, and Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. And they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. When the cold comes at you like a breakaway, you want the right team in net. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
Make an easy weeknight dinner with Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Rayo's pastas, soups, frozen items, and 24-ounce pasta sauces with Prime. Perfect for an Italian-inspired meal with the family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This summer, don't miss Gin Blossoms, Blues Traveler, Joe Satriani, Steve Vai, and many more at Wolf Trap. Tickets for over 50 summer shows are on sale now at wolftrap.org.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
The cool volley slam to Liz.
WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby. The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
It's a busy time in the NFL. Free agency starts next week. The Commanders got things started on Monday with a couple of big moves. One is really no surprise. They are releasing defensive back Marshawn Lattimore, which frees up $18.5 million in salary cap space. Washington on Monday also re-signed guard center Nick Allegretti to a 2-year contract. And John Keim of ESPN said Monday that Washington is expected to be aggressive in free agency next week, especially at defensive back. With the Lattimore move Monday, Washington should have close to $90 million in salary cap space. NBA Wizards lose to the Rockets last night, 123-118. Wiz are right back at it tonight in Orlando, 7 p.m. on Bloomberg 99.1. Caps hockey tonight, home against the Utah Mammoth. Caps are 2 points out of the final playoff spot with 20 games to go. Caps hockey tonight, 7 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
The Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Can count the years someone had never been together. I need the other one to hold you.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey, it's the franchise tag day. There's like 6 or 7 hours, and this could affect the Commanders in that
deadline.
A lot of people think that Alec Pierce is going to get the franchise tag, but I know on ESPN they're kicking around. They have to make a decision on Alec Pierce or Daniel Jones. Believe it or not, Daniel Jones might get a franchise tag because they don't really have great quarterback options. Right. So if Daniel Jones gets the franchise tag from Indianapolis, then Washington has a shot at Alec Pierce.
Very good. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day as the franchise tags get doled out.
Because I think, and apparently John Keim said it as well, I think they're going to make some splashes, a couple big splashes in free agency.
Right.
What do you think qualifies as a splash?
Isaiah Likely.
An Alec Pierce type?
Like a potential, if not former Pro Bowler, a future Pro Bowler.
I don't know, just
like that type.
Sure. Yeah, I guess it's just based on the name or maybe where they rank in some of these free agent lists.
I keep reading that they definitely want to upgrade a corner, obviously.
Yeah.
And with Durante being secondary minded, I can definitely see them signing a corner.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yep.
I think they're gonna sign. Now, kind of depends on what lists you look at, but 2 of the top 15.
What about the Caleb Downs injury reports that are leaking out?
He has tearing his meniscus and a positive degenerative ACL.
Yeah, degenerative ACL, which I don't think is catastrophic. I mean, you just have to repair it at some point.
Yeah. I don't think it's
torn
great.
meniscus is no big deal. I mean, it's literally no big deal.
Depends if they repair it. I mean, ultimately you'll get fined, but
it's not a big deal.
It did make J.J. McCarthy miss an entire season.
That's just weird.
Hampered his development, some might say. Some might also say he's not a very good quarterback. So
all the reports are that they're basically giving up on him.
So we'll have to wait and see how that plays
Guy
out.
played 7 games?
I mean, I can't believe how quickly we give up on guys.
Yep.
Especially at the most difficult position in all of sports.
Yeah, but what if he sucked in practice and sucks in the meeting rooms?
Get him better. You used the first round pick on him. You obviously saw something.
Yeah.
But
I mean, get him better. Work on him.
It's crippling to be married to a move when it's a mistake.
I know, but I don't think you
it's
know
actually
7 games in.
A strength to acknowledge a mistake. Maybe they realized kid doesn't have it, and they see it every day in practice.
Yeah,
and they've seen him. They've seen him for a couple years.
You could argue the Giants made that decision with Daniel Jones, and they're wrong. You still can obviously play at a high level.
Maybe he just goes somewhere else.
I mean,
a little bit later in his career, and he's better.
I mean, Minnesota. I think they were wrong about Sam Darnold. Like they thought it was maybe a fluke, and he probably wouldn't be able to duplicate it.
There was also the money involved.
Super Bowl champions.
But Seattle didn't offer him more money than Minnesota. That was reported. They were offered the same amount of money.
It's crazy that you draft a guy so high, and then 2 years you have to go in a different direction.
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean that's the word.
If you're not
now,
seeing
a guy like
returns,
Justin Fields, he's shown over and over and over he's just not it.
Yeah,
he's just not it. He's a backup at best. He's a limited guy. But McCarthy barely played.
Yeah. Is Devin Lloyd, is that a splash move for you? On one list, this is Fox Sports, he's the 3rd ranked free agent.
Yeah, that's definitely a
linebacker
splash.
From the Jaguars.
Of course, that's a splash.
he didn't feel like it was a splash.
Well, I mean, based on ranking, but he doesn't pay attention to that.
I know. I'm not the right guy to ask on that one.
But Tyler Linderbaum, number 5 on the list.
That's a splash. Especially with Biotish gone. That would be a big splash because the reports are he could be getting $20+ million.
I don't think they're going to do that. They're not going to give him $20 million
either.
and give Tunsil $35 million or whatever the hell he's going to get.
What if they give Jalen Phillips, who bounced from Miami to Philadelphia, a big contract?
That's a splash. Phillips is a top 7 to 10 free agent on most lists.
2 sacks in 8 games with the Eagles.
Where is he on that list you were looking at?
10. It's a Fox Sports list. I mean, there's a million of these lists.
Correct.
Let's go real quick to.
But I bet you Phillips is pretty high on most of them.
Elijah in D.C. I know you teased the Nat story, but Elijah, what's up, man? You're all with the Junks.
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Yep. It's kind of difficult for me to know how to draft or what they're going to do to kind of guide our thoughts without this free agent class, because I think their decisions there are going to greatly help us, even if we're not like perfect. But if they get certain positions, you can kind of say, okay, this is what the draft is leaning towards, or if they handle it there. So it's tough for me. For right now, I'm still kind of partial free agent wise to that cat Jaquan Brisker. I've probably been calling in about him enough. But I think with the coordinators you have coming in, if you watch the tape, I'm not saying I haven't. If you watch Brisker's tape, I love how he's able to go downhill in certain situations and help out and be that in the box safety. And you could probably still get a Caleb Downs and have a good safety duo. Now, if you do that early in a free agent class, I don't mind Jeremiah Love, because I do think a good running back helps your defense. And when the clock hits 0 at the end of these ball games, I'm not saying situationally they want 5 running around and these last-minute heroics. I like to think they want the man to kneel down and just end the game. If that's what I would love. If he can kneel the game out for all season and we get all wins, I'm fine. I don't need to have nail biters. I don't need to have certain stuff. So if you get Jeremiah Love, maybe the offense can and Jaden does his thing. If he holds onto the ball, what you're doing as the opponent, it's like, man, how we're going to have to beat Washington is now changing. I want, as teams playing Washington, how they have to adjust. Like, man, the running back, if he's holding on to the ball, we're going to have to chunk the field and throw half of the field to make up this deficit. So I just want to make sure when they're putting this thing together, the plan is to pretty much squeeze the life out of teams. Like, we can throw the ball down the field, 5 can run around. I just need a defense to play keep away. Every team isn't built the same. I know y'all got to cut me loose. If they can play keep away defense,
appreciate it.
Yeah,
we'll be good.
Thank you.
Look, I mean, if they decide to go in the direction of Jeremiah Love, he's going to touch the ball 15 to 20 times per game.
I think it's a fantasy.
It's going to be a center point of your offense.
I think it's a fantasy.
Because why? Because you think he'll be gone?
It's because it's such an exciting toy, and we have so many needs.
But can he help you win?
Oh, I think he can. It would probably be my number one choice.
But hold on, Eric. If they go out and start plucking guys in free agency on the defensive side, aren't you open to them going Love 7?
No, I'm more than open to it.
Yeah,
I'm to the point where I'd be thrilled. It would be my most thrilling pick if they, just because of the excitement he would bring to the offense. But I also think that the vibe on him is so high, he's not going to be there at 7.
You might be right.
I don't think he's going to last.
You might be right. He could go 4. I mean, I've seen a lot of updated mocks.
Was that the Titans?
Since the post-combine.
Titans are at 4.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to be available at 7. He's too sexy. He ran too good. The tape is too good. I mean, what else could you want? You've got incredible tape,
4.35,
incredible combine
can catch
numbers,
the ball. Yep.
Fluid.
Yep.
I mean, he's everything you want.
Played big time college football. Was very productive in his last 2 years.
I would be stunned if he's there at 7.
I mean, Genti went. What did Genti go? He went 6.
Yep. Same range.
Yep.
All right, so heading into the break, I teased what the St. Louis Cardinals are going to do this upcoming baseball season, which isn't that far away.
Are they?
What do you guys know about Coca-Cola Unlimited?
I don't
what do you know about
I don't
that?
know anything.
Is that what you
I'm
brought
going to
up?
tell you about it.
I thought you talked about that yesterday.
I don't think so.
No, he talked about the Coke cherry float.
Oh, the float.
Oh, yeah.
Flavor.
Oh, I want to try that.
Coca-Cola
They have Coke
Unlimited.
Zero float.
Yeah, that's what he was talking
They're
about.
teasing this as the ultimate way to experience Cardinals baseball in 2026.
And now they're doing this because the Cardinals are expected to be poop?
Yeah, I don't think much is expected
Their
out of them,
win
so-
total for the year is 69.5.
That's
So
more
with-
than us.
I think this is a great idea,
It's about 3 or 4 more. Yeah.
especially if you're putting out a relatively bad product on the field. With game tickets starting at just $29,
All right.
your ticket to Big Mac Land includes unlimited access to classic ballpark favorites and Coca-Cola products all game long. No tabs, no transactions, just baseball and bottomless bites. And here's what it gets you.
Hold
All right. It gets you Coke products, hot dogs.
Hold on. This is your ticket price and this?
This is all included in your ticket price.
ticket. When you buy a ticket, you get this food.
Now, the ticket prices start at $29, and they can go up depending on the opponent. I think like when the Red Sox are in town, this ticket might go for like $55 or $60.
And it's only a certain section, correct?
Only certain sections, but it includes
So you're not sitting
your ticket,
in the front row.
Coke products, hot dogs, chicken tendies, bratwurst, nachos and cheese, one of my favorites, fries,
I mean, it's a great
popcorn,
deal.
peanuts,
You can't ask for
kettle
better.
chips, and ice cream
And
cups.
unlimited, you don't have to pay.
You can select up to 3 items per visit and go back as often as you like.
All right,
throughout the game.
So we go after the first inning, you get 3 items. Go back after the third inning, get 3 items. Go back
Yes.
after the fifth inning.
Food and drinks are available from gates open until the end of the 8th inning.
I think it makes the game a lot more palatable
That's
for
an
people.
amazing. That's an amazing deal.
And it doesn't cost them much.
We
All
can-
that stuff doesn't cost them hardly
Well, the
anything.
soda's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Well, and they don't
I
have
know
a big.
the
I don't think they have a big payroll either, so it's not like they're paying their
The
players.
brats would be. I'd be getting brats.
If you're a bottom feeder MLB team, or it could apply to any sport, this is a pathway to getting more people into your building, butts in the seats, consuming your product.
Here's the thing.
I don't know if they would, but it's a great idea to emulate and copy.
People that have been lucky enough that have maybe somebody's given them tickets where we get to sit in that, what do they call that section?
Diamond Club, I mean, it's changed.
It's
Terra
changed.
Club, I
they
think
call
it
it
was.
Terra Club now.
That's
right?
what it
So you
was
sit
last
behind,
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sit behind home plate in that area, and I'm sure people get given tickets from work or whatever, get to experience that. The best part is all the food.
Right.
And it's not that it's extraordinary food or anything, but it's just that.
But it's
you get
nice.
all
There's an
that.
open bar. There's a place to go in and eat.
Yeah.
Like here, you can bring your family.
It's
for
amazing.
Like a reasonable price, and you don't have to worry about spending $150 on concessions.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all folded in
Watching
your
your
ticket
team
price.
lose.
The worst thing is going to a game, you spent too much on tickets, and then you spent $14 on nachos, and $11 on a beer, $14 on a hot
Now there
dog.
aren't that many teams that are doing this. I know the Falcons on the NFL side did this recently, and I think their concession sales went way up. I mean, they just
Didn't they cap
skyrocketed.
everything at $5, something like that?
I think for
It was a
certain
very simple menu.
For certain items on the menu, but
Yeah, but
this
name
is a
the
great
menu
idea.
items again. The brats, I would be all in.
Hot dogs, chicken tenders, bratwurst, chips and cheese, fries, popcorn, peanuts, kettle chips,
It's
ice cream
everything I
cups.
like.
The basics.
It's perfect ballpark food right there. It's
That's
it's got it
everything
all
I like.
covered. Now, the only thing that's missing, obviously, is beer. Like you would have to
All
pay
right.
for.
Pay for your own
If you
booze.
wanted beer, you have to pay.
That's
for
where
that.
that's where they make their money.
But
EB,
that-
if we did
that's a great deal.
If we did a third poll on Nats fever,
All right.
is the Wizards fever higher than Nats fever?
Currently, yeah.
Probably.
I took a quick little glimpse at the second poll of the day.
I know
on the
nobody's
Wizards
excited
fever.
about the Trey Young. I saw it. I took the early.
Well,
look I saw.
106.7 is 25%. but 98.6 is at 48%. It's not many votes. Vote at Junks Radio.
So yeah, 52% have a mild fever or more to see Trey Young. That's what it is.
Yeah.
52% have 100-degree fever or more.
Yes. That's correct.
All right, so the majority.
Barely. That'll win a presidential race.
EB, what would be your first 3 items you would get at the Coca-Cola Unlimited? All right, so you get a brats,
chips and queso, or whatever. You know, nachos,
cheese, yeah.
And then
what do you wash it down with?
Not chicken tenders.
You get a Coke Zero.
Oh,
Cherry
that goes
Coke.
without saying.
Yeah.
I gotta have. I gotta have a liquid.
What would your second trip? What was your second trip?
Second trip, another brat.
Okay.
You
don't mix a hot dog in there?
If I had to choose between the two, I would choose a brat over a hot dog.
Too much sausage for me. I would have to. My second trip would be tendies. I go some tendies with some honey mustard and/or barbecue to dip it in.
I like tendies.
Yeah. Solid.
They don't have like popcorn. Oh, you said kettle chips.
Kettle chips and popcorn, Rick.
And
fries.
Oh, you're all over the kettles.
And the popcorn, I just sit there and just eat that for innings. Just stuff my face.
You can get as much as you want.
Yeah, I love that.
It's a great deal.
The Nats should 100% do that.
Totally should do it. Here's another great deal. When we come back, 1, we're going to do EB's entertainment page, and 2, we're also going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to go see the Caps on Monday, March 9th. So we'll do both of those things when we come back.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. We absolutely love Window Nation. They have taken care of me in multiple homes over the years, beautifying my home, lowering my energy bills, and they have an A+ rating in the Better Business Bureau because they are great to work with.
These installers are experts. It'll take just about a day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. Simply no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you're going to save, up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100. 800-885-3100.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct. There is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley on another snowy day in the DMV. We're going to talk to David Cobb, CBS Sports at 11 a.m., trying to break down the brackets coming up at noon. The highly anticipated debut of the B. Mitch and Finley GOAT segment, Who's the Best Tight End Ever? Plus, Ben Standing will join the program.
Brian Mitchell and J.P. Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals Monday, March 9th, when they take on John Paul Flame's second favorite NHL team, the Calgary Flames. The Capitals and MedStar Health team up for Hockey Talks, a night dedicated to raising awareness about mental illness and continuing the dialogue around warning signs, treatment, and recovery. 10th caller right now will win those tickets, 800-636-1067. Quick programming note for tomorrow. A heads up, 6:40 a.m. tomorrow, we will be joined by James Franklin, head football coach of the Virginia Tech Hokies.
Oh, really?
He will join us tomorrow.
Just a little phoner or in studio Theo?
I'm assuming that's a phoner.
Oh, okay. I just wondering.
So he will be on tomorrow at 6:40.
I've been working on him for months.
There you go. It's paying off tomorrow.
You should be able to get him.
We have one of these TVs on, and it's got ESPN on. Would you stand that close to an alligator?
No way in hell. This is insane behavior. I'm sure there's a trainer right off camera that's corralling the alligator, but that's very risky behavior. No, thank you.
That's obviously, it must be a docile. I don't know.
It looks like a pretty wild alligator that's hanging out in the swamp.
Who's the guy is it like one of the coaches? Is that who is that? It looks like an older guy.
Not sure who that is, but
There's a video of Billy Horschel kind of like shooing an alligator into the water on a golf course.
Yes.
Well,
With
that
like a
makes more
wedge.
sense. But I mean, that gator looked to be a good 7-8 footer. Like that's healthy sized alligator.
Yeah.
No, I'm staying as far away as I can.
You guys have played on golf courses with
close.
gators,
I
right?
got that close to a gator. Now the gator was in the water.
Yeah.
Wasn't walking around on land, but I got that close.
Well, yeah, when Jason and I were at Bald Head Island, I'll never forget, we approached a green, and it was like on an embankment. And then I hit it, shocker, missed the green.
My ball
over
went.
the green.
My ball went down there too.
Yeah, and then
we
you
both
walked
had to
up,
go down
and
there.
there was this enormous. It wasn't like that.
Right.
It looked like four
Double.
of those.
Yeah.
Enormous thing, just sitting there chilling.
Now, those
big
guys that are
silly.
that big, they can't move that fast,
Oh,
right?
I don't
They
know.
can?
Faster than you
I know
think.
I moved
yeah.
fast. Got out of there.
Yeah, we took our pars and left.
Yeah, right.
Took your bar.
I remember
one putt,
at
right?
one of the golf courses at Kiowa. There's like a barbecue restaurant there at the clubhouse. So we've gone there several times on our numerous trips, and they've got lagoons there, right, as part of the golf course. And we were walking by one near the bridge, and we saw a gator that literally you could only see its head, but its head was like this long
Yeah,
and about
massive,
this wide. And if that thing came out of the water, it's probably a 10-footer or more, and would eat everybody on the on the banks of the marsh. So we saw that. We said, let's just go to the car. Let's get away from this prehistoric monster that's still living in the year 2020, whatever it was. Terrifying. Those are terrifying animals.
I'm pretty much scared of all animals, for the most part, especially of wild animals.
Oh,
like I would
wild
be even
animals,
scared,
yeah.
like even of a deer. Like I wouldn't get close to one. I wouldn't like your father would maybe feed one
they're
out of his hand.
generally
I wouldn't do
skittish.
that.
I mean, they're going to want to stay away from you for the most part.
He wasn't feeding deer, he was feeding squirrels.
Yeah.
Which was a bit of a show that squirrels would enter our home in Bowie.
Yeah.
But he was, on his, made him happy. He was in a wheelchair at that point.
Right.
Put the peanuts on his lap, and they would slowly go up to the sliding glass door, and they'd go, what's going on? And eventually they would creep up, and they'd get that peanut.
Squirrels, not scary. Shouldn't be scared of them.
Of course not. He's not.
Yeah, I guess I'm not, but they would run away from you. But
Anything.
I'm
a new tiny.
This is
tiny. You don't. A bear would be a
bear,
poop show.
Hey, this is mostly a rhetorical question for you guys that are dog owners.
I'd much rather see a gator than a bear.
For Cakes and Jason, you're dog owners. I'm a new dog owner. Mostly rhetorical question. Will the dog ever learn that they're never catching the squirrel?
They'll never learn that.
My dog goes after squirrels. I mean,
it's an instinctive predatory behavior.
He's like
but they're
Usain
never going to
Bolt.
catch them.
He's Usain Bolt after squirrels.
Yeah.
And how many times does he have to see the squirrel go up a tree to think maybe I don't go after the squirrel?
Yeah.
We love the dogs, but let's be
They're
honest.
stupid.
A lot of them are stupid, and they probably have brains
But
the
like you
size of a walnut.
But like you said, it's
They can only
instinctive.
process so much.
Yeah.
They see something they feel like they can chase, they're going to chase it. It's just the way it works.
My dog has been pretty close a couple times, but she's over.
Yeah.
Over.
All the dogs.
Now, there
are.
are some dogs that can catch squirrels.
Not many.
My dog's
Not many.
fast.
But there are
But
some
the
that can.
squirrel gets a tree,
and
and
the squirrel gets a head start. Squirrel always has a head
You
start.
know what can catch squirrels? Cats.
Yeah, I don't associate with cats.
I don't either,
I
but-
don't come anywhere near them.
But
Are
those,
you allergic?
Definitely allergic.
Oh yeah, he hates them.
Yeah, can't do it.
My mom's old cat, one of them, Andy, and one of them
Andy.
would always have
Androgynous
They
cat.
would always have critters.
Yeah.
Or anything. It was a killer.
Right.
It was
what they do.
It was a menace.
Yeah.
Yeah, but probably not squirrels.
Probably mice,
Rats and mice.
anything of that.
That for sure.
Yes.
By the way, speaking of rats, haven't seen that many here in DC of late. Now I don't know if that means just because it's cold and it's winter and they're
You'll see them in the
burrowing down in the sewers.
You'll see them in the summer.
That must be it.
Yeah.
Spring and summer hit. They're
They'll
going to
be
be
out.
everywhere.
There should be more. Didn't the water get pummeled? The whole situation in the Potomac?
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
Haven't seen a lot of rats of late.
That would make
that
the
affects-
rats. Rats don't live in water.
That's true, but I just
What are you
sewer
thinking?
system hurt the
And they'll-
dogs.
Okay, all right.
Then they'll eat anything. They'll eat poo.
Right.
All right, you want to tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment?
Yes.
Cakes.
Already. Come
The
on.
entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager over there. She's in charge. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. They've got whatever your need is, whatever your budget is, they've got you covered. Promise. All right. I'm sure you guys have seen these rumors about and the confusion about this weird-looking Jim Carrey guy, but I guess it was Jim Carrey. There's some rumors that maybe it was a makeup artist, this Alexa Stone, who's claiming to like wear a mask. They have these like lifelike masks now that I truly believe that like politicians use, that celebrities use, oftentimes to throw you off the scent. I think even Jim Carrey's even admitted before that he's used other people.
It's like Mission Impossible masks.
Like, yeah, but like really high end stuff now. But there were some people were just like, that is not Jim Carrey. But I think it was. I'm not sure if it's just a lot of Botox. I don't
Jim
know.
Carrey was in The Mask.
Yeah, right.
So I mean,
it's kind of ironic, right?
Big mask guy.
But yeah, I think there was a makeup artist that claimed it was him, but he's a celebrity impersonator. But I'm not sure. His representatives are saying no, that was in fact Jim, who was, I guess, doing a like an award show, and I think he hadn't been in public in quite a while.
Right.
So I don't know.
By the way, on a side note, I saw probably a dumb reel, something on Twitter of a guy who hired a Tom Cruise impersonator to come and like entertain him for an hour at his house. So he opens the door and there's Tom Cruise basically dressed like Tom Cruise from Risky Business with the dark Ray-Bans, manic, acting like Tom Cruise.
Does he look like him?
Looks just like him.
Really?
I mean, doppelganger for Tom Cruise. And then he's in his living room like, what do you want? What do you want? Show me the money. He's doing the whole.
So he does all the different roles.
He's doing through the whole shebang.
And he looks just like him. It sounds like him.
Looks just.
What you say that was on YouTube?
I think it was. I found it on Twitter.
I want to see that.
It was like, I think after 5 minutes, I'd be like, okay, an hour is too much. I've had 5 minutes of you.
I need Cuba Gooding Jr. in here now.
Of you doing your Tom Cruise, and I think I'm good. I think I've had my fill.
I'm trying to think, is there an impersonator I would want to see?
An impersonator?
I mean, the famous ones are like the Elvis impersonators, the Michael Jackson impersonators.
Right.
There are like Trump impersonators.
Elvis, did you say?
Yeah, Elvis. I think I'm out on impersonators.
I'm out
Michael
on,
Jackson.
I'm out on impersonators,
Yeah.
and I'm definitely out on wax museums. Never need to go to a wax museum to see a wax Michael Jackson.
You ever driven
or
by
wax Lady Gaga?
When was the last time you've driven by like a Ripley's Believe It or Not?
The last time I think I was in proximity of one was when I was in San Antonio.
Isn't it
on
like
a gymnastics
cockeyed?
trip.
Like, have you ever driven by one of those like retail establishments where it's actually like, it's like the building is like cockeyed?
Oh, maybe I don't know.
It's into the architecture of it.
Right.
I think there was a Ripley's in Myrtle
weird,
Beach.
Too weird for me.
It's a weird.
I don't need to go and see your oddities. No, thank you. I'm out.
Right. But when you were a kid, I bet you.
Oh, when I'm a kid,
I
a
bet
dumb
you were
kid.
big into Guinness Book of World Records.
Oh, I love the Guinness Book of World
Do they
Records.
even still pump that out? Like
my Guinness Book of World
hard copy?
Records had the world's fattest twins on the cover riding on their motorcycles that they were about to pop the tires of, and I used to love that book.
What are the ones that the most memorable for me? Like the person with the longest nails.
That was one.
Was
tallest,
very memorable.
Tallest man.
Tallest man.
I can't remember how tall.
What was
he
he? 8 feet?
He was like 7'10" or something. He was really tall.
I dog-eared
the
the
Wizards
page.
could use him.
He plays for the Spurs now.
What, Valdez?
I was saying I dog-eared the page with the biggest boobs.
Oh, did they have
that?
Yeah. That was like in the body part.
Was it Morgana, the kissing bandit?
No,
That's a very old reference.
They were like 36 triple Fs.
Now, did they have to be natural, or they could?
I think they were not.
You wanted the natties.
We only want natties
It
on
didn't
that
make
one,
your
right?
didn't make your top 10 list.
Yeah.
I know that.
I just know silly 1997 Valdez would turn to that page.
Tom Holland apparently, Cakes, has married Zendaya.
Is she taller than him? I saw a picture.
He's not that tall. He's a short king.
They,
I think we.
But I don't know. It might have just been the perspective. I'm just curious.
I think they're eye to eye.
Zendaya and Holland, who are both 29, met in 2017 while filming Spider-Man: Homecoming. And their chemistry on the film's press tour led to speculation that they were romantically involved.
Dude, she's 5'10".
Ooh, she's tall.
He's 5'8".
However,
she is taller than him.
It wasn't until 2021 that their relationship was confirmed.
All right, if Zendaya was just a regular person, 5'10", he's 5'8", regular person, no chance they're together, right? She wouldn't give a 5'8" guy anytime.
If he's not Spider-Man,
Right. Knowing that I'm a 5'8" guy.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben's a tiny guy, right? He's a short king. Ben, you're a short king, right? I mean, honestly,
He's like 5'6".
What is your girl? You like lives with this girl.
She's 5 foot.
Yeah, shorter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, short kings.
5 feet. Wow.
As a fellow short king,
Home run for you, right? Yeah.
Now, I didn't really have a chance to be this picky, but my one stipulation was the girl's got to be shorter
than you.
Shorter than
It's kind
me.
of hard to do.
And what are you
Yeah.
again?
I think on my best day I was 5'9", probably more 5'8"ish.
Yeah, 5'8"ish.
Yeah.
I'm talking barefoot.
I don't know. It might be.
Would there be a 7? Is it
I
possible there
might
to be a
stand
7?
on my arches. I might just stand on my
If you went to the
tippy toes.
doctors and you're butt naked, would it be 5'7" and 3/4?
I don't know. I'll have to see on my next physical.
Right.
See what I measure out at.
This is a terrible story. I have to say, I'm intrigued whenever I've seen this show. It's been on for 20 years, I think, but I haven't watched it in a long time. But there have been moments in my life where I'd watch Deadliest Catch, and it's just wild.
Yeah.
Whatever that's going
Terrifying.
on. One of the deckhands dead.
Young
Todd
too, right?
Meadows dead at 25.
Oh, that's
See if I recognize him.
terrifying.
Todd Meadows died Wednesday aboard the Aleutian Lady on the Bering Sea, according to a Facebook post.
25 years old. Wow.
Died in a fishing-related incident during filming.
What happened?
I mean,
Though it's unclear if the cameras actually caught the incident on tape. I don't know. Whenever I've seen that, though, I mean, it does look like those guys are kind of in jeopardy, right?
Well, I mean, there are massive. It's always like at the top of deadliest jobs, commercial fishermen, like always at the
I do
top.
recognize him too.
Certainly in the top five.
You do. So you've seen him. So he was like kind of a longtime guy on the show, or
Yeah.
you watch it still?
I don't
you'll
watch it
peek
all
on
the time, but I just recognize him.
There's a video I saw. I think it was a reel, but it lasted more than like 10 seconds. It was like a minute and a half or so of some guy who was he was a big wave guy that rides the big waves, and he was filming his brother. And they get those big waves where they get towed out.
Sure, like on a jet ski.
So
whatever,
they both
yeah.
get towed out, and his job is to be behind his brother and with the selfie stick film them. And they've been doing it for like a year, and all of a sudden, the perfect wave develops, and it's one of those 70-foot jobbers. Like you don't know, like let's see what happens, what happens, and then all of a sudden they're realizing, oh my God, this is the perfect wave. And right as the wave starts to crest, it looks like it's going to barrel, and his brother's going to have his brother's in perfect shape. He has to make a call. Am I going to just gamble and try to also get under the barrel and get in there with him, or am I just going to bail on it because I'm about to get smushed? He gambled and survived, and they both made it through and got this incredible footage, whereas he thought he was going to be in the wash and be underwater for a minute and be lucky to make it.
Could be done.
But he gambled and he made it.
Those guys are freaking crazy.
They're insane.
Crazy.
They're psycho.
They say on
Those
standard,
jet skiers are crazy.
on
Yeah.
standard
Oh, yeah.
big waves like that, if you get caught up in the wash and thrown,
Yeah.
if you get up to the top of the wave, like a 50, 60
done.
foot, 70 footer, you could be underwater for a minimum of 30 seconds. The
I would
average
say
person, they
longer
say,
than that, yeah.
with the adrenaline and everything, you have about 15 seconds of air in you. Like when you get thrown under a wave.
They're freaking nuts.
But those
They're
guys
crazy.
train.
It's incredible to watch. But
They
they're
train year round for it.
I know.
So that they can go 30 seconds to a minute while they're just getting pummeled.
You never had a body surfing incident? You and Jason
They're
used to
on
say you were
5
elite
foot
body
waves.
surfers.
They're not on 70 footers.
I had incidents where I got smashed, but never where
yeah.
I was like caught underwater for more than a few seconds. Right? I never had one of those.
Right.
I can't even fathom the panic if I was in the wash for 30 seconds. I'd be dead.
No, you would die.
Dead.
You would take 3 or 4 big gulps of water.
That'd be
and
it.
then it's over.
That'd be the curtains.
It's done.
Dirt nap time.
Yeah. Are you have more EP?
Sure.
All right, we'll do some more EP next when we come back here on the Junks.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Brewers with West Midland Sports. An upset could be brewing in the Natty. West Miller's Bearcats have really raised their game, ranking number 9 overall on board Torvik over last month. Credit to their stifling D. Facing AJ DeBonta at a BYU team that refuses to guard, the Bearcats could claw their way to their 6th win in their last 7. Give me Cincinnati minus 1.5 at plus 100. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Quo. A lot of you guys may be running businesses, right? You wear multiple hats, you're busy, you got to be resourceful. But when you're stretched thin, calls get missed, and revenue gets lost. Danny, a lot of our listeners are probably coaching their kids or out at their kids' games. If you're running a business, you can't miss a call. That means missed money.
Businesses don't turn off. That means it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communication. So Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems.
Quo lets you keep your existing number. That is a big, big deal. You can add new numbers or teammates in minutes, making it easy to scale without disrupting your business. Never lose a customer, a lead, or an opportunity. Everyone matters.
Quo, no missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan. That's QUO.com/fan to try Quo for free. Quo.com/fan.
The YMCA is just a starting line. For the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity and unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Remember, Hokies head coach James Franklin joins the show at 6:40 a.m. tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. Wanted to quickly get into a column that was published by, why is his name escaping me? Matthew Berry, who now works for NBC Sports. Used to be a big fantasy nerd.
Yeah.
He's gone mainstream.
He's a big
Still does
Redskins
fantasy
fan
stuff, but he's
/ Commanders fan.
He's a Commanders fan. And here are some of his tidbits he's hearing out of the Combine about the Commanders. He said, I'm told the Washington Commanders, quote, want a thumper. And by that, I mean a true early down star running back. They felt like once Austin Eckler went down last year, the run game struggled. They think Chris Rodriguez is a nice back, but don't like him in the passing game. And they clearly found something in Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, but think of him as more of a 2 or a 3 than a true lead back.
All right.
My guess is the running back who leads Washington in touches next year isn't currently on their roster.
All right, but does that mean Breece Hall?
Not a surprise.
Or does that mean
Doesn't
Jeremiah
necessarily mean
Love?
Jeremiah Love at 7. It just means that whoever the feature running back for this team in 2026, he doesn't think he's on the roster right now.
Breece Hall hasn't been tagged yet, right? There was some talk about
It's not been.
It
tagging
has to
him.
be today, you said, by what, 3
think
o'clock or
there's-
something?
I think today's the deadline.
I think 3 is probably right. Might be 4.
Okay.
So it's definitely today. I don't know the exact time. 3 sounds right.
More Commanders news. He said, asking a team source about new offensive coordinator David Blau, I was told to expect the offense to look like a, quote, Ben Johnson offense. A lot of motion, play action, strong run game, and some trick plays.
Good. So not just Terry McLaurin lining up on one side
Not just that.
over and over and over again.
And his last nugget, also, as long as we're talking about Washington, I don't expect Deebo Samuel to return to the team. The team will look to add to the wide receiver room with an emphasis on speed, and don't be surprised if 2026 is Terry McLaurin's last year with the team. To that end, one source told me that while almost everyone expects Washington to go defense in the first round this year, quote, if the top 3 edge guys are all gone by number 7, don't be surprised if the Commanders take
Carnell Tate.
Carnell Tate out of Ohio State.
I don't think any of that is really surprising.
No.
We've been talking about running back a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They could run it back, but we all feel they probably want to upgrade.
Yeah, they're going to add to it.
Don't
Don't know how big of a name it's going to be.
Obviously, Jeremiah Love has in the last week has been the apple of everybody's eyes here in Washington. But I could see them making a move for Breece Hall.
Yeah.
I believe when I did stick to the model, that was one of my moves.
Me too.
A guy
plus.
like, Rico Dowdle, Travis Etienne from Jacksonville is a free agent.
Could be any of those guys.
There are lots of ways they could go with running back. It doesn't necessarily have to be with the number 7
And
pick.
then drafting receiver, yeah, you need to do that.
Right.
And what else did he bring up? I mean, everything sounded reasonable.
Let me look at it. This is the latest mock came up within the last 18 hours on CBS. Or no, this is NFL.com. Okay.
Okay.
So I got Mendoza 1, David Bailey, so that's 1 edge off to the Jets.
Yep.
Arvell Reese, that's 2 to the Cardinals. I'm not even familiar with this guy. Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU,
Mansour.
going
He went to Virginia Tech and then transferred to LSU.
Yeah, to Tennessee at 4.
He's good.
Another corner.
That's a big riser, by the way, because I've never seen him in the top
Another
5
corner
before
going
that.
into the top 5. Jermon McCoy from Tennessee. Francis Mwagwa, however you say his name, from the offensive lineman from Miami, going 6. And then that means the Commanders have their choice. Caleb Downs, Jeremiah Love,
Arvell
Reuben Bain,
Reese.
Sonny Styles, all those guys available. No, Arvell Reese gone.
Okay.
Who do you take? You got
Styles.
Caleb Downs, Jeremiah Love, Sonny Styles, and Ruben Bain.
I think I'm a Downs guy.
It's Love or Styles.
You're out on Bain's short arms? The film is too good.
I just like Styles because of his athleticism and his length. So I would take Styles over Bain, but I might take Love.
I'm taking the home run hitting running back. I'm sorry.
That would be a dream scenario.
Yeah. Right,
I don't know what they would do.
This is our boy Ryan Wilson from CBS Sports. His latest mock.
Right. And this is like since the combine and everything.
How about
He does them weekly.
mock?
Yeah.
Right. We're going to call him mocky mocks. All right. 1's Fernando. 2's David Bailey. 3's Tate.
Yeah.
Oh, Tate going top
Dude, they
three?
could have had
Wow.
Tate there too, by the way.
Well, he had Buffalo trading up to the Cardinal spot.
Okay.
To get him. Styles 4, Downs 5, Moagua 6, and who at 7?
So
Jeremiah Love.
Love or Bain.
Commanders pass on Love. They take Arvell Reese.
Okay.
And then Love goes
Okay.
to the Saints.
I mean, I don't know if Arvell Reese is going to fall to 7, but
Probably not.
I saw ESPN had Caleb Downs at number 7.
Right.
So it's different for every.
Let me say this. I wouldn't shy away from Caleb's meniscus or even potential ACL issue. Those can be resolved. I wouldn't. If you think he's the best, then I wouldn't have a
But
problem.
I think
with him
Ryan
taking it.
Wilson's saying, look, don't be surprised if someone trades up.
Yeah.
Like Buffalo
Right.
trades up into the top 5 because they won a certain piece, like a Carnell Tate. So that means those other guys slip.
If you think that Ruben Bain is the best defensive player, but you're not going to take him because his arm is that much smaller,
Seems ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. That cannot be the difference in being successful and not successful in the
Again,
NFL.
Trey Hendrickson, 1 inch longer arms, 17.5 sacks 2 years in a
There's
row.
no way that makes a difference. There's no way.
if your offensive lineman has him beat by this, and
but
there's that added to it, and he just holds him out here,
but if you're just
it does
strong,
make a difference.
You're just strong. You just
well, I'm going to
use your
argue
strength.
my offensive lineman's strong too. That has a much bigger wingspan. It's going to keep him
Everybody he goes up against.
It's not just about
Everybody
wingspan.
he goes up against has longer arms in him.
Right.
And he still
I'm
found
with
a way
you.
to be successful.
I don't find that 1 inch to be crippling.
Yeah. Now,
but history does say there aren't many guys that are edge guys with short arms that are successful. But I'm
That's
going to
just
guess
anomaly.
there
That's
probably
weird.
aren't that many guys with short arms at that level.
Exactly. Most guys that big don't have those nubby arms. That's all. That's just. It doesn't mean.
They usually end up playing interior.
Right.
The shorter guys, because the long arms are the taller guys.
Most guys like Jason are a little bigger than Jason. If you know what I'm saying. Just by size, you would think he's bigger.
Hey, you don't know anything. Hey, by the way, you were asking me about my notebooks.
Yes, you have a plethora of them.
You got a new SpongeBob one?
In SpongeBob.
Where on earth did you get that?
Where'd you buy that? CVS?
I didn't buy it.
No, it's in the
It was
house.
in the house.
Yeah,
the girls had it years ago.
Oh,
You
okay.
went-
So
you
look,
went-
you're
you went through their
repurposing your old-
That's going to be all my brackets for the conference tournaments. So-
You don't still do your who's in, who's out thing.
Nah, I don't do
You're
that.
not going to
Bubbles?
predict the field?
No, the bubbles? No, I don't.
You're not
He
gonna
used to do that and be like, oh, I got 62 out of 64.
Well, we used to do it as a show.
Yeah.
That's when the show was fun. But here, look, SpongeBob.
To
Right
me,
here.
predicting the entire field of however many teams are now in the NCAA tournament, not fun.
That was a nighttime thing.
Yeah.
Look, SpongeBob.
Nice coloring job, by the
Hey,
way.
here's your update
SpongeBob
on the,
generally yellow, not pink.
Your update on the Junkies polls. Wizards Fever, 54% are at 98.6.
54%?
Yeah.
So most don't have a fever.
And
Yeah.
would you give up a
majority
first
don't
round pick
care.
Bullets fever very low.
for Max Crosby? 68%.
terrible.
No,
All right,
would
we
not
gotta
give up
get
the
out of
first
here. We'll
rounder.
see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley coming up next.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo returned last night for the team, and they lost by $1 billion to a Celtics team without Jaylen Brown, which begs the question, why is Giannis even playing? Why do the Bucks want Giannis to play? Sit him for the rest of the year, trade him in the offseason, get a better draft pick. This should be easy for Giannis and the Bucks. I'm Nick Costos.
Nats fans, add to your Nats player bobblehead collection all season long.
C.J. Abrams has a leadoff home run.
Saturday, May 30th, grab a C.J. Abrams baseball card bobblehead.
Dalen Lyles smashes a line drive home run.
Snag Dalen Lyles' first Major League bobble on Saturday, June 13th.
James Wood does it!
And James Wood's Bobblehead Day, presented by Pedigree Foundation, is Saturday, August 29th. Get your tickets at nationals.com/promos.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders for over 20 years. All managers are OSHA certified, guaranteeing safety at every step. They understand the demanding schedules of production home builders and are committed to meeting deadlines without sacrificing quality or safety. Experience excellence at every detail with Ace Trim Carpentry. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
What if my child gets sick while I'm at work?
What if I have to stay late?
What if I'm not feeling well?
Don't let the what ifs run you in circles. If you carpool, vanpool, or use transit, Commuter Connections will give you 6 free rides home in case of illness, emergencies, or unscheduled overtime, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. Register or renew free for Guaranteed Ride Home at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Some restrictions apply.
mic on my hand. Put the mic on my hand.
People give you ear, so I be sublime. It's enjoyable to know you're in the concubine. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to Mitch and Finley. You're hanging with us on the YouTube stream. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Man, I'm chilling, Jay.
Love to hear that.
I tried a different ride this morning.
Like a bicycle fitness ride or ride to the office?
Different bicycle fitness ride. So I rode, what's the young lady, Tunde? So Tunde,
I know Tunde.
She does
short hair?
No.
Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else.
Tunde, she's yoked.
Okay.
On our Peloton. So she does the intervals and arms. I thought you do the
the arms that get you, and it's like a 5-pound weight.
No, I thought you do the intervals, you get off. No, you do the arms while you still pedaling.
Yeah, on the bike.
Yeah.
And so she had you holding one here as you do this one.
Right.
And then.
But it's light weights, right?
Well, it should have been lighter than what I had grabbed.
That I believe.
Yeah.
So you were doing what, like 15s?
Yeah. And it should be like 8s or 6. So I did 15s and I dropped down to the 10s. But I got through it and I worked it out, man. Been killing it, Jay.
That's great, man. Good for you. I
sweating like a pig. Tell you that, boy.
We got rid of our Peloton maybe like 2 years ago. We just had stopped using it.
It started becoming like a hanger.
Yeah, it was like my dry cleaning rack. But I remember when I did it a lot during COVID. The arms will get you, dude, because like they tell you use light weights, and every dude is like and then you're just like grinding.
You do so many. Like I do a little routine, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah.
Where you go regular curls, reverse curls, hammer curls, and then you do tricep kickbacks. And you do all that straight. You don't stop. You just do it straight, then you wait. You may do that 3-4 times. When you get to that second, third set, you realize that if you're going to finish the fourth set, you might want to drop the weights a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it's that'll do it, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue this morning in the district, as much as we've had snow and ice and wind and extreme cold, 35 and rainy, that's up there with as bad as it gets.
Well, it was a little foggy this morning. So when you get that little snow like it was last night, and then they only told me it's going to drop to 31 and then temperature start creeping back up, the condensations are coming back up, and it gets a little, I don't like fog.
No.
Because, you
can't do anything with fog.
Nah, the thing about the fog, you could be riding and then boom, all of a sudden you see something. And especially when the hangs are a little low. So
yeah, man.
Leaving, when I got close to Vienna, it's like it dropped. Like a damn cloud just dropped over 66.
For me, it's interesting. Just taking everybody behind the show a little bit here. Jeff, so I was here. I was left hand up. I was using the bathroom. I was kind of chilling. I've been in the building for a while. Jeff,
some things you can keep to yourself.
I guess
Jay.
Jeff was worried about me. I've been here, dog.
Some things you can keep to yourself, dog.
Usually, JP, you make your entrance before, now.
I was here. I was talking
concerned.
with Poet.
I was concerned.
I was talking with Poet and CK, figuring out plans for the weekend. But Jeff walked in, and he's like, do y'all want me to print out the show sheet, or are you cool with just the email? And you know me, like I'm always cool with just the digital version. Like sometimes we need the paper if we have a read and it's changed or something. But I'm all good. So we're sitting down, and my computer's not working. So I have no idea what's on the show sheet. I'm trying to get home here. But
you want that printout? Hey, Jeff, I think he's gonna need a printout today.
We're good. We're loading. Everything's loading right now, so we're gonna be all right.
I don't need it.
So my evening last night was pretty calm, easy. I sent in the text thread. Obviously, I was keeping an eye on the Wiz game. I didn't think the Wiz were going to win that game.
I watched a good bit of that too.
It was a good performance. There was a lot going on in that Wiz game.
Yeah. Oh, Juju.
Yeah, man. It's cool to see that. Yeah. Just, the Terp, Baltimore kid. I wasn't expecting him to get the start. Were you?
No.
I was like,
well,
they just signed this kid to a 2-way and he started.
Jay, it's that time, man.
I get it. Right.
So, yes, if they sign somebody today, he going to start tomorrow.
I mean, now is your chance for an opportunity with the Wiz.
There you go.
But I texted the thread, I guess. Brian and I may be the foremost TGL watchers in the nation.
Hell yeah.
But it's hard to know when the hell it's on and what channel it's on. You know what I mean? But last night, I sat down.
It's on 1 or 2 normally.
Right.
So I got all my favorites, and I got ESPN 1, 2, SEC Network, all that right together.
So, same. And I was excited about it. Thank you, Jeff. Shout out to the show sheet. All right, start the night with a night recap. We're on. But I've told you, my little one's going through, she's just dealing with some stuff. So, like, I'm watching TGL, then it's bedtime, so we got to go up. Then, say bedtime's 20, 30 minutes, maybe 20. My wife gets the longer version.
Latency, the time it takes to go to sleep.
Right, which for a 7-year-old that's not feeling well is difficult.
Yeah.
But so then I get to come back down and I have the TVs to myself and I'm locked in on TGL and it's kind of a good match coming down to the wire. And then Lauren gets back downstairs. And TGL went till 9, I think. Right? It was 7 to 9, I believe.
Something like that.
So it's kind of a good match coming down to the wire. And then Lauren comes back downstairs, say at like 8:45. And that means it's Bravo time, obviously. And I'm like, you want to watch the end of this golf?
You
She's
got
like,
3 TVs up there, dog.
I know. I didn't feel like standing up and getting the streaming going. I was trying to just be a good husband. She's dealing more than me with a 7-year-old, whatever's going on. And so I was like, all right, like, we'll just watch Bravo. And then I sit down this morning. You're like, dog, you see the end of TGL? No, I didn't get to see the end of TGL.
Hey, man, you built.
So what happened, Cam Young?
You built 3 TVs to be able to look at multiple things.
Left hand up. That's on me.
It's okay to put that Cam Young over there and turn on the volume and watch Bravo, but you can't miss that. But when you go hammer, you can't hit the ball out of bounds, point blank. And off the drive, you know that it's one hole where you hit it to an area, then you got to hit it down to the smaller part. Well, he tried to, I think, come down the right side, draw it in, but it didn't draw. And it hits, and when it hit, they were like, get the kick. It kicked straight to the right. Penalty off the drive.
That's tough, man.
Then he hits an unbelievable shot. And if he makes the putt, he has like a 30-something footer. He makes that putt, he got bird. And then he left it just a little short, and I think, who was it playing against him? Mike, I think it was Fowler. He's on in 2. Sitting there pretty, 2 putt for a bird.
Fleetwood, maybe?
No, I thought it was Fowler.
I thought the other team was Rose, Fleetwood, and Morikawa.
Well, Morikawa. That's what it was. Morikawa. Morikawa hits it on in 2. Boom, he's ready to go. So, but
Tommy Fleetwood's wedges last night.
Tommy Fleetwood is deadly with it.
It'd be like the announcers kept joking. They're like, I bet he puts inside 6 feet, and he did it every time.
What you need to do? Just get some highlights of him. And you get a wedge game like that, boy, you might be a single digit.
I don't think I'm getting a wedge game like that. I'd love 75% of it.
I'm just saying, if you hit the green with your wedge, you'd be
with
good.
Fleetwood, how when he's hitting those wedges, he doesn't lunge at it, but it's like a different level of contact that he comes up with. You know what I'm talking about?
What they're doing, if you watch them on those short wedge shots, all they do, go back and rotate their bodies. And they put so much damn spin on the ball doing it like that. We are sitting back, and the problem with us is regular golfers. We go back, and then we jerk, or we move our hips too fast.
Right.
All they do is
sway a little bit.
Their whole routine is here, and everything is together. And if you just do that consistently, you get the proper distance, you're good.
Well, dude, and that's, not to go back to Sunday on Tuesday morning, but that's what was so confounding with Lowry is that, like, for 2 holes, he looked like a 14 handicap where nothing was in, like it's supposed to be one fluid motion, and his hips were so far out in front of his arms and blocking everything out.
Pressure, bro. Yeah. Pressure can mess everybody up. I don't care who you are.
Totally. You know who pressure did not mess anything up for?
Who?
My man at halftime last night of the Wiz game that sank the $10,000 shot.
Yo,
that
man.
Was, I don't know.
Get your cheddar, bro.
I don't know if did you drop that in the text thread?
Jeff did, I think.
It was that was so cool to see.
Yeah.
And dude, I think
I've seen a lot of those around the country that's popped up. I guess dudes are practicing now. They're shooting. You notice those prices used to be 50, 100. They're getting a little lower now. Guys are starting to knock down that stuff.
Well, dude, I mean, between Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, they've changed basketball so significantly. Kevin Durant in that big guys don't play with their backs to the basket whatsoever. Mm-hmm. They're all just shooters. And Steph in that half court and in is my range.
Yeah, just cross.
I'm shooting it, right?
Cross half court, let it fly.
So not that dude, Joey, show it again, dude. So if you're watching on Monumental, you can see the dude making the shot last night. I saw it. He just showed it on that far TV, I think.
Way over there?
Yeah, I don't know why we don't have that closer. I mean, bang! But like you see
on net.
You see kids. Like
if you want to be technical, he was inside half court.
I know.
Nah, he let it go before.
No, he was inside, dog.
Look at it again. He steps right before half court, lets it go, and then he flies over.
I mean,
because I was checking
is
too.
he
I'm
getting
like,
his cash?
I hope they don't try to see. Watch. That's before half court. That's why I was looking, because I'm like, I hope they don't try to say he stepped over half court and take his money, because they
would try.
They did it before.
Well, I saw this. I can't find what is Anthony Haney's Twitter handle, because Ant tweeted Baby Ant. He tweeted out last night that he like knows the guy and is getting him on radio or something. So
smart.
That's even better. But B, when you go, and my kids are playing a lot of basketball, right? And so we go to CYO where like the whole day is just different ages of kids coming in and out of the gym, right? And what's crazy is the little time in between games, you know, like, all right, so the third grade game ends and now you got the fourth grade game, and the fourth grade game ends and the fifth grade game. And so you have that like 10, 15 minutes between games. And like the 5 minutes before tip-off, the coaches kind of get involved and they run some actual warm-ups, layup lines, whatever.
Yeah.
But there's that like 5-10 minute period of just straight up chaos where like everybody's older brother or little sister is just out on the court going ham. And all these kids are just chucking threes, dude.
Yeah.
And like 9-year-olds from their hip just chucking threes. And then like the 11-year-olds are at half court. Now these gyms are a little smaller, right? But like that shot is more and more not like normal in a game, but people are shooting that all the time. Now it's different on an NBA court, which is much bigger or whatever. But I don't know. Shout out to that dude for making it. Invest the 10. So
hey man, I hope he went home straight home last night, because he went out. You know, all his boys like, man, you buying the drink.
He could have blown that at Rose Bar in an hour.
Hour won't take that long.
Jeff, what would it cost if you want to go to Rose Bar just to what is the fee to get a table? Well, now, granted, it's a Monday night. Maybe it's not as much.
Oh yeah, you're spending $300-$400 because you have to. The table comes with the bottle, so it depends on what bottle.
What bottle you getting?
He wants a bottle of tequila.
Well,
which tequila you get?
Let's say Don
Casamigos Reposado.
Let's say Don Reposado.
Okay,
you're paying $450.
All right,
you probably get like 6 to 8 guests in.
Okay. So you're on the hook for a G by the time you tip, and one dude wants a beer.
You can't drink one bottle with all them people.
Right. So that's
I get at least 2 to 3.
You're probably spending $2,500 before
easy.
Yeah. Serious question from my man that won $10,000 at the Wiz game last night. Do they give you a check for $10,000 and then it's on you to declare for taxes? Do they pull the taxes out?
Sometimes I think like that. You are on the hook.
I know.
If you have to do a W, you probably have to do a W-2-9.
No, I think it's a 1099.
1099 at that point?
Maybe a W-9 because you're not an employer. It's just like cash. I know years back when it was me, Pete, and Mitch got absolutely red hot in a Vegas football pool. We won a bunch of money. We cleared like $45K. And we had to pay taxes on that, and it sucked. Because that's just, Uncle Sam's going to notice that. and you got no choice. But like you're all fired up about the 45K split 3 ways, but then you cut it in half and split it 3 ways, and it's less than my man made hitting that half-court shot last night. Still very cool, don't get me wrong, but I've always been curious about that. Like when there's like at the college football playoff, like the kids trying to throw it in the Dr. Pepper bottle or whatever. That may be honestly like a tax shelter, because doesn't that go into a college fund or something?
If it goes into a fund, you may be protected by it. But if they're handing you a check.
I hope my man last night brought his accountant with him. Be like, let's talk about the disbursement of this.
Or what you do, you tell them, I'll come back tomorrow and pick this up.
Yeah, let me sort through some
Let
stuff.
me go figure out what I'm supposed to do here.
But you know what else?
I'll just call my boy Jeff. Jeff, I'm about to get this money. What should I do?
Jeff Walker?
No. Jeff Tate. Jeff is the CEO, CFO of Dow Chemical.
Okay, yeah.
He can tell me how to do some money. Yeah.
I thought you meant Jeff Walker, which would be hysterical. Jeff, what would your advice be with the big $10,000 check? Cash it?
Hey, I wouldn't give you no advice, but I'd make sure you got out the stadium and home safe.
I wonder with an amount like 10K, because every time there's a big Powerball or whatever, we always do the dumb, do you want lump sum or the annuity? And everybody wants the lump sum, right? Mm-hmm. I almost wonder with the 10K, if you could get a G a year for 10 years. Now, granted, that's not going to do a heck of a lot for you, right? Like, if you get $1,000 dispersed.
Get $10,000.
Yeah, but the $1,000 a year won't impact your tax structure at all.
I don't know if
highly unlikely, unless you're like right on the verge of something.
I don't know if
we might be thinking too much about this.
Yeah, we are, because I know when I built my mom's house, the way I had that structured where me and my wife would give her a gift.
Right.
Monica gave a gift, I gave a gift. So my mom was able to pay the house and have other money without having to pay any taxes.
Right. I think those gifts, maybe, I think the gift clause, whatever that is over 10K now. I think you can get like 13, 14
It used to be
a
close
year.
to 10, I thought it was.
Right. And so like everything, it kind of inches up. Maybe they needed to be Ted Leonsis gave my man a gift of 10K, and then you're Gucci. Or Monumental Sports and Entertainment Group, whoever the heck actually pays the money for that. That's how you should do it. Look at us.
You think Odyssey could give us a gift as our paycheck?
Nah, that ain't going to work, Jeff.
Wishful thinking.
That's a little bit too much right there.
It'd be cool.
Hey, maybe
Odyssey will give you a backpack.
Maybe for a little moment, a day or two, but the rest of that year, you paying.
Odyssey will give you a phone charger. That's Merry Christmas. Don't let the lump of coal hit you on the way out. Trey Young, talking about the Wiz, right? Trey Young set to play Thursday night. Trey Young also pretty passionate involvement with the Wizards. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley getting warmed up on a terrible Tuesday.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot of fun stuff for us to get to on the program today. Coming up at noon, we're starting a new segment called GOATs. And you could debate damn near anything when you try to figure out who you think the best is ever at a certain position or a certain thing. Today we're doing tight ends. So we're all going to make our case for who we think the best tight end ever is. Then we'll open the phone lines up. That's coming up at noon. I believe at 1 o'clock, Doc Walker's going to join us. At 11 o'clock, David Cobb, CBS Sports, Talking College Hoops, is going to join us. The Commanders announced their full coaching staff last night. Got to run through that. Also got to run through this Caleb Downs thing, which is pretty interesting. Talking about maybe a knee injury in there. But I want to make sure we make time for this, and I know us, and once we get footballing, we kind of don't stop.
This type of thing pops up a lot around this time of the year.
Yeah.
If it's anything, they're going to make it bigger than what it is.
I think the same thing happened. Who was the Michigan corner? Was that last year or 2 years ago? Who was considered the best corner in the class, and then he slipped to like 2022. I want to say it was Will Johnson or something like that. Is that right? How far did he slip in the draft, WB? See if you can look that up, buddy. So we'll get into that. But Trey Young. Washington traded for him probably 2 months ago now, right? It was probably January when that went down.
Yeah.
Because it was the same day they announced Blau got hired, I believe. I'm just thinking I was in the Trey Young presser, and then I had to stick around to do a David Blau hit, and I thought Derek was messing with me, and he wasn't. Trey Young gets traded here, and we had Chris Miles on. We've talked to enough people. It seemed like the situation with him in Atlanta had completely devolved. That was no longer salvageable. And from the NBA people we've talked to, it didn't seem like there was a big market for Trey Young. And Washington made the trade to go get him. And he's a hell of a player when he's healthy.
Yeah, totally.
There's questions, but there's questions about just about everybody that's not named Durant or LeBron. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And one thing I've noticed with Trey Young, I noticed it that night at the presser, but more so subsequently, he seems into it. He seems like he's really locked into this team. Like, just the little stuff, like wearing the Ovi jersey. He wore the Iverson jersey one game. He's on the bench with these guys, I think just about damn near every game.
Until he wasn't.
So the news comes out yesterday that Trey Young's going to play Thursday night against the Jazz, which is exciting in and of itself, just to see that dude in a Wizards uniform. Then last night, he gets thrown out of the game. He gets thrown off the bench because he kind of went nuts on the sideline, and I kind of love it. Like,
I have no problem. Listen, man, if you sit on the sideline, whether you're playing or not, a referee going to piss you off. They do, and the NBA referees, oh boy, they're some obnoxious dudes. They basically think they are the story.
Right.
A lot of them do. So, yeah, every once in a while, I would want to tell them where to get off.
Right.
I'll send them a lot of one-finger salutes.
That's your favorite salute.
Yeah.
But my thing for Trey Young, he hasn't played here for a minute. But
he hadn't played.
You're really showing you have your young teammates back, because the foul was also nuts. Like, he was correct in how adamant and upset he was in the moment. And then he sent out a tweet. So let's acknowledge getting thrown off the bench in street clothes is pretty ridiculous. But in a season where the goal isn't winning, it's about maintaining a level of bad so you get a top pick. But even more than that, it's about these young guys coming together. Growing, yeah. Seeing there's something for the future. I think in that moment, Trey Young getting thrown out kind of shows, like, I'm with you guys. Like, this is real.
Yeah.
He sent a tweet out last night. Don't expect me to get ejected too many more times, DC, but I'm definitely bringing that energy and competitiveness when I'm back for my brother.
You know why he's saying that? Because when you get ejected, you know what else you get? Fined. So don't expect me to get fined a lot. Hell no. I'm with you. I'm going to bring some energy, but I'm not trying to get thrown out the game.
So the Wiz ended up losing last night to the Rockets. They've lost 5 in a row. They're now 6.
They covered.
They sure did. They're now 16-44. The two teams in the East with the worst record, the Nets and the Pacers, each have 15 wins. Out West, I believe it's just the Kings have fewer wins. Yeah, the Kings are 14-48. So that is 3 teams with the worst record.
2-3 years ago, Sacramento was like that little young team.
I think they were the 1
we
seed.
were discussing, bro.
Remember they were like lighting the beam or whatever?
Yeah, and they fell off quickly.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
What was the guard? They had a guard there who was playing his butt off. I don't think he's on that team no more.
Was that Fox? Was De'Aaron Fox there?
I don't know if it was De'Aaron.
I remember because they also
another
had,
dude that was balling there.
They had the white kid from Maryland, Herter, was just drilling
Herter
threes.
shoots threes.
You're right. That Kings team was like, oh, what do they got here?
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't have it for long. Whatever they had.
Yeah, they got off of that quick.
I feel like the Kings haven't really been relevant since White Chocolate was throwing lobs up to Chris Webber and Peja was making every jumper in sight. Was it the Maloofs? Is that who were the owners that also owned the casinos in Vegas and stuff?
What's that, Mirage?
No, they owned the Palms, maybe?
Yeah, Palm. That's
Dude,
right, Palm.
think about back then, it was like a really big deal that there was an NBA owner that also had ownership of a casino. Now they're about to put a team in Vegas.
Now everybody's involved with some level of gambling.
Right.
All these owners.
But, dude, it was the 22-23 season. They went 48-34. They finished first in the Pacific. I don't know if they were first in the West, but there was like everybody's like, "Oh man, this Kings team is coming." Spoiler alert: that did not last, dude. It was De'Aaron Fox. Was
Fox.
It was De'Aaron Fox was really really good. De'Aaron Fox, was it Herter? Yeah, Kevin Herter, Alex Len. They had a pair of Terps on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, remember when Maryland had pros? Sabonis from Gonzaga was on that team. It was a fun team, but I think they lost in the first round. Regardless, Trey Young has shown this level of buy-in to the Wizards that has me genuinely excited to watch them.
Yeah.
Especially Thursday night. Now, the Wiz play again tonight. They're on a back-to-back. Houston last night at home. They're traveling to Orlando.
Back-to-back-to-back.
How does that work? Do they leave last night?
Yeah, because
after the game?
When Chris was talking during the game, he and Drew, Drew was like he had to go do something with John and Wes last night, and he said, "Man, you know that plane will leave us." So he said, "What I'm going to do, I'm going to go get J. Cole's new album. I'm going to warm the car. I'm going to be listening to that. You run out. We got to make this. We're going to make this plane tonight." So they left last night.
Now, assuming Drew could just run right over to the studio and or were they on the court? Or did Drew have to go to the studio?
He had to go to the studio, I think, because that's where Weston were.
So, dude, to get, just with security and everything,
it ain't going to cost. Drew don't have to worry about all that.
I understand that, but like it is going to take you 5-10 minutes. If it's live, they got to wait for the segment. Hopefully it was taped. They could just knock it out. And then if C-Mill's downstairs waiting for him, they could get out to Dulles at that time of night.
Yeah. So, I mean,
they were all right.
He was just trying to make sure it wasn't going to be very, very long because he was like, that plane will leave us.
Right.
It's not like Trey or somebody else.
The plane's not leaving Keyshawn, but it'll leave us. Rich Wolf, if you're listening to the program, let us know if C-Mill and Drew made it safely to Orlando. Yeah, dude, so this is a stacked week for them, but it's Rockets last night, Orlando tonight in Orlando, then hosting Utah on Thursday. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if you picked this on purpose or not. Utah's bad, too. So you get Trey Young back on a night where
he can show his little stuff.
Right. Like, I go back in time to 2019. Redskins start 0-5. Jay Gruden, I remember him leaving the Meadowlands when they dropped to 0-3, and he was looking around with this look on his face like, where's Bruce? When's he going to fire me? Mm-hmm. Then they hosted the Pats the next week, got absolutely boat raced, and again, he's looking around. But Bruce didn't fire Jay until he knew he had the Dolphins on the schedule to give Callahan a shot at a win.
There you go.
Right. So Callahan gets the job. Dolphins week. They're able to go down there, win. They defend a 2-point conversion late, which means they don't get a chance to draft Joe Burrow. Like, if you want to go back in time.
Yeah.
Even with Dan Quinn, and I don't think he was of the same mindset, but DQ didn't fire Joe Witt when he had that stretch of 4 games when it was going the best offenses in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He waited till it was the Miami game, and he got a really bad Tua, and all of a sudden the defense looks better.
Yeah, it did.
People make decisions. I don't know if Trey Young's coming back because the Jazz are coming to town and they stink.
They just want to get him out there. But the thing about Trey, I listen to point guards, former guards from the league, and players that talk about him. They know this dude is a true baller. You know, a lot of times the analysts they go overboard because maybe you didn't go do an interview with them or something. I don't give a damn. But I listen to the players talk about him. This dude can play, and he has to respect to them.
Totally.
If he's all in, he could be something special. Now I can tell you what make him get more all in. If AD decides he's all in, then you got something going there.
That's the interesting subplot.
Yeah,
is Trey Young has seemed all in since the trade happened. And what do we know? We know that a member of the Wizards front office was with the Hawks when they drafted Trey Young. So there's a level of familiarity and trust, I would imagine. And I think Zach and Ted have done a really good job with Trey and with AD to reach out and tell them, like, listen, man, we're trying to do this right. We've got these young guys. We think adding you guys gives us a real chance going forward. You can see Trey Young's in. AD is taking his time.
But Trey is the point guard. You know what the point guard does? Lead.
Right.
So I'm trying to make sure you understand, bro, can you see those dudes right there? Them 2 dudes working pick and rolls and all that different type of stuff?
Oh, at the same time, Trey Young's a good player. Like, he's made some all-star teams. Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis is on a different level. And he's able to take his time with his all-inness to make sure this is a real thing.
But Anthony Davis he needs a veteran point guard to do some stuff too.
Totally. Yeah. I think he almost wants to see how that part looks before he jumps in with 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go through the Commanders announced their finalized coaching staff. Some new faces, new spaces.
Some new faces some old faces on new sides.
Dude, they shook some things up, which after a 5-12 season, you're supposed to. 11 a.m., David Cobb, CBS Sports, talking college hoops. Nobody go anywhere.
Got a special thing going on. You say it's puppy love. We say it's full grown. Hope that we feel this way forever. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. That's right. 10 times out of 9. Now if I'm lying, fine. The quickest muzzle, throw it on my mouth and I'll decline.
Commanders last night introduced their finalized coaching staff for the 2026 season. This took some time, right? I mean, it's March. It's not even February. It's March before you got this finalized. And I think one of the last big holdups was what was going to happen with Brian Johnson, and then subsequently, what do you do to backfill that? Let's start with all the stuff we knew. David Blau gets the offense coordinator job. That happened early.
Yeah.
And you wonder if that wasn't already happening by like week 18.
Didn't like it.
It's a dice roll, right? It's a young guy that nobody knows how he's going to be. But, like, nobody knew what Bill Gates was doing when he started Microsoft. Like, who knows? It could be a disaster. Could be great. Could be somewhere. Odds are it's somewhere in between. But they made the move to go with Blau. Then you had Anthony Lynn interviewing for head coaching jobs. So that's a big question. Is A. Lynn going to be back? A. Lynn is back, running backs coach.
Yeah.
So you're only, like, really veteran, established coaches on this staff. Anthony Lynn, who is, they list him as running backs coach. I assume he's still run game coordinator like he was previously. Bobby Ingram is an established wide receivers coach. Like, Bobby's been around. Then you get an assistant wide receivers coach in Andre Coleman.
And Coleman has worked defensively as well.
Right. But you got a lot of DJ Williams, completely new face quarterbacks coach. Danny Etling is your new assistant quarterbacks coach. David Rye gets promoted from tight ends coach to pass game coordinator. Rye's a guy I've been very high on. I talked to a bunch of people around the league this weekend. Actually got some pretty interesting information on him. Wes Welker gets an official offensive staff, offensive assistant. Like, I'll be curious.
That was the one that was a little strange to me because I know when Wes was here last year, he was on the defensive side, but
he was also kind of front office.
I've learned that offensive coaches sometimes work defensively because they understand that they look at it in a different angle, say it like that. But then they end up back on the other side of the ball where they played or where they have their experience at, which kind of helps them be more of an all-around coach.
So, for sure. I also think you see a lot of former players general manager, in this case I'd say it's Adam Peters, knows he wants to be part of this thing, and they just bring him in and make him part of it and then start to figure out how that works.
Where to put him at?
Ben Steele is the Commanders' new tight ends coach. He's a dude that was not here before. He came into the NFL as a UDFA after playing at Mesa State, 6'5", 250, so he's a prototypical tight end. Played in 17 career NFL games.
All right.
Caught 4 passes in his career. So this is a dude that's a bottom of the roster grinder. Had time with the Niners, Seahawks, Vikings, Packers. Like, that's a bottom of the roster grinder.
He was jumping around, boy.
Yeah, man. Now, he played for Quinn when Quinn was, I think, in his first year in the NFL with the Niners as a defensive quality control coach. So these two have known each other, 25 years. Then, by DQ's final year in Atlanta, Steele was tight ends coach. He's kind of bounced around. I always think it's silly to try to connect like a coach to a star player's development because I think a lot of times it's the player. Steele, though, was in Arizona as Trey McBride has emerged as one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Okay. He was tight ends coach out there. So,
is Shane Tobe Dave Tobe's son?
I certainly believe that to be the case.
Because that's Dave. Dave is a special teams coach, and I guess he does other stuff in Kansas City.
Right. Well, how many people do you see spelled Toub?
Not many.
Jesse Madden is John Madden's grandson. It's going to be really interesting to see how this offense works because Blau was an internal promotion without a ton of experience. Stapleton, O-line coach, internal promotion without a ton of experience running the room. Rye, internal promotion. We'll see how it works. On the defensive side of the ball, they announced their staff. And it's a trimmed down staff, which is kind of interesting. Obviously, you go with Durante Jones. You do have some new folks, new spaces. William Gay, DB's corners. Tommy Donatel's back. John Pagano's back. You get a new Luke Johnson, defensive QC. Eric Henderson is your new D-line run game coordinator coach. That's a guy they're very high on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, B, you were in the NFL a long time. Ken Norton is a super established guy, linebackers coach. Let me make sure I mention that. Daryl Tapp leaves San Fran, comes over with Adam Peters to take the D-line coach.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you did have Kerrigan involved as like your pass rush specialist. What does it say? What does it mean if you're Daryl Tapp and you get demoted? That's the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does it say about wanting to be here? Maybe about other options? Like, how do you read that as a player? In a
Well, I mean, I can see him wanting to be here or they want him here. Because normally when a new staff come in and you start changing up stuff, the other guys go. So it could be a combination of things. And I watched Daryl work with the guys. He's hands-on. So
it's also relatively close to home. I know I've talked to him about that, being a Tidewater guy. I wonder if just staying here on the East Coast and not having to kind of reset your coaching clock and then because a dude like Daryl Tapp that played 12 years in the NFL, has been in coaching ever since.
Mm-hmm.
He can find another job.
Yeah.
Like he could go and join D'Amico Ryan's staff. Like there are plenty of landing spots for that dude. But sometimes in life, much like football and business, whatever it is, you have to have tough conversations. And perhaps that conversation is, listen, man, we still want you to be here. We want to bring somebody in with more experience to change things up how Durante wants it. But unlike with Brian Johnson, who got passed over, let's be real what it was. Brian Johnson was there and had more experience. And it was in the quarterback room and all that stuff. And they're like, we're going to go with Blau. I think they gave BJ a little bit of grace. Hey, man, take your time. Let us know if you're all in or if you need to leave. He left. I think the Tapp thing could be different because I don't think he was ever a consideration to get the DC job. You know what I mean?
But I just think, like, we always talk about the amount of quarterback jobs and coaching jobs. This is not any other profession. And a lot of times when a person gets into it, they normally want to stay in it because if you get out for a little bit, you're gone.
Self-preservation league, baby.
So the thing of it is, I look at me when I played. I could have gone to other teams. I didn't want to leave off the East Coast. So I stayed Philly, New York. Could have gone all the way, didn't want to do all that. He could be the same type of guy where he going to make his decision based off of what his comfort level is, what he wants to do, not anybody that might call me.
When we come back, David Cobb, CBS Sports, talking college hoop. I can hear Jimmy. That's all I'm saying. Bum, 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 bum. Be Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us wherever you get the content. Spotify, Apple Pods, all those good spots. We're there. The Odyssey app. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV is our friend David Cobb from CBS Sports, talking some college hoops. David, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Busy time of year in these parts, but it's fun because at least for a couple weeks here, college basketball has got the national spotlight and a lot of attention. So it's March. The calendar has flipped, and the madness is coming. So buckle up.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, I got to start with a very random question, and I'm guessing this is a different Glasgow. But on your Twitter page, you can follow David at David W. Cobb. Your picture just is a mural of the word Glasgow. Is that Glasgow, Scotland?
You might think so, but I'm actually in rural South Central Kentucky.
Okay.
I won't give you my whole life story. We won't go down that road today. But I'm living the small town life in rural Kentucky.
I love that. That's great.
So yeah, it's a good deal. Glasgow, Kentucky. Come and check it out.
Glasgow, Kentucky. All right. My father's from Glasgow, Scotland, which is why I asked. But different places, I'm sure similar vibes.
Yeah.
Let's get to the hoops because I watched a lot of college hoops over the weekend, and Florida's coming on strong, defending national champions. I know you wrote a column, I think, either Sunday or Monday for CBS Sports about the Gators and kind of what you see from that group.
Yeah, they're no doubt. I would put them. In fact, if you were asking me to place a bet right now on who's going to win the national title, I think I would pick Florida. Of course, we've got this elite trio in the sport of Michigan, Duke, Arizona. Put them in whatever order you want, and then you've got UConn there, technically still in our bracketology the fourth number one seed. But Florida is playing every bit as good as those one seeds right now, and they are knocking on the door of that one seed line. And so why they're not a one seed right now, it has to do with the fact that, look, they had to replace an amazing backcourt. Walter Clayton Jr., Elijah Martin, Will Richard, Denzel Aberdeen. Those are the guys who really carried them to a national title last year, and replacing them, as you might imagine, wasn't seamless out of the gate. But what we've seen now during SEC play is that their guards, Boogie Fland and Xavier Lee, who they brought in from Princeton, and then Urban Klabchar, who was just a bench guy last year. I mean, they're all starting to shoot it better, and then their bigs are just unbelievable. They brought their front court back entirely, and those guys offensive rebound like total maniacs. And so even when their guards are missing shots, this team still has a high floor because they're going to get a lot of offensive rebounds, and they get high looks at the rim because those bigs all run the floor really well. So look out. I mean, we could be going towards a situation here where UConn repeats and then maybe Florida repeats, and then in a 4-year span, we would have just two programs that won national titles. I really think that's on the table here with the way Florida is playing.
Is it anybody, like I know we look at all the big name schools, Duke and all those teams, always pops up. But is there anybody out there that's just lurking that no one is discussing that may be a problem once the madness starts?
Yeah, I mean, this team is a blue blood still, so maybe it's not going to sound like the right answer. But North Carolina, who is hovering down there around the 5 or 6 seed line, they've been operating without Caleb Wilson, their star freshman here the last couple of weeks. He's going to try to get back for their regular season finale on Saturday at Duke. He's a huge difference maker. They've beaten some really good teams this year. So UNC, they're a blue blood, but they're not in that 1-2 seed sort of conversation, but they are a team to watch. They've got the horses to do it. Really, though, it's that group of 5 right now who I would take over the field in a heartbeat. Your Duke, Michigan, Arizona, UConn, and Florida, I would put in that group. Your number 1 seed and your top number 2 seed, they to me have separated themselves. So if you want to talk Final Four, I think there's a lot of teams that have the juice in the 2 to 6 range to get hot, make a Final Four push. But actually winning 6 in a row in the NCAA tournament, boy, I'd look at those top 5 real long and hard before I start trying to get cute and pick out a national champion from outside of that group.
I know people love Matt Painter. I've never interacted with him. I'm sure he's a fine fellow. He's been a good coach in West Lafayette for a long time. I call them per don't for a reason. Like I think they just lost to Ohio State. Outside of Michigan, and I like Illinois too. I really like that young guard. It looks like he's 14. But the Big Ten, David, pardon me for a moment. Brian, do you know the last Big Ten team to win a national championship in basketball?
No.
The University of Maryland, which really shouldn't count for the Big Ten, but that's where we are. Outside of Michigan, who I think is a real title contender, does the Big Ten have an actual title contender?
Yeah, so you never sleep on Tom Izzo, of course, right?
Sure.
You just know once it gets to March, he's going to field a squad. But I look at the Spartans more in that group of, oh, yeah, I could definitely see them making the Final Four. But to get over the hump and actually win the national title, history shows us most often you're going to need that lottery pick, elite-level talent on your roster. I mean, and they have a great point guard in Jeremy Fears, and Kurt Hang is starting to shoot it at a really high clip. Like, great team there at Michigan State. Not sure I see them winning the national title. Illinois would be the one outside of Michigan who I'd look at. They do have that future lottery pick, Keaton Wagler, that guard you mentioned, who looks like a 14-year-old. Well, he's a true freshman. He wasn't even a top 100 prospect yet. Here he is lighting up the Big Ten. So I like Illinois. They rate really well in these predictive metrics, right? Now they don't have the resume because they've lost a lot of close games. They get into overtime, they just seem to lose, right? So like, does that team have the sort of make up the late game confidence and execution to get it done? And that's where my questions are. But just from a talent perspective, from an efficiency perspective, Illinois could do it. They could do it. They might. I mean, it's kind of weird to talk about a team that's that good as a quote sleeper. But if you're looking for somebody other than Michigan from the Big Ten that can do it, Illinois would be at the top of my list.
I agree with you there. And then going to the SEC, who else out of the SEC? You know, I mean, Florida's the obvious one. Could Kentucky get hot? Arkansas got blown out by Florida the other night. Could they bounce back? Like, what do you think of like down the list in the Southeastern Conference?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's no doubt that the league is not as historically dominant as it was last year. It might still get more NCAA tournament bids than any other conference, but the Big Ten and the Big 12 are going to have far more of your 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Uh-oh. He just dropped.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get him back. That's a good guess right there. I was enjoying talking to David Cobb. I do want to ask him about what I think is pretty nonsensical, and it directly relates to someone here on the program. Bruce Pearl, famously the coach at Auburn for a long time, is actively campaigning against Miami of Ohio to get into the tournament. So Miami of Ohio is currently undefeated.
Yeah. I just saw that. Read that yesterday.
He says unless they win their conference tournament, they shouldn't get in. Well, you know who's probably the weakest bubble team out there? Auburn. You know who coaches Auburn? His son. Like, to me, that just seems so underhanded, dude.
Hey, man. Let's be real, though. Most times when we hear people talking, they got some type of lean somewhere or the other.
For sure.
It just happened to be his son this time, you know. There's a lot of people, you hear him talking and you know it's not based on the numbers. That was just
more transparent than usual. White Brian, you think Auburn's a tourney team?
He didn't hear you.
Do you think Auburn's a tourney team? All right, we got David back. All right.
I don't know what happened there, but yeah, I was saying I'm not totally out on Arkansas. They took one on the chin at Florida, but I still really like Arkansas. So I don't know how much of that you got, but basically it's like, all right, I like Florida out of the SEC clearly, but I'm not totally out on Alabama or Arkansas.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Bama with Nate Oates, if they start shooting like they can, it is always dangerous. What about UConn? It's kind of a down Big East. They just thumped St. John's, struggled a little bit with Seton Hall. Could UConn win this whole thing?
Yeah, UConn is interesting. They have really. Well, the thing I like about UConn is they've been in some battles and they've managed to be really good in close games. And you could say, well, some of these games they've played in the Big East shouldn't have been as close as they were. And I mean, that's true, right? But we see it, the teams that have been tested and have that sort of game pressure experience, that they tend to do well in March. Like you flash back to last year and Duke gets into the Final Four. They struggled against Houston. They can't inbound the ball because, well, they weren't really in any tight games for the most part during ACC play. Well, UConn has been tested. They've been in those tense late-game pressure-packed situations, and I do like their guards. I mean, Solo Ball and Silas Demery, man, like they may not get the All-American sort of love, but, I mean, those are two really high-quality guards right there who, if they shoot it well, they've got the pieces, not to mention like Alex Caravan, Braylon Mullins, those are good shooters as well. So, I mean, I like the shooting piece in particular. If UConn were to get hot, I think they're in the mix. I would put them a rung below the Duke, Michigan, Arizona, Florida tier. Just if I'm power ranking teams that could win it all, I would have UConn slightly below those four. But it's Dan Hurley. It's a talented team. They do have most of the boxes checked. So I'm not all the way out on UConn. I just don't see them at as necessarily being at the top of the pack.
As you begin to look at these different little regions, which one you think may be the toughest to get out of?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, right? Because the NCAA is going to seek to separate the first four teams from each conference into separate regions. Well, we saw in the bracket preview they did a couple of weeks ago, that led to a situation where Florida, Houston, Michigan, all stacked up against each other in the Midwest. And it's like, man, that would be brutal. That would be a brutal region. So I would look at like the most favorable region as potentially being the one where UConn is your number one seed. Now, if they end up with Florida in their region, that sort of evens it out a little bit. But with the Big East being a little down, right, like you could end up in a situation where as a Big 10 or a Big 12 team, you get sent to UConn's region so that we can separate the conferences out a little bit. And all of a sudden, you got a region there where a 2 or a 3 or a 4 can come out of it. Now, what I would hate to see if I'm a number one seed is Florida in my region, and that could be the case for UConn, depending on how things shape up. So the other wrinkle in the region sort of debate or discussion to watch is that Houston is actually allowed to play in Houston in that South region because they passed off the official hosting duties to Rice.
Oh, that's smart.
There's no rule against Houston playing in Houston in the Sweet 16 and the Elite Eight. So obviously they have to get there, right? But it's Kelvin Sampson. Houston's got a great trio of guards in their backcourt. There's a real situation here where Houston's playing in the Sweet 16 and in the Elite Eight with a massive home court advantage at the Toyota Center. So big storyline there to watch. What region does Houston end up in?
Well, and you know the Cougs are going to play hard-ass defense and hit the glass. That's just Kelvin Sampson does. Talking with David Cobb from CBS Sports here on the Rude Guest Hotline. David, the one team I wanted to ask about, I think Duke and Cam Boozer, he is, like all the hype around that kid, he's delivering on. He's excellent when you watch him. Darren Peterson, the presumed number one pick out of Kansas, when he plays, he shows flashes of outright brilliance. What do you make of the Jayhawks? What do you make of Peterson going into this tournament?
Yeah, I'm dubious. I'm skeptical about Kansas's viability as a Final Four team because it's gotten so disjointed. Will he play? Won't he play? Darren Peterson's been playing more as of late, been finishing games, and that's great. You could make the case, though, that Kansas has arguably been better without him because they got so accustomed over the course of the year to playing without him. And to Bill Self's credit, he has assembled enough talent elsewhere on the roster to where they can not only survive, but actually play pretty well without him. Well, now you get in a situation where he's back. It changes the hierarchy. Darren Peterson's got to get his shots. Right, so they just haven't been able to get in a flow and in a rhythm when he's out there on the floor. Now, I do think it enhances their ceiling, but what the situation is now is that you're up against it as a coaching staff with just a couple of weeks before the NCAA tournament to get in a situation where all these pieces are firing on all cylinders. And I mean, the talent obviously is there with Darren Peterson to where, I mean, I watched this guy play against Louisville back in late October in an exhibition game, and he had 20-something points in a in the first half. I mean, his shot making is unreal. There's a reason why, even after all this drama, we're still seeing him at the top of a lot of mock drafts. I mean, he is that good. I just don't know if he works right now within the flow of what Kansas is trying to do at a level that could get them over the hump to win the national title. And so Bill Self's done a really good job of keeping this thing on the rails, even despite all this Darren Peterson drama. But the truest test, or the biggest test of his coaching acumen, will be whether or not he can bottle all of it up and create a product that's operating at a top 5 sort of level here down the stretch. So it's Bill Self. He's a great coach. He can do that. And even if he doesn't, I don't think it means he's done a bad job. But that's my big question around Kansas.
I agree. They're going to be, like, you could probably get a pretty juicy Kansas future if you wanted, and if it clicks, they are loaded. I just don't know if it's going to click. I don't think you wrote this. This is one of your CBS Sports colleagues, Matt Norlander, wrote a story about, big D1 jobs where the coach is going to be on the hot seat. And I'm specifically curious about Syracuse. For most of my life, Syracuse basketball has been a contender, like a Final Four team. We know they won the one title with Melo there. They have completely fallen off the map. And how do you fix Syracuse?
Yeah, I think it's an institutional question as much as it is a coaching question. Do they have the resources to really go all in and compete from an NIL perspective at a top 15 sort of level in the sport? I don't think they're too terribly far off from that, but I think a coaching change could help in terms of energizing the booster base, because Red Autry, he deserved the opportunity. He was a loyal soldier for Jim Boeheim for decades as a player, as an assistant. And those guys, when they retire, they want their guy to get the job. And you can say, right, like, sometimes it works. Look at Coach K handing it off to John Shire, his hand-picked successor. Well, it's working out pretty well for him. But then you have other situations. Now you look at Auburn. Bruce Pearl hands it off to his son, who played for him. He was an assistant for a long time. It ain't working. It ain't working very well for Stephen Pearl right now. So you never know in these situations. We saw it last year with Tony Bennett, where he wanted his guy to get the shot at it, and hit it. Sanchez got the shot at it. It didn't work out. Now they've gone in another direction, and Ryan Odom's doing an awesome job. And Virginia's right back near the top of the ACC, and maybe going to be a 4 seed in this NCAA tournament. So I understand why they did what they did, why they gave Red Autry the opportunity, but he's not meeting expectations. They're not going to make the NCAA tournament. And at Syracuse, like, more should be expected. And I think they would be justified in moving on here. Like, it's clearly not at the level that anybody expects. And you look around the ACC and you see, well, it looks like Will Wade's probably going to get NC State to the tournament in year one. They're struggling a little bit right now, but Ryan Odom's going to get Virginia back at a high level in year one. They're going to be right back in the mix. And so the ACC is better this year because some of the jobs have changed hands, and they've gotten some fresh blood in the league from a coaching standpoint. Jay Lucas at Miami, oh my gosh, that team won like 6 games last year, and they're going to be comfortably in the field. And not to mention, like, Louisville last year, they make the transition to Pat Kelsey. Well, I mean, all this new coaching blood in the league has really helped the league recover. Now you look at Syracuse, and it's like, wow, like, if they were to make a change and get it right, that's a big-time program that could only further enhance that league. So, I mean, I think Syracuse will be justified in moving on.
I think it's good for our Hoya friends that I don't have enough time to ask you about Ed Cooley. Maybe we'll circle back on that another time. David, thank you for the time, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all didn't ask me about Buzz Williams and Ed Cooley, because I'm sure that wouldn't have been a very, very fun topic. But it was good.
We'll ask you about that next time.
I'm one of few people that holds degrees from both Maryland and Georgetown, so I know just how bad
he's in a bad situation right now.
Thanks for the time, dude.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. Talk soon.
All right. David Cobb, CBS Sports. Good stuff there. Check out all his work, cbssports.com. Want to talk about Caleb Downs and what, if anything, this meniscus situation means for Washington potentially taking a stud at number 7. Nobody go anywhere.
I tear down the mile with the people for real. You can't even talk.
Mitch and Finley. You hear me cough right there?
Yeah.
I pull up in Morris.
But he always come in here and talk to me because he can't. He don't know what he hears.
There are no limits to me and B's.
I'm gonna choke him next time.
Mess with Jeff ability. NFL news. Okay, in a half hour, we're all going to present our GOAT tight end, best tight end of all time. All five of us. Then we're going to open the phone lines up. Let you present your GOAT tight end. I imagine there will be some consensus between 3 or 4 players, is my guess, but it's going to be interesting to find out. We have NFL news right now, though. Breece Hall will get tagged by the New York Jets. Reporting franchise tag for the running back is $14.2 million. They're still working on a long-term deal. We talk about running back position value all the time. What do you think about tagging Breece Hall, B?
That's where you gonna keep him. Because
Sure.
if you don't tag
Tampering
him,
period's Monday at noon.
But Breece Hall is good enough where if you allow him to hit the market, you're gonna pay some money to try to keep him.
In his last 3 seasons, he's gone over 1,300 total yards from scrimmage.
And the thing about it, they try to devalue running backs, but there are some of them that holds on to it no matter what.
If you're paying him 14, the running back position gets pretty interesting because there's going to be a number of running backs available.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly think there's a lot to like with Bill, but I'd have a hard time saying you can't get better at that position. So if Breece Hall is off the chart, still have Kenneth Walker, who I don't think Seattle's going to tag, Etienne from Jacksonville. Rico Dowdle is a dude I like, has been good in Dallas, good in Carolina this past year. Doesn't have a ton of mileage on there because he didn't play a lot early on. I think he's 28. He'll be 28 in June. But, he wasn't really getting carries until the last 2 seasons. So,
Breece, you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Dowdle.
Oh, Dowdle.
Dowdle's a player I find to be quite interesting in that Dowdle, the spot track projection is $6.5 million. If Dowdle's like a $7 million player, I find that pretty interesting. Algiers, another one. Rashad White obviously has the ASU ties to Jaden Daniels. The running back position I find interesting. Sure looks like Breece Hall is not going to be an option because I know that's a player Commanders fans talked about, along with Kyle Pitts, another guy that got tagged that Commanders social media was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So there's one thing we know. Breece Hall not going to be available.
Not going to be available. Kyle Pitts, not available.
2, Jordan Schultz has reported this. Jake Moody, the kicker at the end of last season, was a restricted free agent, which means Washington could keep him off the market if they offered him a tender. Restricted free agency is pretty complicated. Of course, Moody was drafted by the Niners, I think out of Michigan, when Adam Peters was there. Has had a pretty disappointing career compared to his draft status.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to tender him. He was okay in Washington last year. But I'm not mad at not giving him a tender. Here's where I'm at on the kickers, B. Your training camp, your OTA roster is 90 men. 90. Mm-hmm. That's a big-ass roster.
Yeah.
I want not 1, not 2. I want 3 kickers in camp.
At least.
I want young kids with monster legs that can bomb it because they're everywhere now.
Yeah, and I want that competition so I can see who's consistent. Because that pressure, you don't have to wait till the game to get the pressure. If you got another kicker you competing with, then it makes you have to be more consistent. I want to see that.
It's a 90-man roster. You can afford 3 spots at a position you have not been able to answer since you've been here. Talking about AP and DQ. Mm-hmm. They thought they had the answer with McManus. The allegations arrived. They eventually got dismissed. He's kicking field goals for other teams now. 3 young guys with giant legs, let them compete. And the competition for them is immediate. And every kick they have to make, granted it's practice, will matter. That's it for me. I don't need a veteran. They have typically gone the veteran route. They've brought in veterans, however, without the giant legs.
Man, go scour some of these soccer fields and soccer teams.
What you want? It's where Aubrey came from.
Hell yeah.
Now, Aubrey's a restricted free agent in Dallas. Jerry ain't letting him go. Outside, I mean, that dude's a legit weapon for them. And I think...
Didn't he ask for $10 million?
Yeah.
Hey, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, he can win games for you.
You have a 90-man roster. Let him duke it out, dude. I mean, even when you get to the regular season, I don't care if you have a kicker on the active and a kicker on the practice squad. Like, the rosters are so much bigger now. You can afford at what is a vital position.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's kind of the news of the day right now. I did want to talk about this Caleb Downs thing. We mentioned it a little earlier. The two players I've heard on the defensive side of the ball with the best clean tape, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs. A lot of the talent evaluators you hear from think Caleb Downs is one of the top 3 players available in this draft. There are questions about the positional value of a safety, right? I can understand that. If you get 9.5 out of 10 play from a safety, or you get 8.5 out of 10 play from a pass rusher, you can argue that the pass rusher's impact is greater than the safeties. I understand that. But on a team that lacks blue chip players, particularly blue chip defensive players, if you think the dude is a star, take him at 7. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah.
Medicals, though, are a little more interesting. There's a draft analyst that goes by the Twitter name of Draft on Draft. See if you can get me his real name. I want to say it's Cole Kinnan. Vic, see if you can look that up for me. I believe he's the only dude with this report. If there are others that have this report, forgive me. But per Kinnan, he's reported that an NFC scout disclosed issues during the medical evaluation of Caleb Downs, specifically noting a partially torn meniscus, number 1, and number 2, a potentially degenerative ACL.
I would need to see that from more people, and because what we know about this time of the year, lying season, and everybody that puts out information is not 100% factual. So if he's the only one with it, I would not follow that right now.
Because teams have different medical reports, too.
Yeah.
So if you are an NFC team, let's just take a gander here. Say you're picking 12th and you really want Caleb Downs to slide.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is an NFC team picking 12th. The Rams are an NFC team picking 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa's an NFC team picking 15th. Maybe there is a concern there, but you put that out to try to get the young man to get to you.
Yeah.
Hell.
Totally.
It's not that crazy to think Washington wants him to even slide to 7.
Mm-hmm.
If some evaluators see him as the number 1 or number 2 player in this draft.
That's why I would be hesitant until that become a true story.
It's an interesting one. Yeah. Obviously, when is Ohio State's pro day? Hard to think.
When did he mess this knee up? Did he not do nothing at the combine?
The thing that concerns me more is a potentially degenerative
but
ACL.
But that's the thing. Potentially just degenerative. But this one guy has that info.
Dude, you know what?
When did it happen? Okay, did he do anything at the combine? When? The whole thing is all of a sudden this pops up. Because watching him play, it didn't look like he had no degenerative, nothing.
March 25th, Ohio State Pro Day, Columbus, Ohio. Put that on your calendar.
Yeah.
That one's going to matter.
Totally.
You've got Carnell Tate needs a good 40 time after whatever in Indy, right? Mm-hmm. And there's questions if the clock was right. Like Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, who at this point might not need to run. He's shown enough.
Yeah, he's done enough now.
All right. We're talking about Caleb Downs as a potentially excellent player at number 7 for Washington. There's one player that I had a guy last night. I went out to dinner for my mother-in-law's birthday, and a dude came up to me. He's like, "What about that Notre Dame running back?" Let's explore Jeremiah Love when we return.
Mitch and Finley are presented by John.
All right, folks, about 10 minutes, we're going to debut the GOAT segment. We're going to debate the greatest of all time. We're starting with tight ends. Should be a lot of fun. Right now, though, Caps play tonight. I know my man Vic the Stick will be all over that. Somebody told me, so the Caps have roughly like 20 games left. And
20 to go.
So exactly 20 now?
Yeah.
And Carberry said, we got to go 16-7 down the break here to get in. And they started 2-1 through 3. So
now they got to go 14-6?
Something. But you got to win 2 out of 3, basically.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. So we'll be watching the Caps tonight. We've had plenty of conversation, however, about Jeremiah Love. Yeah. And is that a real option for Washington at number 7? Mm-hmm. And I think you've made the point, B, that I think is pretty damn smart. If you're going to go offense, you're better off going receiver than running back. The difference is a lot of folks are saying Jeremiah Love is just that dude, and that's why it's different. Dan Orlovsky, never scared to stake his own flag, make his own opinion. Mm-hmm. Whether some of that's performative or not, I don't know. But he does watch the tape. Like the actual study of football is very real. Mm-hmm. This is ESPN's Dan Orlovsky talking about Jeremiah Love in this draft.
That said, who do you think is the best player in the draft?
Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. This young man put on an absolute show when it comes to physical talent and athletic ability at the combine. To be his size and to run 4.36 coming off of his performance in his career at Notre Dame, I know he's not going to go number 1 overall. That is more than likely going to be Fernando Mendoza. But when it comes to the best player in the draft, that's Jeremiah Love.
I've been hearing that all season long, from Mel, Mike, and the question is just about the position, right? How high are you willing to take a running back? Because there's no pick that's too high for the talent in this case.
You know what? Listen, he probably is the best overall, but one of the best. I'm not going to say he's the best because after watching Sonny Styles, I might think he's the best athlete in the whole draft. Okay? But Jeremiah Love, and you know how I really care about running backs. But Saquon Barkley finally won a Super Bowl. He had been in the league how long?
5 years? 4 years?
Did a lot of great stuff.
Maybe 6.
His team was winning at first, did a little something.
Yeah, so it was probably 4 years on the rookie deal. They pick up the contract, they pick up the option, then they let him walk in year 6.
So he finally got to a team that was loaded, and then he exploded. B. John Robinson is unbelievable, too. I don't know how many games this team won last year.
Kenny Gainwell just won a Super Bowl MVP.
Okay. He just won an MVP. But what I'm saying about this team has a game plan. And I don't think Jeremiah Love right now will help that game plan because as much as we want to just somebody said it earlier about fantasy football and all this stuff is screwing up the sport because everybody just care about points. You got to stop people from scoring too. And I know damn well if we feel we got to go out and score 35 a game, you got to be pushing the metal, putting the pedal to the metal. You put people, you're going to be put in some difficult situations. And you don't want people getting hurt, right? So when you got to put so much on one side of the ball, that's a problem. You got to balance this thing out a little bit more. He may be the absolute best, but is he the best for this team as they're trying to construct it right now? That's the question you got to ask.
It's a really fair question. And I wonder if you are going to go offense there, and I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that McLaurin only has guaranteed money on his deal this year.
Mm-hmm. Because like what you're saying, and see, you have a mindset of thinking future. If McLaurin has no guarantee after this year, then he may not be around.
Right.
Then when you look at it, everything falls on that running back. I've been around this league a long time. I've seen one running back, one, in all this time since 1990, that when he had not great blocking, he still can make some yards.
Barry?
That was Barry Sanders. And guess what? That's one in 30 plus years. So they don't just grow on trees like that. And you know what they did? They didn't make the playoffs a lot. As good as he was,
right.
They didn't make the playoffs a lot. And the way football is today, where everything is catered for the passing game, it doesn't seem like the right move to make, especially when you need, not want, need a defense.
The closer we get, to the draft, it's interesting to me, the conversation with Reese, Bain, and Bailey. Reese, you don't know what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But damn if you don't love the tools.
Yes.
Like what it could be is wildly intoxicating.
Totally.
But you don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey, you know what it is. You could argue Bailey does the second most important thing on a football field, and that's rush the hell out of the passer. Bailey,
he's the hunter.
Right. Bailey to me is the most sure thing, which is why as we've started to see some of these projections with Bailey going 2 to the Jets, I get it. Because you're getting something that you know, or you believe you know, right? Reese, super high upside, some uncertainty. When I hear Durante Jones talk about versatility, and when I hear Durante Jones saying, I don't care about 4-3 versus 3-4, that's all just numbers. It's not how you line up, it's where you end up. That just speaks of Ruben Bain to me.
Yeah.
Because that's a dude.
Because he's good at run, he's good at pass rushing. He seems to be big enough to get stout and quick enough to just get where you got to go. I know, listen, man, the measurables are for people to have control over something they have no control over. That's why they have all the measures and they want to tell you what your arm's supposed to be, this, that, and the other. All I know is my man was in Elvis Dumerville, was 5'11", 245 pounds. I'm sure his arms wasn't very, very long either. But all he did was kick people's ass consistently. He had 20-plus sacks in the league in a year. Don't tell me what's the prototypical size. I want to see the prototypical play. And if the guy does it like Bain does it over and over again, I think he might be the best for you. You may go somewhere else, but he might be the best.
When we come back, the debut of the GOATS segment, we're debating who's the greatest of all time tight end. Nobody go anywhere. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Had an idea for a new segment. Ideally, we do it every Tuesday at noon, high noon, in the District of Columbia.
Yeah.
Discussing goats. Now, goats could be anything. I think Diet Coke.
Can it be any topic?
The goat soda.
It don't have to be sports all the time, right?
No, it could be salad dressings. Like,
all right.
People got opinions on things. People think one thing is the best. I would say Honey Nut Cheerios or Cinnamon Toast Crunch, greatest cereal of all time. We got options.
All right.
We're starting, though, with football.
Yes.
And everybody debates quarterbacks. And I didn't want to start there. That's too easy. It's low-hanging fruit. I also think Brady has made an argument that it's not that much of a debate right now.
I guarantee you'll get an argument.
Oh, I'm sure. I am fully aware of that. But I thought tight ends would be a cool place to start because I don't think there's nearly as much consensus. Now, before we present our cases, we're going to open the phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. And I think we're not going to be, like, this is a subjective argument. Like, if it's objective, there are 9 tight ends in the NFL, in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharp, Charlie Sanders, Dave Casper, Ozzie Newsome, Kellen Winslow, Jackie Smith, and John Mackey. Of 9, I've only seen play with my own eyes 3 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I understand John Mackey's importance to Johnny Unitas' career, but I never saw that happen.
Yeah.
I understand what Kellen Winslow and Dan Fouts did with those old Chargers teams. I never
saw them play. And I played golf with Kellen.
Air Coryell, baby. I mean, that was the real deal. So if that is your take on this, I get it. Now, if you're just looking at strictly numbers, Tony Gonzalez has the most ever received. Antonio Gates has the most ever touchdowns
116
by a tight end, 116. Gonzalez is right on his heels at 111. But there's a lot of great tight ends is my point. And you can make a case for many, many different players. And I'm not going to tell anybody they're right or wrong. I'm just going to let everybody present their case.
All right.
Who should start?
Go with the young people because they're not going to go nowhere. They can't go past Shannon Sharp. That may be too old for them.
Well, let Jeffrey start. Jeff, your GOAT tight end.
Christopher Cooley. It's like, no, man, I'm playing with you. I'm Antonio Gates. That's who I'm taking. When I was younger and I used to watch him play, I used to just be amazed that he was big and could catch the ball. I got amazed by a lot of big people that could do things while they were big. So I'm going with Antonio Gates. He's the one who solidified for like big people coming out of basketball into football to play tight end. I liked his style. He was going up there to get that ball, even if he had to box you out. I don't know in today's NFL would they call an OPI for that, but I loved it.
Didn't Gonzalez play basketball at Cal too?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Gates was it Akron? Like he came out of a small college where he only played hoops.
Yeah.
And they're like, let's give this dude a shot. White Brian, who's your GOAT tight end? Mark Bavaro?
Dave Casper.
Huh? Explain, sir.
He was putting up 1,000 yards in the 70s and 80s. He'd be putting up Justin Jefferson numbers now. The best I've watched is Jimmy Graham.
Jimmy Graham could play, dude. Jimmy Graham was really good.
Jimmy Graham didn't block at all, though.
A lot of injuries impacted. Left hand up, I don't have much information on Dave Casper.
Casper was a good one, but he played in the era where his team threw the ball, other teams didn't throw the ball.
Dave Casper is a Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champ. I guess he won his Super Bowls with the Raiders. Then he was with Houston. White Brian, unless I'm seeing something incorrectly, Dave Casper never had a 1,000-yard season.
He had like 900-yard seasons. I rounded up.
But you said 1,000.
He sized it.
He sized it big time. His best season came in 1978, where he had 62 catches for 852 yards.
I kind of like the fact that White Brian went with somebody that wasn't in his era.
I do too. I applaud that.
But he lied about the 1,000-yard season.
I applaud the sense of history.
He got the blessings because he didn't just do like most young people do. They only go with what they see.
Right.
He went and got somebody from back before me. And decided to add some extra stuff to it to try to push it up there.
Now,
Dave
Casper might have the GOAT tight end nickname. Dave Casper, nickname was Ghost. That's pretty good. Now, as I looked up Dave Casper and White Brian picked him, I just assumed he went to Auburn, and that's why he was doing it. Notre Dame, Fighting Irish.
Okay.
All right, so we so far have 1 vote Antonio Gates, 1 vote Dave Casper, Slick Vic Ferreira.
Vicky.
How about let's go with, I'm going to go someone outside my era too, Rob Gronkowski. Let's go with that.
That's outside your era?
Yeah.
How old are you, Vic?
I'm trying to act like I'm 17, 18 years old.
In other words, you lying.
I'm lying.
You're
lying like Brian.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not outside your damn era.
I'm going with the Gronkster.
All right.
This is hard for me because I think
Gronk had a lot of success because of the team having a lot of success too. I don't know if you could just. He was damn good. He did it all. So
I mean, is Tom Brady the GOAT if it wasn't for Gronk?
So I'm also going Gronk. I didn't expect Vic to go Gronk. I think if you look at the production per games played, Gonzalez had way more yards, right? And more touchdowns. But Gonzalez played in 270 career games. Gronk
can't be mad at Gronk for being available.
Absolutely. Gronk played 143 games, had 9,286 yards and 92 touchdowns. 92 touchdowns in 143 games. The touchdowns ranks him third all time, I believe, among tight end touchdowns. And he played in way fewer games. I think Gronk at his best was a better blocker than Gonzalez or Gates. He was a super, super physical freak.
He was a super blocker. But you got to realize, though, when they got inside the 10, 70% of the passes went to him.
He brought in 90% of them.
But Gonzalez had 1,300 receptions.
So where are you
I'm
going?
going with Tony.
Okay.
I think Tony basically changed that position. He was the beginning of people really going after those type of guys.
Yeah.
He has 111 touchdowns, 15,000 yards receiving.
That's pretty nice.
And the fact 15,000 yards, it's just that, he was a light-skinned dude that was able to ball. So, we had the little light-skinned, brown-skinned, we would mess around with each other. He was a badass light-skinned dude. So, I'm going with Gonzalez.
Gonzo played. So Gronk had 4,000-yard seasons in 11 years. Gonzo had 4,000-yard seasons in 17 years. Tony Gonzalez, for the career longevity of it all, I completely understand. I just think Gronk's best. This discussion is so open-ended, which was what makes it fun. You can define it however you want. I think his best was the best of the best.
I just think if I gave Gonzalez Tom Brady, he might have 170 touchdowns, and he'll have 20,000 yards receiving.
Gronk's YPC was 15 yards. Gonzalez, 11.4. Now, when he was in Kansas City, those are some pretty explosive offenses. You're talking the Larry Johnson, Priest Holmes days. Trent Green was slinging it. I'm not saying it's Tom Brady, but those were explosive offenses.
Still ain't named me Tom Brady.
Then he got to Atlanta, and I think it was Matt Ryan.
Still ain't named me Tom Brady.
I'm surprised nobody said Kelsey.
Well, Kelsey has played 9-10 years. Those guys he has 111 touchdowns. I think Kelsey has about 80-something, 70-something, 80-something touchdowns, 90 at best. And they force-fed him. Most of his passes are shorter things where boom, boom, boom.
Kelsey is third all-time in receiving yards. We don't know if Kelsey's going to play again this fall, right? If he does, in a game or two, he'll move to second all-time in receiving yards. Witten, who I don't think any of us named, Jason Witten finished his career 271 games played, 13,046 yards, 74 touchdowns. Kelsey's right behind him, 13,002 receiving yards.
And he has
82
he has
touchdowns.
what, 9,000 yard season straight, something like that. Kelsey.
I will tell you.
I just think when I start
Travis
looking,
Kelce from 2016 to 2022 went over 1,000 every
so,
year.
but when I look at those other guys, if I had to put them side by side, like they do a little running thing with them,
Yeah.
I think they all are way more athletic than Kelsey was. I think Kelsey came in with an unbelievable play designer and a quarterback that you could be covered and he'll throw the ball in the right spot.
Kelsey belongs in the conversation, right?
Yeah, he does.
But so where you said Gonzo, we had one vote Gonzo, Gates, Dave Casper,
yeah,
2 Gronks.
I don't know where the hell the Casper come from.
I've gotten a few texts. I got this text from an unnamed person. I'm watching the show. Question: is the GOAT debate over a player's entire career, or is it just who was the best tight end in his prime? Prime Gronk was kind of unstoppable. Over a full career, I think it's Tony Gonzalez.
Well, if you're going to go with him, you got to go their whole career. You can't just pick 2 or 3 years out of the thing.
Joey Savage.
And let's be real. When you got Gronk and a Gonzalez, it's 1A, 1B no matter how you go.
I think Gates is right there. I think Kelsey might be right there. There might be some anti-recency bias with Kelsey because this year, wasn't it? Listen, interceptions bounce off receivers' hands all the time, but wasn't it kind of bizarre the amount of Mahomes picks that bounced off Kelsey's hands this year?
Yeah.
It was like a very weird, why does this keep happening?
It even happened in the other years, too. It just wasn't as many of them. LD says he hate to say it, but he's going with Jason Witten.
You can make a statistical argument for Witten for sure. Joey Sabat, our producer at Monumental, says, I think it's got to be Gonzalez. He revolutionized the position and is the prototype for the modern tight end.
See, that's what I was going with, where he changed where people went out there and looked for a guy like him. And when you do that, like Randy Moss rolled in. Jerry Rice is the greatest in my book.
Yeah, me too.
But when Randy Moss came up, you started looking for people that's 6'5", that could run like that.
Yeah.
Can't find many of them, but you did.
I don't want to get too technical because this is before my time. But if we're talking about revolutionize the tight end position, I would kind of credit 2 people, not named Gonzalez, Gronk, Gates. One would be Kellen Winslow.
Yeah.
But 2, like Bill Walsh, the way they started to involve the tight end on a much more regular, significant basis.
Yeah, Kellen Winslow playing looked more like a receiver playing inside. You know, he was far more under control than his son was, but you know.
Yeah, I mean that dude.
God, remember that?
Some stuff going on. God bless Joe Gibbs. Do you remember that draft? Was should they take Sean Taylor or Kellen Winslow the second? They made the right pick.
Yeah.
Dude, Kellen Winslow, senior, playing for the San Diego Chargers.
Yeah.
In 1980.
He had Dan Fausto, bro.
Listen to these numbers. This is 1980.
Yeah.
89 catches for 1,290 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Yeah.
In 1981, 88 catches for 1,075 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's like,
I think
those kind of numbers are like Sonny Jurgensen still holding the all-time single season
Kellen in my
touchdown
book
record.
is top 5. Because with Dan Fausto, I said Dan Fausto did a thing on the Wide World of Sports. See, just aging myself. He blindfolded himself. And the guy lined up outside and they ran an 18-yard and out. And he'll drop back and let the ball go, and he was hitting them right on point. That's how good he was at the quarterback.
For sure. Now, none of these guys are making this list with subpar quarterbacks.
No.
Antonio Gates had Phillip Rivers in the prime of his career for most of that time, right? All right. Doc was also a hog model. Doc was the only tight end allowed in that famous photo of the hogs wearing tuxedos rolling around with actual pigs.
I get what you mean by that, but you got to use a different wording next time. A hog model.
Hold on. See, I told you every time we do
That's
something.
a pause on you, Jeff.
Every time we do something, my buddy Ali hits me. Ali, you need to go headbutt a truck. He talking about Jeremy Shockey. Are you a fool?
This jockey's
Man, we
jock
talking about
me.
the best of all time, not the best for a year or best in a week.
You
half of the people you name it not even nowhere close to this on this list.
Is there ever a world where you could tell the Shockey story from the locker room when he came straight from the club and what he was complaining about?
One day I will.
That is one of the all-time, it's a true outrageous story that I've ever heard. But for now, the debate is greatest tight end of all time. Let's start with Joe in Rockville. What's up, Joe?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? How you doing today?
Good, buddy. How are you?
So look, I'm doing great. So listen, man, this is really hard for me because I always want to respect the numbers. You got to respect the numbers, just like Will Chamberlain. You always got to respect them. But for me, the greatest one I can remember, and I'm dating myself, is Kellen Winslow. That performance in the playoff game against Miami, I think he had 13 receptions, 166 yards. He was battling cramps. I mean, they had to carry him off the field. But that just goes down to one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Gronk is right there. He's definitely right there, but I agree with B. Mitch. What about if Brady was throwing the ball to Gonzalez? He would have had double. So I support that argument in its full. For both you guys, just going to tell you, my second career, you could be attorneys because you both presented your case very well.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you, buddy.
I'm going back to school.
I'm not.
Me neither.
Yo, John Mackey apparently was averaging about 20 yards per catch playing with Johnny Unitas. Hell, they named the tight end award after him. It's the Mackey tight end award.
Yeah.
I say Gronk. B says Gonzo. Antonio Gates, Travis Kelce, Dave Casper, Kellen Winslow, all in the conversation. Quick break, taking your calls. Who's the greatest of all time at tight end?
Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. We are football.
Are we good to go?
Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals Monday, March 9th. The Washington Capitals and MedStar Health team
from the bottom, now my whole team in. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. I done kept it real from the jump.
A number of things to clear up.
Yeah.
The debut of our GOAT segment where we debate who's the best at something or what is the best at something. Today's debate is the tight end position. A little bit of cleanup. I previously mentioned that Doc Walker was the only tight end in that famous Hogs Night Out photo where you had all
Donnie Warren was in it.
Donnie Warren was in it. So my bad to Donnie Warren, who I think actually listens to the program sometimes. So Donnie, I apologize.
Dutch. Yeah, he does listen. Because one day I was talking about some bourbon. He texted me. What was that bourbon you named again?
Now, the boys have all voiced their opinions on the greatest tight ends of all time. Gates, Gronk, Gonzalez, a lot of G's in the conversation. Dave Casper in the conversation. Kellen Winslow in the conversation. Now we're going to open it up to these phones. Let's go to our guy, Toothpick. What's up, Pick?
Hey, what's good, JP? Now, listen, man, you started with the right one. Tight ends. I got two of them for you, okay? Listen, the first one is unquestioned greatest of all time. Diamond and the Players Club. Best tight end in the game.
Hey, that's what I was saying. That's what I was alluding to yesterday.
Yeah, B has mentioned some different names in the commercial breaks.
I try to tell you. Hey, great topic, JP. You hit it on the head, man. You did it again. You are the greatest. Listen, but no, I got to go with Tony G, man. Tony Gonzalez, man. He changed the position. I mean, you can say Kellen Winslow as well, but for me, it's Tony Gonzalez. I never saw Winslow play.
Toothpick, are you jogging right now? What is going on down there?
No, man. Your boy is working. I just got in my truck.
Tight ends got you all out of breath. All right. Thank you.
He was thinking about Diamond.
They do that too. They sure do. They get you out of breath later.
Free chicken wings at the buffet. All right. Tony Gonzalez is going to be a popular name in this. Let's keep things going. Eric is in Woodbridge. What's up, Eric?
Hey, what's going on, Jay? What's going on? Should be a first ballot Hall of Fame with Brian Mitch.
Appreciate you,
I
bro.
gotta go with no problem, bro. I gotta go with Jason Witten, even though I'm a lifelong Redskins fan. Hey, Jay Witt. Hey, listen, he was like the prototypical tight end position. He didn't just catch it; he blocked. And being a Redskins fan, I could be biased, but man, he torched.
Yeah.
When he came in,
the high point.
Hey, it looked like a power forward. It looked like a power forward going up there and catching that thing. So, yeah, it's a great topic. Great topic. Hey, you guys always doing the thing. Appreciate you taking my call.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call, Eric.
Yes, sir.
Listen, I don't think it's Witten, but, I do think Witten's probably a Hall of Famer. You know?
Yeah.
I think... But damn if Jason Witten didn't kill the Skins.
Oh, he did.
Dude, in 32 games against Washington, Jason went, the Cowboys went 22-10 in those 32 games. 137 catches for 1,495 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Now, you looked up when I gave him the boom, 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 boom. Bro, Jason Witten was good, but those years I never forget.
He torched the Skins.
Yes, he did.
He made us look crazy.
I tell you what's interesting, though. Of the NFC East opponents, Washington limited the damage of Witten compared to the Giants and the Eagles. In 31 games against the Eagles, he had more yards, almost 1,700 yards. Listen to what he did to the New York Giants. He could be a charge for assault. In 32 career games against the Giants, he had 1,641 yards and 16 touchdowns. Why, Brian, how do you feel about Jason Witten?
I always hated that guy.
You remember the one play where Witten got his helmet knocked off and he had a bloody nose and he just kept running down the field? I feel like that was a Thanksgiving Day game. Jason Witten could play, man, for sure. We'll keep the phones going. Let's go to Lou in D.C. Lou, who's your greatest of all time tight end?
I'm going with John Mackey because he's a lot older than those guys, and he was the one that opened it up with the Baltimore Colts years ago to make tight ends what they are today. And you can't forget Jackie Smith that played with the St. Louis Cardinals. He was a hell of a tight end. These other guys a little younger than those two, but those were the two that opened it up. And don't forget the one we had here, right here in D.C., Jerry Smith. Jerry Smith was a decent tight end also. But the ones they talking about, Gates, he's bad. Casper, bad. Tony Gonzalez might be the baddest of the bunch. And Kellen Winslow. But John Mackey was the one who opened it up. He was the first tight end that just ran by people.
Appreciate the call, man.
What was the stats you gave when he was back in 70-something?
He averaged 20 yards per
Appreciate
catch.
your call, man.
Thanks, dude.
And
I think that was
my buddy Butch, dude. I told you I was talking trash to on the golf course that day. He's married to Mackey's daughter.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
We haven't perhaps given enough attention to Shannon Sharp.
Shannon was a badass. Now.
Shannon was a badass.
Shannon and I came out of college the same year. Well, I mean, I told you I played in this. They invited me to a Black College All-Star game. I didn't much go to college. The guys just recognized, say he knew nobody was going to invite me. Shannon and I were roommates.
Wow, that's a room right there.
Well, we had two other people in the room too. It was one of those bowls where they had a lot of money.
Shannon Sharp has almost 10,000 career receiving yards, 9,961, 61 career touchdowns. And the thing is, when Shannon was at his best with those Broncos teams, they ran the ball in the red zone. He was serious business.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Him and his brother Sterling, bro. Those dudes were built differently.
Totally.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kenny in Largo. Kenny, who you got? Best tight end ever.
What's up, y'all? I gotta go with Gronk because I'm a youngin', so I ain't never seen nobody dominate that position like how he did. Step on people, running through people, blocking. He all around tight end. But honorable mention though, if he would stay healthy, I think Jordan Reed would have been one of the greatest in my opinion.
Jordan Reed was a baller, man.
Yeah.
I'll never forget being in Atlanta in that preseason game when he got that headshot, and everybody just kind of knew that was a sad moment. Thank you, Kenny. Good call, man.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. We haven't said this name yet, and this is somebody that certainly deserves their accolades. Sean in D.C., what's up, dude?
Hey, thanks. I'm going to date myself here, but I thought Mike Ditka was one of the best tight ends I ever saw. He could catch. He could run, and he would knock the stuffing out of you as a blocker. So I'd go with Mike Ditka.
He is in the Hall of Fame as a player.
Yeah.
And it's worth pointing out, Ditka finished with almost 6,000 career receiving yards and 43 touchdowns. And he played from 1961 until 1972. People weren't running the wing T at that point, but it wasn't like a pass-first league, particularly in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Good call, dude. Let's go to James in Warrenton. James, what's up, man? Who's your guy?
Hey, how's it going, JP? I got Shannon Sharp as my GOAT tight end, and the reason is, I would never forget a game against the Baltimore Ravens. It was in 2000 when they had that Hall of Fame defense. I watched him carve up that defense for 9 receptions for $168. He made them look silly.
That's probably why. Was a baller, undoubtedly.
Ozzie Newsome, somebody named.
I think you can make the case, and I've made this before, and I just don't think he's a big enough name. At least in football, nobody has had a better football career than Ozzie Newsome.
No.
He was a Hall of Fame tight end, and then he's a Hall of Fame, GM.
Yes.
Nobody has done that.
Nobody has.
Where they've done both.
Yeah.
Ozzie is and dude, what's cool?
Lynch on his way, huh?
Lynch is on his way. That's true.
Yeah.
They got to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, win one. Yeah.
That's a good one. Lynch, I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that's performed that high as a player and then on the other side. Let's go to who's been on hold. Let's go to. You ready for Commander Tequila to chime in? Commandante,
Yeah.
who's your greatest tight end of all time?
I like Tony Gonzalez a lot back in the days.
Sure.
But at the same time, Tony Gonzalez.
All right, cool. Good stuff, brother.
And then Captain Chaos, I love seeing him play. You know, but he's not one of the greats. I say he's one of the top 10s.
Commander, thank you for the call, buddy. Stay warm if you're still in Fargo. I love Cooley. I was friends with Chris. We text here and there. He's enjoying himself living out west in the mountains, the prairies, the streams. I remember once, I think this is when Cooley and Kevin were doing their show, and Sheehan kind of broached the topic of being a Hall of Famer, and Chris was like, absolutely not having this discussion. I don't stack up. And I just loved that honesty from him because I think he belongs in the Redskins Ring of Honor, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully they get that done and he'll come to town for the ceremony and stuff. But it's a different conversation when you're talking Gonzalez or Kellen Winslow.
Yeah.
If you're on hold, stay there. Speaking of great tight ends, Doc Walker joins us at 1 o'clock.
Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living.
to trading Pro Bowl edge rusher Jonathan Grenard. They would like to keep Grenard, but they also have salary cap issues they're working through that have led to these trade conversations. When they talk about the trade, the next step is the cut.
Yeah.
And that's a dude that played for Durante Jones. That's an interesting one. That's an edge rusher, pass rusher that knows the system.
Yeah.
We're going to circle back to that. 29 years old.
Yeah.
I want to let folks weigh in on the greatest tight end of all time. Let's go to Bo in Fairfax. What's up, Bo?
All right, man. Listen, I love the topic. Tight ends are durable, just like running backs. And it's Antonio Gates, 15 years in the league. Antonio Gates.
Listen, you can make a case, dog. I'm not mad at calling in for like for me, it's Gronk, but I'm not mad if you're calling in and saying the only one I've been mad at was dumb Ben Strober saying Niles Paul. That's the only one that's made me mad. Thank you for the call, Bo. Appreciate you,
I think people got to understand when we ask for the greatest of all time, we understand. My buddy Ali's doing the same thing. He's naming every Redskin football team Commanders player he can name. Dude, we talking about the greatest ever.
Ever.
Leave it at that.
I'm gonna go left hand up. I'm not particularly familiar with this guy, but I want to give him a chance. Kurt in Ashburn, who you got?
Being born and raised in Detroit, I appreciated Charlie Sanders. He had among the best hands of any tight end and was a devastating blocker. He played during the time of Butkus. Shows you how long ago it was. Wow. I don't claim he's the best ever. I agree with the earlier caller that first guy that comes to mind for me is John Mackey because he kind of defined the position.
Yeah. All right, man.
That's it, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
But know what I like about this though? You start listening to people, you could tell the era they watch. And it's some people we probably never heard of. I did hear the guy he's talking about though. Because I'm damn near in their era.
But
what I'm saying, it gets to, not only do
so
you get to
open-ended.
Voice it, you get to learn something as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. And well, like people like Ben, they can listen and learn something.
Learn something. Kevin is in Clinton. Kev, who you got?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I gotta say Jerry Smith. I mean, no, I shouldn't say that. Gonzalez is the best I've ever seen. But please talk about Jerry Smith with the Redskins.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned him earlier.
Dude, Jerry Smith had a great career.
Yeah.
He had a great career. But when you're talking greatest of all time, that's not
Gonzalez him. Greatest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not him. But like I just want to shout out to Jerry Smith because he never made the Hall of Fame because, you don't know why. But yeah, Gonzalez is the greatest I've ever seen.
Appreciate it, man.
Right,
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let's go to Shane calling from Switzerland. Shane, who's your greatest of all time tight end?
Hey, what's up, JP, B. Mitch? How y'all doing today, boys?
Good, dude. How are you?
You already know who I'm going to say, JP. It's Jason Witten. I mean, I'm a Commanders fan, but look, it's Jason Witten.
Is that because he wore Tennessee orange?
The game. Yeah, well, Rocky Top, baby, all the way.
Man, he ain't close to Tony and them other dudes, man. Come on now.
Oh, come on, B. Mitch, give some love to James Witten.
Man, no, he wore the damn star. I don't care about that.
Look, I know you're a Cowboy hater and all, but you got to get love to James Witten.
I wouldn't. I don't hate the Cowboys. I just like to destroy them. That's what I do.
Well, I mean, but I think they owned us for a couple of years there. Now look what he did against. Like you just hit the stats what he did against the Commanders/Redskins at the time. Absolutely.
Right. I got a ton of calls here, Shane. Thank you, buddy. Man. Let's go to Antoine in D.C. What's up, Twan?
What's going on? First time caller, long time listener.
Appreciate it, man.
My greatest, I got to go with Shannon Sharp, the first stretch tight end that I've seen, and the first one to go back and forth with Ray Buchanan. So that's my goat, Shannon Sharp.
All right.
You can make a case for Shannon. He was good, dude. He was very good. All right. Thanks for the call, Antoine. Jay is in Clinton. Jay, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What up, man?
Hey, man, I don't want y'all to be beating up on my man there who threw out Dave Casper. I just want to give Casper some love, man. Casper played with two other Hall of Fame receivers. He wasn't the main target like a lot of these other tight ends. He blocked. The Raiders weren't just throwing the ball all the time. They ran the ball 50% of the time. Give some love to the Ghost.
All right. Can you name who voted for Dave Casper?
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's in there.
You can't name him, though. There's only 5 of us on the show.
Oh! You mean on your show?
Yeah.
It was the first brother first dude who spoke.
No, that was Jeff.
I didn't know
That was Jeff.
I didn't know who he was. Okay, Jeff, I'm giving you some love, man.
No, it wasn't Jeff. Jeff was the first guy that spoke, but WB was the second guy that spoke.
Oh, okay, my bad. It was somebody on y'all show gave Casper some love.
Right. Yeah. What's his name?
Don't do that to him.
Thank you, Jay.
Whoever he is, I need to give him a raise.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
We're not in the raise department. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Right,
White Brian, you got some support, dude.
Dave Casper, the GOAT.
Casper was good, but he's not the GOAT.
Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, who you got?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen.
What's up,
I got to say this, that there's a common thread in this. I was telling Vic that, man, there's a lot of really good ones, and I watched everyone from Mackey on up and Ditka and all of them, and I'll tell you what, man, Joe Jackson Gibbs had a friend named John Madden who coached Dave Casper, and he knew a good player when he had one, and everything that guy said earlier about Dave was true. So I got to go with Dave in a tie with Kellen as far as really turning the tight end position around. And I'll get off here, guys. And hey, you guys make sure you have a good day. And great idea too, to JP and Brian and Jeff for doing this, man. Great show, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, man.
Well, again, they want to say who Casper played with. Well, Winslow played with Jefferson, Joyner, Chandler, and Muncie. It's a lot too.
Loaded.
I mean, so
with Coach Joe calling the plays.
Yeah, man, he was getting it done, dog.
That was fun, man. I don't know that there's a consensus. I think there's a consensus of like Gronk or Gonzalez and then Gates and Kelsey in the conversation.
Yeah,
Winslow, certainly.
Yep.
Dave Casper in the conversation, Vic.
Yeah, he in it. The Ghost.
I'm a little surprised not a lot of Gronk calls.
It's kind of weird for me and you to be on a team without many others on our team. I think the most calls was Gonzalez.
Yeah.
And weirdly, Dave Casper got a lot of. I'm surprised there were fewer Antonio Gates calls, but that was.
We had some Shannon Sharp calls at the tail end.
Yeah.
What do we want to do for next week?
Strip club. No, I'm joking.
Hey, there's some high-ranking ones in DC. Like,
you know what we could? So next week,
I don't think if we start naming them, Jeff, I don't think it's gonna be one from DC.
Ooh, let's go.
You go. What you think? Does 11 count as a club or a club?
My beautiful wife last night, her mom was like, we should do a vacation where we'll go with you so you guys could go out for the night. I said to Lauren, I was like, have you ever heard of 11? She's like, what is that? I was like, well, she's like, I'm not going to 11.
Good. I'll go with it.
When we come back, speaking of GOAT tight ends, Doc Walker joins the program.
Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
we had a tremendous GOATs conversation trying to figure out the greatest of all time at the tight end position, and there are a few people better positioned to have a definitive position, like take on this.
Well, Doc took the hand model all the way. He's the best ever.
Doc, you are the best hand walker. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline is our friend, Mr. Rick Doc Walker. What's up, Doc? How are you, sir?
B. Mitch, why you wind him up like that, man? Don't do JP like that. He had a rough night, man, dealing with the girls and trying to multitask, and you just jump on him like that, man. Leave him alone.
Doc, I hope you weren't listening when Jeff hit me with the paw. All right, we're going to move forward.
It's all good.
The hog model discussion. And I am curious, so if you listened at all, the greatest of all time at the tight end position is difficult, man. There's a lot of really good ones, and that position has changed so much over the years. But I'm curious who you would say, or if there's a few that stand out to you.
Well, at my age, it's impossible because you mentioned ages. See, for me, Jackie Smith, John Mackey, Mike Ditka, we're talking about an era.
Yeah.
That was, John Mackey? Come on. Jackie Smith, it was in a different game. Wizard of Oz, for me, it's almost impossible to name, unless you're paying a lot of money, to name who's won. But the honorable mentions, the Gonzalez, Travis, in a modern day, what Gronkowski did in New England with 12 is completely bizarre. It was things you had never seen by someone that size. Same thing, in a different era could have been said out in San Diego, and what Coryell's offense and what they accomplished was every guy except Gronk was a big victory away. And we got to see Jordan Reed up close. He was shortened. If Jordan Reed had had an extended career, there's no way in the world, because I've never seen a better route runner, personally.
Mm-hmm.
Having covered, watching it, studying the game, he was doing things that I'd never seen done in that short space and some of the best feet. Gonzalez, has similar traits, and everybody has a little different DNA. Like Cooley, he may not have appeared to be all that. That boy, he was uncoverable because he had that, what I call a knack.
And
some guys have a knack.
That dude could break
and they
tackle.
just find a way that you can't stop them.
Mm-hmm.
They get space. Kelsey has a lot of that too, but Cool Dog, he was and then Shannon Sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon Sharp, man, predatorial. It's amazing what certain people were able to do in the systems in which they were in, but to make it all work and to kiss that ring, it's going to be hard to I missed the Ghosts with the Raiders. They're just one big win away from that. But Gronk, it'd be hard for me to see somebody knock him out of that place.
It like the thing, like a lot of guys never saw Mackey play or Casper.
Right.
Can you explain what John Mackey was?
Well, he was what we talk about. I wouldn't want to say a tweener because he was a big man, but he was running like a wideout. He was doing things that backs do. Like how you came out of the back, you know how to come out of the backfield and run the read routes, or the option routes, or the choice routes. So very few tight ends got to do that kind of stuff, but John Mackey did. And the one thing, I guarantee you when you go down this list and you look at it, most of the very best had a near Hall of Fame guy tossing that rock.
Mm-hmm.
Very seldom did a guy, and that's why Jerry Smith, to me, must always be mentioned. Because I don't know if he ever won a game. But he put the Cardinals in a position to win damn near every one of them. You're talking about a one-man army. And most people won't do it unless they're completely freaks like JP. and go back and just trace Jackie Smith's career. You'll thank me later.
A couple
But
names,
again, he's with the Cardinals.
Yeah, a couple names we didn't mention that I think deserve it. Zach Ertz, who played here, is top 10 all-time receiving yards. Greg Olsen was a monster for Chicago and Carolina.
Yeah.
Jimmy Graham we mentioned, but to your point about Kittle, now he's got 8,008 career receiving yards. He's 32 years old. Now he's coming off an injury, but that's a dude you could potentially see. There's only 4 tight ends all time that have gone over 10,000 receiving yards, getting into that 5-digit. Maybe Kittle can get there. Pretty interesting.
Well, it won't be the system that stops him. See, the other thing is that they win a lot of games. They throw the ball a lot. A lot of people that throw the ball a whole lot don't win a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of those yards, they're head banging, and they got a great back and a quarterback, maybe a dual threat. Every situation is different, and they got a coach that keeps his job too. Keeping the same system is paramount. Because if you get fired every year, whatever, you got to learn a new program. Most of these people had really good coaches, and coaching, as I think we know firsthand now, they're not all built alike.
Right.
Most of them are awful because this system. Teams lose and careers get altered, and the really good ones dominate because they're that much better than the rest of the pack.
Talking with our friend Rick Doc Walker here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Doc at Rick Doc Walker on Twitter, Instagram, wherever you are. Doc, I wanted to get you on because I thought you and I had a really interesting conversation on your show last week. The Commanders released Tyler Biadasz. They rework a deal for Nick Allegretti. Looks like they're at least going to consider Allegretti being their full-time center, if not maybe the backup. But you had a really interesting take on the Biadasz thing, just that with his size and play style, and now they want to get under center more, maybe this wasn't just about guaranteed money, but about making a strategic move.
Well, that's my opinion, how I see it, because I look at how many warthogs do you have? Well, in our division, it's 3, and that's a guy over 350. So if what you do, if you're not a great base blocker, that means guy right in front of you. Can you knock him off the ball, or can you stymie his movement? If you can't do that, then you're out, because you got to deal with Dallas, you got to deal with New York, you got to deal with Philly. They all have them. Every good team has one. That's a guy that can't be doubled. You can't knock him out of the hole. The teams that don't stop anybody don't have one.
Yeah.
They just happen to be in the East. So if I know that's 6 games, I'm going to get my ass whooped. He can't be my starter.
Yeah. I think you mentioned Boswell the other day, and Boswell wasn't the biggest guy, but he was a straight tactician. I mean, he got into guys and under them where they couldn't move him, and he was able to position themselves on guys when they were trying to get outside.
Unbelievable.
So that ability he had is something that most centers don't have.
Well, and the other thing, like Mel Kaufman. Mel wasn't the biggest dude in the world. But if a guy has great technique and strong hands, he can do a lot of things others can't do.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to really, and I'll go back again, that with Peccatello, that staff, they stayed together a long time. A couple of them played in the league.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not really readily discussed. This staff here has some people that had their hand in the ground. They have people who've actually played. You got to get better results from people who actually experienced it, as opposed to a guy that read it online. It just makes sense. People respect people when they speak from a base of knowledge and experience. Now, there's always exceptions to the rule, but just look at your record. How can you be so poor tackling? That was the worst approach of tackling I've seen since I've been covering football.
It is remarkable.
Who takes the burden?
Yeah.
What the hell were you doing? What's going on in practice? It don't matter what you say. What are you doing? The results, you have to own them. You cannot not own them. You're talking about, well, you got rid of another guy. Hell, you were there the whole time. Everybody else is there. Why are y'all acting like you weren't there? That wasn't a substitute babysitter. So that's why I'm all for new coaches, new people, new blood, new ideas. Because 5-12? Oh, no. Hell no. You can't talk yourself out of that. You got to work yourself out of that.
Mm-hmm. Talking with Rick Doc Walker here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Doc, how encouraged are you by the coaching changes? They just announced the official finalized coaching staff last evening. This turnover is pretty significant when you can both your coordinators and you start over. Defensively with Durante Jones and offensively with David Blau.
Thrilled.
Why?
Because I don't want to be 5-12 again.
What do you?
So if I don't make changes,
yeah.
So what are you blaming the lack of success on? I'm telling you that the teaching, everything has to be reevaluated. You got the 12-5, and we know primarily why. Take him out of the equation. That's who you are. So don't take credit for Superman being Superman. Help him, support him. Now, to their credit, they got rid of the people that didn't buy in. I applaud them for that. Now, can these people train better? You're out there every day watching practice. You see a lot of movement. You hear a lot of screaming and hollering. Well, cut the game tape on. What happens then when the game starts? I judge what happens on game day, not during the week. Y'all worried about who don't practice. I don't give a damn what he does with them. But I do care what happens on game day.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't give me better results on game day, then I'm going to reevaluate everything.
What?
We've seen people not practice and be Pro Bowlers on winning championship teams. B. Mitch knows that as well as I do.
Doc, what?
So don't give me that.
If
it ain't about who practices. It's who plays in the game. We know a guy who had hamstring problems. You don't even know how he was able to walk.
Yeah.
But on the game starts, game on.
He balled.
Winner, champion, baller.
Gary?
Yeah. So don't buy all this hogwash. Stop listening and pay attention to what you see.
They got to learn how to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Hello.
And all of a sudden, you'll find out the results will be totally different.
Yeah. The problem here is that there's too many people in this area that went through the Gibbs experience. So you can't talk to us about practice. You can't tell us none of that. Because we're all survivors of it. So if you come in here thinking you got a slick tongue and that don't mean nothing. Because we know what 9-7 is. We know what live goal line is on Friday. We know we've survived it. So unless you're going to move into the facility, then, keep trying until you get it right. But get it right. Because we saw a brother do it in a way that hasn't been done. And nobody else has decided to even attempt to do what he did.
With Blau, Doc, what, if any, concerns do you have about him, just the level of inexperience?
No more than I had about the level of inexperience that the guy before him that never played in the league. JP, if you take me to all ears and set me on the desk and I've never done any of it at all, I may have a hard time not wetting my pants. But if you've done it, this guy played in a league that very few people can make a team.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take that for granted. Not y'all, but people treat backup quarterbacks like they're bums. Do you know how hard it is to make a team in a professional level? So this guy's done something that 80% of his whole environment has never been able to do. So he's coming in. That's why you think JD5, those guys are attracted to him. Because he speaks their language, because he's been where they've been.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of trash talkers, put them out. Just let them run through the cheerleaders and be introduced at the stadium. See that they don't lose their bowels. So it's easy to get online and get on a phone and talk like a tough guy. But very few people have run through that circle and run through them cheerleaders. he's done that.
I try to avoid. I don't like the term jag because I think people don't recognize that the folks that make it to pro football are the 0.0001% of human athletes. You know what I mean? And just because you don't find tremendous.
Don't mean right or wrong, but I do have an opinion. Now, if you want to take a baseless opinion of someone else, that's your prerogative. If you drowning and you see me, I got lifeguard across my chest, and the other guy has accountant across his, who you calling for? Who you reaching for?
There you go.
Any other industry, that's what happens, except ours. We have people that literally think they know more about it than you do, and you're there every day, or you've been through it, or you did it, or you did all that, and they swear that they know more than you do.
Doc, I wanted to ask you one non-football question, if I may.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I know how much sports you consume on television. Trey Young gets booted from the Wiz game last night. Wasn't in uniform. He's on the bench, goes ballistic on a ref about a no call on a foul.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know if that's something you loved or something you hated.
No. Trey is, first of all, I think it was real. Because I've seen him, that's how he plays. That's the guy I want on my team. I want him on my team.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in this environment. Like last night was an enjoyable watch. I can watch him again. I don't want to win the game, but I don't want to get slaughtered.
Yeah.
So 4-point loss or whatever like that. That's now you got me on your team again. I don't understand how anybody can be employed and your team don't shoot well, don't defend well, don't do anything well. How in the hell are you employed? But we've seen that for years. Now I see progress. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I believe in them. I can wear their gear. I'm all in because I see that the people doing this now have intent, they have purpose, and they're committed. So you bring in, I know we can joke about AD, we can joke about all them, but what the boy does when out there, he's different.
Totally.
Yeah, and these young boys we got now, our young three, our babies, Koulibaly is the beginning. He's the oldest one. You know, and we praise him because of what? His defense.
Yeah, he plays. Hustle.
He hustles. We usually don't give defense or people who stop people from scoring any credit. That's how ignorant we are. But a guy can't spell cat, but he shoots from whale when we build a statue for him.
Mm-hmm.
So I like where we're going. I like this team. They're easy to fall in love with. And you just want to see them continue on this pace, and hopefully that ping pong ball bounces their way.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Sure in the hell hope so.
Shelby Finley is getting taught defense first, Doc. I thought you'd like to know that.
Yeah, I'm so proud of her.
By Uncle Brian, though.
She needs to get a bigger allowance, though.
Take it easy.
I think she'll be being – no, really, all kidding aside. She needs a bigger cut of the pie.
Oh,
you
Doc.
use her success over and over and over and over. Shelby. She getting any returns, any royalties? Nothing.
Everything's paid for, Doc. She's on scholarship. I'll tell you that much. When can kids start getting a job? 16?
Don't worry. I'm gonna make sure she gets that money, Doc.
Thank you,
I'm gonna bring it to
don't
her
let
attention.
her get taken advantage of.
I'm gonna tell you,
I think JP's doing
your daddy
some
owe
things
you
that are
$100
offline.
a week.
There you go. Should be doubled.
Thank you, Doc.
For all the perks he gets. Are you kidding me? Yeah, and another thing too. Love all ears, man. Y'all just bet y'all are banging.
Thank you, man.
I enjoy the hell out of it.
Appreciate you. Thank you for the
All
time,
right, brother,
Doc.
man.
Thanks, man. All right, Mitch.
Be cool, bro.
You got it, baby.
That's our friend Doc Walker. I think Doc voted Gronk.
Yeah.
And he named
there's
a lot of people in that conversation, but I think Doc voted Gronk. Love having Doc on the show. Give him a follow at Rick Doc Walker. We got a bunch of things we got to do yesterday in history. We got to make some bets. I had an incredibly awkward interaction in the bathroom. Nobody go anywhere.
Beat Mitch and Finley on
Gotta let this play, Jeff. Gotta get to the chorus.
Like you, I don't wanna do the things you do. I'm never gonna hear the words you say, and I don't ever wanna be you. Don't wanna be just like you. Oh, what I'm saying is, this is the
All right, Jeffrey says, is that your favorite rock song, Jeff? Does it matter?
One of them. My favorite rock song is "Boulevard of Broken Dreams" by Green Day.
Okay. I smell a Future Goats. Best rock song ever. I don't know that'll
Yes.
take it, but
Yes.
we'll get there. We'll get there. Goats ain't going away. Every Tuesday at noon. Sponsorship opportunities available. A number of things we need to hit here. It is NFL franchise tag deadline day. If they're going to tag someone, has to happen by 4 o'clock.
Today.
Washington ain't tagging anybody, so it's not a localized
Not
conversation.
happening.
We've seen the Jets tag Breece Hall. As of now, with 2.5 hours remaining, the Colts have not tagged either Daniel Jones or Alec Pierce.
I can't see them tagging Daniel Jones. Seriously.
I agree with you, B. I have seen a report out of Indy from The Athletic, I believe, that they feel they can get a deal done with Pierce. So if they can get a deal done with Pierce, which is consistent with what I heard last week in Indianapolis, that they don't want to let him get to free agency or leave the building, maybe you then tag Jones, even a transition tag, just to buy more time to negotiate. The Seahawks have come out and said they're not going to tag Kenneth Gainwell.
Yep. He should get some attention, though.
He'll get some attention. I don't want to pay for the recency bias of the Super Bowl. Halfway through the year, Charbonnet looked like he was the starter. He was getting more work.
But then he wasn't.
He got hurt.
Yeah.
Which availability matters. Interesting report just now out of Los Angeles. Again, I believe from The Athletic. Odafe Owe, pass rusher, young pass rusher, 27 years old, really, really kind of showed why he was so highly sought after about halfway through the year. I think he had like 7.5, 8 sacks in the last 9 games of the season.
All right.
The report out of Chargers World is that LA's not interested if that thing gets to 25 mil or higher.
Well, they're going to not be interested then.
That's kind of where I land.
Yeah, because I think if he hits the market, it's going up there.
If you look at projections via Spot Track, which I think these are based on production, not where the cap is going, so I think these are low. The projection has him at about 20 mil. So if you get 2 teams interested, that's going north.
But the whole thing about it is, like you said, it doesn't go by what the cap is.
Right, and the cap's gone up.
So it normally, they try to give you a number based off of what it was last year. And then when that thing moves, the team wants to keep it low. So they don't want to look at what the additions were onto the cap. That's going up, dude. Point blank. They need to understand that. You can't work in the past. You got to work in the future.
Correct. I also think you also have Khalil Mack is a free agent from that Chargers team. Maybe they try to keep him at what I would guess be certainly less guaranteed money on the life of a deal. Always a young guy that you're paying for 3 years. You're giving guarantees for 3 years. Mack is 35 years old. It'll be guaranteed this year. Other names we've heard of, Boya Mafe with the Seahawks, Joseph Asai coming off the Bengals. Very interesting to watch. Clavon Chason from New England. There's going to be guys available. One dude I've liked a lot, but he's dealt with a lot of injuries. And this dude made plays against Washington seemingly every time they played him. AJ Epinesa from Buffalo. He's scheduled to be available. I don't think you're going to tag a guy like that. He's 27. He'd be 28 in September. He just has had durability questions, but he's just a tough rusher. These are more depth people, not necessarily like high impact players. But there's a lot of interesting moving parts right now in the NFL. You're about 2.5 hours away from the tag deadline. The other interest, we mentioned this earlier, Schefter an hour ago or so reported the Vikings are now open to trading Pro Bowl edge rusher Jonathan Grenard. They would like to keep Grenard, but the Vikings cap is cooked. And the word I heard in Indianapolis, specifically about Minnesota, is they're looking to blow it up on the defensive side of the ball. The Vikes right now are $51 million over the cap. So there are moves coming there. I think John Allen, Javon Hargrave, Jonathan Grenard, all these guys. Now, Allen still has a little bit of guaranteed money left on that deal, which will make it far more complicated. Grenard has no guarantees left and a $22 million cap hit. So to me, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, generally, when the report comes out, hey, we'd love to trade this dude, that is the precursor to we're about to cut this dude.
Yeah.
And you do that with the respected veterans.
And as I said the other day, don't tell me to go, I can seek a trade, because I'm not. I'd rather you cut me.
Right.
I'm in a better position.
You get to go to free agency.
Hell yeah.
In 2023, Grenard had 12.5 sacks. In 2024, his first season in Minnesota, had 12 sacks. This past season, the numbers dipped significantly. Minnesota was also bad, and when your offense is so bad, it's harder to get sacks. That's a dude that played for Durante Jones the last 2 seasons, is going to be familiar with
what he wants,
what
he's
they
trying
want.
to do.
Now, if you want to get caught up in, I mean, he's going to be 29 in May. But I don't know what Grenard costs. I think that is absolutely a name to keep an eye on. When they hired Durante Jones, you and I immediately were like, all right, odds are they're probably going to bring
somebody from Minnesota.
So the Grenard name is something to keep an eye on. Now, he may not get released until next Wednesday, right? Next Thursday. But I'd be surprised. I also wonder if he gets some guarantees. A lot of times these contract, as of now, he has no guarantees on the deal, but if he's on that roster on the 3rd day of the league year, the 5th day of the league year, then he gets some money. Those would be the kind of triggers you're looking at there. It would give Minnesota some much needed cap savings. It would clear $12 million of their cap, and if they did it post June 1, which I'd be shocked if they didn't, it'd give them close to $19 million on their cap, and they are in cap prison and may have to bring in a veteran quarterback. So, like, Minnie's got to make some moves. I think you're going to see a bunch on that D-line. Grenard's a guy that can help a team. And you're not going to 20, 25 million like you are for maybe somebody else. I think you're going 8, 10, something like that. All right. So there's plenty to look at right there. Hopefully we did a good job kind of wrapping things up around the league as we get closer and closer to the tag. I think the most interesting pending moves are going to be what, if anything, Indy does, or if they're able to get deals done in the next, I don't know, 2
hours, 20 minutes.
You would firmly not tag Danny Dimes.
No.
What about the transition?
Not no franchise for sure. I mean, even a transit. Think about it though. When is he gonna play?
These guys, the guys I was talking to in Indy, said that he thinks he'll be ready to go. And this is crazy. He thinks he'll be ready to go for OTAs.
When did he get hurt?
Week 12. I don't know.
And they think he's gonna be ready in OTAs, which is what, April,
May, June,
March, May. OTAs are, that's right. It comes.
The first session is weightlifting and stuff. The on field's not till late May.
Man, look, I don't know. Guy tears his Achilles and he's a mobile guy. I need to see he can still move.
Going to be interesting. I think previously I said Kenny Gainwell. I obviously meant Kenneth Walker. Seahawks.
I know what you meant.
Not going to tag Seattle Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker. Kenny Gainwell this past year was on the Steelers, I think. Played a number of seasons.
14, right?
Yeah, with the Eagles. When we come back, a few different things we got to hit. Yesterday in history, bathroom story, make some bets. Nobody go anywhere.
everybody gets praised for breaking them.
What is this song, Jeff? What's it called?
When did wrong become right and right become wrong?
He tried to broaden his horizon.
It's called Rebel by Drew Baldridge. Ask me, do I know who Drew Baldridge is?
JP, do you know who Drew Baldridge is?
I do not. I'm unfamiliar with his work.
No clue.
All right, we got a bunch of things to knock out here. Jeff, let's start with yesterday in history. What's the trivia question?
Okay,
we
so,
nailed this yesterday.
What is? Hold on, I gotta pull it back up. It closed out. All right, here we go.
Distracted by Drew Baldridge.
Here we go. Okay, 24 years ago today, the Terps closed out Cole Fieldhouse with a 112-92 win. Oh, okay. Now
I was at that game.
It's history, JP.
Damn, I was in college 24 years ago.
You old JP?
What was their record that year, and did they win a national championship?
Yes, they won the Natty. They lost 4 games that year. They lost to, let's see if I can pull this. I think they lost to Arizona, Oklahoma, Duke, and NC State in the ACC tournament. Now, I don't remember. I want to say they finished 32-4, but the win total's hard for me to exactly remember. I remember the 4 losses. I remember the title run. I can tell you all 6 teams they beat in the NCAA tournament. It was Siena, Wisconsin. It was Siena, Wisconsin, Kentucky, UConn, Kansas, Indiana.
I'll just tell you this. You better never forget no damn dates and nothing at the house. I try not to remember all that type of stuff so somebody hear me. Because you know what? You forget a date, you're in trouble.
Jeff, how'd I do?
I'm looking up the teams right now.
Well, how did I get the number right?
Yes, you got the number right.
32-4?
Yes.
Damn.
And they went 15-0 at home that year.
They sure did. I was at all 15 of them, dog.
Yep.
I was a junior in college.
Forget a date at the house.
Those were different times.
When you come up here with that black eye, I'm going to know why.
All right, quick story, and then we'll make some bets. I am wearing pants that look great, but they do not have a zipper or a button. They're like pull up, pull down pants. And I've learned to go to the number 1 in the men's room. You can't just pull them down because it's too much tension to make sure everything gets out. You end up peeing on your leg. So I've learned you got to just.
What kind of pants you wearing?
Senior citizens pants.
Pants, dog.
Bro,
I'll show. They're very nice pants.
Them not Collins & Co?
Maybe, but I wasn't trying to bring up the sponsor, B.
They got a zipper.
These do not have a zipper. These have a zipper. Oh, my God.
How stupid are you? Those are the same pants I told you to get. They have a zipper, fool.
But the button doesn't unbutton.
You don't need the button to unbutton. You just need to unzip.
I was unaware of the zipper. So
what the hell is wrong with you? I know they have a zipper.
Well, now I do.
I told
wish
you.
I knew that
I
an
said,
hour
dog,
ago.
I got these pants, man.
That's why I ordered
and I told
them.
you,
They look great.
But you never knew they had a zipper?
Nope. Because they don't have a button, I didn't think they'd have a zipper.
You think I told you to get these pants? I told you the button doesn't work. It's not operable, but the zipper works. And you have how long you've had these pants?
A while.
For about 4 or 5 months. And you've never used a zipper.
Never. I didn't know they had one. So
I see why sometimes Lauren act like she don't know you.
I was in the men's room. I thought by myself. And because there's no zipper, I went with like the kindergarten technique where you just pull your pants down. And so my butt is showing.
So you had your pants down to your ankles?
Not to my ankles, but like to
your
my
knees,
thighs.
Your thigh.
My thighs.
That's ridiculous, dog.
And I'm like, all right, as long as nobody comes in, I'm good. Sure enough, somebody walks in. It's somebody we all know and work with. And I could see him looking at me like, why is his ass out? And I'm like, man.
I'm going to tell him why. Because you have pants you've had for 5 months and you don't know that the damn zipper works.
I just had to address it. I said, look, man, I know I look weird. Here's why. And he was like, oh, my God, I'm kind of glad you said something because I thought you didn't know how to go
Are
to
we
the
meeting
bathroom.
with them later?
Yes.
I'm going to let him know. You're a weirdo, JP.
I didn't know they had a zipper. Now I know.
JP.
Crisis averted.
JP, I said, get the performance pants. They have the
pants
zipper.
are great.
They have the zipper, but the button doesn't work. They look dressy because I wear them. I wear them on the golf course. I wear them just casually around, and I throw a damn jacket on with them. You can use them wherever.
I'm about to go wear them on TV.
Yeah, but dog.
Now I know.
I told you.
What a day.
I mentioned the zipper to you.
Let's make some bets.
God, you are.
I got the same what's hard here.
I didn't think they had a zipper.
Heard it here first on the Mitch and Finley.
What they got to say was hard here first.
You gave AO a new meaning.
White Brian. How'd we do last night?
The Bryans won. Everyone else lost.
Booyah!
Bryans.
I'm 2-0.
Are there good? Is there good hoops tonight? My app's being weird.
What's called play? It's TGL on again tonight.
Is there?
Yeah.
What time?
I think 9:00 tonight.
Not like late, like 9.
Yeah,
to
I think
11?
it's 9 tonight. I think it's
That's perfect.
Boston
They're
is
out west,
Boston.
maybe?
I think is playing. Who was it? New York won last night. Whoever won last night is playing Boston.
LA, I thought won. The Caps play at 7:00. You can watch it on Monumental Sports Network. They play the Utah Mammoth. I have hated the Utah Mammoth ever since Ovi got hurt out there. So I'm taking the Caps tonight. -120. Caps win. Bang.
I'm taking the Spurs -8.
Yo, Wemby's kind of becoming that dude.
I'm going Alabama -1.5. With North Carolina -3.5.
Ooh, B got a college hoops parlay.
Parlay in that thing.
Bucknell.
Bucknell. Is the Patriot League tournament started?
Yep, starts today.
Navy's the 1 seed, right?
Yeah, they should win it.
Where did AU finish?
Middle of the pack. I think they're the 4.
A Navy AU final could be kind of fun, but if they're the 4, I guess that'd be a semifinal.
They're the 5, so it would be a semifinal.
Okay. Yeah, Navy went 17-1 in conference. That's serious. Vic, are you making a pick, or did the gummy just hit?
I'll go Minnesota Wild on the money line against the Tampa Bay Lightning.
You are wild.
You are weird. Thank you to everybody that listened
Weird,
to
you
the
are.
Thank you to David Cobb from CBS Sports. Thank you to Doc Walker. Thank you to everybody that called in. Fun day today on the show. You got 2 hours till the deadline is closed. Great and Danny coming your way next.
Little bit, roll it up, take a hit, feeling lit, feeling right. 2 a.m. summer night. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Duke Blue Devils are the ACC champions after a big 93-64 win at North Carolina State. But is anyone actually surprised? This team is led by arguably one of the best coaches in the sport and is carried by Cameron Boozer, who scored 26 points versus NC State. Stop me if you've heard this one before, but I think this Duke team has what it takes to win it all. I'm Maddie Bates.
Beat Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
This summer, don't miss Gin Blossoms, Blues Traveler, Joe Satriani, Steve Vai, and many more at Wolf Trap. Tickets for over 50 summer shows are on sale now at wolftrap.org.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When I needed a new HVAC system, a water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. This isn't some big corporate HVAC chain. Dan Foley owns the company. You can tell he cares about the work. This crew is top-notch, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. They did a great job at my place. They will at yours. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends at Window Nation. We absolutely love Window Nation. They have taken care of me in multiple homes over the years, beautifying my home, lowering my energy bills, and they have an A-plus rating in the Better Business Bureau because they are great to work with.
These installers are experts. It'll take just about a day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty. Simply no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you're going to save up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13, and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission, no cash access, and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant.
Good afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. In 2 hours at 4 o'clock, we will give away Globetrotters tickets. We're live with you up to 6:30 this evening on The Fan. Got a couple of great guests on the back nine tonight. 5 o'clock, Mac Miller, ESPN NFL draft analyst. How big of a deal is this knee storyline playing out with Caleb Downs all of a sudden? And at 6 o'clock, John Keim, who covers the Commanders. Plenty of Washington football news again today coming out of Ashburn as they load up for free agency. They'll have the second most money to spend. We'll talk about that with John Keim today at 6. Danny, happy, cold, rainy, gross, whatever day today is.
Day. Yeah, it's a hell of a day to be the day before the day that you go to Florida. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like it's time to go. Like, I thought we were out of it. We're doing nice. And then I get some snow and rain. And it's like, let me go ahead and change the city of location for my weather forecast.
Right.
Let's look at Palm Beach.
West Palm tomorrow, I think we're looking at like 79 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, a little better than this. With all due respect to this, I'll take that.
I got to shout out a DC staple and institution.
Oh.
They did nothing for me. Okay. It's not, your boy didn't get a hook or anything. It's just one of those DC places that I go to maybe once a year, and I always wonder, how do I not do this more? Bob and Edith's Diner.
Man.
I was in Pentagon City on my way in
they hit nukes.
to work today, and I was just kind of driving through, and I said, oh, there's Bob and Edith.
Oh, it's
So
right
I was
there.
like, you know what? I'm just going to eat breakfast real quick. I got time, then I'll get into the station. I ran in to get a breakfast sandwich. I don't know how they do this. They're not quite Costco on the how is your price this low thing, but you can't do better than that. I did a breakfast sandwich and a Diet Cola with a tip for less than $15.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to find that anywhere else.
And by the way, I'm sure it was a smash.
Oh, it was
They're so good.
Fantastic.
I took my 12-year-old post-sporting event to Bob and Edith's. I can't remember which one. I think we may have been in the Alexandria location. Could have been Arlington. I don't know. Point is, there's a few. He asks about it every time. Are we close to one? And a lot of times we're not. But like, if we're close, we go.
There is something awesome about it.
Uh-huh.
It feels like a place where if you're making a movie about a high school football team in this area, there should be a scene at Bob and Edith's.
Yeah.
It's a little 1980s, like everything about it. There was a screen rotating at the Crystal City location today on the wall, and it was just showing today's specials. But I'm looking at the prices on these things, and I'm like, is this an old one? Are they showing this from like 10 years ago?
Right.
I wasn't in the mood for a burger. It's breakfast time. I'm not trying to get a double bacon cheeseburger. It was like double bacon cheeseburger and fries for like $13 or something crazy. And I'm like, anybody seeing this? And anybody looking at this? You know how Costco has not changed the prices on their hot dogs?
Oh, yeah.
Famously since the 70s or whatever when Costco became a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just one of those things where when we talk about DC staples and you think about Ben's Chili Bowl or Mumbo Sauce or any of these institutional places or things that are very DC, I feel like Bob and Edith's is one of those. I remember as a teenager living here, I had a buddy who one time asked me, he was several years older than me, but he was like the most DC guy I knew.
Yeah.
Like he just loved everything about DC. And I'd moved up here a couple years before that, and he's like, let's go to Bob and Edith's. And I'm like, I have no idea what that is. And right then and that, he's like, I'm coming to pick you up. You're getting in my car.
This is an important
And
one.
I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Like, I hop in his truck. It's like midnight on a Wednesday, and we just drive to some random Bob and Edith's 24-hour joint, and we sit there and eat. And he's telling me the story about how one of the guys was a Redskins fan and the other guy's a Cowboys fan, and they loses a bet, so he's got to use his nose, like push a penny across a parking lot. And there's this whole thing that everybody that apparently goes there knows. It was the most DC thing of all time. But that place is awesome.
That's on there. Yeah, that Metro 29 Diner is great. Like right there on what I guess that was that Lee Highway, Glebe Road, like kind of in that Old Dominion, whatever the intersection is right there. But yeah, that Bob and Edith's. If you see it, you know. And if you're hungry, go ahead and slide on in. It is money every time. That's a good. What else would you put on that staple list? Like you meant Ben's Chili Bowl is one for sure.
Like what is DC?
Yeah,
I think the first one is Ben's Chili Bowl.
Yep.
Are we saying DC proper as a city, or are we saying DMV in a sense?
I think you could say DMV because that's Bob and Edith's is just outside.
Right.
Like Old Ebbitt comes to mind for me. Even though it's touristy, that place is awesome every time.
OEG is perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, honestly, like for me, it's the GAR fan. Like the Great American Restaurants in Northern Virginia are just a staple up here. But that's not a DC or Maryland thing necessarily. Yeah, it's a short list. It's hard. When we've talked about this, it's one of the great food cities on the planet. I would say Philomena has to be
a great one
on that list. It's very different when you're talking about Italian food and being full and walking in to get pasta.
Because it's like a time warp too. You know what I mean? You're going back, as you said, talking about Bob Bonita. This is a time warp. That's a time warp
for sure.
You're going back to the 70s.
You walk in. There's what are they? Pasta Mama they call it, like right there making the fresh pasta. And you're walking down these steps. You have no idea what you're going to see when you get down there, and then it's the most beautifully designed restaurant.
But there's dozens of great restaurants, but that's kind of not what we're talking about. You know what I mean? It's like something about it is iconic. The staple used to be Hank's, the old
Oyster Bar.
No, Hank's is great. It's a chain. But what is that place? I'm blanking on it now. In Northeast, it was that little white nondescript building. Somebody on Twitter, @FunnyDanny, tell me what I'm trying to remember. Just this old school fish carryout spot that was just iconic, unsexy, but it was like the most DC thing. It wasn't Hank's. That's the really good restaurant. Oh, what's that called? That's going to kill me. I'm ruining the segment by not being able to remember that name.
You were doing well for a while.
Yeah.
I tell you what I'm going to do is just
move on, maybe.
Pull to the left.
Yeah.
And talk about the Commanders.
Let's exit off.
We're going to get you into your wheelhouse here. We're going to talk a little football. So news out of Ashburn today, and this did not surprise me at all. I saw the reaction was that people think this creates another need, and maybe it does, but I'm okay with it. Jake Moody's going to hit free agency. The Commanders brought him midstream last year as their season was ongoing with the hopes that maybe he could be their kicker of the future. I didn't want him to be around into the 2026 and beyond seasons because I don't think he has a big enough leg. And I have a very particular skill set I'm looking for at the kicking position now. Moody made 18 of 20 field goals last year. And that sounds great and that's fine. The problem is in his career, he's 8 of 14 from 50 plus. He does not have a big leg. And in the NFL in 2026, 55 is the new 45. So if you don't have a place kicker who can drill 50 to 55 yard field goals, who is batting close to 750 or something on those kicks, that has become the 48 yarder from several seasons ago now, the 54, 55, 56 yarder, you don't have the right kicker. And beyond that, you need to be in field goal range when you get to the 40-yard line. If you are turning down 57 to 60-yard field goals to punt, not because you want to for field position, but because you do not trust the length of your kicker and the leg of your kicker, you don't have the right guy. And to me, that's what Jake Moody is. He was a great kicker in college at Michigan. Remember, he was drafted way too early by the San Francisco 49ers, I believe when Adam Peters was there.
Yeah.
He then was part of the front office as the GM here, who brings him here this past season. And he was the perfect duct tape. He was a Band-Aid. He got him to the end of the year and what was starting to become a real problem at the kicking position last year with Matt Gay. Fine, no harm, no foul. But you need to do better. That is a missed opportunity, and the inability to take advantage of having a weapon at kicker. You're starting games spotting another team a point or two, honestly. Like if we're really going to start looking into point spreads and how they're created, and we look at quarterback play and injury, health, and all these other things, can you make 60-plus yarders at the end of a game? Can you make a 55-yarder? These are hidden things that matter. Some coaches will tell you hidden yards on special teams are like the most undervalued thing in football because you don't even look at it when you look at the stat sheet. It's offense and defense mostly. I think length from a kicker, consistency from 50 to 55 is now one of those never talked about, never thought about, integral parts of a football team. So they should have
you're stealing points. Yeah.
Let Moody walk and go get a kicker. Now, they haven't been able to get right on a kicker yet, but they got to get it right.
Yeah, it's too hard. I mean, it was a Joe Gibbs said it's hard up here. I mean, that's what it is. It is too hard to win or not have something on the margins that's going your way, right? They had good kick coverage last year. That was one of the few things they did well was punt return or punt coverage and kick coverage. In general, they were very, very good at that. That's kind of it when it comes to special teams. They are behind the curve in this regard. It doesn't mean you're automatic from 60 plus. I don't think anybody's automatic, but you need to have a shot. And they didn't have a shot and they knew it. And that governed how they kind of went about things, right? I mean, think about this. On a third down and medium from that just outside of field goal range, a lot of teams can go, well, we can run two plays here. We can just run the ball twice. Because we know, we can. If we are fourth and short, we can kick the field goal. Or rather, fourth and medium. Or if we're fourth and short, we can get it on that next run. It can govern play calling. I mean, there's a trickle-down effect to it where you can get bailed out of a bad play, right? Like something happens that's a drive killer used to be, and you have to just punt away for field position that would lead to probably 25 or 30 net yards once you get a touchback. Now it can still be points. Like you can have more positives out of medium or below average. And we'll think of drives differently, where it's like a scoring drive was like, well, they went 12 yards and stalled out, but still they kicked a field goal. Like that is such an integral thing now in a league that is so tight.
Horace and Dickey's.
That's what I was thinking of.
Is the place you're thinking of, according to a lot of Instagram direct messages that I'm getting right now. So shout out to the people that answered that. That's number one. Number two, as frustrated as I've been with creating more needs along the offensive line when you cut a center or Chris Paul walks or whatever for this team that has a lot of needs, I feel like kicker is a position where you could go year to year anyway, as long as you're right. When you find the right guy, lock him up, keep him around. Let's have a 10 or 12-year kicker, a la Tressway as your punter, and it's an asset that you never have to worry about. But they have not found the guy yet. And so if you think about last season, like their record could have been better if they had a better kicker maybe, but not by a much. It wouldn't have made or broken their season. Adam Peters has not gotten this correct. This has been his Eleanor of sorts. This is the car that he can't steal in Gone in 60 Seconds. But I got to say, I don't care that much about my GM being right on kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Would I like him to be right all the time? Of course. But this is a fairly low leverage wrong. Like the swing and a miss on Marshawn Lattimore is a bigger deal than being wrong on kicker for 6 straight seasons, in my opinion. So, yes, they have not solved this. Yes, it has been a problem, but I'll keep taking swings.
To me, it's a lot like a setup man or a high innings high leverage inning reliever where it's fleeting. A couple years ago, I don't know, you pick your guy. Matt Prater was automatic. Now he's a free agent afterthought. I know he's 42, but I'm just trying to remember the kickers that like at one point you're adding and dropping them furiously on fantasy because this guy can't miss and he has a 30 for 32 season and he's good from 60, and then 2 weeks later he can't. Doesn't know his butt from his elbow and can't make anything. It's fairly fleeting at times with these guys at this elite level. But you're 100% right. They simply haven't gotten it right yet.
Here is the question I would ask when it comes to signing a place kicker. 1, are you excellent from 50 to 55? 2, do you have the leg for me to comfortably trot you out there from 60 to 62 routinely? And if the answer to those questions is yes, you can be my kicker. If the answer to those questions is either unknown or no, I'm keeping it moving. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how many games you've kicked in. Like, here's an example. I saw that the veteran, Nick Folk, who has been kicking in the league for 18 years, wants to come back for a 19th season, and he's 41 years old this year. So right away you'd go, that's kind of gross. 41 is very, very old, and maybe he doesn't have the leg. He missed just 1 field goal over the last couple of seasons. He is one of the NFL's most accurate kickers ever, including a 96% rate since 2023. And he has been, listen to this, Danny, 18 of 20 from 50 plus over that time.
Well, hello there.
That's 3 seasons. So you're averaging about 7 attempts per from 50 plus. I'd like a kicker who's averaged more just because it means they're more comfortable trotting you out there. But he never has missed. I mean, he's 18 of 20 from 50 plus. That's what Jake Moody was last year on all kicks, and he only attempted 2 kicks of 50 or more yards. So my point is, guys like Nick Folk just become available, and you can get Nick Folk at 41 years old and plug him in and not have to worry about it and kind of set it and forget it. And it's why I'm not going to lose a lot of sleep over the kicker position. But I will tell you that I think this is the right decision, and I give them credit. They could easily have just brought Jake Moody back and said, we don't need to worry about kicker, and no one would have said a word about it. But they're trying to do better at a position where they should try.
Yeah, they recognize. Yeah, it's smart. I mean, there's a couple of free agents. Joey Sly, familiar name, was I think 9 of 13 last year. 9 of 12 from 50 plus.
He's got a huge
pretty big leg.
Little less consistent over his career in close and
100%.
Different areas of his game aren't as strong. But again, I don't care as much about that. I want the big leg and the guy that you can't get Brandon Aubrey, but give me someone who can cancel out some of the fact that the Cowboys only have to get to the 45 to score points. If they have to get to the 45 and I have to get to the 30, they start the game beating me. It's just math, man.
Yeah.
If I need to complete one more first down, if I need to complete one more dig route in the middle of the field to get into field goal range, it's like playing basketball against your kid and spotting him 15 yards and a couple of points, or in a race, 15 yards and a 40-yard dash.
But there are choices. I mean, Zane Gonzalez, 7 out of 9 from 50-plus last year. He's a free agent.
Former Commander's great.
Only 30.
Kicked well for the Falcons last year.
But there's a list of guys. So this, to me, is one of those, you're not cutting somebody without an alternative. You're not on the carousel, so to speak, where you're trying guys out middle of the week that get you the Chris Blewett situation. This is, you got a little time to pay some attention to it and maybe win a bidding war that won't cost you a ton.
Is Trey Young going to get suspended before he makes his debut? His first game with the Wizards was supposed to have been on Thursday night. Is it possible that they have a game tonight? So I guess if the suspension came down for a game, it could just be served on the day where he's not playing anyway? But is it possible that we don't get to see him Thursday night because he's serving a suspension for leaving the bench to get ejected last night?
It'd be the most Wizardsy thing of all time.
Because they've made the big announcement. Yep. People are excited to see Trey Young now. And then that night, literally, he leaves the bench, gets ejected. Everyone was very excited about it for some reason. He was like taking his teammates back or what have you. I thought it was, fine. To me, it's all like kind of a little bit of a calculated Bryce Harper, I'm here for you guys thing. But that's what he should be doing, and that's great. But in the meantime, now you're probably going to get ejected, and you might not get to make your debut. And if that happens, I mean, it's just
incredible.
The irony of we've waited for weeks to see him play, and now he's actually going to have to wait one more game would be very Wizards.
I mean, listen, that's funny. At the end of the day, that's funny. It doesn't change the timeline or whatever. You're going to see Trey Young some. He's going to be on a minutes restriction, et cetera. There'll be times where he and AD maybe share the court this year. Whatever. The point is, that's hilarious. Now, what isn't funny, just as a quick side, I don't understand the association here on this one. I don't get how they're like looking at the replay, like maybe Tony Eason is in the wrong slightly here. They're just shoving Jameer Watkins multiple times, shoved him to the ground. Then Watkins is like, what is that about? He gets shoved again. And they're like, one more technical on this Eason fella than Watkins, but barely. Like they begrudgingly had to do it. It was like, fine, we have to kick him out of the game. They end up with the same number of technicals as a guy that's like assaulting people on the court. Right. What a bizarre situation that was. But yes, Trey Young leaves the bench and he's going, this is ridiculous. Are you guys seeing any of this? And of course, he gets kicked out for, quote, leaving the bench.
He was correct, by the way.
Yeah.
Everything he did was correct.
Yeah.
He was basically pointing out the nonsense and hypocrisy that was not being legislated correctly. He tweeted after the game, don't expect me to get ejected too many more times, DC. He's not going to, I don't
think you will.
He says, I'm definitely bringing that energy and competitiveness when I'm back for my brothers. But in the meantime, maybe you got to wait a couple more days for Trey Young. We'll get into that a little deeper in the Beltway Blitz today. Big running back news in the NFL. We got a franchise tag handed out. We got another star back who's not going to get a tag, so he's going to get the bank in free agency. What does this mean for Washington's running back plans? That's next on Grant and Danny.
Listen to Grant and Danny.
Tries a sprint to the edge. He's so fast. He gets there. Touchdown, Seattle.
Coming up in a little over a half hour and 30 minutes, the World Baseball Classic is ramping up. The United States of America having their first exhibition tilt today out in the Cactus League against the San Francisco Giants ball club. And that roster is just nasty. I want to look at the lineup. Also, we've got some audio of Aaron Judge giving one of the least exciting pep talks.
I got to tell you, he spoke words, and everyone was kind of like, are we done?
Aaron Judge is the nicest guy in the world by all accounts. Yeah. He is beloved in New York by everyone who's ever met him.
And rightfully so. I mean, as good a teammate as you're going to find, as good a dude as you're going to find, as just impactful and devastating an offensive player as has existed.
Maybe the greatest hitter of all time. And yet, never ask him to give a pep talk.
I was going to say, uninspiring as a pep talk giver.
We will let you hear that audio. You decide for yourself coming up at 3 o'clock. Hopefully someone else addresses the boys before they play their first WBC game. But I want to talk running backs with you, and it is running back day on Grant and Danny in a sense, because Breece Hall is getting franchise tagged by the Jets, meaning he'll make over $14 million this season. He averaged about 4.5 yards per carry last year, went for 1,000 yards and 4 touchdowns. As a receiver, he showed capable as well, almost 40 catches. Last 2 seasons, he's right around 95 grabs out of the backfield for New York, and they're paying him a ton of money. I don't know why the Jets do anything they do. Nothing really makes sense to me.
They confuse me, yeah.
The tagging of a good young player, that works for me, I guess. 36th overall pick, keeping him in your building. But they're going to be terrible this year. They don't have a quarterback. So by those standards, are you in a place where you should be spending $15 million just about on the running back position? I don't know. But he's only 24. He has made good on the draft pick out of Iowa State, and so they're keeping him around. Keep good players, hard to argue with that. The guy that's not getting tagged is Super Bowl champion Kenneth Walker, who was on a heater in the playoffs. But if you look at his regular season versus the playoffs, he got way more effective and was his most efficient on the biggest stage in the postseason. As an example, if you look at the regular year, Breece Hall ranked 10th among qualifying backs when I looked at guys with 200 or more carries this year in rushing yards over expected per attempt. So, like, here's what's blocked, here's what you get, who's the best at getting more. He was 10th in that category. Kenneth Walker was 17th. They also kind of jerked him around, I thought, on and off the field about how they use Zach Charbonnet. And the best thing that happened to him in the playoffs was, unfortunately, Charbonnet wasn't available with a serious injury, so Walker just got to carry the mail. And like he did at Michigan State, he was a dog. He was great, and he carried them to the Super Bowl. This is a guy that I think is on the precipice of exploding, too. I looked this up, Danny. If you look at 8-man box percentage for running backs faced, so what percentage of my carries come against 8-man boxes? Kenneth Walker is number 4 in the NFL. Only 3 guys deal with more muddy fronts, so to speak, than he does. I think some of that is that you're in 12 and 13 personnel with 2 and 3 tight ends a lot.
And you got to show it so that you get the thing that you really want to get to, right?
Absolutely.
Have the battering ram there.
And you'll pay for that. You'll pay for some explosive runs. And Seattle, which was not a great running team again in the regular season.
Most of the year they were not, no.
They were not like super efficient. It was a lot of 2 and 3 yard, 1 yard carries. And we saw it against Washington. They wanted to set up their play action stuff when those heavy looks, and they'll take basically some ugly run game occasionally. But I think in a different situation with lighter boxes, Kenneth Walker could actually explode wherever he ends up.
So he had more than 15 carries in a game only 4 times, and he played all 17 games.
I love that workload, though.
Right?
And if you're going to pay him, he's not banged up.
There it is. That's a big part of it. And then you look at the playoff run, very, very different. He's a bell cow. He goes over 100 yards twice. In the game he didn't against the Rams, he was impactful through the air, went over 100 total yards in that one. His limits as a receiver, again, I think are exaggerated based on circumstance. They had Charbonnet do it. He can do it just fine. Now, he's not great as a pass-catching back. You saw that one brutal drop I think he had either in the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. I can't remember which. But in general, very, very capable. And right now, like, the Kenneth Walker cologne is good selling. People want to be in that business. So he's going to command an awful lot of money, I bet you, in the open market.
I think it's going to be a massive contract for Kenneth Walker. In fact, if we look at the high end of running back pay right now, what would surprise you for him? Because you have to account for, you called it the cologne of, but the playoff run, the Super Bowl, the fame, the notoriety. He was a guy that was getting to go to Disney World right after the Super Bowl. Like, you're paying for some of that still. Had they have been eliminated in the first round, it might sound silly, but he's just not getting anywhere near what he's about to, in my opinion.
So Derrick Henry AAV is 15 mil with 2 years left. McCaffrey, 19 with a couple years left. Saquon Barkley, 20 mil, 20.6 with a couple years left.
So he's not going to get Barkley or McCaffrey.
He could go north of Henry?
I think he will do better than Henry. That's a starting point for me, probably, because Henry, first off, he just had the near 2,000-yard season, and he's a future Hall of Famer, but he's 32 years old. The thing about Kenneth Walker is he's 25.
Yeah.
Like, he is going into his prime, and there's not a ton of wear and tear. You mentioned that this past year, that they didn't really overuse him. He ended up with 220 carries. That's 70 more than he had the year before that, because he missed 6 games, which now works out in his favor. But the injury history is mostly good, and he has never carried the ball 230 times in a season, which, just to do the quick math, is the equivalent of 13 and a half times in a game. So he's never averaged more than 13.5 per game. This is the ideal running back hitting the market situation. If you're his agent, you're just frothing at the mouth the way that he went into the market because he got to be the only guy in that backfield as Seattle proved itself as the best team in the league. But Breece Hall, because of the tag, is going to be at 14.2. By essentially not getting tagged, we used to talk about this with Cousins and Sheriff, that's the beginning of the negotiation. If I am a tag candidate, which he was, that's now my new AAV that I'm starting the negotiation at. So it's going to be north of that, which means north of Henry at 15. How close does he get to Barkley at 20.6 or McCaffrey at 19 per year?
I think he'll supersede if I had to bet. Again, I'm terrible at this. I have a lot of things that I'm bad at. This may be the worst thing, is predicting value, trade value, contracts and stuff. I would say, if I had to guess, in the open market, again, because of that Super Bowl cologne, the world was watching this guy have an unbelievable postseason run, or even when he wasn't running it great against the Rams, he still went for over 100 yards, ripped off a bunch of yards after the catch, looked like he could do everything. Every offensive coordinator is dreaming about this power back with a burst and a little bit of wiggle. And I mean, think about that patient Le'Veon Bell style, sort of sliding around like he's on ice, warming up for the sprint, for the speed skating events in the Winter Olympics, and just patiently then exploding through the hole.
Which is what he's done all the way back to college. You mentioned this earlier. The thing that stunned me about Kenneth Walker was the pass catching when he got the chance to do it. He looked so natural, really, really patient in setting up those screens. He just, to me, it was like an all-down back.
Yeah, just better than you think in that regard. So I bet you he goes north of Henry, and I think it's probably a little short of McCaffrey.
I'm thinking it's like 4 years at 17 per, which is around $68 million.
Yeah, I would have said 3 at 16 with like a weird fourth, but I think we're in the same ballpark.
Someone's about to back the Brinks truck up for him, let's say 4 and 68 then, theoretically. Washington's not going to be that team, and they should not be that team. But it does bring us back to the Commanders, because we've talked a lot about Jeremiah Love at number 7 and their need at running back. Here's what I want to say about what they should be doing at RB. While I've been advocating more days than not here that I would take Love at 7, if the opportunity presents itself, I could get down and be perfectly happy with that. Don't mistake me for thinking they have a desperation for an RB. I do not feel that way. If they were to run it back with Bill in year 2, Chris Rodriguez coming off of his best season, and Jeremy McNichols, or someone like Jeremy McNichols, as their pass-catching, third-down pass pro back.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think that would be fine. It would not bother me a ton. Would I be a little bit disappointed that you did not take advantage of an off-season opportunity to add speed and add a weapon? Yes, I would. But assuming they get a tight end who's a weapon, assuming they get a receiver or two who's a weapon, there are other ways to do that. So my interest in Love is about Love. It's about how special I think he could be. It's about the fact that I think he might be Jahmyr Gibbs. It's about them needing speed and him providing it in spades. It's not really about the positional need. And I say that to say, while I would still like them to go sign a running back in free agency, in a world where they're not drafting Jeremiah Love at 7, I'm not going big at running back. I'm going down the depth chart here. I would be passing on Kenneth Walker and Travis Etienne, and probably a guy like Rico Dowdle, and the guy I really like is like Tyler Algier, probably even him, because I think he's a $5 to $7 million a year player. I'm going down into the tier of like Rashad White for a couple $1 million. Or the guy that I love is Kenneth Gainwell from the Pittsburgh Steelers at around $3 million.
Quintessential backfield share guy.
Even if I had to give him the Austin Eckler deal, where I think it was like 2 years for Eckler at $4 per or something. If I had to do something in that range, with the attrition rate now, or I should say the exchange rate of the 2026 cap, I would do that. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes,
I don't want to come off as someone who's trying to get a running back in free agency for a bunch of money just because I like Jeremiah Love. I want Love because I love the player. It's nothing to do with the position. So just wanted to get that out there as far as what they should do at RB. It's not a big need. It's a want for me. And I'm looking for offensive weapons. I just don't care what position they play.
So if you'd given Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt the same touches that we just talked about Kenneth Walker, he'd have a higher yardage total than would have Walker as a running back, right? He went for 175 carries, and it wasn't until, a couple of times it took Chris Rodriguez getting the flu right before the game started, some other injuries, some bad luck for them to finally trust him as a running back. And again, I understand he's had a lot of work to do in a pro-style offense, pass pro. They were very judicious about making sure a guy that only played one college game last year kind of was, good for them down the stretch. Now that he's got his feet underneath him, next year in the NFL, maybe some comfort in the offense. We'll see if they trust him more on certain downs. But to me, it's not a position that they're in dire need of upgrade on. I think they've got a pretty decent solution. Now, is that prime Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey win an Offensive Player of the Year? No, they don't make that many of those guys, and I'd love to have one, but not necessarily at $20 million. I like Krosky-Merritt fine. I love that Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell, timeshare type running back to kind of supplement that group. To me, that's not the most dire need. The other positions you mentioned, explosion in the pass game, that's where I'm at.
Gainwell would be a real fun addition.
Be a good fit.
Because he basically can play receiver, when you want him to on certain downs too, or slot or something like that. Reminds me almost like of an old school Ty Montgomery type guy. If they're not in the Love business, or if that's not an option, let's just say they're not drafting Jeremiah Love, what should be the plan at running back? We'll open up the phones for the first time today on this next. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. It was a tough day for me in the office, Stanny, because before you got in today, I made a great Angus reference to the movie Angus, the MTV Films movie, and nobody knew about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have helped you with that one.
Really?
Yeah, you're stunned every time this comes up. Angus doesn't come up a ton on the radio program, but you're stunned that I have no file on it.
This is one of those things I know we've talked about before.
Yeah.
But that's why I thought you had seen it. So we probably did this before.
We've done this exact thing.
Where I mention Angus, you look at me like you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, time is a flat circle on this one, brother.
Melissa Lefevre, prom. Rick Sanford, the ball lands in his hands.
You're just saying stuff?
Screw him, Angus.
Yeah.
James Vanderbeek getting into the fight with him at the prom. Nothing?
No.
Wow.
Zero.
Brutal.
You're on Angus Island on that one.
I might be alone because I tweeted earlier today. I made an Angus reference and nobody at work got it. And everyone thinks I'm talking about like the meat, Angus. You know, the type of burger or steak. This is a classic film, people. Is it plum or is it purple? It's plum. The tux is plum.
So my old teammate, Chris Herron, had a great nickname for one of our fellow teammates that out of nowhere, he just decided this guy's nickname was going to be Angus. It was before the movie came out, nothing to do with the movie. But this guy's just the most mild-mannered, really good catcher. Just we decided to call him Angus, and it kind of stuck forever. That's the only Angus I got for you. I'm trying to give you an olive branch here.
I would have expected, going back to our days when we were in the pandemic and we were doing 4+ hour radio shows with no sports on.
With nothing.
We did a thing called the Movie Club on this show, and we had different producers then. It was still Thami and Brendan. But the four of us every single night would have to watch a movie, and then we'd discuss it on the show the next day. How I never suggested Angus, I will never know. But that should have absolutely been movie homework one of those nights.
What was that? Again, I'm doing this thing where I can't recall anything anymore, and I'm grinding everything to a halt. What was the sneaky one that Thom had us watch that was actually great? You know what I'm talking about? It was like the snake oil salesman preacher guy, and like there were diamonds involved. It was a butt weird movie.
It was,
but it was great.
I'll never be. I mean,
I'll never pull it.
A one-off movie I watched 6 years ago.
I know.
So I'm not gonna. Yes, you're right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Along the way, there were a couple of gems. There were some terrible movies that we had to sit through as well. I would say overall a fun exercise, though. It
was a great exercise.
Definitely worthwhile.
So I came in the next day and I'm like, so Brendan made us watch Fast and Furious.
I was cool with that.
Yeah.
I think we knocked out 8 or 9 of those along the pandemic,
so many.
probably. All right, so running back is the question. You can call us at 800-636-1067 to put a bow on this conversation. If they don't go Jeremiah Love, how willing to spend in free agency are you? So I'm going to assess running back on a needs list, like on a 1 to 10 scale, where 10 means move mountains, go get it. 10 is an edge this year for this team. 10 is probably nothing else, but you could say like wide receiver and corner are an 8 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
On that scale, running back's probably only a 4. And I think that's why people bristle every time I talk about taking Love at 7, which I would do anyway if things fall in the draft so that he's the best player when you're on the clock and Sonny Styles or somebody I love isn't there. But if we're not talking about that and it's just free agency, it's a 4 need, so I'm not going to spend a bunch to go get Etienne or somebody like that.
Yeah, I don't need it. I think I've got a starter. And now maybe that's my confidence in old Bill, maybe more than it should be. But to me, it showed pretty well with the sample that he got. He had a breakthrough long touchdown run, showed you some of that slither, some of that cutback, that vision. I think he's a better pass catcher than they utilize. I know a lot of that is because they don't trust him in pass pro yet. I think that can be developed. I think that's what this first year was about for him to be able to do that. I'm hoping that's what this offseason brings. Again, his yards per touch, very similar to Kenneth Walker, is going to make 50 times what Bill's about to. I am not investing in that position at all. I think the need is closer to a 2.5 or a 3, and I have no interest in spending on it because I want to spend big in so many other places.
If I knew they were signing 2 quality receiver weapons, 1 at tight end, 1 at receiver, or 2 wideouts, however that works, I could lower the need. But until they do, you can't.
Because you're just saying playmaker.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have none. They have no speed. They have no good players for this quarterback at the skill positions. It is not a minimal need. It is a significant need to get playmakers. I don't care what position. So we could say, well, you got Bill, you got the... No. Running back, tight end, receiver, doesn't matter where it comes from. They need to get faster. They need to get playmakers. They need to get guys that can accumulate first downs and score touchdowns. I think it's got to be better than like the Antonio Gibson coming off of a serious injury. Raheem Mostert, who's a 34. Nick Chubb, who's had 2 serious injuries and being moved on from in Houston. Like, it can't be that tier to me.
Right.
You're just throwing that's like old school Larry Johnson, Willie Parker. You're just throwing a name at a problem with your young guys. I would want to do a little better, even if it's like the tier of Miles Sanders or Alex Madison or J.K. Dobbins, let's say, somebody like that, where it's probably $3 million a year. That's the floor, though, that group. If you really want to get cute, it's Rashad White, it's Kenneth Gainwell, Najee Harris, somebody like that, probably.
Because what are we really talking about in terms of touches, yards, attempts, etc.? Chris Rodriguez had 112 carries this year. I don't think I'm going to grab somebody I'm going to give the ball to more than that. That's my plan anyway. Now, guys get hurt. It's a high injury, attrition rate position, etc. But let's say 100 to 125 carries. I'm not paying for that. I don't think you have to. I think you can get away with the 6th-round pick. You can get away with the marginal guy in free agency.
Let's go to William in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. William, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Right under the. Hello. Hey, Grant. How you doing, Grant and Danny? How you
buddy.
doing? I was
Chilling.
thinking about Kenneth Walker, man.
So we were
I'm
just talking
first time
about
on.
Kenneth Walker. I mean, it's just too expensive. I mean, you're talking about maybe $16, $17 million a year at the running back position.
Well, if I can't go there, then I have to follow you because I agree with what you said about Gainesville too.
Yeah, Gainwell's cheap.
Thank you, buddy.
That's only a couple $1,000,000. And that's maybe more of a fit if you want to incorporate Bill a bunch. Now, don't get me wrong. If we're talking money's not a factor, then I would be thrilled to add to add Kenneth Walker. Thrilled. Really, really good player. But he didn't get tagged. He's going to make over $15 million per year. So you got to ask yourself, with all their other needs, your cap space is going to go a lot quicker than we think, even though it's about $90 million. You want to commit that to the running back position, which, if you're ranking every position and where you can get away with not spending money, is probably at the very bottom of the list right now in the NFL.
Again, if it was just Chris Rodriguez there and Jeremy McNichols was a free agent, I'd go, all right, man, maybe I need to go get one of these veterans just to be the bell cow for now. Again, with 175 carries, I thought Bill showed himself pretty darn well to make me go, I have confidence that he can handle a little bit more.
Next hour, there's a pass rusher who might be on the trade block, who I actually think I would be willing to deal for, even though I don't want to give up picks, because it would not take a 1, might not even take a 2. We'll talk about that in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll kick it off next, though, as soon as we return with one of the worst pep talks you've ever heard in a locker room. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks, PLD. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. In an hour at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters. They're on their 100th year tour, which is absolutely incredible. They redefine basketball. They'll be at Capital One Arena this week, coming up in 4 days. We've got your tickets at 4 on Grant and Danny.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Trey Hendrickson not getting the franchise tag from the Bengals. I'm sure you just heard in the update there. That broke just a few minutes ago out of the NFL. He's going to be a free agent. I have no idea what he's going to make because going into last season, amid all the controversy and turmoil as he was at odds with Cincinnati, he was considered one of the best rushers in the league. And this is where you really can cost yourself when you have the type of year that he did. You don't have an offseason and you basically just are in a fight with the team. You can ruin your value a little bit. He had gone back-to-back years with 17.5 sacks, so those 35 sacks over 2 years was right at the top of the NFL. And in that time, he had hit the quarterback 61 times over 2 seasons, averaging over 30 per, which was the best in the NFL over a 2-year span, 4 straight Pro Bowls, had been an All-Pro, was second 2 seasons ago in the DPOY race. And then last year, he played in just 7 games. He was still super productive. He had more than a quarterback hit per game and averaged over a sack, a half sack per game, I should say. So it was like a close to double-digit sack pace. But for him, it was a complete fall off at 31 years old. So you're not going to get anywhere close to what you would have. Washington's interest in him would make a lot of sense. I just don't know. Are we talking about a guy that's still going to be in the $30+ million range? Did he just lower his number into the mid-20s? Because at that rate, I would love to sign Trey Hendrickson. But he is older. At 31, that's never stopped this front office, though.
Yeah, I have no idea what the market value is going to be because someone will take a shot and go, yeah, I look at the tape from last year. He's still got whatever it is, right? Sacks are fleeting at times, but the process is still there. The TFLs were there about 1 per game. Quarterback hits 2 per game that you mentioned. Beating his guy at the requisite clip for him to be excellent. So I don't know. I mean, coming off that injury, Spot Track has his value at 25.5.
That feels correct.
It feels about right.
I think last year it was over 30 for sure.
Yeah.
And just because the cap has exploded, it's not going to plummet. But I think into the mid-20s is where I would have seen it. Now, I always caution before I give you a PFF grade just as information that this is not the end-all, be-all. But they had his pass rushing grade last football season as 6th among 115 edges. So while the numbers may not have been there, they still thought he rushed the quarterback really, really well. And as an overall grade, they had him 13th out of 115 players at the position who qualified with the requisite number of snaps.
Yeah, for a horrendous defense where there's nothing else. You're number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way on the scouting report. Everyone knows where you line up at all times. If you went somewhere that was, have some Robin to your Batman, he might, help him a little bit. Even with that, he was averaging 17.5 sacks over the previous 2 seasons because he did that 2 times in a row.
If you could get him between $25 and $30 million a year, I would definitely do that.
This is me signing.
30 or more, now I've got to have some conversations. I'm not opposed to it or out, but I'm not willing to just slam the gavel. This second, right now, give me a Sharpie. I'll sign the contract at 25 or close to it, 27, 28 maybe, for Washington because of the need. And if you actually go out and do the aggressive thing we've talked about where you get a couple stars like Trey Hendrickson on multiple year contracts, then it would allow them to get to a draft where now they don't have to draft David Bailey if he's there. I don't think he will be, or Arvell Reese if he falls to them, because they solved a lot of problems. So now you can actually navigate the board. You could move back. You could take Jeremiah Love if that's who you want, or whatever it is that you'd prefer to do rather than just that you need to do.
He's so good, and I know it's coming off an injury, and I know it's age, and that scares people. I need to take big swings. And if let's say they do this and it doesn't work out, right? It doesn't work out and everyone will say, oh, that was so stupid, that was dumb. That's different to me than the kind of playing it safe, 1-year deal, bargain DVD bin. We kind of have to do it all over again, right? It's very easy to sign Cleveland Farrell for nothing. It's very easy to go and get hit a home run with Dante Fowler and then not want to pay him. To compete at the highest levels consistently. I know they went to the NFC title game doing this again, this bargain DVD thing. But to really get to where they need to go, they need more blue chip. You have to take a couple big swings. That's a riskier one. There's a reason he's available. If everything had gone according to plan, he probably wouldn't be. But it didn't, and so he is. This, to me, is such a need. They can't just sort of wait and figure it out later or hope to find another, again, diamond in the rough type thing. I would go after him. And I know that's scary to some people, and it's like, what about the age stuff? I get it. I'm nervous too, is the way I'd phrase it, but he's too good.
I want to get into the single worst pep talk in the history of sports locker rooms. We've got that audio for you coming up in just a minute on Grant and Danny. But our boss, Chris Keinert, is joining us in studio here. And Danny has no idea what's going on either, just so you know.
Okay, good.
But I wanted to tell you guys at the same time to see if your reaction is going to be the exact same as mine was. I just saw this tweet, and it made me think of one guy and one guy only. This is breaking from Adam Schefter. The Indianapolis Colts are using the very rarely used transition tag on quarterback Daniel Jones.
Oh, God, no.
So here is my question. What is the percentage chance when Russell goes to break in about 13 minutes that he comes cock-a-doodle-doing down this hallway and starts screaming about all these years later that he was right? Now, this doesn't mean he was, but what is the chance that that's the lily pad he leaps to?
100%.
100.
What are the chances that I'm going to be annoyed beyond belief? Also 100%.
Also 100. Is it raining outside? Am I about to be so irritated? I need years back. Years.
Why?
A team is using the transition tag on a quarterback in 2026, the year of our Lord. To be clear, and Danny, you may not know this, CK's son, who is how old?
He's 10.
He's 10.
Well, he was a featured guest.
He was. He was on Russell's show.
20 minutes he was on.
Supposed to be like a 3-minute quick little
thing. It should
thing.
have been 0, but he was on for 20 minutes.
20-minute segment with Russell. And at the end of this segment, after a lot of other very odd topics, he was like asking him his thoughts on Iran and a bunch of things. Mm-hmm. He brings up the transition tag out of nowhere in 2026. He says, do you think they should have used the transition tag? It's one of those Russell inside joke things at a time where it makes no sense.
Which is all of the things that he ever brings up, by the way, off the air. Everything's an inside joke at all times.
Right. By the way, it's from a time before CK's son was born.
Yes.
Right.
And then he's bringing up that inside joke.
There's no chance your son even knows what he was talking about.
Yet he still cooked him on the argument.
Oh, he did.
Which is the craziest thing. My son couldn't even tell you what the argument was, still won the argument on Chris Russell's show.
Russell got kicked around so bad on his own show by a 10-year-old. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. His name is on the show. It should be my son's name on the show at this point.
What do we think about this, guys?
I can't believe
The
it.
transition tag. So for those of you, there's a few of you that haven't been P1s for a decade, maybe.
And you're forgiven on that. My God.
When Chris Russell was, I think it was like 3 times ago when he worked here, because he bounces back and forth to different places.
He keeps quitting and then getting fired and quitting and getting fired over and over again.
And sometimes we don't know which is which because his boss tells him to pretend like he got fired and he has to come back.
You lost a bet, so you have to walk to the firing.
But his claim was always, inexplicably, that Washington should use the transition tag on Kirk Cousins. And he thought he unearthed something that like Eric Schaefer and all these guys that get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in their building didn't know that they could use, and Russell had the answer that they didn't come to.
Well, you're forgetting the best part, which is he would always say that they should just use the transition tag to find out what his value is, because there was a debate about how much they should pay him, right? How much the Redskins should pay Kirk Cousins. And we would always say, but Chris, if the other team does that and pays it, they're going to take him away from us. Right. And the whole point was that we want them to keep Kirk Cousins. And he would go, yeah, but at least you know how much he's worth.
He goes, but at least you know how much.
But that wasn't the...
You put your house up for auction and someone bids on it. Oh, yes. God, I got to move.
Knowing how much he's worth was not the point. Keeping him was the point.
By the way, let's say his argument was don't pay him and don't keep him. That was okay, too.
Right.
You didn't have to necessarily want to keep Kirk Cousins, but he was arguing they need to keep him, and the way to do that is the transition tag.
The vehicle that I've discovered, a loophole in the system.
It gives the original team the right of first refusal to match any offer sheet from another team. It provides no draft compensation if the player leaves.
Right.
So to Chris's point, what you do is you find out what is this guy worth on the open market, which, by the way, you do anyway.
Right.
Right now, the agent is already kicking the tires, and the teams go around and they're all talking.
It's called the open market. Like, that's how you find out.
You know what they were doing at the Combine? The Commanders right now have 3 deals on, not signed, but where they've kind of talked and gone, hey, okay, player that we really like, 4 years and $29 million. What do you say? And they go, yeah, that right now might
ballpark,
work.
yeah.
Give us a call at 4 p.m. on the day where we're allowed to.
I don't know if that's the right value or not. If you use the transition tag, I might be able to gauge if that's a good offer or not.
I just wanted to see your
good
faces
heavens.
when I passed that along.
I can't believe it.
Aren't the Colts stupid, though? Like, didn't Daniel Jones tear his Achilles?
They did. He did, rather,
and
yeah.
was not really that great before, and there's a lot of other quarterbacks kind of like him
He
that
was-
are
he was
free agents.
good early.
He was
So-
fine.
And it
but, like,
cooled.
He started very, very well in the first month. He then came back down to earth, I would say, was playing at an okay level.
and then towards Achilles, and how many guys come back from Achilles
Correct.
tears and play well?
It's
What's
not
the
a,
list?
It's not a big list.
It's not a long list.
It's certainly not the following season. Like, you're basically signing up for a 1-year massive contract, Cousins Atlanta style, off of an Achilles, which did not work out very well.
Right. So
So
Chris
is the-
Russell's wrong and the Colts are wrong.
So is the thought
It's very
is the
possible.
thought there, because I'm trying to think along with Russell here, which is always dangerous. Is the thought that they were so far apart in what Daniel Jones is going, yeah, pre-injury I was good. They're going, yeah, but injury, fine. You will prove how much you're worth by seeing what you can get out
Yeah,
there.
there's no
is that
way to
the
get
idea?
a deal done now because he wants to be paid market value, and they're saying you're injured, we can't pay you market value. So this is, to your point, like a bridging of the gap.
Yeah.
But what he's going to find out, I think, to Chris's point, is there is no substantial market for a quarterback coming off of an Achilles because everyone just learned their lesson with this, with Cousins going and getting $100 million guaranteed from Atlanta. It's a very serious injury. Kirk didn't feel better until halfway through last year in year 2.
That's right.
So if you're, and he's in his late 30s, maybe the idea is Daniel Jones, who's not, he's 28, maybe heals a little faster, because the recent examples are Cousins and Rodgers, who are much older. But we're bearing the lead of a transition tag.
The transition
being used
tag,
on a quarterback.
I know.
I have to go home early today. I can't.
You
I can't
might
do
want to
this.
get out of here before you see Chris Russell.
I can't do this.
Is
As
all
soon
I
as he's done with this podcast, I'm out the door.
We need video rolling.
Yes.
Of the instant that they go to break on the deuce and his Vince McMahon entrance.
Actually, yeah. do
guarantee it'll
this
be
one.
late.
Well, yeah. When is he supposed to go to break?
He'll be
Chris?
enjoying the guest until 3:20.
Well, let's be over there 3 minutes after that. So make sure Clary, on his cell phone, asks Russell what he thinks about the Colts using the transition tag on Daniel Jones. And if we could somehow use some kind of special glasses so he doesn't know we're recording him, that would be even better.
Can't believe it.
The victory lap.
It happened. 14 years later, it happened.
Incorrectly is going to be unbelievable. And it's going to be very loud.
So loud.
The loudest victory
I got to
lap.
go home.
Enjoy your trek home.
I'm sorry, man. That's
All right,
tough.
Let's play this audio, which is one of the worst pep talks that was ever given by a real mensch of a human being. I am Team Aaron Judge. Love the player. He is slept on. I think the New York media beats him up unnecessarily in the postseason in October because he hasn't won his championship with the Yankees yet. But is this a window into maybe why the Yankees come up short? I don't think it is, but he's their captain. He's the guy that would be the leader who's supposed to grab you by the helmet. This was Judge addressing Team USA as they get ready to play World Baseball Classic baseball as the captain of the Americans.
Sacrifice for your family at home, you're sacrificing for your country, and you're sacrificing for the brothers in the trenches with you every single day. And that's one thing I want us to do, fellas. You know, we're down, we're beat up a little bit, man. You know, bleed into each other, man. We're going to lay it all on the line. If we do that, we're bringing the gold home, man. I'm telling you.
Where's a brick wall for me to run into and fall over?
Should we go? Do we go now?
That's a brutal pep talk. Because that's the goal right there. Is that Aaron Judge is addressing the team. This is our let's get fired up speech.
This is it's not quite miracle pregame. It's the lead up to it. It's like, hey, our journey starts tomorrow. Let's band together as a group in the wake of Team USA winning gold, men's and women's hockey against Canada. One of the nationally inspiring moments that just we're fresh off of that. It's our turn they pass the torch to us. We're carrying the baton here for this relay race before Team USA goes again this summer in the World Cup. This is a huge moment for us. So if you want to, let me get the list out. Sacrifice for your brothers. Turn the page. Sacrifice for each other. Try your best. Let's go get them. Man, I mean, he's great, but that was not great.
There's got to be somebody else we could tap to do that. And I'm sure they will going into like their next game. And I get it. Sports are not a movie. Everything's not a great speech. Nobody's overturning tables and, food's not getting dumped on the ground all the time. These guys are professionals and they really don't need much of a pep talk to go out there and play at a super high level. But I just think that you hear sometimes about Judge's stick-to-itiveness and Jim Zorn staying medium proclivities. And the idea of like when things are going off the rails in New York, the New York media gets really antsy about like who's in that clubhouse overturning things. Where is our player that's grabbing people and saying this is unacceptable? I think that clip is an indicator that that's probably not Judge.
No, that's not his thing.
He's their Jeter now. He is the team captain. So I think if nothing else, it's informative if you're a Yankees fan that you probably need someone like that in the clubhouse.
Yeah, you probably need one of those table flippers, so to speak. But I mean, he's unflappable. I mean, he's unbothered, even keeled, kind, and awesome. All he does is put up bold ink on his baseball reference page. He kicks ass. But yeah, he may not be the grab you by the helmet and throw you around a little bit if you're not doing what you're supposed to do guy.
Every sport's a little bit different. I get that. But you juxtapose that with other captains addressing their team, and it's not apples to apples, but I think about the very famous intermission speech, if you want to call it that, but essentially verbal undressing and just scream session of Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers, who, like Judge, is the best player in the world right now in his sport, and like Judge is the captain of his team. And he just basically rips into his entire roster, Danny, in this intermission where they're on the verge of getting run out of the gym again in the playoffs, and he loses his mind. And everyone's a little bit different. I get that. But it's one of those things in the back of my head where I go, does he need a little bit more volatility?
Whatever that is.
In his anger and his aggression. Best player of his era. He has solidified himself. In 2021, when we were 6 seasons into Aaron Judge's career, Aaron Judge was great. He was not the best player in baseball. In the 4 years since, he's had 3 seasons where he's had 10 or more WAR. He's won the MVP award in all 3 of those years. He's homered 62, 58, and 53 times in those 3 healthy seasons.
Pretty incredible.
He's having one of the best 4-year runs in the history of the sport. And I think you can say right here, right now, this is the best right-handed hitter of all time.
That's certainly a conversation. Honestly, I mean, as you start to look at these stats accumulated, he's on pace to mow past 500 homers within a few seasons. Basically 3 years away from being in the fives with a handful of years left, you would think, as good as he takes care of himself and the way that his swing translates. I mean, he's so big and strong, he can miss-hit homers. That's like old school, and I'm not impugning him at all, but that's old school steroid era 90s stuff where you didn't have to get one to get one. He's that big and strong. He's a freak of nature. He should be an NFL tight end probably. And here he is just hitting nuke after nuke after nuke. He is remarkable.
I cannot wait for the World Baseball Classic, by the way. So today, the United States is playing a ramp-up game against the Giants. Listen to this lineup for the Americans. Royals superstar shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. Up the middle, bats leadoff. Bryce Harper of the Phillies, who had an RBI double in the game already today, is batting second. Aaron Judge hits third. He ended up knocking in a run in his first at-bat in this game, so his pep talk must have worked.
Worked on himself, yeah.
They took a 2-0 lead. 4, 5, and 6, Kyle Schwarber, the DH from Philadelphia, who walked. Alex Bregman, who's just a winner, so many championship runs with Houston, has bounced around, now with the Cubs, third baseman, bats sixth. Cal Raleigh, the first catcher to ever hit 60 home runs last year with the Seattle Mariners, is going to bat sixth. I was a little disappointed that Roman Anthony got the nod over James Wood, the left fielder from the Boston Red Sox, who's a little less entrenched as a big leaguer, but a future superstar who's already been re-upped because every other team is able to do this with their great young players.
Now, tell me more about that, where they sign a player to stay there for longer?
Anthony, great athlete, Danny, going to play left field, bat seventh. Byron Buxton, who's maybe the fastest.
When healthy, is incredible.
Elite defender in center field in the sport. And yeah, he's a 40-homer power guy when he's healthy, and he's healthy right now. And then our second baseman is Bryce Terang from the Brewers.
You talking about Tressway's brother-in-law?
That's the one. Bryce Terang, who's got speed and really stellar defense. I kind of thought he was a nice fit on this team. Not everyone has to, go out and be a 300 hitter with power, although he was a great hitter for Milwaukee, an NLCS team last year. And on the bump today, Paul Skeens. This roster comprised of the best righty in the world, Paul Skeens, and the best lefty in the world, Tarek Skubal, both on Team USA. It would be a massive disappointment if we don't win this thing. Like what Canada was in hockey, when all the expectations and pressure was on them, I would say we are for this WBC, especially because the Dominican team, certainly the Venezuelan team, the Puerto Rican team, They had some guys among the best players in the game that weren't able to play because they couldn't get insurance. And that didn't hurt us nearly as much based on our roster. So we really should win this thing.
I was going to say, the Dominican team's still pretty good.
Oh, it's damn good.
Your outfield of Juan Soto, Julio Rodriguez, O'Neal Cruz, Fernando Tatis, that ain't bad. Manny Machado, Vlad Guerrero, Junior Caminero in the infield. I mean, they'll be pretty good too. But yeah, your point that they're going to miss a couple of guys. I think Team USA's roster is stacked and awesome. There's depth there too, right? When you actually get into playing, you can play some matchups a little bit. You don't have to start Bryce Trout. You can start Gunnar Henderson at second base. Ho-hum, middle of the order bat for the Orioles, and would be for pretty much anybody. He's sitting on your bench, languishing at this point. Pete Crow Armstrong as a go-getter, as an outfielder, is a star, had an unbelievable campaign last year. Point is, you got everything that you need in terms of how do you want to lose today? You want to lose with some speed? You want to lose with some power? You want to lose with some great pitching? You want to lose with some pretty good defense? Team USA is really, really, really well built.
I just can't wait. I think one of the great things about the World Baseball Classic is getting to see the game and how it's played stylistically and culturally in each different area of the world.
Well, to me,
the excitement and the way plays are celebrated by the Dominican as opposed to the American team, it's really cool.
To me, it's the tournament-style baseball that everybody grows up playing. So everybody does this. Everybody does the tournament where it's one and done. That's not how baseball works at the major league level, even the college level to a degree, right? Where you play for so many weeks and months and you accumulate stats and there's an individual moment. It's not quite playoffs. It's different than that. But this tournament style where everything comes down to that and it's this hyper intensity. Everybody that got to this level where these guys are playing at, they all experience that. And it's a throwback to that. And it's a joy to watch for fans.
We actually grabbed the audio. We needed to edit it, but I referenced Connor McDavid. Have you ever heard his intermission speech?
No.
Again, not really a speech. But this is like someone who is standing outside the locker room. I just love this. This is the greatest hockey player in the world trying to get his team's head out of its butt before they went out for the third period. And by the way, they come back to win this game.
Right now. Right now. Right now. Not ideal, but it's happened so many times. But that's fucking good enough. Fucking finals. Dig the in right now. Whatever the you have. That is not good enough. Let's go get one win at home. One win, and we'll see what happens. But dig the in.
So that's Connor McDavid. Here's Aaron Judge. Two captains getting their teams ready for play.
Sacrifice for your family at home. You're sacrificing for your country. And you're sacrificing for the brothers in the trenches with you every single day. And that's one thing I want us to do, fellas. We're down, we're beat up a little bit, man. Bleed into each other, man. We're going to lay it all on the line. If we do that, we're bringing the goal home, man. I'm telling you.
No, that's wrong.
Ready, break.
Now, it's not the same situation. It's not, entering the third period in a do-or-die situation.
But
it's
if
the
Judge
day
is
before.
giving the speech before the ninth, a la McDavid, gonna sound better than that one? Gonna get you going better than that? Again, the Oilers come out and win that hockey game. Grant and Danny on the Fan. There is a edge rusher who might be available on the trade market. And even though I'm not a big fan of dealing picks this offseason, I am officially interested. That's next. Double play coming your way in less than 15 minutes and a half hour from now. Your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny at that time. That's 4. We're going to be giving away tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters, who are coming to the nation's capital and Capital One Arena in 4 days. Make sure you're listening if you want those tickets. So Adam Schefter reported this afternoon that the Vikings are open to trading Pro Bowl edge rusher Jonathan Grenard. Open to trading generally means that a team may cut somebody.
They're about to cut him.
It doesn't always happen that way. Like, he may stay in Minnesota, but when you float this idea, they're open to trading, it normally tells you that they've informed the player that they can make some calls with their agent and look around. Think about it. When you find out that your team is trying to trade you, are you happy to go back there? So that's normally the first sign that a guy hits the market. So that's how this will probably end, is he gets released if there's not a trade. But when he gets released, he then becomes a free agent to sign anywhere. So it might be, if Washington's super interested, hard to get a deal done with him. He might also get a lot more money than he's currently scheduled to make at $22 million, because maybe teams look at him as a 28-year-old three-down player and say he's really good, which I think he is. So let's just start with your interest in Jonathan Grenard.
It's high.
From Minnesota.
Yeah.
Durante Jones, your DC, came from there. That fit is obvious. I love this player. He had a down year this year. He missed 5 games, only had 3 sacks. But the 2 years before that, he had 24.5 sacks, 12 per season, with Houston for a year, and then in his first year in Minnesota when he was a Pro Bowler, and he was in the All-Pro Defensive Player of the Year voting, finished 11th. But what I really, really like about him, Danny, in addition to being an excellent pass rusher, he's terrific against the run. This is the rare edge who's very, very good getting to the quarterback, but is far from a liability and, in fact, strong against the run as well. That's why I call him a 3-down guy. So I would actually consider trading for him. I don't want to trade draft picks. They're not in a spot where that's what they should be doing. But this is not Max Crosby, where you're giving up a 1 or you're giving up, multiple first couple of round picks or something. You could maybe trade this year's 3rd round pick 71 and then a future pick next year. Maybe it's a 4 or 5. Maybe it's 2 3s. I don't know. But regardless, if you're not giving up a 1st or 2nd rounder, and you could get this guy for a couple of day 2 or a day 2 and a day 3 pick over 2 years, are we sure they shouldn't be doing that?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing I like the best. When somebody does it, this is sort of a la Hendrickson, in 2 different stops, I know it's not just a scheme creation. You know what I mean? And that's important to me, where if I'm going to pay for the premium on somebody like this is a bona fide pass rusher. I know last year was down. I'm aware. And Minnesota's in cap hell. But his last stop in Houston, 12.5 sacks. You go, okay, maybe scheme, exploited something, got lucky, contract year, etc. First year in Minnesota, almost a mirror image in a lot of ways, a better season, more tackles for loss, more tackles overall, as you said, better against the run, same number of quarterback hits, kind of tells you in general that this is who he is, right? Again, last year's the anomaly where he was certainly down. So I'm interested. I don't know what the trade value will be. I don't know if it's one of those, yeah, we could trade for him, but we could also wait 5 minutes for you guys to cut him, or we could throw you a token, pick swap with a 6th round or 7th round or something towards the end. But I'm interested in this player, big time.
74th percentile edge rusher, according to PFF last season. They ranked him 31 out of 115 at the position overall, and they had him 12th against the run out of 115 edges that qualified. As a double-digit sack guy multiple times in a row going into last season. You're right on the fact that I don't know there were questions coming out of Houston, but I think people wanted to see it when he left that really good personnel. And then he went to Minnesota, and the way he was used there, it worked. But I don't think we should sleep on the fact that you don't have to worry about fit here when you're getting a guy from your system, like Durante Jones would be doing with Grenard. He just played in this system. There is no learning curve. There's nothing to figure out. There's nothing to worry about. You set it and forget it. You plug it in, and you walk away. And you come back, and the microwave made your thing. I know how this is going to be responded to if we open up the phones, and we could do this a little bit later on at 800-636-1067 on the show in the back half. I tweet something about this. I promise you this is going to be the response. You can't give up more draft picks. They don't have enough draft picks. And that's mostly true. But forget about that stance for a second and just follow me. If they give up 71 this year, in a world where they're not drafting an edge at 7, they might be drafting one at 71. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you're basically already in a boat where, that position could be going to what you're going to get out of Grenard. And if that's true and it's one more pick, it's another, let's say, a fourth next year maybe. And you could get, or if they're really going to cut him, maybe a 3 and a 5 would do it. If the 71st overall pick, which is a round 3 selection, who right now I'll just say is somebody like a wide receiver, like Elijah Surratt from Indiana, or an edge or something like that. And then it's a 4th rounder or later next year. You wouldn't rather have Grenard at $22 million for each of the next 2 seasons and really fix the edge position? Him on one side, Armstrong on the other. If Armstrong plays like he did in the first half of last year, you've now gone from a really bad edge spot to a terrific duo of 2 guys who can both get 10 or more sacks.
And again, you see where you and I are shopping here, right? I mean, this is I want to solve one of these holes, not with a Band-Aid again, not with some bubble gum and duct tape, with a blue chip solution. Now, Hendrickson's going to cost a lot. This costs a decent amount too. Whether, if he gets cut, then he's in free agency, or you have to give up a draft pick or 2 or whatever.
What would he cost if he were to hit the open market? Because we know what his contract is that you'd be inheriting in a trade. He signed a 4-year, $76 million deal, about a $19 million AAV that was a little bit backloaded. So you're talking about cap numbers over $20 million the next couple of seasons, but not by much, like $22 million-ish against the cap, which for, again, a really good edge rusher is not that bad. And then you're out of the thing after 2027.
Coming off a down year in his age 29 season, I always have such a hard time placing this because it's all eye of the beholder. He probably doesn't get Hendrickson money, you wouldn't think, right? Without the track record, especially because of what happened last year. But he's probably north of some of the other guys on there, Adafa Owe, or probably north of Joey Bosa, or a couple of the other guys that are going to be on the free agent market, right? I mean, he'd be north of 20. You'd think, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know how he wouldn't.
Because everyone values that so much, rightfully so.
Because you don't have to take him off the field. How would he not be? That's where I'm at, by the way. Is also, forget the money. If you could save a couple million, that's great. You have to also then bank on that you can get him and he would want to play for you over everybody else.
I'm hoping the Durante Jones connection there would be very valuable.
Bingo.
In that regard.
If he were a free agent, maybe that's what gets him here, is he really likes the coach. That's how they got Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
I could go through a list of 10 guys like that said they signed here because of Dan Quinn or Wagner or Bobby Johnson or whoever it was. But I just hate this you can't trade picks, period, philosophy that people seem to have.
I mean, they put themselves in a bind because they traded a bunch of them.
Trading picks for the most part. That should be the philosophy, but it is not a rule. And there's a big difference between trading pick number 7 for Max Crosby in a package and a 3rd-round pick this year at 71 and something else next year if that's what it took for Jonathan Grenard. Now, I don't know what the package would be. If the Vikings said we're only taking a 2nd-rounder or better this year, then now I'm not interested. I don't have a second to give them anyway. But think about it. If they traded for Grenard and it didn't take anything early in the draft the next 2 years, and now you've got him and Dorrance Armstrong as your pass rushers, and then you drafted Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs. Do you know how much better their defense just got with those 2 additions? I just got you from 31 on paper to like 23 or 24 on paper maybe. Just like that. Now I sign a corner for some money, or what I would do is just keep sinking money into the defensive line, actually. And next thing you know, you got some real talent here to work with if you're Durante Jones.
And again, if you complete some of these shopping items with quality blue chippers, right? It takes pressure off of the draft. Where now we're sitting there on pins and needles. The draft has to fall a certain way or else, dun, 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 kind of thing. That goes away, I think. If you hit on a couple of these guys that are commodities that everybody wants. Again, don't wait till the second wave of free agency, post-first round, post-draft, post everything else going, all right, I guess we'll just do this now because they're available. I just don't want to major in that. You're going to do that anyway because you got to fill 30 spots.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, our double play. Remember, in 20 minutes, we're giving away Globetrotters tickets on G&D.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
Coming up Wednesday.
San Francisco Giants are playing the United States of America as USA Baseball gets ready for the World Baseball Classic. And Bryce Eldridge is hitting right now. He of Madison High School fame, right here in Vienna.
That's a big boy.
He is James Wood big. Number 2 prospect for the San Francisco Giants. Got to the major leagues last year after hitting about 260 with 25 bolts and an OPS over 1,000 in the minor leagues last season. This will be his first full year in the show, and right now he's taking on Paul Skeens.
Enjoy it. Good luck, young man.
It's just weird because, a couple of years ago, literally, I left this studio at 6:30, if you remember one time, to sprint out there so that I could go watch him play high school baseball for Pudge Jorman at Madison with the Warhawks. And I always tell this story, but I didn't know what number he was, so I was wondering getting out of my car.
Will I be able to figure out who he is?
I'm like, I need to get a roster so I can take a peek, because I'll go to games all the time, and I'll go, Johnny Farmello at Westfield or whatever, and I'm like, let me figure out which kid this is. And as soon as I walked up, number 25 was at the plate, and on the first pitch hit a 380-foot home run down the right field line, and I was like, that's him?
I bet you it's him, the 6'7" guy.
You cannot make it up.
Yeah.
Like, just first swing, this dude who looked like a big leaguer in the box. He happened to be pitching in that game, too. I didn't really get it because everyone was like calling him, America's Shohei or whatever, and I didn't see it on the mound. But pretty quickly, the Giants were like, yeah, we're good. You're going to play first base, and you're going to be in the big leagues.
You just mash.
As a 20-year-old.
And when we do a position player pitching, you can just go back on the mound and throw 96, just for fun, I suppose.
Just hit a ball on the screws off Skeens to dead center field on the warning track, but fly out to deep center. Byron Buxton didn't have a whole lot of problem running that one down.
He's a predator.
We're going to be in West Palm Beach tomorrow, my friend.
My friend, it's a big deal. So I have to, before we get to the West Palm situation, I have a bit that backfired. I come to you, this radio program, humbled and humiliated. I thought I had something funny, and it blew up in my face.
Oh, no. I guess it's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
So in advance of the old West Palm, which is the Best Palm trip, there was a bit running on our show chat yesterday via the text message thread. I was out on the bit. Did not care for the bit. So I thought, what a funny thing I'll be able to do, and I'll opt out of the conversation. It'll get a nice little guffaw from everybody, and I'm sure I'll be able to add myself back in later. I can't. I was wrong. I thought I'd be able to go back into our show chat and re-add myself.
You can't?
You can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I learned that lesson the hard way. I have to be invited again. So my bit backfired. So last night, you guys are going back and forth, and I was like, you know what? I hate this bit. I want out.
So can I ask you?
I pulled the ripcord, and I got no further notifications because I'm off the text
Do we
chain.
want to say on air what we were talking about or no?
It's up to you guys.
Okay. First off, were you actually annoyed by that or no?
No. I mean,
I didn't think so either.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So Ryan asked me today, he's like, do you think Danny was like bothered by that? And I said, I would be stunned. Like if he was, screw him. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those where it's like.
That fragile little flower annoyed by that?
I don't think so. We do a lot of joning on this show at all times. We all catch some shrapnel. If that was a bridge too far, like that's on him a little bit. But so just so that you know, it worked out beautifully for you. We all died. I mean, it was great. So the bit was yesterday, we are doing the Beltway Blitz, and the news broke that Trey Young was going to be making his debut on Thursday for the
Thursday.
Wizards.
Yeah, there's only a couple minutes left in the Blitz.
Yes.
And this is, it's we're trying to ask questions. We're trying to do a good segment, and you're going to tease what's next. And I see this news.
So it was actually while Glenn Consor was on with us.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
So we immediately asked Glenn Consor about it. And I was going to ask him because, like, Shams Charania broke it probably 4 minutes earlier. And it was, like, very hot off the presses. But Danny gave credit to one of our buddies who's a very local guy who's tangentially in the media. And I think he has a great Twitter account, so I've always liked following him for Wizards content. But a guy named Greg Finberg. And so Greg, who comes on the Blitz and is a great young guy, I think he might still be at school at Penn State or something.
He's joining us today on the Blitz.
Very nice. So we'll tell Greg about this.
Yeah, you got credit over Shams on this show.
Danny says to Glenn Consor, hey, Greg Finberg is reporting, which is like in no way what's happening. Greg Finberg is aggregating. This is a pet peeve of mine. It has nothing to do with Greg Finberg. But like aggregators get credit for reporting things because no one knows the difference between reporting and aggregating. So like there's this guy who covers politics now named Aaron Parnas. Do you know about this person? He's just on Instagram, and he has like 18 million followers, and he's like number 2 to Joe Rogan show in terms of following now. And everyone's like, Parnas is reporting. And this is a super pet peeve, but no, he isn't. Parnas is just doing a video, laying in his bed, sometimes literally, where he's telling you what someone's actually reporting. So anyway, this is a thing I constantly, every time my brother or sister tells me what Parnas is telling them, I say Parnas isn't telling you anything. Someone else is telling you this, and Parnas is just passing it along and taking all of their reports to get a bunch of money from Instagram. But anyway, I digress. He serves a nice purpose, and he's a nice kid, I'm sure, and I have no problem with him. He's like a lawyer turned Instagram reporter. Right. Not a reporter, but reporter. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Instagram aggregator.
Yep.
So Danny says it's Greg Finberg. Not a big deal. None of us actually care.
Right. The story, of course, is Trey Young's playing. I'm trying to figure out who's got it. It's my turn for a question.
Yeah.
And
like Greg Finberg's
the Wizards announced, right? So that's the key theme, and I see it from Greg Finberg's Twitter. But I'm trying to get to the Trey Young part.
And Danny's like, it sounds like Greg Finberg's in the locker room with the latest on the Wizards,
which isn't what happened. But then, of course, it's the instant guffaws. Grant losing his mind, like while I'm trying to talk, like that talk back with that bleep-eating smirk that he has. Darius is doubled over. Well, Ryan's cackling.
You can't see
Toby
it.
can't believe
Your
it.
back's to the room, but they're all dying.
Oh, I hear it. I know it's there.
And I'm like, yeah, Greg Finberg's all over. I wonder if he's got any news on Anthony Davis for us. So it kind of ended. Everything's over. So last night in the show chat, which is Darius, Ryan, Toby, me, Danny, I just say, hey, I'd really like a good NBA guest for Thursday, like some bigger name person to talk about Trey Young making his debut. Let's start working on that, Darius. Let's reach out to TNT or Peacock or whatever to see how silly a guest we could get on. And I don't know if it was Toby or Ryan or whoever, but they're like, we should get Finberg on since he broke the news today. Just a elbow to Danny's rib.
Yeah, just the little zingy zings.
And then we all get in, and I'm like, dude, that was a big deal for Finberg to get that first. He beat Shams. And we all start basically going back and forth. And then on the text message thread right there, it says Danny Rouillet has left the chat.
Which I thought was hysterical.
I thought it was perfect.
I was like, what a move. I'm so funny. I'm like walking around the house like wanting to show people to try to explain it, and I can't explain it to anybody. But I'm sitting there patting myself on the back. But what a power move. How funny is that? Yeah. I remember a couple of people have done that in various text threads that I've been on. And every time it's so funny. It's like such a great move where it's like unsubscribe from this, Grant has left the thread,
so you
or
can't
whatever.
Jump right back in,
and that's the mistake I made.
And
I thought
how
I
do
could
you get back in?
I don't. I have to be invited. Whoever's in charge of the thread, whoever created the thread,
I think I created the thread,
has to add me as a contact back in the thread description up at the top.
So Ryan can't do it right now.
Well, maybe he could.
No. So Toby did add Danny back in before the show today, but he's not getting the notifications because we have not said anything in there. So I feel as if we just should not let Danny back in. I feel like we should text him and then just kick him out again for a punishment.
What I could do is I could just text Danny on the side the things he needs to know from now on. And then we could keep him out of the show chat.
It could be the Grant and Danny show group chat without Danny.
Right. The Grant and Toby and Ryan and Darius show chat. And then if something rises to the import that Danny needs to know about it, we could forward it to Danny.
I've done that with Twitter accounts too, by the way, where for the most part, I couldn't deal with it. And then somebody would go, hey, they work here and they mention you. And I go, okay, I need to know that one, I suppose.
Like when you have them muted, you mean? Or?
Yeah. There have been a few of those.
Well, I thought it was very funny.
But it backfired. I mean, I thought it was hysterical. And now I'm sitting there I Googled it, like, hey, can you get back into a chat? And they're like, no, specifically not. Once you opt out, you're out.
We'll consider adding you back, but you need to be on your best behavior. And you need to cite the correct people with who breaks news. Very important to do that. So
Lesson learned, I guess.
Are you back in yet?
I think I am.
You just got back in? Yes, test. I get it. Yay, test. I won't read that because that would get you in a lot of trouble.
Which one would?
The one you just said. That's like super inappropriate.
Well, I was just testing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's also the most recent thing I got was Chris Russell cutting a promo.
Yes.
Is that the latest
He's
text?
Very happy about the transition tag. Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny. promised on Grant and Danny, let's give away tickets to see the Globetrotters at Cap One Arena. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets. 100-year tour continues for the Globetrotters Saturday, March 7th. Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest. We're giving these away at 4 ahead of the Blitz all week long.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny, covering the teams in town all in one segment you care the most about. So let's spin you around D.C. The Caps, the Commanders coming up. We start on the hardwood.
The Washington Wizards.
Our buddy Greg Finberg, who broke the big story yesterday that Trey Young would be making his debut on Thursday. Congrats on that, Greg. Well done.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Grant. I had a lot of people that were sending me that and saying congrats on breaking the news, so I'll take it. But yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, buddy. What can you tell us? Is Trey Young actually going to play tomorrow night? Is he getting suspended? What do we know?
Yeah, so he actually announced a couple of minutes ago on his Instagram that he's not suspended. So I guess that's good for him. If he was suspended, it would have been served tonight in Orlando, so it wouldn't have been too much of an issue for that. But yeah, he got ejected. It's first actual stat he's recorded before even playing for the team. I think the fan base enjoyed it, sort of the passion that he brings and that he's showing. I mean, his teammate kind of got pushed to the ground. Refs didn't call it. Trey didn't like it. He got ejected for it, but I think he'll be good to go. Had an MCL sprain and a quad contusion. Hasn't played since December 27th. Hasn't played with the Wizards. But as he announced and as the team announced yesterday, he's going to be playing against the Utah Jazz on Thursday.
So, Greg, just to clarify, I get that he hasn't been suspended yet, so you're not going to miss the next game tonight. But does that mean he's not going to get suspended at all, definitively? Generally, when you leave the bench, it's pretty cut and dry, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the situation's a little different because a lot of the times the people that leave the bench are escalating whatever conflicts on the floor. It seemed like Trey just kind of walked a little bit onto the court and was arguing with the official. So I'm sure the league probably reviewed it, and maybe it's on a case-by-case basis. But it appears he's been told that he wasn't suspended. I saw Mark Stein of the Stein line reported that league officials have told him that they don't believe any suspension will come. So I don't think he'll be suspended, and it seems like he was sort of told that. So I think, yeah, he gets ejected, but I think he'll get out a little bit lucky here without getting an ejection for leaving the bench.
Lost in all this is what the hell actually happened, Greg, with that? That was bizarre behavior from Easton. I don't know what was said by Watkins or what action precipitated it, but Easton 2 different times shoves Watkins. The first one shoved him to the ground. The second one, again, after they're separated and in the middle of play, Bilal Coulibaly's trying to separate those guys, and he went after him again sort of relentlessly, and it was sort of like, maybe we'll give him slightly more technicals than we do to Watkins. I thought that was preposterous. What do we know about that incident?
Yeah, I don't know what was said, but what I can tell you is what I saw, and it seemed like Watkins was minding his own business at the three-point line, and Easton pretty blatantly shoved him, extended his arms, and Watkins fell back. There was no retaliation there by Jameer. And then next play down the floor, it seemed like Easton sort of initiated again. And I don't know if Watkins sort of stepped to him. It didn't seem like he was doing anything that he shouldn't have been doing. And if you get shoved multiple times, you should be able to defend yourself. So I don't know what was said, but the officials broke it up. They didn't call Easton for a foul either time. And it seemed like Trey Young was sort of just stepping in and trying to defend his teammate as best he could as someone who wasn't playing. Easton did get 2 technicals and was ejected. Watkins got a technical, which I didn't really understand why he got one. It didn't seem like he did anything wrong, like you said. But obviously a very interesting situation. I mean, Tari Easton, I believe, stepped in front of a player last week and caused him to tear his ACL. So I think he has sort of a history of some dirty plays like this. This seemed pretty uncalled for, and I think the refs got it right in the end in terms of ejecting him.
All right, Greg, so get us sorted out here on the vision going forward. The Wizards have done a great job losing their last 5 in a row in 8 of 10. So they're now 4th pretty squarely in this hunt for a chance at the number 1 pick. But the top 3 teams have a 14% chance at winning the lottery. Washington, because they're 4th now, has a 12.5% chance. If they catch Utah, it goes down to 10.5%. If they catch New Orleans, it goes down to 9%. And here comes Trey Young. So are they punting on the teams that are, game plus ahead of them in the hunt for the top pick?
I think the main thing that they're looking at isn't necessarily the percentages of getting the top pick. It's the percentages of losing their pick. And if they have a bottom 4 record, there's a guarantee. They guarantee that they keep their pick. They can't lose it. So I think they're more so focused on not tanking as blatantly some teams that have gotten fined, while also ensuring that they're in the bottom 4 to make sure that they keep their pick. And even if they're the 5th worst record, there's a 99.4% chance that they keep their pick. So if they have one of the 5 worst records, unless something insane happens, they get incredibly unlucky with a 0.6% chance of losing their pick, they'll be okay and they'll keep it in what's a good draft class. There's also the part for Washington where you want to see Trey Young acclimated with this team. He has a $49 million player option for next season that I doubt he'll pick up. And there's been rumors that he wants an extension. The Wizards and him might reach a multi-year extension. And if you're Will Dawkins, this guy's been hurt for a bit, you at least want to see what you have with him and what he can do with your team and your young core before you shell out, $100+ million in guaranteed money to a guy that the last couple of years has had a pretty big injury history.
Greg, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks.
We'll see you, my friend. Hit that hockey sounder, please.
The Washington Capitals.
Our pal Sammy Silver covers the Capitals, and that's why she's joining us on the Beltway Blitz. Mammoth. It's still hard for me to say because I like S's on the end of my team names. I'm like plurals, even though Mammoth, I guess, is a plural. But Mammoth in town tonight to play the Capitals. What do we need to know, Sammy?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard matchup. I think Spencer Carberry said best this morning. The Mammoth are a quote-unquote handful. They have a lot of young talent. They're a really fast team, and they're right up there with other top guys in the West. And every game is a must-win game right now if you're Washington Capital, and tonight's no different. So it's going to be a big one on the schedule and a pivotal game and a pivotal week.
The way that the last 23 out of the break kind of worked out was they had to win 2 of every 3 in my mind. And they got the Flyers and the Golden Knights handled at home, so they hit the road for Montreal, got in really late, and then got waxed. But they took 2 out of 3, and now you've got them. I'm breaking Mammoth, Bruins, Flames down into that same scenario. They got to find a way to get at least 4 points out of these next 6. Is that an okay way to do it, you think, mathematically? Because I got to say, they're not getting much help on the out-of-town scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm not good at math, but I think, I think if you look at it, that's pretty fair. I mean, it's, they have to win a good chunk of games here. They're no strangers to that. They're, well aware of the standings, and it isn't close. And then you're right, the out-of-town scoreboard hasn't helped them at all. And right now it seems like, the Metro's, slipping, but, you look at the wild card spots and those are what's closer right now, but it's, one game at a time. You're focused on the task at hand, and tonight that's Utah. So a lot of must-wins coming down the stretch, and, I would say that's a pretty fair assessment.
Who do they need more of out of these final 20 games to get where we're all talking about wanting them to go?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Oh, who do they need more out of over these final 20 games?
Oh yeah, I think you look at your bottom 6 for sure. I mean, I think you look at the return of Pierre-Luc Dubois, and the top 6 has been, starting to get production. You finally have Ovi, breakthrough, and you need those guys to keep producing, but you also need more from your bottom 6. I think you look at McMichael, sort of Leonard. That's a really good line that's shown flashes of success that they can, be really good together, and I think that they seem to recapture that chemistry and get some points down the stretch here, especially, for the young guys. Carberry said this morning, it's an exciting challenge for them. This is, the NHL's best action that you're going to see over these next few games with every team fighting to get into the playoffs. So it'll be big for them. And then, obviously your fourth line, you want them to keep grinding and finding ways to, shut down other teams' top lines, but also produce. So more from the bottom 6, and they should be all good.
Ryan Leonard was rolling at one point, kind of felt like he was on the verge of being a top 5 player on the team if he wasn't already there. I think he's got just 1 point in his last 14 games. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, I think it's been tough for Leno. I think you look at that stretch where he was really heating up and starting to find his game, and then he gets injured, right? You miss a good chunk of time, and then you're coming back, and all the wild lines are changing, and then right after that, Willie goes down with injury, so you're compensating there, and you're moving around. So he's back on a line now that he should find some confidence. But yeah, it's just a matter of sticking with it. It's, again, this is the roughest part of the schedule, and he's not immune from inconsistency. He's still a rookie, and he's just got to hunker down and trust the process and not get frustrated. The moment you get frustrated and start overthinking is the moment things are going to go downhill. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen, just him trying to get back into the sync of things, trying to find his groove, and the power play struggling as much as it does, doesn't help either. So a couple, tweaks here and there, some things moving around, and then he'll get right back on that horse.
Sammy, thank you as always.
All right, thanks, guys. See you soon.
You got it. Hit that local 53 sounder, please.
The Washington Commanders.
What a blessing. Moments ago, on a megaphone outside, those people that preach at you and want you to convert to their religion, out on the street corner where you're trying to get on the subway, the metro, whatever, yelling about the transition tag. A decade later, vindication today is spelled ROOSTER. Chris Russell is with us here on the Beltway Blitz.
Hello, boys. How are you? Let's celebrate together. No?
We can celebrate. What are we
celebrating? We're celebrating the righteousness of the Indianapolis Colts. Something that bad Bruce Allen and dopey Dan Snyder should have figured out 10 years ago.
We're celebrating their moral, ethical, and spiritual state of being in right standing with God?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
That's how you get the transition tag going.
Yeah, understood.
This is a big day for me, boys.
It's a huge day for you.
It's a big day. Now, of course, the culture and the landscape has changed. I mean, the transition tag, which would have been a smart idea for Bruce Allen against Kirk Cousins, if he was interested in getting a fair market deal, which he was never interested in, would have been a smart move. This is still a smart move, I think, for the Indianapolis Colts, assuming that Daniel Jones was going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of $35 to $40 million from the Indianapolis Colts, even after the leg injury. He played pretty well last year before the injury. So I think this is a smart move because now the negotiations start basically and based off of $37 million, not $44 million.
If you found out in a day or two that the Commanders have a trade in place for Jonathan Grenard, the edge from Minnesota, and they're giving up a 3 this year, the 71st overall pick, and next year's 4. Your reaction is?
You're going to hate me for this. I would not go there because Grenard wants a readjustment to his contract. He wants to make $20+ million instead of $18 million. So now I got to pay 2 draft picks and more money to make Jonathan Grenard happy. I love the player.
3-down edge.
I like the
him
player.
and Dorrance Armstrong.
I got it.
2 really good defensive ends.
I said on my what do you guys call it? Podcast?
Yeah, podcast on the news.
You yelling at people in the street.
Yeah. I said a 5th round pick this year.
So a deal that they wouldn't accept.
Well, what other choice do the Vikings have? They're $43 million over the cap, and they need Captain Kirko back.
I'll start with 7. Then I'll go to 6. Then I'll go to 5. But if it took, let's just say, a couple day 2 picks for this really good player, you're out.
Only, I think, because that, and he wants an adjustment on the contract. He's not going to be happy making. What is he making? 18 million base, I believe it is, over the next 2 years each year. I believe it's 18 million base. You can look that up for sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the number. If he's not going to be happy with that, and he wants 20, let's just say 25 million, which is not even the market, quite honestly, for a guy who's had 2 12-sack seasons. Now, he didn't have 12 sacks last year, but he had 2 12-sack seasons the year before, and the year before that, one in Houston, one in Minnesota, right? So if he wants $25 million, let's just say, were you paying 2 later round draft picks and an adjustment of $15+ million for him on top of what his current contract already is?
But he's in his prime still.
I know.
I mean, Trey Hendrickson's going to cost similar money. Wouldn't take any draft picks.
Would
you rather just pay Trey Hendrickson?
Did you see PFF and Over the Cap, what they said about his projected contract, which I can't believe.
Who,
but,
Hendrickson or Grenard?
Hendrickson. 1 year, $21 million. $17 million guaranteed. Now, I don't believe that's the case, but I would be in on Hendrickson at that money. I would not be in on Hendrickson at 3 years, $30+ million.
Spot Track had it at 25 and change. Would you do that
for 1 year?
Well, I don't know about years.
Okay.
So if it was 75, where you guarantee 50
for Hendrickson?
Yeah.
I'd be very hesitant. I think he's.
What's it like not having any good football players on your team?
It's not fun.
You don't like paying anybody ever.
I don't like paying injured players. He was injured all last year.
Who would you break the bank for? Who are you going big for this offseason?
I would spend around $25 million on Jalen Phillips from the Eagles. Last of the or previous to that to the Dolphins.
Just looking up injured players.
I know he had an Achilles tendon too, but he came back. He's back.
And a knee.
Trey Hendrickson
and another knee.
Trey Hendrickson
has a worse injury history than Jalen Phillips.
No, Trey Hendrickson is 31, and he played 250 snaps on a terrible team last year.
But you literally in two sentences went, I don't pay injured players. And then you said, the guy that had the non-contact Achilles the year after he had the ACL tear, 4 games into the season.
I didn't say I don't pay injured players, did I?
Yeah.
I don't like to pay injured players, or certainly guys coming directly off injury. Jalen Phillips, was he not good last year for the Dolphins? I mean, I can win with Joseph Asai from the Bengals, with Boy Mafe from the Seahawks, with a couple of other guys.
All of these guys cost a lot of money.
I understand that, but they don't cost $25-30 million a year. And they're not 31 and coming off of a 250-snap season like Trey Hendrickson is.
So that's the answer to the question, then. You're going after Boy Mafe.
One of the guys I'm certainly interested in. Joseph Asai is another. I mean, again, Jalen Phillips, I'd like to not pay him $25 million, but, I mean, yeah. I want 2 starters at edge in free agency so that I don't have to take an edge at number 7 overall. I don't want to have to take an edge at 7 overall.
That's why you're trading that 3rd-round pick this year for Grenard, and now you're taking Sonny Styles, and I'm fixing your defense.
Okay.
Boom.
There you go.
Grant Peters just solved your defense.
Well, I hope you're better at making trades than Grant Peters is, or that Adam Peters is.
Hey, Laramie Tunsil worked out just fine.
Okay. How about Marshawn Lattimore and Deebo Samuel? Okay.
Deebo Samuel was a win.
Deebo's a win. That's not a win.
5th-round pick.
Okay. It's all right.
Yeah, that's not a loss.
$18 million and a 5th-round pick. It's not a loss. It's probably about.
He's probably their best offensive player, circuit to circuit last year.
Not a
dubious honor, but
not a lot of good choices.
Okay, but my point is for a 5th-round pick.
Okay, so it was. Maybe it's not a win in my eyes, but it's not a bad.
He's made a bad trade.
Okay, a bad trade,
and it was a bad one.
Yeah,
that trade was very bad.
I'm just trying to think of something that would annoy you, and I guess Jake Moody probably is. For some reason, you're bothered by that, right?
Aren't you incensed?
I'm not. I mean, we're just facing the 50th place kicker that they've had in the Dan Quinn, Adam Peters era.
Don't you want someone who can make a 50-yard field goal?
How about Nick Folk? He's only missed 2 50-yard field goals, 2 field goals, period, in the last couple of years with the Jets.
He's 41.
I know.
Is
19th year.
How old are you? 40?
I'm 52, 40. I wish I was 40.
You're 52?
Yeah,
you ain't being the kicker this year, I'll tell you that.
God.
That's one thing we know.
I mean, they should bring back Graham Gano and make me happy. That's all I care about.
Is he
making
a free
me
agent?
happy. I don't know.
Who have you spent more hours advocating for on the radio as their agent? Graham Gano or Jim Haslett? Are those the top 2 ever, would you say, of the guys that you basically were on their payroll?
How about Lorenzo Alexander? Kedrick Golston?
No, I mean, I don't know if they count. Everyone was on the,
everyone's on that team.
Kirk Cousins, I mean,
guys.
No,
of the guys that were just
of the maligned guys
that were just
weren't
Chris
good.
Russell guys, the maligned guys that weren't. Graham Gano's had an excellent career.
Gano has had a good career.
Jim Haslett had nothing to work with here, except the 1 year, and he had a top 12 defense.
If you would have told me 15 years ago
this would be
you and I would be doing afternoon drive.
Yep.
Still together on this station, and Chris Russell, who didn't even work at our company for like the 2nd of 5 times he left, was in studio with us, screaming at us today about the transition tag and Graham Gano.
And Jim Haslett, by the way, advocacy.
I would have told you I don't need to be doing
What
that.
other stories do you want?
What do you think of Marcus Mason's chances of making
Marcus
the team?
Mason. I mean, now that was a guy. That was a guy. They should bring him back. They should dust him off. Hopefully Marcus Mason is still in shape. I don't know.
Russell is furious that Nate Sudfeld didn't make the roster.
By the way, that's a great
bet. They needed to keep their 3rd quarterback.
Stole the words out of my mouth. Can we?
I love 3rd quarterback.
Can we set aside some time for your famous TED Talk about rush attempts and victory? Can we get to that, please? About establishing?
About
not
necessarily about victory. Rush attempts, as I've been proven right, the run is sexy. The run is sexy. Everybody's doing it. You guys were all crazy, and I was right. whatever you call it.
Was that
Beef?
the thing you were eating in your car the other day?
No, no, but I was eating something similar.
Rini
That bothered you.
He was eating a bowl of soup. He had like
Yeah.
a bowl and a spoon in his car while talking to me on the phone.
It was like a styrofoam,
Yeah, I get it.
bowl thing. Yeah.
Have you ever eaten a bowl of soup? while you drove?
That's not a mobile food.
No.
I got a long drive, man. It took me 2 hours to get home yesterday.
A, I believe that. B, again, soup is not a mobile food. I'm sorry about that.
Somebody just got bingo on the Chris Russell bingo board. He just mentioned traffic. I mean, we're hitting them all today. Rini, thank you, buddy.
Thank you, boys.
5 p.m., Matt Miller, ESPN NFL draft expert. What's going on with Caleb Downs' knee? Why is this becoming a story? And then John Keim with the latest on the Commanders. Andrew Wiley had a conference call today. Of course, he was on the show yesterday. If you missed that, you can podcast that conversation wherever you get your audio. Next, though, Matt Holliday's house is pretty sweet. Got us to thinking we'll have some fun on the Fan. Atlanta on Kyle Pitts, and the New York Jets on Breece Hall. The Colts used the transition tag on Daniel Jones. So those were the 4 tags. But notably, that means that some of the top free agents added to the free agent class that were expected to get tags didn't. So that is Kenneth Walker, Seahawks, going to be available. Colts wide receiver Alec Pierce, who you love.
Yes, I do.
Is going to be a free agent. Defensive end Odafe Owe from the Chargers. I thought maybe he would get a tag or they'd work something out. He is destined for free agency. Travis Etienne, the running back from the Jaguars, hits free agency. Ravens center Tyler Linderbaum is going to be a free agent. And the Bengals did not tag Trey Hendrickson a year after using the tag on wide receiver. This year, they chose not to use it on edge. So T. Higgins a year ago, no Trey Hendrickson this year. He's going to be a free agent.
The Alec Pierce situation is intriguing. The bidding is going to be fast and furious. This is a guy that is the deep threat in the league right now, or one of them. 47 catches is all he had last year to go for 1,000 yards in that Colts offense that really didn't major in that. The threat of him made everything else work and run. He is so good contested catch-wise. He's great off the line. I think he can do more. I think he can be a true, honest-to-goodness number 2 in this league. I don't think he's a number 1, but you're going to pay a premium for his deep threat ability, and it's something that I want to do because I'm desperate for it.
You said he caught only 47 balls last year?
Only 47.
That was 10 more than the year before.
Mm-hmm.
That was 15 more than 2 years ago. That was far and away a career high for him. He's just never really been asked to do a lot in terms of running routes, making catches, being a big part of the offense. Now, he is an amazing deep threat.
Yep.
Contested catches vertically down the field, pushing on 9 routes, and we're running down the seam and doing things. 22.3 yards per catch 2 years ago led the NFL. 21.3 yards per catch this past year led the NFL. I mean, how many guys have led the league in back-to-back seasons in yards per catch? Like, that's very, very rare as a skill set. Because speedsters, it can be a fleeting thing, year in, year out. Like Deshaun Jackson, as an example, 4 times in his NFL career led the league in yards per catch. He never did it in consecutive years. Not one time.
Yeah.
And by the way, his years where he did it, he only had 2 seasons where he was up over 20 yards per catch leading the NFL, which is where Pierce was in back-to-back seasons. So it's a really unique skill set. I'm not going to be upset if they add him. Is he a weapon? Then I'll be excited. But I think it's going to take a lot of money, and I'd probably rather go in a different direction.
Yeah, I know it's going to take a lot of money. I mean, his asking price for this skill set, everyone, I think, now realizes the actual catches are important. So is the threat. Washington lacked a threat, and you saw those games where these terrible run defenses, objectively terrible run defenses that couldn't stop the run at all until they played Washington. And you're going, well, how are they able to do that? There was 0 time that any of them had to worry about anybody running past them. Everything was downhill. Everything was in front. That's my number 1 issue this offseason is that I want to change that speed on offense and most on the outside so that people can't just fly downhill and shove it on every play that Washington runs.
Matt Miller covers the NFL draft for ESPN. He's going to be on the show at 5 and 25 minutes. And John Keim covers the Commanders in town for ESPN. He's going to be on the show in 90 minutes at 6 o'clock. We're taking you up to 6:30 here on Grant and Danny. But I wanted to have a little fun for a second. I saw what was a pretty compelling and cool tour of Matt Holliday's house, former Major League Baseball All-Star, one of the great hitters of his era with the Colorado Rockies. His family, heavily involved in the Oklahoma baseball community. Obviously, the Hollidays, longtime members of the coaching organization over at Oklahoma State. He has lived in Stillwater, Oklahoma, in this 136 when guys' houses like that they live in become public and everyone's talking about this is what their living room looks like. That's kind of strange. But he's actually selling this, and it's now out there as he's trying to move this thing. And so he was taking people on a tour of it in a video I saw. It was built in 2022, so you're going, why are you telling us this? Well, it's just an all-time fun place to live if you like doing sport activities. He's got 2 kids.
Yep.
One is a young Baltimore Orioles star in Jackson Holliday. The other was just drafted in the top 5 by the Rockies. The Nats passed on him at 1-1. Ethan Holliday, who's going to be a big-time slugger in the big leagues for the same team that Matt played for. And you wonder, how do I get 2 kids to the majors? Well, you might want to have what he's got, which is this home where he's got a $2 million pool, a private baseball field. It looks like the nicest youth baseball field you've ever seen in your life. A detached barn equipped with a state-of-the-art gym, a pickleball court, and batting cages with crazy technology. Like they've got their own Edgertronic stuff in there, and I'm sure it's very driveline-y with all the technology and things that they have that helped Jackson and Ethan get where they got. But we were looking at all this, and I'm like, what? I don't know what's better, like the amazing pool, the private baseball field, the really ridiculously impressive full-court basketball NBA-style court that he's got, the pickleball courts. I know Danny's all about that. You've got a sport court. And so we were all debating this before the show, and I'm like, all right, let's do this as a topic. You get one, what are we going to call it?
Like
sports field?
Ridiculous amenity. Like ridiculous sports amenity.
Yes, there you go. One ridiculous sports amenity at your house. It can fit. You have the space. You have the money, but you only get one. So we're thinking you could go like end zone with a field goal and goalpost, or like a football field, so that you can work on kicking. Batting cages would be amazing. And that would come with like the driveline tech of being able to get all your data probably. I would say, in that lab, you could have like a pitching mound you could throw off of. A bowling alley maybe, like Richie Rich in his basement.
Yes.
I think they got one of those at the White House. You could go with a pickleball court indoors. Yours is outdoors.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of the weather. The stupid snow and rain, no one is playing.
I'm sure there are other things I'm not thinking about right now. What would be your one ridiculous sports amenity? 800-636-1067.
So would a field, would that work? Like this is a field where we are playing. We could play multiple sports that have lines and boundaries and things like that. Is that too much? Or does it have to be more specific than that?
I think that works.
Because it would be a multi-purpose sports field where I go, that's my field. We can, the neighborhood gets together, the kids can play flag football, they can play soccer, they can play, the field hockey if we so desire. Whatever you want to do on the field. Like I want
turf?
It's that, it's going to be that fake grass, but not with those little tiny rubber pellets that get inside shoes and then get inside your house. I hate those. It's going to be something fancier than that, but it's going to be able to, I don't have to tarp it. It's going to be multi-use, but I want like a full regulation field that everybody, including me, can use whenever the hell we feel like it. Field space is always a problem. You have to wait until like a day before practice where they're like, all right, we got a field in Manassas for you guys. Weeknights at 5. And it's like, oh my God. I want a field where my kids, me, and the people that I want to use it get.
And they get to hit. Or a basketball court. I know that's just something that every rich person pretty much has. I'm not reinventing the wheel there. But you know how cool that would be to just have a run? Like,
it's amazing.
Hey, man, let's go play basketball. And if I don't have anyone to play with that day, no problem. I'll just go get shots up. I'll just, I'll buy one of the things where it feeds me the rebounds, and I'll just shoot 500 times. Like, what a great way to exercise and just have fun shooting basketball. I have had Papa shots in my basement before. That's great, too.
Yep.
And it's gives you the same, you could scratch the itch a little bit. But this will be a real-life basketball court in your home. That's hard to beat.
It's phenomenal. Like I think of like the full gym, too. Is that what you're talking about? Or like an outdoor court? You mean like the enclosed gym where it's like regulation lines and everything?
Indoors. It wouldn't be outdoors. Yeah. This would be like downstairs. You go past the basement, and on the left is just a big open basketball court.
Yeah, so our sport court in the backyard, we have enough for a lane, 3-point line, and then a little bit of space beyond it. But it's basically, it's lined for pickleball, lined also for basketball. So it's, guys can get shots up, but it's not what you're talking about.
Patrick Corbin in Florida has a putt-putt course, basically. Yeah. He's got like golf holes in his backyard. What would be your ridiculous sports amenity? You've got the space, you've got the money. This is in honor of Matt Holliday, this $12 million home he's showing off in Oklahoma, where he's got the court and the pickleball facility, and he's got a pool and batting cages. What would be your one want? G&D on the Fan. Miller of ESPN on the NFL draft. He's outstanding. We're going to ask him who's actually going to be available for Washington at 7 among the stars in this draft class. But right now, based on Matt Holliday, the former big league star, having a house for sale that has a full pickleball court, a nice gym, batting cages, and a basketball court, we want to know, what is your amazing sports amenity if you had the space in the over. It's just you getting shots. Yeah. But then occasionally you schedule the weekly pickup game and indoors right there next to the basement.
Yeah, no county permits, no, hey, I need $12. Can you Venmo me for this month? Yeah, none of that crap.
There's also a lot of other stuff you could do on the court. There's a lot of other sports games, things you could play that, wouldn't be an issue indoors there.
I want a field. I want a fully functional, regulation size field. So it's
not a baseball diamond.
No, not like the.
Because Holiday has an actual diamond with a wall and a plate.
That's the bummer because I can only pick one, and so the amount of times it's like driving to some ungodly place so the kids can go play, or the practices and stuff, permitting, all the crap. None of it. My kids, their buddies, and the people that I say yes to are just on the field using it for whatever.
Adam is in Midland, Virginia. Adam, what's your sports amenity of choice?
Jim Nance has the replica par 3 number 7 from Pebble in his backyard. I think I would probably go with that.
Does he really? I've never heard that. That's awesome. So he had it basically sculpted, designed to look perfect, and it's manicured, and he just goes out and plays that hole whenever he wants to?
Yeah, and it's like it's the shortest par 3 on the course, so, it's not a whole bunch of space, but yeah, pretty cool.
That's an amazing idea. Any kind of par 3. I think with his little putt-putt, full-on 18 holes course back behind his house, Corbin actually has a few par 3 holes as well, so he can go play some golf and have people over. Like, all right, let's play golf. It's like living on a golf course, but it's just your property.
Just yours. Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Pete's in D.C. on the Fan. Hey, Pete.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Good, buddy.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
We appreciate that, man.
Is something, yeah.
Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! So, you guys ever see that movie, That's My Boy, with Adam Sandler and Vanilla Ice?
I don't think I have.
Maybe it was on a plane or something. Maybe I watched it like Bobby Wagner with no sound or something. I don't know.
Well, anyway, so they got there's a wedding scene in it, and they had a replica Fenway Park with for a wiffle ball game that they played in the baseball game during the movie. I think that would be absolutely awesome. I'd have it in my backyard, and then for every base you hit, when you get a hit, for every base you drink a beer, like have a beer keg at every base station where you're playing the game.
A wiffle ball field with a wall would be incredible.
Like a place for like legit tournaments.
Because that also ages really well. Like your kids eventually go to college and they're not that interested in your ball field or your basketball court or whatever. But a wiffle ball field, like small dimensions with the fence for the boys to come over and you could just keep playing forever. I mean, that's amazing.
By the way, Ryan was in disbelief that you guys have never seen That's My Boy, so I'm assuming that tells you everything you need to know about the movie.
Yeah, well, that's his wheelhouse. Not another teen, That's My Boy.
I'm glad that Ryan was going to say something because my next comment was going to be, I just looked up the movie. No movie's ever looked worse in the history of the world. It's Adam Sandler and Andy Samberg.
And Rex Ryan and all these other different cast of characters.
Oh, a bunch of cameos, so the movie's terrible.
It's one of the best movies Adam Sandler's produced, so that's it.
Yeah, I'm
Vanilla
sure
Ice.
Better than Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison, among some of his other classics. That's My Boy, the story of a child and his son. I mean, this looks so bad. Look at the cover of this movie. Tell me that doesn't look like something you would immediately skip.
Yeah, it looks pretty dumb.
Good on that.
I mean, it's nowhere near Big Daddy, which they kind of did that the first time, didn't they? Which was pretty good.
Feels like they didn't need to redo that one.
Yeah.
Let's go to Matt in Berkeley Springs. What's your sports amenity of choice?
So I'm going to do an audible here. I was going to do some sort of like multi. Like Capitals theme ice rink at my house. Play pickup hockey with the boys. Let the girls learn how to ice skate. I think that'd be pretty cool.
That would be sick. The only reason I didn't even think about that is my ice skating needs so much work now. I got out there with my kids. I've ice skated a handful of times in my life, but I remember being able to do it okay at one point in time. And I got out there with my kids recently, and I'm like, I'm going to get hurt.
Yeah, I'm not good at this.
I cannot do this like I thought I could.
Just standing on razor blades on one of the slickest surfaces we have.
So it wasn't even on my mind because I haven't gone and skated around or played hockey. But a hockey rink, if you could do it like COA with the exact lining and the boards and some of the ads.
Can you imagine a full hockey rink with that electric bill? You know what I mean? Just keeping the ice frozen all the time.
Don't have to worry about the electric bill in this hypothetical.
I guess you're rich, yeah, no matter.
Reed says full-scale replica of number 13 at Augusta National, complete with TrackMan tech. If you're doing anything with the golf holes, I think you need the TrackMan for sure. Let's go to Dan in Warrenton on G&D. What's up?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, this isn't really a sport, but I feel like I can make it a sport. I would like a lazy river around my property. Multiple stops, multiple bars.
I love
maybe
that.
A stop at the volleyball court, a stop at the basketball court, a stop at the house, just all around the house every day, drinks in hand.
A lazy river would be incredible.
So one of my, you wouldn't believe how rich these people were. Buddies from high school, their family, we didn't know this. We went over to their house once, and their pool was incredible, but it had this rock cascading thing, and it was sort of like a semi-waterfall, and we go, oh, that's pretty neat. Well, then your eyes would wander, and you'd go, well, look at this. Where does this runoff go to? And it looked like it was going over a cliff, and they had a mini version of that. Not like he's talking about, that's however long that is, hundreds of yards, but this mild little sort of run of a river that was just mostly for decoration that when you got drunk, you could slide down.
When's the last time you did a lazy river? I'm thinking must have been at King's Dominion 20 years ago.
Yeah, a couple summers ago for my then 5-year-old at Outer Banks H2O or something.
Just in the tube, going round and around. I'll bet you I was 13 to 16. So this had to be 25 years ago for me. I mean, it has been forever. That is a great idea.
Lazy river's a great idea.
Who needs a pool when you could have a lazy river?
How comfortable that is.
And he's talking about a full-on water bar, too, where you just waddle up and you sit on the little stool in the water. And I don't know, somebody there to serve you a drink, too? I guess if you have that much money, why not?
Why not? Just keep someone on staff in case you use the lazy river.
What's going on with Caleb Downs' knee, and is it going to affect him being a draftable piece for Washington at 7? We'll ask Matt Miller, who covers the NFL draft for ESPN, next on Grant and Danny.
Sports Radio.
Tomorrow, the show will be in the air as we fly to West Palm Beach, Florida. Early flight from National. We'll be broadcasting live from Nats camp in the afternoon, getting you closer to your beloved ball club. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we are back in D.C. over the weekend, and we'll be here in studio all of next week for NFL free agency.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. There will be many bits down there, GP. Many
a bit. I feel good about that. I also feel good about efforting to track down Matt Miller of ESPN NFL draft fame. He's going to join us to talk about the top of the draft board in just a moment. But one of the big stories in DC sports today was we were waiting to find out whether Trey Young got suspended or not. Trey Young, who's never played a minute for the Wizards, got ejected from the Wizards game last night, left the bench. The expectation was, because he walked out onto the floor and got tossed, that he would be suspended. And the problem with that is that he's supposed to make his team debut on Thursday. We now know that he's not being suspended, though, because he took to Instagram to say as much. With more on this, our update anchor, Byron Kerr.
Saying, quote, "No suspension, we good." During an altercation in last night's game, saying, quote, "No suspension, we good."
Is that as funny to you as it is to me?
It is pretty good. I didn't catch it live. I mean, I heard the no suspension, then I was like, oh, okay, that's the key data point. But I love me some Byron Kerr reading it word for word.
So what did Trey Young, if I was to ask Byron Kerr, if I was to hit up BK and be like, dude, do you have any idea what Trey Young posted on Instagram?
Quote, "No suspension, we good."
So if I just wanted to summarize it with two words, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it bad? Or
during an altercation in last night's game, saying, quote, "No suspension, we good."
No, just we good. Like if there was two words for it.
I got a question for you.
What would it be? Yeah.
If I'm eating lunch at, let's say, Bob and Edith's, and I gave the waitress a $20 bill on a tab for like $13.57.
Okay.
And she's like, "Oh, I'll be right back with your change." But I didn't want her to bring any change back. I wanted to let her know everything was fine. What would I say to her?
We good.
Ultimately, hypothetical situation, right? I want you to imagine we'd made plans. There was some debate as to whether those plans would be honored or not. A 2-word text comes in to confirm our previously laid plans for that night. What would it read?
We good.
That's you see what I'm saying?
I go up to Adam Peters on the sideline at training camp. He's trying to convey to me that he feels good about the team he's put together and the chances of the Commanders having success in 2026. I say, Adam, a lot of people feel like you guys are only going to win 7 or 8 games. He says, to the contrary, we are not going to do that. And I say, why, Adam? And he says,
during an altercation in last night's game, saying,
dang it.
Nope.
No.
Why would he bring that up?
This is not hard, Byron.
Why would he bring that up, the altercation? Adam Peters is talking about the altercation with Tony Eason and Jameer Watkins?
Doesn't seem like it.
No, he wouldn't.
We good.
That's what he'd say. That's what he'd say.
I'm disappointed in Byron.
Well, listen, Byron.
Frustrated.
Well,
we good.
That's what I want to say.
I don't think we are,
No, listen, hold on. Let me ask you this. Are you legitimately upset at Byron, or
we good?
That's what I want to know.
We're fine.
Okay.
And some would say we're good. Some would say.
Who would say that?
We good.
Byron would.
Byron would say.
Byron would.
Let me hear the entire context of it one more time. Hearing it in real time was still my favorite. For BK to did he even reference it was his Instagram?
He did. He actually did.
Wizards guard Trey Young announced on his Instagram he won't receive a suspension during an altercation in last night's game, saying, quote, "No suspension, we good."
We good. That is the thing I've always wondered. Do you change the quote, or do you just say it as it was actually written?
I think you just say it and understand that coming off the bat, you're going to just sound like a geeky white. Like, I know what I sound like.
We good.
Like, if I had to read it, it's like, he said, and I quote, "We good." Like, I know how.
There's definitely a Chappelle white guy voice thing.
Yeah.
You know, where it's like, I reckon that Trey Young thinks we're adequate because he said we good.
We good.
There was some question as to whether or not it would be appropriate, good, bad, everything in between. He put that to rest by saying,
we good.
You see what I mean? Like, there's no way to sound cool. But he's giving you the fact. Like, that's the fact.
We good.
We good.
Is there a better way for Byron to do that?
What is he supposed to do? He said, according to his Instagram.
We good. But could he have said it in a way where it sounded less like he said we good before?
Imagine Byron or me or anybody in that kind of age range.
What if Byron just flexed and he's like
trying to do it?
He was like, "We good.
That'd be good." You imagine how cringeworthy that is?
Is that tougher?
It's worse.
That might be tougher. Well done, Byron.
Boy, BK.
That's how you update the people. I appreciate that about Byron.
So like there's a way to say, like, collectively, is it satisfactory or better? You know what I mean? Like a group of all of us, it's net positive, you would say.
We good.
Like you see what I'm saying? You're telling people that's how good we are.
We'll find Matt Miller of ESPN's NFL draft coverage in just a few moments. I want to get to the bottom of what's going on with Caleb Downs with him on Grant and Danny. Where are you on my idea of trading for Jonathan Grenard, though? And we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. A lot of you guys don't want to trade anybody. A lot of you guys don't want to trade any draft picks. You think that they don't have enough picks, so you can't give up any picks to go get a veteran, that they have to get younger, that they only can spend, essentially, or add more picks, and I understand that. I'm team don't trade picks as well. I think both things can be true. I would prefer not to do that, but if the right deal comes along, you've got to make that deal. And if you can get Grenard, I'm just making this up, for this year's 71 and a fifth-round pick next year, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. You will not get an edge of his caliber with either of those two picks. Why wouldn't you try to do that? Would you sign off on that deal?
I would. I'm in. When the nature how commerce started, how capitalism began, is somebody had like more of one thing and someone had more of the other thing. And when someone was desperate, I'm willing to give up some of the thing that I've got. I'm desperate. I need speed and playmaking on the outside on offense. I will win the bidding for a guy that's just okay, and Alec Pierce. If my team was good, I wouldn't do it. They're not. I'm in dire need of it. This is that version of that on defense. It's 1 or 1A, depending on your perspective. I need pass rush help so badly. So badly. I'm willing to part with whatever I have to get it. I will win bidding wars. I will do whatever I need to make sure that I have blue chip talent at the premium spots, which they don't.
Well, by the way, if you're not willing to trade for Jonathan Grenard, or anybody for that matter, because they don't have enough draft picks, then you'd sure as hell better trade back. Then you don't get to take Sonny Styles. You don't get to take Jeremiah Love. You don't get to sit at 7 and make a pick. And I get it takes 2 to tango. You need another team to come up. But you better accept that offer. If your point is, I can't, in good faith, make this deal for this outstanding edge rusher who's a sure thing to be a really, really good player, who's a 3-down defensive end, who is a fit in this system because he just played for Durante Jones, who is a slam dunk addition. There is nothing to worry about. As long as he's healthy, he will be outstanding, and he can rush the quarterback, and he can play the run. Whereas, the 71st overall pick that you're giving up if you don't take an edge at number 7. And by the way, I think David Bailey will be gone, and I think Arvo Reese will be gone. So you're probably not taking a defensive end there. You're probably addressing it via a veteran, via free agency. If that's true, you're not drafting an edge before 71 anyway. But if your point is, can't do it, can't give up picks, then fine. That desperation should also mean you're trying to move back at 7.
Yeah. I think that checks out. Now, again, you never know how the board's going to go. You never know who's going to want to move up. As you said, it takes 2 to tango. But if offered, you need to be, if you're blank Peters, you need to be taking that, right? Especially if you are anti any kind of maneuver to improve the football team. Because that's the end of the day what we're trying to build. So the conversation, I think, philosophically, that you and I have had, and we've danced around, is where are you better with a running back who might be elite at 7 and fill in the blank in free agency, et cetera? The whole point of the conversation is, how do you build a really good football team? You have to pull the levers that are at your disposal. They have fewer draft levers to pull than nearly anybody else in terms of what's valuable. They have a couple 6s and a 7 and a 5, but no 2. We know the whole story. But whatever you use, cap space, draft picks, something in between and trade, the whole point is to build a really good football team. You don't get very good players in their primes that can help you at premium positions very often.
Well, nobody ever wants to do what it takes to get really good players, though, either. You don't want to give up the picks. You don't want to spend the money. When that happens, you just have to basically win the lottery in the draft, which occasionally can take place. Yeah. But it is fairly rare. it's a better chance that you do that at 7 than at 25 or 40. And maybe they will win the lottery at 7. That's the goal. But I'm not giving up the 7th pick. I'm talking about pick 71. Right now in a mock that I'm looking at, they've got Washington taking Caleb Downs out of Ohio State at 7, the safety. If they were to do that, now you still need an edge. So now you wait till your next pick at 71, which is in round 3. 7 picks into the 3rd round, and they take an edge, who's maybe the 10th or 12th best player in the draft at the position. And the guy they've got going to him is Derek Moore, 6'4", 255. So you're telling me that a Michigan edge with 10 sacks and 3 passes defended this year, that a guy who had 10.5 TFLs and is a 4-year player in the Big Ten at Michigan, that's the deal breaker, that you can't possibly trade for Jonathan Grenard because you need that draft pick, if that's the caliber of edge we're talking about? And he might be the next great edge in the league, and then you'll look smart, and I was wrong, and no problem. I'll admit that in 3 years. But more often than not, that defensive end is not going to turn into Jonathan Grenard.
Now, I understand the reticence with first-rounders, right? I get not wanting to go, I can't give up 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby and pay him.
Yeah, if the Vikings wanted to pick 7, I'd hang up on him and say, call me back when you're serious.
Yeah, and say fairly well, good luck. But once you get into a certain spot, I don't know what the line of demarcation is. Let's say they had a 2, right? I give up a 2 for Laramie Tunsil every time. I know they gave up multiple picks over multiple years, but that's a Pro Bowl left tackle, premium spot. I can't wait to give up that pick, and I can't wait to pay him. At spots that are that important, again, just look at how the salaries go across the NFL. Quarterback 1, pass rusher 2, tackle 3, and wide receiver 3A. Those are the premium spots. You don't get them very often. They don't become available. You have to strike, and you have to pay a premium for them. In more ways than one, free agency or out of the draft or rookie extensions or in trade, et cetera. It costs an awful lot to get one of these guys that are impactful at one of the positions where that impact has a greater tangible effect on the opponent. You could have the greatest, Mike linebacker in the world or the greatest defensive end in the world. Every team in this league would take the greatest defensive end, just because of the impact that person can have in terms of disrupting an offense. That wasn't always the case. It is now. You'd rather have the greatest quarterback than the greatest guard. That's obvious. When you start going down the list, pass rusher is 2nd or 3rd on every team's list. You got a guy that's got a double-digit sack track record that's come available because Minnesota is in salary cap Hades. You just make moves. You have to, I think.
I just need people to not have rules. That's all I ever ask for. Have philosophies, but you can't lock into things because years like this are so unique where the best players in this class play odd positions. And I think that's where we are at this point, is an off-ball linebacker like Sonny Styles is a top 5 caliber pick. In most years, as amazing as his combine was, that's like 7 through 15. In most years, a player at safety is not going in the top 3 to 6 like Caleb Downs might this time around. And I still, until I hear from more reputable sources that something legitimate is wrong with his knee, I'm not going to get overly involved in worrying about that. Yeah. Something's floating around online from these unnamed sources. That could be teams starting rumors just to push guys down the board.
I'm with you. I'm uncomfortable with the discussion. Now, again, it also could be real, but it also could be, as you said, we're in disinformation season. Where
it's one of those things where if it's draft night and 20 picks in, his name hasn't been called, now we know there was actually a red flag on him.
Yep.
We probably won't find out before then. His agent, himself, whoever, they're going to come out and say my knee is absolutely fine. The teams that want to push him down the board might say, I can't tell you, can't answer. Who benefits from that information, though? I don't know, but we'll know when a lot of teams pass on him.
Right, or at his pro day at Georgia, if he's, Ohio State, excuse me, and he's not running or not doing anything because of the knee, or there's a procedure scheduled or something, okay, then we'll know. But if he's right as rain and killing it, then who knows? I don't know. It's a sticky situation in that regard because these things are supposed to remain private. It didn't. It hasn't come out through a reputable source yet, to your point. But, yeah, at the end of the day, if Washington wasn't so, or if I wasn't so desperate on behalf of Washington, I have no idea how they feel. Maybe they're sitting there complimenting themselves going, God, we're so close. Just a couple injuries last year. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to run it back with a couple vets, and we'll get a draft pick or 2 in here, and you guys watch. The genius will flow through. I'm desperate on their behalf. And so anytime someone that's got any pelts on the wall that's not 40 years old comes up, I'm going to be interested in all likelihood. There are times I'm going to say no. I'm saying no to Max Crosby despite how excellent he is because that asking price is too high for me to build the rest of my team. This one is not, in my view, for Grenard.
The biggest NFL story of the day is not that Jonathan Grenard is available via trade and could be cut by Minnesota. The bigger story is that Kyler Murray is actually being released by the Arizona Cardinals. Murray was already guaranteed $36.8 million for 2026. He would have been guaranteed another $19.5 million for 2027 if he was still on the roster on day 5 of this league year. So they're not going to get out of the fact that they owe him the $37 million for this year. Not a bad payday for a guy to lose his job. That's your severance, so to speak.
Yeah.
But they have opted out of $19.5 million that they would have owed him into next year if he was on the roster on March 16th, 13 days from now. So they've made it known. They've come out. They have said he is being released. Kyler Murray actually took to social media, said to everyone that supported me and showed kindness to my family and I during my time in Arizona, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. He went on to say, I wanted nothing more than to be the one to end the 77-year drought for this organization. I'm sorry I failed us. I wish the community and my brothers nothing but the best. Pretty classy way to go out for a guy who had an up and down stay. I mean, in terms of being a teammate and some of the reports about him, bristling with coaches behind the scenes, it was not pretty. I don't view Murray as a winning franchise Super Bowl caliber quarterback that deserves top of the market money, but he could be the perfect candidate for that Sam Darnold middle class of QBs now.
Yep.
Where it's a reclamation project. You're going to get him in that 25 to 35 million range rather than closer to 60 million where the elite guys are. It's so funny to me that the middle class is now around $30 million a year. But that's what it is because he's been a starter and he would be a guy that's not going to get benched probably. He's not coming in there to compete. There's plenty of places right now, whether you look at Miami if they get rid of Tua, Minnesota if they wanted to bring him in to start over J.J. McCarthy, Atlanta if they're not sold on Michael Penix coming back from an ACL. Among other teams that just need quarterbacks, he could absolutely be sought after pretty heavily here in the weeks ahead.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean,
where do you like as a landing spot for him?
I was just thinking about that. I mean, it feels Jetsy to me. Like they might go do that. Or, as you kind of look up.
Does he not have a better option than that?
Who knows? Maybe they pay him them. I mean, again,
if Minnesota wants to let him compete with McCarthy, wouldn't you rather go there to throw to Jefferson?
I certainly would.
What about Miami? They're getting rid of Tua, and they say you could start here. Jalen Waddle's your
That's another
1.
spot. Yeah, I'd certainly prefer. But maybe I always wondered. Like, does he think right now? Not my fault. Theirs. They let me down.
Well, I'm sure
Watch
of
this.
that.
Right?
He was completely at odds with them. Remember the soft benching when they went to Jacoby Brissett?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a bad divorce, pretty messy and gross. He's going out on a classy note, but nothing about that was like amicable.
No, it was so tumultuous. I mean, the reports, whether they were valid or not, just were so damaging to his reputation. Not because he's like, out committing crimes or something, but it was the please read your playbook once, please look at your iPad, please look at the formations instead of just playing Call of Duty or whatever the hell you're doing deep into the evening.
Here's one: the Steelers.
No A-Rod? Yep.
No Aaron Rodgers. He retires, going to be 42 years old. Now, I don't know what kind of fit that is, honestly, with Mike McCarthy, but they have refused to just take their lumps. They have refused to say, whoever the version of, currently it's Will Howard, but like that guy is.
Yeah.
Let's wear it. Let's let Mason Rudolph be the guy. Let's go 5-12, and then we're going to pick in the top 5, and we'll get our quarterback next year. Instead of going that Will Howard route and maybe starting with a bad year for McCarthy, I could see them going and getting Kyler Murray to do the Steelers thing where you just try not to take a step backwards.
They just want a Steeler. They love doing it. That's it. I mean, this is such a litmus test for how NFL teams operate, which is in any other sport, you look at the landscape and go, it ain't worth it this year. We do not want to have a multi-year commitment to some jag quarterback to put us in the middle class. They could take a page out of the NBA's book. They should anyway, and go, not this year, let's just fold up shop. I don't want to pay $38 million to win Kyler Murray bidding. Let's go with like Jimmy Garoppolo for $70 and get our butts kicked and pick in the top 5 next year. That's what they should do. But teams aren't wired that way. The league isn't wired that way for the most part.
John Keim covers the Commanders. He's going to be joining us at 6 o'clock in 40 minutes on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
Listen to
Mike Stouter, the Caps are in action tonight at Capital One Arena about 90 minutes from right now. Close to 7 o'clock this evening with the puck drop. For a home game against Utah, this is the last team that they're playing for the first time this season. They have not yet played the Mammoth this campaign, and so one of their two starting tonight for the home and home here. But we'll get into the Caps with our power play before we say goodbye at the end of the program. Has anyone else noticed? It seems like the Girl Scouts this spring, selling their Girl Scout cookies, are at more places than ever before.
And I'm all about it.
I am too.
I'm all about it.
Oh, I love seeing them. Now, here's the problem. Because I like to say yes to the Girl Scout cookies.
Sure.
A, I think Thin Mints are delicious and wonderful.
Of course you do.
But B, I also like to be the cool guy.
Yes.
So there's this kid that's like, hey, sir, and now I'm the grown-up. I used to be the kid, and they're like, can you buy some cookies for me? It's like the other day, there was this girl who was playing bingo, and she needed 5 different types of purchases. And the last one that hadn't been filled out was someone to buy 2 different types, 2 boxes each. And I was like, I'll do that. No problem. My wife likes tag-alongs, which stink. I like Thin Mints, which are great. I'll take 2 of each, and I'll fill out your bingo, and you can go home now or whatever. And I thought I was awesome. But then right after that, I went to get my car washed. Someone else is there. Right? I go to the store. Someone else is there. And now I'm saying no to people.
I know. So I
am
bought.
supposed to say yes to everybody?
Literally happened on Saturday. I bought my Girl Scout cookies right in front of a Starbucks in a shopping center in between basketball games for my 7-year-old. And so we did that. I'm like, how cool is Dad? I'm awesome. They talked me into trying their new flavor. By the way, if you're out and about, Explore More's the new flavor? No. Hard pass. Stay with the classics. That is a no for me, dog. It's supposed to be like Rocky Road inspired. It's beyond nubs. Their regular flavors are so good. Adventurefuls are awesome. That's the brownie joint. The caramel chocolate chips are really good. Thin Mints are incredible. Tagalongs rule. But Explore More's stink on ice.
So Adventurefuls are the one that who gave me one of those that I had to eat, and I didn't like how it looked, and I thought it was going to be terrible, and I actually really liked it.
It's brownie with caramel and a pinch of sea salt.
Yes.
It is. It's a little bit sexy.
My wife gave it to me. I guess it would have been, she must have gotten it without me. I don't know how that would have been possible, because I mostly do our Girl Scout cookie purchasing. I did one of the fattest moves this weekend. So I took my kids over to like a Pets something. It might have been a Mart. It might have been a Us.
Sure.
It might have been a Petco.
Place for pets, yeah.
Pet store, because we wanted to get a tiny little plastic, it wouldn't be an aquarium, but like a case. They want to like try to get some tadpoles. We got a little net.
Okay.
And as it gets warmer, we're going to go get some tadpoles and see if we can grow them into frogs. And my kids are like locked in, all in on animals, right? So we were doing that move. Well, while we were going to this place, I saw some Girl Scouts selling their cookies. And I pulled up against the grain. So like, they're up against basically the lane if you're driving past them with the shopping center on your right. I just go into the wrong lane out the driver's window.
Oh, yeah.
And just pull up, and I'm like, hey, can I do this just in my car? Is that cool? And they're like, well, no one's done it yet. And I'm like, if you guys are fine with it, I'm fine with it. They're like, yeah, no problem. And my son was like, this is great, Dad.
This is amazing.
So I just reach out the window. I'm bringing the boxes in. I'm using Apple Pay on my phone. Scooped up a bunch of cookies. But yeah, so far, 2 weekends in, we've done 2 significant Thin Mint purchases. But I keep them in the freezer because that's where they belong and that's how they're best. We have a low freezer drawer, and my kids are able to open it.
Yeah.
And so they'll just pummel these sleeves. By the time I get home, another box of Girl Scout cookies gone.
Just eaten by the sleeve.
I think I've gotten 4 out of 3 boxes so far that I've bought.
Well, but to your point though, so after I buy them on Saturday, I'm like, what a great person I am. How awesome is this? Cookies for my kids.
Altruistic.
Yeah,
Danny,
I'm like,
yeah.
I did this thing because these little girls are so happy, and like the moms are like giving them high fives because they're like checking off their list. And we drove by 3 different sets of girls selling the Girl Scout cookies, and I'm just now the terrible person that they're like, please come buy our cookies. And I'm just like, I already did earlier.
Of course. Which is what people are saying that aren't buying
them. And now I'm like, the worst feeling.
Very much like saying you've got the wrong guy when you actually are the wrong guy.
Right. Nope, wrong number. It's the right number.
The right guy has said you've got the wrong guy all the time.
I know. That's what the right guy says.
I feel like something has led to more Girl Scouts being out and about this year.
There's a renewed initiative, and I'm all here for it. John Mulaney did this unbelievable bit on Saturday Night Live years ago where he's like, how is this the business model where you have to know a mom in your office for like a week at a time in order to get the Girl Scout cookies. I will buy them all the time. Whenever you put them up for sale, please let me give you money for this thing. But the fact that they're out and about makes it wonderful.
They are my case study, though, on it being special to have things not available all the time. We've talked about this with the NFL and could they ever overdo it, or with other elements of life where it's like, well, if you could just do that every single day, it wouldn't be as fun when you do it. And I think Girl Scout cookies, there is something to, we're about to have more sunlight. It's about to get warmer. Baseball's coming back. It's a little bit of a rite of passage coming out of the winter when you start to see them. And if they were just on shelves year round and you could just buy Thin Mints for 12 straight months, we'd never really talk about them. It would be like buying Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookies they're still delicious. They're still amazing, but there's nothing notable about them when they're just a regular thing that's available at all times.
This is one of our fundamental disagreements. There's a happy medium between you have to know a mom that's got a daughter that's the right age that's in a Girl Scout troop, normally for me to find them, versus 24/7, 365 at
No, I wasn't pushing back. I agree with you completely. It shouldn't be difficult to get access to them during the season when they're available. I'm just saying I wouldn't expand the season.
Oh, I got you.
Like the season, I don't know when it starts and when it ends.
I have no idea.
But Girl Scout cookie season is a good thing.
It's a great season.
It should not be a year-round availability where I could just go to Giant and buy a box of Thin Mints. I like the idea that for these several weeks, when you go into a grocery store or you swing by a shopping center, you're looking around, and there's the Girl Scout with her parents standing there with her bingo wheel, trying to make sure that you buy the right amount so she could check off her bingo.
I feel like they could do more. I know what you're saying. Twice a year feels like the right amount to me. 2 seasons, the good ones, fall and spring. Let them not stand outside during the dumb times. Where it's too hot or too cold.
Hey, while we're talking food,
yeah,
the Big Arch meal from McDonald's. This is the hot new noise. You familiar here?
I am.
So this is going to be 1,610 calories. Right. This sucker here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read you the ingredients.
It's a limited time situation too. I'm wondering if it's a trial balloon that's going up. I wonder where we're at with this.
2 juicy quarter-pound,
Yep.
100% beef patties, layered with 3 slices of melty white cheddar cheese. It's then topped with both crispy and slivered onions, zesty pickles, and crisp lettuce. But what truly sets it apart is the new Big Arch sauce. Tangy, creamy, with the perfect balance of mustard, pickle, and sweet tomato flavors. So you've got very Big Mac-y, it would feel like to me.
Mm-hmm.
There's no bread in the middle, but it is multiple patties, cheese, patty, cheese, patty, cheese. 3 slices of cheese.
That's the way I like it.
Sauce both on the top and the bottom bun. And then it's toasted sesame and poppy seed bun, which is a little different than the normal McDonald's.
Yeah, so the double seed on the bun is intriguing. The 3 cheese situation I find to be outstanding. So the cheese is all of a sudden, if I can say this, the star with the double patties, because there's cheese below, cheese in the middle, cheese on top.
A lot of cheese.
So it's a triple cheese situation, which I think is outstanding. The sauce sounds to me like the Big Mac sauce. Do we know that? I mean, it says the Big Arch sauce, which is different, I'm sure, but it sounds very Big Mac saucy.
But it's a different sauce.
But it's a different sauce.
They've created a new sauce. It's tangy, creamy, and it's got the perfect balance of mustard, pickle, and sweet tomato flavors.
That sounds like the Big Mac sauce. The thing that I love so much, that I would just eat.
What is the Big Mac sauce? Look that up.
It's pretty much like that. Like, that's the description. It's basically close to Thousand Island dressing.
Big Mac sauce is creamy, tangy. Those are familiar phrases.
Yeah, you hear those words?
Savory, mayo-based. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Mayo-based condiment featuring sweet pickle, relish, yellow mustard, onion powder, garlic powder, and paprika. So I think they're probably relative.
There's a lot of crossover. Creamy, tangy, slightly sweet sauce with notes of mustard and tomato. There's a lot of shade in that Venn diagram.
You know where I'm at. I've never had a Big Mac.
Which I again think is one of the more outrageous things in the world. Because it's not like you've never been to McDonald's.
I don't want lettuce on my burger. So I'm going to be out on this one probably too. Also, I've had a double quarter pounder, so I could eat this burger.
Yep.
But there's too many things that I would not want on it. I'll just stick with my delicious and wonderful quarter pounder with cheese meal, which comes correctly without me making any substitutions with ketchup, mustard, and pickle.
Mm-hmm. You shouldn't make substitutions when you go places, otherwise don't go.
Definitely not at like a McDonald's or something like that, because you're just asking for it to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When you start saying don't have this.
Could you hold the...
You're ruining everyone's chance at a meal that is what they ordered.
Say the number that's on the board
Right,
and
exactly.
slide to the side. All
And
right?
large.
We all know why we're here. Shut up. Slide forward like you're at the Soup Nazis on Seinfeld. Just say 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't go wrong. They're all good.
Large, the number, and Coke Zero. That's all you have to say. And then you pull around. Maybe you add some nuggets.
Anything's a side if you want it to be. Yeah, this looks like something that's in my wheelhouse. This looks right. This looks like their answer to, oh, you guys want fast casual? You guys want to go to Five Guys? You want to go, to one of these burger joints that takes a little bit longer? Look what we got right here. That's what it looks like to me.
What was funny is their CEO was in a video where he was eating one of these, and he basically like reluctantly just barely nibbled on it. It was not like excited to be their guy or happy to have this giant burger that I'm going to bite into. It was like, really, dude, you're the CEO of McDonald's? That's shocking. And so today, as a gotcha back at them, Burger King came out with their own video where their CEO just tore into a Whopper. And he's like, he might not be that excited about his thing. I'm Mr. Whopper.
I'm
guy.
about that life.
And so he did that. And Whoppers are good. You know, that mustard base I like. They got the char to their burger because it's off the grill. But I've said this all the time. The slept-on burger in the game is Wendy's. Wendy's does a great burger. But I'm a McDonald's guy over a BK guy just because of the fries. Your burger would have to be so superior, and it's not.
The gap is impossible to make up.
Right. Because of the French fries.
Yeah, because of the French fries.
It's McDonald's is starting every game with Burger King up 6 runs.
Yeah.
You know, they're spotting them because the fries are that much better.
It's basically prime Max Scherzer where you're just going no hit for 6 innings. And you have a chance to win, but you got to start there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Are you down 2-0?
Right.
Is it scoreless? Is it an 8-1 game somehow because you walk in an error? I don't know. But, so if you guys check that out, I'd love a tweet at some point at Grant H. Paulson. Danny wants to know at Funny Danny what your report would be. We'll go around the NFL with you next. John Keim's coming up in 20 minutes on the Commanders. This is The Fan. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Your next chance on this show to win tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters this weekend is tomorrow at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. By the way, tomorrow's show is going to come your way live from West Palm Beach in beautiful, sunny Florida. We're flying out first thing in the morning. So we are
early
getting out of here tonight to get packed and get over to the airport before the sun comes up tomorrow. But I want to go around the NFL with some of the news of the day. There's a lot going on. Teams are getting everything lined up for free agency. We'll start with some quarterback news. Miami Herald's Barry Jackson reporting Jimmy Garoppolo is on the Miami Dolphins' radar. Per Jackson, the Dolphins are interested in adding a veteran quarterback who will be a good sport about being number 2 behind Quinn Ewers if they don't win the quarterback job. Garoppolo has kind of become a guy now who's been a career backup, who would seem to be okay in that role. There's talk that the Dolphins have been linked to Malik Willis, who could come in as their starter. This would be another way for them to proceed. All signs point to Tua Tagovailoa not being around for them.
Yeah, that's the story right there. Is they are. I mentioned this earlier that most teams don't want to lean into the tank. They are. They get it. You're not competing without $50 million of your salary cap playing for you at a high level. You just aren't. So why try?
The story there with the Dolphins and Malik Willis is, to a certain price point, they want to bring him in. If it gets above, nobody knows what that number is, then they would pivot to this other plan of like a potential backup and to see what Quinn Ewers is, which seems probably like a good way to have a terrible season and position yourself for a future high-end quarterback in the draft next year.
I think that'd be the idea.
But some people are saying Malik Willis is going to get $30+ million a year.
Yeah.
After, throwing a couple dozen passes.
This is a terrible year to need a quarterback. Terrible. So that's what's going to happen.
Let's stay with the quarterback news. Kyler Murray is going to benefit immensely from hitting the market in this year that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He's being released. That happened today by the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals are going to eat $54 million in dead cap space, assuming Murray is not designated as a post-June 1st release, which is the way that people think this is going to go. The Minnesota Vikings and Atlanta Falcons are among fits for Murray if he wants to go somewhere on a 1 or 2 year deal just to rehab his image. Former number 1 overall pick. The Cardinals in his career as their starter, 38-48-1. Kyler Murray, at one point in time, was considered one of the 8 to 10 best quarterbacks in the league. Those days are a few years in the rearview, though.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have these unbelievable first halves with he and Cliff Kingsbury putting together this unbelievable offense that would just sort of come crashing down eventually.
Does how he fared after Cliff left, it's got to make you feel better if you're Cliff about what you are, and maybe helps his candidacy as a future head coach or as an OC. I know he's the assistant head coach of the Rams now, but look what I did with Kyler Murray. Nobody else has been able to reach those heights.
That's a great point. I mean, yeah, it's one of those feathers in your cap now that in retrospect you kind of don't realize what you had. By the way, just amazing. One of the greatest athletes ever. Just zero appreciation for it because he's now a journeyman quarterback. Top 10 baseball draft pick, number 1 overall football draft pick, and he can't quite stick.
First overall in the NFL, 8th overall in Major League Baseball's draft to the A's. 8th overall, Kyler Murray. People sleep on that. Oklahoma was an outstanding outfielder. Kenneth Walker did not get a franchise tag today, so he is going to hit free agency, presumably going to make somewhere between $15 and $20 million per year. A lot of money. What teams might line up? Well, the Athletics, Nick Kosmider believes the Denver Broncos are going to be in on Kenneth Walker. They will be closely examining his market. Remember, they've got R.J. Harvey now as their lead back, but he's not a 3-down guy. He's certainly not a bell cow of sorts. Free agent names to keep an eye on the running back market with Breece Hall now tagged, Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle. All 3 are apparently guys that Denver would like to talk to when the time comes.
Do you think this will be a kind of following in the wake of what we saw with Barkley and maybe, McCaffrey getting traded for, but like a big market running back time, or is it going to kind of settle back to what it was? Because I don't know if any of those guys are the level of difference maker that obviously, Barkley was or some of these other dudes.
Walker will break the bank. Etienne probably gets high single-digit million per year money. Maybe if he got 10 to 12, you'll know it's a pretty good running back market. And Rico Dowdle, I think, will get less than both considerably. The only reason I think that the running back market's going to be pretty suppressed is we just saw Javonte Williams avoid free agency by staying with Dallas. And again, these agents are already talking to the teams. I know that, that's not quote-unquote allowed or that's not how it works. But do you really think Javonte Williams would re-sign with Dallas if his agent didn't already figure out what other teams might be willing to pay him. I mean, that is just how this system works. That's how it's been done for a long, long time. So it makes me think running backs are not going to do that well. But I'll tell you this, Kenneth Walker will. Like, he's coming off of a Super Bowl win.
I think had Breece Hall been on free agent market, you would have seen something similar.
Exactly. And because Kenneth Walker could have been tagged, that $15 million is kind of the starting of the negotiation. Alec Pierce didn't get a tag as well, so the league's leading receiver in yards per catch each of the last 2 years will be available in free agency. Same with Trey Hendrickson, who had 35 sacks in a 2-year period prior to last season, ended up only playing in 7 games after holding out all offseason. No franchise tag. He's entering his age 32 season. He'll be a free agent. He's going to make over $20 million. I would think Washington should absolutely be considered in on Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, it's how much more over $20 million. Again, I think the bidding will be hot and heavy when it comes to this. I know last year wasn't ideal for him, certainly, but again, the track record is there. And even with the injuries last year, when he was playing, the sack numbers hadn't got to his career pace of over 1 per game, or over the last couple of years it's been. But every other number and metric told you, yep, this is the same dude that's kicking butt.
Couple other quick ones here. DJ Moore expected to be back with the Chicago Bears this year, according to the Athletics Chicago Bears reporters. There was a lot of thought that DJ Moore was on the trade block. They said right now signs point to him remaining in Chicago. And lastly, Anthony Richardson of the Colts. They placed the transition tag on Daniel Jones today. Zach Jackson, who covers the team for The Athletic, says the Browns are a team to watch out for, as they will be seriously considering a trade for Anthony Richardson to come into their quarterback room.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Browns. They're just going to brown it up.
Him versus Shador.
They love whatever that is. They love that bit.
John Keim covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. He will join us next. We're taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan.